Section 0 of Clarel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clarel by Herman Melville. Author's Note and Dedication. Clarel was first published in 1876, New York, G. P. Putnam's Sons. No English edition was ever issued. The first edition contained the following author's note. Quote, "If during the period in which this work has remained unpublished, though not undivulged, any of its properties have by a natural process exhaled, it yet retains, I trust, enough of original life to redeem it at least from vapidity. Be that as it may, I here dismiss the book, content beforehand with whatever future awaits it." End quote. By a spontaneous act, not very long ago, my kinsman, the late Peter Gansevoort of Albany, New York, in a personal interview provided for the publication of this poem, known to him by report as existing in manuscript. Justly and affectionately the printed book is inscribed with his name. End of section 0. Section 1 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1. Jerusalem. 1. The Hostel. In chamber low and scored by time, masonry old, late washed with lime, much like a tomb new cut in stone, elbow on knee and brow sustained, all motionless on sidelong hand, a student sits and broods alone. A small deep casement sheds a ray, which tells that in the holy town it is the passing of the day, the vigil of Epiphany. Beside him in the narrow cell his luggage lies unpacked, thereon the dust lies, and on him as well, the dust of travel, but anon his face he lifts, in feature fine, yet pale and all but feminine, but for the eye and serious brow, then rises, paces to and fro, and pauses, saying, "Other cheer than that anticipated here by me the learner, now I find. Theology, art thou so blind? What means this naturalistic knell in lieu of Silo's oracle, which here should murmur, snatched from grace, and waylaid in the holy place? Not thus it was but yesterday, old Jaffa on the clear blue sea, nor thus, my heart, it was with thee, landing amid the shouts and spray. Nor thus when mounted, full equipped, out through the vaulted gate we slipped, beyond the walls where gardens bright with bloom and blossom cheered the sight. The plain we crossed, in afternoon, how like our early autumn bland, so softly tempered for a boon, the breath of Sharon's prairie land. And was it, yes, her titled rose, that scarlet poppy oft at hand? Then Ramla gleamed, the sail-white town at even. There I watched day close from the fair tower, the suburb one. Seaward and dazing set the sun. Inland I turned me toward the wall of Ephraim, stretched in purple pall. Romance of mountains, but in end what change the near approach could lend. The start this morning, gun and lance, against the quarter moon's low tide, the thieves' huts where we hushed the ride, chill daybreak in the lorn advance, in stony strait the scorch of noon, thrown off by crags, reminding one of those hot Paynims whose fierce hands flung showers of Afric's fiery sands in face of that Crusader king, Louis, to wither so his wing. And, at the last, aloft for goal, like the ice bastions round the pole, thy blank, blank towers, Jerusalem. Again he droops, with brow on hand, but starting up, why, well I knew Salem to be no Samarcand. 'Twas scarce surprise, and yet first view brings this eclipse. Needs be my soul, purged by the desert's subtle air, from bookish vapours, now is heir to nature's influx of control. comes likewise now to consciousness of the true import of that press of inklings which in travel late through Latin lands did vex my state, and somehow seemed clandestine. Ah, these underformings in the mind, banked corals which ascend from far, but little heed men that they wind, unseen, unheard, till lo, the reef and breaker, wreck and grief. But here unlearning how to me opes the expanse of time's vast sea. Yes, I am young, but Asia old. The books not all have told. And, for the rest, the facile chat of overweenings. What was that the grave one said in Jaffa Lane, whom there I met, my countryman, but new returned from travel here? Some word of mine provoked the strain. His meaning now begins to clear. Let me go over it again. Our new world's worldly wit so shrewd lacks the Semitic reverent mood, unworldly, hardly may confer fitness for just interpreter of Palestine, forego the state of local minds inveterate, tied to one poor and casual form, to avoid the deep saves not from storm. Those things he said and added more. No clear authenticated lore I deemed, but need now confess my cultivated narrowness, though scarce indeed of sort he meant. 'Tis the uprooting of content. So he, the student, 'twas a mind, earnest by nature, long confined apart, like Vesta in a grove, collegiate, but let to rove at last abroad among mankind, and here an end confronted so by the true genius, friend or foe, an actual visage of a place before but dreamed of in the glow of fancy's spiritual grace. Further, his mediation's aim, reverting to his different frame bygone, and then, can faith remove her light because of no late plea I've lifted to her source above? Dropping thereat upon the knee, his lips he parted, but the word against the utterance demurred and failed him. With infirm intent he sought the housetop, set of sun, his feet upon the yet warm stone, he, Clarel, by the coping leant, in silent gaze, the mountain town, a walled and battlemented one, with houseless suburbs front and rear, and flanks built up from steeps severe. Saddles and turrets the ascent, tower which rides the elephant, hence large the view. There where he stood was Acra's upper neighborhood. The circling hills he saw, with one excelling, ample in its crown, making the uplifted city low by contrast, Olivet. The flow of eventide was at full brim, overlooked the houses sloped from him, terraced or domed, unchimneyed, grey, all stone, a moor of roofs, no play of life, no smoke went up, no sound, except low hum, and that half drowned. The inn abutted on the pool, named Hezekiah's, a sunken court, where silence and seclusion rule, hemmed round by walls of nature's sort, base to stone structures seeming one e'en with the steeps they stand upon. As a three-decker's stern lights peer down on the oily wake below, upon the sleek dark waters here the inn's small lattices bestow a rearward glance, and here and there in flaws the languid evening air stirs the dull weeds adust, which trail in festoons from the crag, and veil the ancient fissures, overtopped by the tall convent of the Copt, built like a lighthouse o'er the main. Blind arches showed in walls of wane, sealed windows, portals masoned fast, and terraces where nothing passed, by parapets all dumb, no tarn among the Catskills. High above, farmhouse and stack, last lichened barn, and log bridge rotting in remove. More lonesome looks than this dead pool, in town where living creatures rule. Not here the spell might he undo. The strangeness haunted him and grew. But twilight closes, he descends, and toward the inner court he wends. End of section 1. Section 2 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Abdon. A lamp in archway hangs from quay, a lamp whose sidelong rays are shed on a slim vial set in bed of doorpost all of masonry. That vial hath the Gentile vexed, within it holds Talmudic text, or charm, and there the black Jew sits, Abdon the host. The lamplight flits o'er reverend beard of saffron hue, sweeping his robe of Indian blue. Disturbed and troubled in a state, longing for solacement of mate, Clarel and court their nearer drew, as yet unnoted, for the host in meditation seemed engrossed, perchance upon some line late scanned in leathern scroll that drooped from hand. Ere long, without surprise expressed, the lone man marked his lonelier guest, and welcomed him. Discourse was bred. In end a turn it took, and led to grave recital. Here was one, if question of his word be none, descended from those dubious men, the unreturning tribes, the 10 whom shout and halloo wide have sought, lost children in the wood of time. Yes, he, the black Jew, stinting not, averred that ancient India's clime harbored the remnant of the tribes, a people settled with their scribes in fair Cochin. There he was born and nurtured, and there yet his kin, never from true allegiance torn, kept Moses' law. Cochin, Cochin, mused Clarel, I have heard indeed of those black Jews, their ancient creed and hoar tradition. Esdras saith, the 10 tribes built in Arsareth, eastward, still eastward. That may be. But look, the scroll of goatskin, see wherein he reads, a wizard book. It is the Indian Pentateuch, whereof they tell, whate'er the plea, and scholars various notions hold, touching these missing clans of old. This seems a deeper mystery, how Judah, Benjamin, live on, unmixed into time's swamping sea, so far can urge their Amazon. He pondered. But again the host, narrating part his lifetime tossed, told how long since, with trade in view, he sailed from India with a Jew and merchant of the Portuguese for Lisbon. More he roved the seas and marts, till in the last event he pitched in Amsterdam his tent. There had I lived my life, he said, among my kind, for good they were, but loss came, loss, and I was led to long for Judah, only her. But see, he rose and took the light, and led within. There ye espy what prospects left to such as I. Yonder, a dark slab stood upright against the wall, a rude gravestone sculptured, with Hebrew ciphers strown. Under Moriah it shall lie, no distant date, for very soon, ere yet a little, and I die. From Ind to Zion have I come, but less to live than end at home. One other last remove, he sighed, and meditated on the stone, lamp held aloft, that magnified the hush throughout the dim unknown of night. Night in a land how dead! Through Clarel's heart the old man's strain dusky meandered, in a vein one with the reverie it bred, his eyes still dwelling on the Jew in added dream, so strange his shade of swartness like a born Hindu, and wizened visage which betrayed the Hebrew caste, and subtle yet in ebon frame an amulet, which on his robe the patriarch wore, and scroll and vial in the door. These too contributed in kind. They parted. Clarel sought his cell or tomb-like chamber, and, with mind to break or intermit the spell, at least perplex it and impede, lighted the lamp of olive oil, and, brushing from a trunk the soil, 'twas one late purchased at his need, opened, and strove to busy him with small adjustments, bootless cheer, while wavering now in chanceful skim, his eyes fell on the word Judea, in paper lining of the tray, for all was trimmed in cheaper way with printed matter. Curious then to know this faded denizen, he read, and found a piece complete, briefly comprised in one poor sheet. The world accosts. Last one out of Holy Land, what gift bring'st thou? Sycham grapes, Tabor, which the Eden drapes, yieldeth garlands. I demand something cheery at thy hand. Come, if Solomon's song thou singest, haply Sharon's rose thou bringest. The palmer replies, Nay, naught thou nam'st thy servant brings, only Judea my feet did roam, and mainly there the pilgrim clings about the precincts of Christ's tomb. These palms I bring, from dust not free, since dust and ashes both were trod by me. Or true thy gift, thought Clarel, well, scarce might the world accept, 'twould seem. But shall I my feet impel through road like thine, and not redeem? Rather through lone breaks I wind, as I advance they close behind. Thought's burden, on the couch he throws himself, and it rises and goes to peer from casement. 'Twas moonlight, with stars, the olive hill in sight, distinct yet dreamy in repose, as of Katahdin in hot noon, lonely with all his pines in swoon. The nature and evangel clashed, rather a double mystery flashed. Olivet do I see, the ideal upland trod by thee? Up or reclined, he felt the soul afflicted by that noiseless calm, till sleep, the good nurse, deftly stole the bed beside, and for a charm took the pale hand within her own, nor left him till the night was gone. End of section 2. Section 3 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sepulchre. In Crete they claimed the tomb of Jove, in Glen over which his eagles soar. But through a peopled town ye rove, to Christ's low urn, where, nigh the door, settles the dove. So much the more the contrast stamps the human God who dwelt among us, made abode with us, and was of woman born. Partook our bread, and thought no scorn to share the humblest, homeliest hearth, shared all of man except the sin and mirth. Such, among thronging thoughts, may stir the pilgrim pressing through the lane that dusty wins the reverend fane, seat of the holy sepulchre, and naturally named therefrom. What altars old in cluster rare, and grotto shrines ingird the tomb, caves and a crag, and more is there, and halls monastic join their gloom. To some incomprehensive bounds the passion's drama with its grounds, immense the temple winds and strays, finding each storied precinct out, absorbs the sights all round about, omnivorous, and a world of maze. And yet time was when all here stood separate, and from rood to rood, chapel to shrine, or tent to tent, unsheltered still the pilgrim went, where now enroofed the whole coheres, where now through influence of years and spells by many a legend lent, a sort of nature reappears, sombre or sad, and much in tone perhaps with that which here was known of yore, when from this Salem height the Sylvan in primeval plight down came to Chavez Dale, with wine and bread, after the 4 kings' check, the Druid priest Melchizedek, Abram to bless with rites divine. What rustlings here from shadowy spaces, deep vistas where the Votary paces, will, strangely intermitting, creep like steps in Indian forest deep. How bird-like steals the singer's note down from some rail or arch remote, while, glimmering where kneelers be, small lamps, dispersed with glowworm light, mellow the vast nave's azure night, and make a haze of mystery. The blur is spread of 1,000 years, and Calvary's seen as through one's tears. In cloistral walks the dome detains hermits, which during public days seclude them where the shadow stays, but issue when charmed midnight reigns, unshod, with tapers lit, and roam, according as their hearts appoint, the purlieus of the central tomb, in round of altars, and anoint with fragrant oils each marble shelf, or, all alone, strange solace find, and oratory to their mind, lone locked within the tomb itself. Cells note ye, as in bower a nest, where some sedate rich devotee of grave guest monk from over sea takes up through Lent his votive rest, adoring from his saintly perch Golgotha and the guarded urn, and mysteries everywhere expressed, until his soul, in rapt sojourn, add one more chapel to the church. The friars in turn which tend the fane, dress it and keep, a home make there, nor pass for weeks the gate. Again, each morning they ascend the stair of Calvary, with cloth and broom, for dust thereon will settle down, and gather, too, upon the tomb and places of the Passion's moan. Tradition, not device and fraud, here rules, tradition old and broad, transfixed in sights the dramas shown, each given spot assigned. 'Tis here they scourged him, soldiers yonder nailed the victim to the tree, in jeer there stood the Jews, there Mary paled, the vesture was divided here. A miracle play of haunted stone, a miracle play, a phantom one, with power to give pause or subdue, so that whatever comment be, serious if to faith unknown. Not possible seems levity, or aught that may approach thereto. And, sooth, to think what numbers here, age after age, have worn the stones in suppliance or judgment fear, what mourners, men and women's moans, ancestors of ourselves indeed, what souls whose penance of remorse, made poignant by the elder creed, found honest language in the force of chains entwined that ate the bone. How here a Becket's slayers clung, taking the contrite anguish on, and, in release from fast and thong, buried upon Moriah sleep, with more, much more, such ties so deep, endear the spot, or false or true as an historic site. The wrong of carpings never may undo the nerves that clasp about the plea, tingling with kinship through and through, faith childlike and the tried humanity. But little here moves hearts of some, rather repugnance grave, or scorn or cynicism, to mark the dome beset in court or yard forlorn by peddlers versed in wonted tricks, vendors of charm or crucifix, or, on saint days, to hark the din as during market day at inn, and polyglot of Asian tongues and island ones, in interchange buzzed out by crowds in costumes strange of nations diverse. Are these throngs merchants? Is this Cairo's bazaar and concourse? Nay, thy strictures bar. It is but simple nature, see, none mean irreverence, though free, unvexed by Europe's grieving doubt, which asks, and can the Father be? Those children of the climes devout, on festival in fane installed, happily ignorant, make glee like orphans in the playground walled. Others the duskiness may find imbued with more than nature's gloom. These, loitering hard by the tomb, alone, and when the days declined, so that the shadow from the stone whereon the angel sat is thrown to distance more, and sigh or sound echoes from place of Mary's moan, or cavern where the cross was found, or mouse stir steals upon the ear from where the soldier reached his spear. Shrink, much like Ludovico erst, within the haunted chamber, thou, less sensitive, yet haply versed in everything above, below, in all but thy deep human heart. Thyself perchance mayst nervous start at thine own fancy's final range, who here wouldst mock, With mystic smart the subtle eld can slight avenge. But gibe on, until there crawl about thee in the scorner's seat reactions, and pride's Smyrna shawl plague-strike the wearer. Ah, retreat! But how of some which still deplore, yet share the doubt? Here evermore 'tis good for such to turn afar from the skull's place, even Golgotha, and view the cedarn dome in sun pierced like the marble Pantheon. No blurring pane, but open sky. In there day peeps, there stars go by, and, in still hours which these illume, heaven's dews drop tears upon the tomb. Nor lack their dreams romance can thrill. In hush when tides and towns are still, Godfrey and Baldwin from their graves, made meetly near the rescued stone, rise, and in arms, with beaming glaives they watch and ward the urn they won. So fancy deals, a light achiever. Imagination, earnest ever, recalls the Friday far away, relives the crucifixion day. The Passion and its sequel proves, sharing the three pale Marys' frame. Through the eclipse with these she moves, back to the house from which they came, to Golgotha. O empty room, O leaden heaviness of doom! O cowering hearts, which sore beset, deem vain the promise now, and yet invoke him who returns no call, and fears for more that may befall. O terror linked with love which cried, Art gone? Is't o'er? And crucified? Who might foretell from such dismay of blank recoilings all the blessed lilies and anthems which attest the floral Easter holiday? End of section 3. Section 4 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the Crusaders. When sighting first the towers afar, which girt the object of the war and votive march, the Saviour's tomb, what made the Red Cross knights so shy? And wherefore did they doff the plume and baldric, kneel in dust, and sigh? Hardly it serves to quote Voltaire, and say they were freebooters, hence, incapable of awe or sense, pathetic. No, for man is heir to complex moods, and in that age belief devout and bandit rage frequent were joined, and e'en to-day at shrines on the Calabrian steep, not insincere while feeling sway, the brigand halts to adore, to weep. Grant then the worst. Is all romance which claims that the Crusader's glance was blurred by tears? But if that round of disillusions which accrue in this our day imply a ground for more concern than Tancred knew, thinking, yet not as in despair, of Christ who suffered for him there upon the crag, then own it true. Cause graver much than his is ours, at least, to check the hilarious heart before these memorable towers. But wherefore this? Such theme why start? Because if here in many a place the rhyme, much like the knight indeed, abjure brave ornament, 'twill plead just reason, and appeal for grace. End of section 4. Section 5 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel. Upon the morrow's early morn, Clarel is up, and seeks the urn. Advancing towards the fane's old arch of entrance, curved in sculptured stone, dim and defaced, he saw thereon, from rural Bethany, the march of Christ into another gate, the golden and triumphal one. Upon palm morn, for porch to shrine on such a site, how fortunate that adaptation of design! Well might it please. He entered then. Strangers were there, of each degree, from Asian shores, with island men, mild guests of the Epiphany, As when to win the paschal joy and Nisan's festal month renew, the Nazarenes to temple drew, even Joseph, Mary, and the boy, whose hand the mothers held. So here to later rites and altars dear, domestic in devotion's flame, husbands with wives and children came. But he, the student, under dome pauses, he stands before the tomb. Through open door he sees the wicks alight within, where 6 and 6 for Christ's apostles, night and day, lamps, olden lamps do burn. In smoke befogged they shed no vivid ray, but heat the cell and seem to choke. He marked, and reverie took flight. These burn not like those aspects bright of starry watchers when they kept vigil at napkined feet and head of him their Lord. Nay, is he fled? Or tranced lies, tranced nor unbewept with Dorian gods? Or, fresh and clear, a charm diffused throughout the sphere, streams in the ray through yonder dome? Not hearsed he is, but hath ghost home dispersed in soil, in sea, in air? False pantheism, false though fair. So he, and slack and aimless went, nor might untwine the ravelment of doubts perplexed. For easement there, halting awhile in pillared shade, a friar he marked, in robe of blue, and round Greek cap of sable hue. Poor men he led, much haste he made, nor sequence kept, but dragged them so hither and thither, to and fro, to random places. Might it be that Clarel, who recoil did hear, shared but that shock of novelty which makes some Protestants unglad first viewing the mysterious cheer in Peter's fane? Beheld he had, in Rome beneath the Lateran wall, the Scala Santa, watched the knees of those ascending devotees, who, absolution so to reap, breathe a low prayer at every step. Nay, 'twas no novelty at all, nor was it that his nature shrunk but for the curtness of the monk. Another influence made swerve, and touched him in profounder nerve. He turned, and passing on enthralled, one a still chapel, and one spake the name. Brief scripture here recalled, the context less obscure may make. 'Tis writ that in a garden's bound our Lord was earned. On that green ground he reappeared, by Mary claimed. The place, or place alleged, is shown, arbors congealed to vaults of stone, the apparition's chapel named. This was the spot where now, in frame hard to depict, the student came, the spot where in the dawning grey his pallor with night's tears bedewed, restored the second Adam stood, not as in Eden stood the first, all ruddy, yet in leaves immersed and twilight of imperfect day, Christ seemed the gardener unto her misjudging, who in womanhood had sought him late in sepulchre embowered, nor found. Here, votive here by the shrine that Clarel won, a wreath shed odours, scarce that cheer warmed some poor Greek's recumbent throne, sore from late journeying far and near to hallowed haunts without the town. So wearied that no more they kneeled, but overnight here laid them down, matrons and children yet unhealed of ache, and each face was a book of disappointment. Why weep'st thou? Whom seek'st? Words which, chanceful now, recalled by Clarel, he applied to these before him, and he took, in way but little modified, part to himself, then stood in dream of all which yet might hap to them. He saw them spent, provided ill, pale, huddled in the pilgrim fleet, back voyaging now to homes afar. Midnight and rising tempests beat, such as St. Paul knew, furious war, to meet which slender is the skill. The lamp that burnt upon the prow in wonted shrine extinct is now, drowned out with heaven's last feeble star. Panic ensues, their course is turned, toward Tyre they drive, Tyre undiscerned. a coast of wrecks which warping bleach on wrecks of piers where eagles screech. How hopeful from their isles serene they sailed, and on such tender quest, then, after toils that came between, they re-embarked, and, though distressed, grieved not, for Zion had been seen, each wearing next the heart for charm some priestly scrip in leaf of palm. But these, these in dawn's pale rain, asleep upon beach Tyrian. Or is it sleep? No, rest, that rest which naught shall ruffle or molest. In gliding turns of dreams which mate, he saw from forth Damascus gate tall Islam in her mahmal go, elected camel, king of all, in mystic housings draped in flow, silk fringed with many a silver ball, worked ciphers in the Koran's car and sultan's cloth. He hears the jar of Janissaries armed, a throng which drum barbaric, shout and gong invest, and camels, robe and shawl, of riders which they bear along, each sheik a pagod in his tower, cross-legged and dusky, therewithal the affluence of the opal hour, curvetting troops of Moslem peers, and flash of scimitars and spears in groves of grass-green pennons fair, like Phrygians' palms in fanning air, wherefrom the crescent silvery soars. Then crowds pell-mell, a concourse wild, convergings from Levantine shores, on foot, on donkeys, litters rare, whole families, twin panniers piled, rich men and beggars, all beguiled to cheerful trust in Allah's care. Allah, toward whose prophets urn and holy city fond they turn, as forth in pilgrimage they fare. But long the way, and when they note, ere yet they pass wide suburbs green, some camp in field nor far remote, inviting, pastoral in scene, some child shall leap and trill in glee, Mecca, 'tis Mecca, mother, see! Then first she thinks upon the waste, whither the Simum maketh haste, where baskets of the white-ribbed dead sift the fine sand, while dim ahead, in long, long line, their way to tell, the bones of camels bleaching dwell, with skeletons but part interred, relics of men which friendless fell, whose own hands in last office scooped over their limbs the sand, but drooped. Worse than the desert of the word, El Tih, the great, the terrible. Ere town and tomb shall greet the eye, many shall fall, nor few shall die, which, punctual at set of sun, spread the worn prayer cloth on the sand, turning them toward the Mecca stone, their shadows ominously thrown oblique against the mummy land. These pass, they fade. What next comes near? The tawny peasants, human wave, which rolls over India year by year. India, the spawning place and grave. The turbaned billow floods the plains, rolling toward Brahma's rarer fanes, his Compostelle or brown Lorette, where sin absolved may grief forget. But numbers, plague-struck, faint and sore, drop livid on the flowery shore, arrested with the locusts' sleep, or pass to muster where no man may peep. That vision waned, and, far afloat, from eras gone he caught the sound of hordes from China's furthest moat, crossing the Himalayan mound, to kneel at shrine or relic so of Buddha, the Mongolian foe, or Indian savior. What profound impulsion makes these tribes to range, stable in time's incessant change? Now first he marks, now awed he heeds the inter-sympathy of creeds, alien or hostile though they seem, exalted thought or groveling dream. The worn Greek matrons mark him there. Ah, young, our lassitude dost share? Home do thy pilgrim reveries stray? Art thou, too, weary of the way? Yes, sympathies of Eve awake, yet do but err, for how might break upon those simple natures true the complex passion? Might they view the apprehension tempest-tossed, the spirit in gulf of dizzying fable lost? End of section 5. Section 6 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tribes and Sects. He turned to go. He turned, but stood, in many notes of varying keys. From shrines like coves in Jordan's wood, hark to the rival liturgies, which, rolling underneath the dome, resound about the patient tomb and penetrate the aisles. The rite of Georgian and Maronite, Armenian and fervid Greek, the Latin organ, and wild clash of cymbals smitten cheek to cheek, which the dark Abyssinian sways. These like to tides together dash, and question of their purport raise. If little of the words he knew, might Clarel's fancy forge a clue? A malediction seemed each strain, himself the mark. O heart profane, O pilgrim infidel, begone, nor hear the sights of faith pollute. Thou who misgivest we enthrone a god untrue, in myth absurd, as monstrous figments blabbed of Jove, or, worse, rank lies of Islam's herd. We know thee, thou there standing mute. Out, out, begone. Try nature's reign, who deem'st the supernature vain. To Lot's wave by black Kedron rove, on, by Mount Seir, through Edom move. There crouch thee with the jackal down, crave solace of the scorpion. 'Twas fancy, troubled fancy, weaved those imputations half believed. The porch he neared, the chorus swelled, he went forth like a thing expelled. Yet, going, he could but recall the wrangles here which oft befall, contentions for each holy place, and jealousies how far from grace. O bickering family bereft, was feud the heritage he left? End of section 6. Section 7 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beyond the walls, in street at hand, a silence reigns, which nature's hush of loneness feigns. Few casements, few, and latticed deep, high raised above the head below, that none might listen, pry, or peep, or any hint or inkling know of that strange innocence or sin which locked itself so close within. The doors, recessed in massy walls, and far apart, as dingy were as Bastile gates, no shape astir, except at whiles a shadow falls athwart the way, and key in hand, noiseless applies it, enters so and vanishes. By dry airs fanned, the languid hyssop waveth slow, dusty, on stones by ruin rent. 'Twould seem indeed the accomplishment whereof the greater prophet tells, in truth's forecasting canticles, where voice of bridegroom, groom, and bride is hushed. Each silent wall and lane, the city's towers in barren pride, which still a stifling air detain, so irked him, with his burden fraught, timely the Jaffa gate he sought. Thence issued, and at venture went, along a vague and houseless road, save narrow houses where abode the Turk in man's last tenement unearthed. But them he heeded not, such trance his reveries begot. Christ lived a Jew, and in Judea may linger any breath of him? If nay, yet surely it is here one best may learn if all be dim. Sudden it came in random play, here to Emmaus is the way, and Luke's narration straight recurred, how the two falterers' hearts were stirred, meeting the arisen, then unknown, and listening to his lucid word, as here in place they travelled on. That scene in Clarel's temper bred a novel sympathy, which said, I too, could I but meet some stranger of a lore replete, who, marking how my looks betray the dumb thoughts clogging here my feet, would question me, expound and prove, and make my heart to burn with love, Emmaus were no dream today. He lifts his eyes, and, outlined there, saw, as in answer to the prayer, a man who silent came and slow, just over the intervening brow of nigh a slope, nearer he drew, revealed against clear skies of blue, and, in that Syrian air of charm, he seemed, illusion such was given, emerging from the level heaven, and vested with its liquid calm, scarce aged like time's wrinkled suns, but touched by chastenings of eld, which halloweth life's simpler ones. In wasted strength he seemed upheld, and visibly by faith serene, Paul's evidence of things not seen. No staff he carried, but one hand a solitary book retained. Meeting the students, his mild eyes fair greeting gave, in faint surprise, but, noting that untranquil face, concern and anxiousness found place beyond the occasion and surmise. Young friend in Christ, what thoughts molest, that here ye droop so? Wanderest, without a guide where guide should be? Receive one, friend, the book, take ye. From man to book in startled way the youth his eyes bent. Book how grey and weather-stained in woeful plight, much like that scroll left bare to blight, which poet pale, when hope was low, bade one who into Libya went, fling to the wasteful element, yes, leave it there, let wither so. Ere Clarel ventured on reply, anew the stranger proffered it, and in such mode he might espy it was the page of Holy Writ. Then unto him drew Clarel nigher, Thou art? The sinner Nehemiah. End of section 7. Section 8 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Votary. Sinner, so spake the saint, a man long tarrying in Jewry's court. With him the faith so well could sort, his home he'd left, nor turned again. His home by Narragansett's marge, giving those years on death which verge fondly to that enthusiast part, oft coming of a stricken heart unselfish, which finds solace so, though none in sooth might hope to know, and few surmise his forepast bane. Such needs have been, since seldom yet lone liver was, or wanderer met, except he closeted some pain or memory thereof, but thence, maybe, was given him deeper sense of all that travail life can lend, which man may scarce articulate better than herds which share. What end? How hope? Turn whither? Where was gate for expectation save the one of beryl, pointed by St. John? That gate would open, yea, and Christ thence issue, come unto his own, and earth be re-imparadised. Passages, presages he knew, Zion restore, convert the Jew, reseat him here, the waste bedew. Then Christ returneth, so it ran. No founded mission chartered him, single in person as in plan. Absorbed he ranged, in method dim, a flitting tract dispensing man. Tracts in each text scribe ever proved, in east which he of Tarsus roved. Though well such heart might sainthood claim, unjust alloy to reverence came. In Smyrna's mart, sojourning there, waiting a ship for Joppa's stair, pestered he passed through Gentile throngs, teased by an eddying urchin host, his tracts all fluttering, like tongues, the fireflakes of the Pentecost. Deep read he was in seers devout, the which forecast Christ's second prime, and on his slate would cipher out the mystic days and dates sublime, and, time and times and half a time, expound he could, and more reveal, yet frequent would he feebly steal close to one side, asking, in way of weary age, the hour of day. But how he lived, and what his fare, ravens and angels, few beside, dreamed or divined. His garments spare, true marvel seemed, nor unallied to clothes worn by that wandering band, which ranged and ranged the desert sand with Moses, and for 40 years, which 20 times reclad the spheres in green, and plumed the birds anew. One vesture wore. From home he brought the garb which still met sun and dew, ashen in shade, by rustics wrought. Latin, Armenian, Greek, and Jew, full well the harmless vagrant kenned. The small meek face, the habit grey, in him they owned our human clay. The Turk went further, let him wend, him Allah cares for, Holy One. A Santon held him, and was none bigot enough scorn's shaft to send. For, say what cynic will or can, man sinless is revered by man, through all the forms which creeds may lend. And so, secure nor pointed at, among brave turbans freely roamed the hat. End of section 8. Section 9 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Saint and Student. Nay, take it, friend in Christ, and held the book in proffer new, the while his absent eyes of dreamy eld some floating vision did beguile, of heaven perchance the wafted hem, as if in place of earthly white a haze of spirits met his sight, and Clarel were but one of them. Consult it, heart, wayfarer you, and this a friendly guide, the best. No ground there is that faith would view, but here 'tis rendered with the rest. The way to fields of Beulah dear, and New Jerusalem is here. I know that guide, said Clarel, yes, and mused awhile in bitterness, then turned and studied him again, doubting and marvelling. A strain of trouble seemed the elder brow. A pilgrim art thou? Pilgrim thou? Words simple, which in Clarel bred more than the simple saint divined, and, thinking of vocation fled, himself he asked, or do I rave? Or have I left now far behind the student of the sacred lore? Direct he then this answer gave, I am a traveller, no more. Come then with me, in peace we'll go. These ways of Salem well I know. Me let be guide, whose guide is this, and held the book in witness so, as 'twere a guide that could not miss. Heart, come with me. All times I roam, yea, everywhere my work I ply, in Salem's lanes, or down in gloom of narrow glens which outer lie. Ever I find some passer-by. But thee I'm sent to, share and rove, with me divide the scrip of love. Despite the old man's shattered ray, won by his mystic saintly way, revering too his primal faith, and grateful for the human claim, and deeming he must know each path, and help him so in languid frame, the student gave assent, and caught dim solacement to previous thought. End of section 9. Section 10 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rambles. Days fleet. They rove the storied ground. tread many a sight that rues the ban, where serial wrecks on wrecks confound era and monument and man, or rather, in stratifying way, bed and impact and overlay. The Hospitallers' cloisters shamed crumble in ruin unreclaimed on shivered Fatimite palaces, reared upon crash of Herod's sway, in turn built on the Maccabees, and on King David's glory they, and David on antiquities of Jebusites and Ornan's floor, and hunters' camps of ages long before. So Glenroy's tiers of beaches be, abandoned margins of the glacial sea. Amid that waste from joy debarred, how few the islets fresh and green, yet on Moriah tree and sward in Allah's courts park-like were seen from roof near by, below fierce ward being kept by Mauritanian guard of bigot blacks. But of the reign of Christ did no memento live, save soil and ruin, negative seem yielded in that crumbling fane. Erst gem to Baldwin's sacred fief, the chapel of our Dame of Grief, but hard by Ophel's winding base, well watered by the runnel led, a spot they found, not lacking grace, named Garden of King Solomon, though now a cauliflower bed, to serve the kitchens of the town. One day as here they came from far, the saint repeated with low breath, Adonijah, Adonijah, the stumbling stone of Zoheleth. He wanders, Clarel thought, but no, for text and chapter did he show, narrating how the prince in glade this very one the banquet made, the plotter's banquet, long ago, even by the stone named Zoheleth, but startled by the trump that blew, proclaiming Solomon, pale grew with all his guests. From lower Glen they slanted up the steep, and there attained a higher terraced den, or small and silent field, quite bare. The mentor breathed, "Come early here, a sign thou'lt see." Clarel drew near. "What sign?" he asked, whereto with sighs, "Abashed by morning's holy eyes, this field will crimson, and for shame." Struck by his fantasy and frame, Clarel regarded him for time, then noted that dull reddish soil, and caught sight of a thing of grime, whose aspect made him to recoil. A rotting charnel house forlorn, midway unearthed, caved in and torn, and Clarel knew one scarce might err. The field of blood, the bad Aceldama. By Olivet in waning day the saint in fond illusion went, dream mixed with legend and event, and as with reminiscence fraught, narrated in his rambling way how here at eve was Christ's resort, the last low sheep bell tinkling lone, Christ and the dear disciple John. Oft by the golden gate that looks on Shave down, and far across toward Bethany's secluded nooks, that gate which sculptures rare emboss in arches twin, the same where rode Christ entering with secret load, same gate, or on or near the site, when palms were spread to left and right before him, and with sweet acclaim were waved by damsels under sway of trees wherefrom those branches came. Over and under palms he went unto that crown how different. The port walled up by Moslem hands, in dread of that predicted day, when pealing hymns, armed Christian bands, so Islam seers despondent vouch, shall storm it, wreathed in Mary's May. By that sealed gate, in languor's slouch, how listless in the golden day. Clarel the mentor frequent heard the time for Christ's return allot, a dream, and like a dream it blurred the sense, faded, and was forgot. moved by some mystic impulse far from motive known or regular. The saint would thus his lore unfold, though inconclusive, yes, half told the theme he'd leave, then nod, droop, doze, start up and prattle, sigh, and close. End of section 10. Section 11 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lower Gihon. Well for the student might it last, this dreamful frame which Lethe bred. Events obtruded, and it passed. For on a time the twain were led from Gihon's upper pool and glade down to the deeper gulf. They strayed along by many silent cells cut in the rock, void citadels of death. In porch of one was seen a mat of tender turf, faint green, and quiet standing on that sward a stranger whom they overheard low murmuring, equivocal, "Woost thou the weary to thee? Tell, thou tomb, so winsome in thy grace, to me no reassuring place." He saw them not, and they, to shun disturbing him, passed, and anon met 3 demoniacs, sad 3, ranging those wasteful limits o'er, as in old time. That look they wore, which in the moody man bids flee. 'Tis, "What have I to do with thee?" 2 shunned approach, but one did sit, lost in some reminiscence sore of private wrong outrageous. He, as at the larger orb of it, looming through mists of mind, would bound, or cease to pour upon the ground as late, and so be inly riven by arrows of indignant pain. Convulsed in face, he glared at heaven, then lapsed in sullenness again. Dire thoughts the pilgrim's mind beset, and did Christ come, in such a scene, encounter the poor Gadarene long centuries ago? And yet, behold, but here came in review, though of their nearness unaware, the stranger, downward wending there, who, marking Clarel, instant knew, at least so might his start declare, a brother that he well might own in tie of spirit. Young he was, with crescent forehead, but alas, of frame misshaped. Word spake he none, but vaguely hovered, as may one not first who would accost, but deep under reserve the wish may keep. Ere Clarel, here embarrassed grown, made recognition, the unknown compressed his lips, turned, and was gone. Mutely for moment face met face, but more perchance between the two was interchanged than e'en may pass in many a worded interview. The student in his heart confessed a novel sympathy impressed, and late remissness to retrieve fain the encounter would renew. And yet, if oft one's resolution be overruled by constitution, herein his heart he might deceive. Ere long, retracing higher road, Clarel with Nehemiah stood by David's tower, without the wall, where black the embattled shadows fall at morn over Hinnom. Groups were there, come out to take the evening air, watching a young Lord Turk in pride, with fez and sash as red as coral, and on a steed whose well-groomed hide was all one burnished burning sorrel, scaled a lit slope, then veering wide, rushed down into the gloomful gorge, the steel hoof showering sparks as from a forge. Even Nehemiah, in senile tone of dreamy interest, was one that shooting star to gaze upon. But rallying, he bent his glance toward the opposing eminence, and turning, "Seest thou not," he said, "as sinks the sun beyond this glen of Moloch, how clouds intervene and hood the brightness that was shed? But yet few hours, and he will rise in better place, and beauty get. Yea, friend in Christ, in morning skies return he will over Olivet, and we shall greet him. Say ye so? Betimes then will we up and go. Farewell. At early dawn await Christ's bondman old at Stephen's gate. End of section 11. Section 12 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Celio. But ere they meet in place assigned, it needs, to make the sequel clear, a crossing thread be first entwined. Within the Terra Santa's wall, a prefix dropped, the Latins here, so the Franciscan convent call, commended to the warden's care, the mitred father warden there, by missives from a cardinal. It chanced an unaccompanied youth, by birth a Roman, shelter found. In casual contact, daily round, mixed interest the stranger won. Each friar, the humblest, could but own his punctual courtesy, in sooth, though this still guarded a reserve, which, not offending, part estranged. Sights and places all he ranged, unwearied, but would ever swerve from escort such as here finds place, or cord-girt guide, or chamberlain, marshal in oriental town, by gilt-globed staff or office known, sword by his side, in golden lace, tall herald making clear the van. But what most irked each tonsured man, distrust begat, concern of heart, was this: though the young man took part in chapel service, 'twas as guest who but conformed. He showed no zest of faith within, faith personal. Ere long the warden, kindly all, said inly with himself, "Poor boy, enough hast thou of life annoy. Let be reproach, tied up in knot of body by the fleshly withes, needs must it be the spirit writhes and takes a warp. But Christ will blot some records in the end, and own, so far as in by out is shown. Not idle was the monk's conceit, fair head was set on crook and lump, Absalom's locks but Aesop's hump. Deep in the grave eye's last retreat, one read through guarding faint of pride, quick sense of all the ills that gride in one contorted so. But here, more to disclose in bearing chief, more than to monks might well appear, there needs some running mention brief. Fain had his brethren have him grace some civic honourable place, and interest was theirs to win ample preferment. He as kin was loved, if but ill understood. At heart they had his worldly good, but he postponed, and went his way unpledged, unhampered, so that still, leading a studious life at will, and prompted by an earnest mind, scarce might he shun the fevered sway of focused question in our day. Overmuch he shared, but in that kind which marks the Italian turn of thought, when, counting Rome's tradition not, the mind is coy to own the rule of sect replacing sect or school. At sea, in brig which swings no boat, to founder is to sink. On day when from St. Peter's balcony the raised pontific fingers bless the city and the world, the stress he knew of fate. Blessest thou me, one wave here on this heaving sea of heads? How may a blessing be? Luckless, from action's thrill removed, and all that yields our nature room, in courts a jest, and, harder doom, never the hunchback may be loved, never. For Beatrice, Bice, oh, diminutive once sweet, made now all otherwise. Didst thou but fool? Arch practice in precocious school? Nay, Rather 'twas ere thou didst bud into thy riper womanhood. Since love, arms, courts abjure, why then remaineth to me what? The pen? Dead feather of eternal life, nor efficacious much, save when it makes some fallacy more rife. My kin, I blame them not at heart, would have me act some routine part, subserving family, and dreams alien to me, elusive schemes. This world clean fails me, still I yearn. Me then it surely does concern some other world to find, but where? In creed? I do not find it there. That said, and is the emprise o'er? Negation, is there nothing more? This side the dark and hollow bound, lies there no unexplored rich ground? Some other world, well, there's the new. Ah, joyless and ironic too. They vouch that virgin spheres assigned seat for man's recreated kind. Last hope and proffer, they protest, brave things, sun rising in the west, and bearded centuries but gone for ushers to the beardless one. Nay, nay, your future's too sublime. The past is half of time, the proven half. Thou Pantheon old, 2,000 years have round thee rolled. Yet thou, in Rome, thou bidst me seek wisdom in something more antique than thou thyself. Turn then, what seer, the senior of this Latian one, speaks from the ground, transported here in eastern soil, far buried down, for consecration and a grace enlocking Santa Croce's base. Lies earth of Jewry, which of yore the homeward bound Crusaders bore in fleet from Jaffa. Trajan's hall, that huge ellipse imperial, was built by Jews, and Titus' arch transmits their conqueror in march of trophies which those peers adorn. There yet, for an historic plea, in heathen triumph's harlotry, the seven-branched candlestick is born. What then? Though all be whim of mine, yet by these monuments I'm schooled, arrested, strangely overruled. Methinks I catch a beckoning sign, a summons as from Palestine. Yea, let me view that pontiff land, whose sway a cult can so command, make even papal Rome to be her appanage or colony. Is Judah's mummy quite unrolled, to pluck the talisman from fold? But who may well indeed forecast the novel influence of scenes remote from his habitual past? The unexpected supervenes, which Celio proved. 'Neath Zion's lee his nature, with that nature blent, evoked an upstart element, as do the acid and the alkali. End of section 12. Section 13 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Arch. Blue lights sent up by ship forlorn are answered oft but by the glare of rockets from another, torn in the same gale's inclusive snare. 'Twas then when Celio was lanced by novel doubt, the encounter chanced in Gihon, as recited late, and at a time when Clarel, too, on his part, felt the grievous weight of those demoniacs in view. So that when Celio advanced, no wonder that the meeting eyes betrayed reciprocal surmise and interest. 'Twas thereupon the Italian, as the eve drew on, regained the gate, and hurried in as he would passionately win surcease to thought by rapid pace. Eastward he bent, across the town, till in the Via Crucius lone an object there arrested him. With gallery which years deface, its bulk athwart the alley grim, the arch named Ecce Homo threw. the same, if childlike faith be true, from which the Lamb of God was shown by Pilate to the wolfish crew. And Celio, in frame how prone to kindle at that scene recalled, perturbed he stood, and heart enthralled. No raptures which with saints prevail, nor trouble of compunction born, he felt, as there he seemed to scan, aloft in spectral guise, the pale, still face, the purple robe, and thorn, and inly cried, "Behold the man! Yon man it is this burden lays, even he who in the pastoral hours, abroad in fields, and cheered by flowers, announced a heaven's unclouded days, and, with such persuasive lips, those lips now sealed while doom delays, won men to look for solace there, but, crying out in death's eclipse, when rainbow none his eyes might see, enlarged the margin for despair. My God, forsakest me. Upbraider, we upbraid again. Thee we upbraid. Our pangs constrain pathos itself to cruelty. Ere yet thy day no pledge was given of homes and mansions in the heaven, paternal homes reserved for us. Heart hoped it not, but lived content, content with life's own discontent, nor deemed that fate e'er swerved for us. The natural law men let prevail, then reason disallowed the state of instinct's variance with fate. But thou, see, in wrack how pale, who did the world with throes convulse, behold him, yea, behold the man who warranted, if not began, the dream that drags out its repulse. Nor less some cannot break from thee, thy love so locked is with thy lore, they may not rend them and go free. The head rejects, so much the more the heart embraces. What? The love? If true what priests avouch of thee, the shark thou madest, yet claim'st the dove. Nature and thee in vain we search, well urged the Jews within the porch. How long wilt make us still to doubt? How long? 'Tis 18 cycles now, enigma and evasion grow, and shall we never find thee out? What isolation loans thy state, that all we else know cannot mate with what thou teachest? Nearing thee, all footing fails us. History shows there a gulf where bridge is none. In lapse of unrecorded time, just after the apostles' prime, what chance or craft might break it down? Served this a purpose? By what art of conjuration might the heart of heavenly love, so sweet, so good, corrupt into the creed's malign, begetting strife's pernicious brood, which claimed for patron thee divine? Anew, for this thou bleedest, anguished face, yea, thou through ages to accrue, shalt the Medusa shield replace. In beauty and in terror too shalt paralyze the nobler race. Smite or suspend, perplex, deter, tortured shalt prove a torturer. Whatever ribald future be, thee shall these heed, amaze their hearts with thee, thy white, thy red, thy fairness, and thy tragedy. He turned, uptorn in inmost frame, nor weened he went the way he came, till meeting two there, nor in calm, a monk and layman, one in creed, the last with novice ardour warm, newcomer, and devout indeed, to whom the other was the guide, and showed the places. Here, he cried, at pause before a wayside stone, thou mark'st the spot where that bad Jew his churlish taunt at Jesus threw, bowed under cross with stifled moan. Caitiff, which for that cruel wrong thenceforth till doomsday drives along. Starting, as here he made review, Celio winced. Am I the Jew? Without delay, afresh he turns, descending by the way of thorns, winning the proto-martyr's gate, and goes out down Jehoshaphat. Beside him slid the shadows flung by evening from the tombstones tall upon the bank far sloping from the wall. Scarce did he heed, or did but slight, the admonishment the warder rung, that with the setting of the sun, now getting low and all but run, the gate would close, and for the night. End of section 13. Section 14 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the Glen. If Savonarola's zeal devout but with the faggot's flame died out, if Leopardi, stoned by grief, a young Saint Stephen of the doubt, might merit well the martyr's leaf. In these if passion held her claim, let Celio pass, of breed the same, nor ask from him, not found in them, the Attic calm or Saxon phlegm. Night glooming now and valley dead, the Italian turned, regained the gate, but found it closed, the warder fled. And strange hush of an eastern town, where life retreats with set of sun, before the riveted, clamped wood, alone in outer dark he stood. A symbol is it? Be it so. Harbour remains, I'll thither go. A point there is where Kedron's shore, narrowing, deepening, steepening more, shrinks to an adamantine pass, flanked by 3 tombs, from base to head hewn from the cliff in cubic mass, one quite cut off and islanded, and one presents in Petra row pillars in hanging portico or balcony, here looking down vacantly on the vacant glen. A place how dead, hard by a town. 'Twas here that Celio made his den, where erst, as by tradition held, St. James from hunters lay concealed, Levites and bigots of the thong. Hour after hour slowly dragged along. The glen's wall, with night round about, blended as clouds with cloud-rack may. But lo, as when off Tamura the splash of north lights on the sea crimsons the bergs, so here start out some crags aloft how vividly. A pace he won less narrow-bound. From the high gate, behold, a stream of torches, lava-like it wound out from the city locked in dream, and red adown the valley flowed. Was it his friends the friars? From height meet rescue bringing in that light to one benighted? Yes, they showed a file of monks, but how? Their wicks invest a shrouded crucifix, and each with flambeau held in hand, cramped laymen mingle with the band of cord-girt gowns. He looks again. Yes, 'tis the Terra Santa's train. Nearer they come. The warden goes, and other faces Celio knows. Upon an office these are bound, consolatory, which may stem the affliction or relieve the wound of those which mute accompany them in mourner's garb. Aside he shrunk until had passed the rearmost monk. Then, cloaked, he followed them in glade where fell the shadow deeper made. Kedron they cross, much so might move, if legend hold, which none may prove, the remnant of the 12 which bore down through this glen in funeral plight the mother of our Lord by night to Sepulchre. Nay, just before her tomb alleged, the monks and they which mourn pause and uplift a lay, then rise, pass on, and bow the knee in dust beside Gethsemane. One named the bitter cup, and said, Saviour, thou knowest, it was here the angels ministered, thy head supported, kissed thy lidded eyes, and pale swooned cheek till thou didst rise. Help these then, unto these come near. Out sobbed the mourners, and the tear from Celio trickled, but he mused, weak am I, by a myth abused. Up Olivet the torchlight train filed slowly, yielding tribute strain at every sacred place they won, nor tarried long, but journeyed on to Bethany. Through stony lane went down into the narrow house or void cave named from Lazarus. The flambeaux redden the dark wall, their shadows on that redness fall. To make the attestation rife, the resurrection and the life, through him the Lord of miracle. The warden from the page doth bruit the story of the man that died and lived again, bound hand and foot with grave clothes, rose, electrified. Whom then they loosed, let go, even he whom many people came to see, the village hinds and farmhouse maids, afterward at the supper given to Jesus in the balmy even, who raised him vital from the shades. The lesson over, well they sang, O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? It rang and ceased, and from the outward cave these tones were heard. But died he twice? He comes not back from paradise or Hades now. A vacant tomb by Golgotha they show, a cell, a void cell here. And is it well? Razor and raised divide one doom, both vanished now. No thrills forewarn of fish that leaps from midnight tarn. The very wave from which it springs is startled and recoils in rings. So here with Celio and the word which from his own rash lips he heard. He, hastening forth now all unseen, recrossed the mountain and ravine, nor paused till on a mound he sate, biding St. Stephen's opening gate. Ere long in gently fanning flaws, an odoriferous balmy air foreruns the morning, then withdraws, or, westward heralding, roves there. The startled east a tremor knows, flushes, anon superb appears in state of housings, shawls, and spears, such as the Sultan's vanguard shows. Preceded thus, in pomp the sun august from Persia draweth on, waited by groups upon the wall of Judah's upland capital. End of section 14. Section 15 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the minaret. Lo, shoot the spikes above the hill. Now expectation grows and grows, yet vain the pageant, idle still, when one would get at nature's will, to be put off by purfled shows. He breaks. Behold, thou orb supreme, 'tis Olivet which thou ascendest, the hill and legendary chapel. Yet how indifferent thy beam! Awe nor reverence pretendest, dome and summit dost but dapple with gliding touch a tingling gleam. Knowest thou the Christ? Believest in the dream? 'Twas Celio, seated there, as late, upon the mound, but now the gate, flung open, welcomes in the day, and lets out Clarel with the guide. These from the wall had hailed the ray, and Celio heard them there aside, and turning, rose. Was it to greet? But ere they might accost or meet, from minaret in grounds hard by of Omar, the muezzin's cry. Tardy, for Mustafa was old, and age a laggard is, was rolled, announcing Islam's early hour of orison. Along the walls and that deep gulf over which these tower, far down toward Rogel, hark, it calls. Can Siloa hear it, yet her wave so listless lap the hollow cave? Is Zion deaf? But, promptly still, each turban at that summons shrill, which should have called ere perfect light, bowed, hands on chest or arms upright, while over all those fields of loss, where now the crescent rides the cross, sole at the marble masthead stands the Islam herald, his 2 hands upon the rail, and sightless eyes turned upward reverent toward the skies. And none who share not this defect the rules to function here elect, since, raised upon the lifted perch, what leave for prying eyes to search into the privacies that lurk in courts domestic of the Turk, whose tenements in every town guard well against the street alone. But what's evoked in Clarel's mien, what look, responsive look, is seen in Celio, as together there they pause? Can these a climax share? Mutual in approach may glide minds which from poles adverse have come, belief and unbelief, may doom of doubt make such to coincide. Upon one frontier brought to dwell, arrested by the Eason high, in summons as from out the sky, to matins of the infidel? The god alleged, here in abode, ignored with such impunity, scarce true is writ a jealous god. Think ye such thoughts? If so it be, yet these may eyes transmit and give? Mere eyes? So quick, so sensitive? Howbeit Celio knew his mate, again, as down in Gihon late, he hovered with his overture, an overture that scorned debate. But inexperienced, shy, unsure, challenged abrupt, or yea or nay, again did Clarel hesitate, when quick the proud one with a look which might recoil of heart betray, and which the other scarce might brook in recollection, turned away. Ah, student, ill thy sort have sped, the instant proffer, it is fled. When, some days after, for redress, repentant Clarel sought access, he learned the name, with this alone, from convent Celio was gone, nor knew they whither. Here in press to Clarel came a dreamy token. What speck is that so far away that wanes and wanes in waxing day? Is it the sail ye fain had spoken last night when surges parted ye? But on, it is a boundless sea. End of section 15. Section 16 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wall of Wail. Beneath the toppled ruins old, in series from Moriah rolled, slips Kedron furtive? Underground, peasants avouch they hear the sound. In aisled lagunes and watery halls under the temple, silent sleep what memories elder, far and deep, what ducts and chambered wells and walls. And many deep substructions be, which so with doubt and gloom agree. To question one is borne along. Based thee the right? Subserved the wrong? 'Twas by an all-forgotten way, whose mouth an outer glen forbid, by heaps of rubbish long lay hid, cloaca of remotest day. 'Twas by that unsuspected vault, with outlet in mid-city lone, a spot with ruin all bestrown, the peasants in sedition late captured Jerusalem in strait, took it by underground assault. Go wander, and within the walls, among the glades of cactus trees, where no life harbors, peers, or calls, wild solitudes like shoals in seas unsailed, or list at still sundown, list to the hand-mills as they drone, domestic hand-mills in the court, and groups there in the dear resort, mild matron pensive by her son, the little prattler at her knee. Under such scenes abysses be, dark quarries where few care to pry, whence came those many cities high, great capitals successive reared, and which successive disappeared on this same site, to powder ground, dispersed their dust blows round and round. No shallow gloss may much avail when these or kindred thoughts assail, which Clarel proved, the more he went a rover in their element. For, trusting still that in some place where pilgrims linger he anew the missing stranger yet would face and speak with, never he withdrew his wandering feet. In aimless sort, passing across the town amort, they came where camped in corner waste some Edomites were at repast, sojourners mere, and of a day, dark-hued, nor unlike birds of prey which on the stones of Tyre alight. While Clarel fed upon that sight, the saint repeating in his ear meet text applying to the scene, as liberated from ravine, voices in choral note they hear, and, strange as lilies in morass, at the same moment, lo, appear emerging from a stony pass, a lane low vaulted and unclean, damsels in linen robes, heads bare, enlinked with matrons pacing there, and elders grey, the maids with book, companions would one page o'erlook, and vocal thus they wound along, no glad procession, spite the song. For truth to own, so downcast they, at least the men, in sordid dress and double file, the slim array, but for the maidens' gentleness, and voices which so bird-like sang, had seemed much like a coffle gang. But Nehemiah a key supplied. Alas, poor misled Jews, he sighed, ye do but dirge among your dead. The Hebrew quarter here we tread, and this is Friday, wailing day. These to the temple wend their way, and shall we follow? Doing so, they came upon a sunken yard obscure, where dust and rubbish blow. Felonious place, and quite debarred from common travel. On one side a blind wall rose, stable and great, massed up immense, and Ararat, founded on bevelled blocks how wide, reputed each a stone august of Solomon's fane, else fallen to dust, but now adopted for the wall to Islam's courts. There, lord of all, the Turk permits the tribes to creep abject in rear of these dumb stones, to lean or kneel, lament and weep. Sad mendicants shut out from gate inexorable, sighs and groans, to be restored, we wait, long wait. They call to count their pristine state on this same ground, the lifted rows of peristyles, the porticos, crown upon crown, where Levite trains in chimes of many a silver bell, daintily small as pearls in chain, hemming their mantles musical, passed in procession up and down, viewing the belt of guarding heights, and march of shadows there, and flights of pigeon pets, and palm leaves blown, or heard the silver trumpets call, the priestly trumps to festival. So happy they, such Judah's prime, but we, the remnant, lo, we pale, cast from the temple, here we wail, yea, perish ere comes Shiloh's time. Hard by that joyless crew which leant with brows against the adamant, sad buttresses thereto, hard by, the student marks the black Jew bowed. His voice he hears amid the crowd which supplicates stern Shaddai. And earnest, too, he seeth there one scarcely Hebrew in his dress, rural, and hard cheeks' swarthiness, with nothing of an Eastern air. His eyes met Clarel's unremoved. In end a countryman he proved, a strange apostate. On the twain contrasted so, the white, the black, man's earliest breed and latest strain. Behind the master Moslem's back, skulking, and in great Moses' track, gazed Clarel with the wonderment of wight who feels the earth upheave beneath him, and learns, ill content, that terra firma can deceive. When now those Friday wails were done, Nehemiah, sidling with his book, unto a lorn decrepit one, proffered a tract. 'Tis Hebrew, look, zealous he urged, it points the way, sole way, dear heart, whereby ye may rebuild the temple. Answer none gat he from Isaac's pauper son, who, turning, part as in disdain, crept toward his squalid home. Again enwrapt stood Clarel, lost awhile. Yon Jew has faith. Can faith be vain? But is it faith? Aye, faith's the word. What else? Faith then can thus beguile her faithfullest. Hard, that is hard. So doubts invaded, found him out. He strove with them, but they proved stout, nor would they down, but turn regard. Among the maids those rites detained, one he perceived, as it befell, whose air expressed such truth unfeigned, and harmonies inlinked, which dwell in pledges born of record pure. She looked a legate to ensure that paradise is possible, now as hereafter. 'Twas the grace of nature's dawn, an Eve-like face and Nereid eyes with virgin spell, candid as day, yet baffling quite like day through unreserve of light. A dove she seemed, a temple dove, born in the temple or its grove, and nurtured there. But deeper viewed, what was it that looked part amiss, a bit impaired? What lack of peace? Enforced suppression of a mood, regret with yearning intertwined, and secret protest of a virgin mind. Hebrew the profile, every line, but as in haven fringed with palm, which Indian reefs embay from harm, belulled as in the vase the wine. Red budded corals in remove peep coy through quietudes above, so through clear olive of the skin and features finely hagarine, its way a telltale flush did win, a tint which unto Israel's sand blabbed of the June in some far clover land. Anon by chance the damsel's eye fell on Nehemiah, and the look a friendly recognition spoke, returned in kind. When by and by the groups break up and homeward bent, then, nor unnoted by the youth, that maiden with the apostate went, whose voice paternal called her, "Ruth!" "Tell, friend," said Clarel eagerly, as from the Wall of Wail they passed, "father and daughter? Who may be that strange pervert?" No willing haste the mentor showed, awhile he fed on anxious thoughts. Then grievingly the story gave, a tangled thread, which, cleared from snarl and ordered so, follows transferred, with interflow of much Nehemiah scarce might add. End of section 16. Section 17 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Nathan had sprung from worthy stock, austere, ascetical, but free, which hewed their way from sea-beat rock wherever woods and winter be. The pilgrim keel in storm and stress had erred, and on a wilderness. But shall the children all be schooled by hap which their forefathers ruled? Those primal settlers put in train new emigrants which inland bore. From these too emigrants again westward pressed further, more bred more, at each remove a goodlier wain, a heart more large, an ampler shore, with legacies of farms behind, until in years the wagons wind through parks and pastures of the sun, warm plains as of Esdraelon. 'Tis nature in her best benign. Wild in symmetry of mould, with freckles on her tawny gold, the lily alone looks pantherine. The libbered lily never broods the gloom here of grim hemlock woods, breeding the witchcraft spell malign, but groves like isles in Grecian seas, those dotting isles, the Sporades. But who the gracious charm may tell, long rollings of the vast serene, the prairie in her swimming swell of undulation, Such glad scene was won by venturers from far, born under that severer star the landing patriarchs knew. In fine, to Illinois, a turf divine of promise, how auspicious spread, ere yet the cities rose thereon. From Sacco's mountain wilds were led the sire of Nathan, wife and son, life's lot to temper so, and shun mountains whose camp withdrawn was set above one vale he would forget. After some years their tale had told, he rested, lay forever stilled with sachems and mound-builders old. The son was grown, the farm he tilled, a stripling, but of manful ways, hardy and frugal. Oft he filled the widow's eyes with tears of praise. An only child, with her he kept, for her sake part, the Christian way, though frequent in his bosom crept precocious doubt unbid. The sway he felt of his grave life, and power of vast space, from the log-house door daily beheld. 3 Indian mounds against the horizon's level bounds dim showed across the prairie green, like dwarfed and blunted mimic shapes of pyramids at distance seen from the broad delta's planted capes of vernal grain. In nearer view with trees he saw them crowned, which drew from the red sagamores of eld entombed within the vital gum which green kept each mausoleum. Hard by, as chanced, he once beheld bones like sea corals, one bleached skull, a vase vined round and beautiful with flowers, felt with bated breath the floral revelry over death. And other sights his heart had thrilled. Lambs had he known by thunder killed, innocence, and the type of Christ betrayed. Had not such things sufficed to touch the young pure heart with awe, memory's mint could move him more. In prairie twilight, summer's own, the last cow milked, and he alone, in barnyard dreamy by the fence, contrasted, came a scene immense, the great white hills, mount flanked by mount, the Saco and Amonoosuc's fount, where, in September's equinox, nature hath put such terror on, that from his mother man would run, our mother, earth. The founded rocks unstable prove, the slide, the slide! Again he saw the mountain side sliced open. Yet again he stood under its shadow, on the spot, now waste, but once a cultured plot, though far from village neighborhood, where, nor by sexton hearsed at even, somewhere his uncle slept. No mound, since not a trace of him was found. So whelmed the havoc from the heaven. This reminiscence of dismay, these thoughts unhinged him. On a day, waiting for monthly grist at mill in settlement some miles away, it chanced upon the window-sill a dusty book he spied, whose coat, like the Scotch miller's powdered twill, the mealy owner might denote. Called off from reading, unaware the miller e'en had left it there. A book all but forsaken now, for more advanced ones not so frank, nor less in vogue and taking rank, and yet it never shall outgrow that infamy it first incurred, though, viewed in light which moderns know, capricious infamy absurd. The blunt, straightforward Saxon tone, workaday language, even his own, the sturdy thought, not deep but clear, the hearty unbelief sincere, arrested him much like a hand clapped on the shoulder. Here he found, body to doubt, rough standing ground. After some pages brief were scanned, "Wilt loan me this?" he anxious said. The shrewd Scot turned his square, strong head. The book he saw, in troubled trim, fearing for Nathan, even him so young, and for the mill, may be, should his unspoken heresy get bruited so. The lad but part might penetrate that senior heart. Vainly the miller would dissuade. Pledge gave he, and the loan was made. Reclined that night by candle dim, he read, then slept, and woke afraid. The white hills slide,
the Indian skull. But this wore off, and unto him came acquiescence, which, though dull, was hardly peace. An altered earth sullen he tilled in Adam's frame, when thrust from Eden out to dearth, and blessed no more, and wise in shame. The fall, nor aught availed at need to Nathan, not each filial deed done for his mother, to allay this ill. But though the deists' sway, broad as the prairie fire, consumed some pansies which before had bloomed within his heart, it did but feed to clear the soil for upstart weed. Yes, ere long came replacing mood. The god, expelled from given form, went out into the calm and storm. Now, ploughing near the isles of wood, in dream he felt the loneness come. In dream regarded there the loam turned first by him. Such mental food need quicken, and in natural way, each germ of pantheistic sway, whose influence, nor always drear, tenants our maiden hemisphere, as if, dislodged long since from cells of Thracian woodlands, hither stole, hither, to renew their old control. Pan and the pagan oracles. How frequent when Favonius low breathed from the copse which mild did wave over his father's sylvan grave, and stirred the corn, he stayed the hoe, and leaning, listening, felt a thrill which heathenized against the will. Years sped, but years attain not truth, nor length of life avails at all, but time instead contributes ruth. His mother, her the garners call, when sicklemen with sickles go, the churl of nature reaps her low. Let now the breasts of Ceres swell, in shooks with golden tassels gay, the Indian corn its trophies ray about the long house. Is it well with death's ripe harvest? To believe, belief to win, nor more to grieve. But how? A sect about him stood in thin and scattered neighborhood, uncanny and in rupture new, nor were all lives of members true and good. For them who hate and heave contempt on right and creed sublime, yet to their own rank fable cleave, abject the latest shame of time. These quite repelled, for still his mind, erring, was of no vulgar kind. Alone, and at doubt's freezing pole, he wrestled with the pristine forms, like the first man. By inner storms held in solution, so his soul ripened for hour of such control as shapes, concretes, the influence came, and from a source that well might claim surprise. 'Twas in a lake port new, a mart for grain. By chance he met a Jewess who about him threw else than Nerea's amorous net and dubious wile. 'Twas Miriam's race, a Sibyl breathed in Agar's grace, a Sibyl, but a woman too. He felt her grateful as the rains to Rephaim and the Rama plains in drought, ere one herself did woo. Wilt join my people? Love is power, came the strange plea in yielding hour. Nay, and turn Hebrew? But why not, if backward still the inquirer goes to get behind man's present lot of crumbling faith? For rear wall shows far behind Rome and Luther, what? The crag of Sinai. Here then plant thyself secure, 'tis adamant. Still as she dwelt on Zion's story, he felt the glamour, caught the gleam. All things but these seemed transitory, love and his love's Jerusalem, and interest in a mitred race, with awe which to the fame belongs. These in receptive heart found place when Agar chanted David's songs. 'Twas passion, but the Puritan mixed latent in his blood a strain how evident of Hebrew source. 'Twas that, diverted here in force, which biased, hardly might do less. Here to append, how earnestness, which disbelief for first-fruits bore, now, in recoil, by natural stress constrained to faith, to faith in more than prior disbelief had spurned, as if, when he toward credence turned, distance therefrom but gave career for impetus that shot him sheer beyond. Agar rejoiced, nor knew how such a nature, charged with zeal, might yet overpass that limit due, observed by her. For woe or weal they wedded, one in heart and creed. Transferring fields with title deed, from rustic life he quite withdrew, traded and throve. 2 children came, sedate his heart, nor sad the dame, but years subvert, or he outgrew, while yet confirmed in all the myth, the mind infertile of the Jew, his northern nature full of pith, vigor and enterprise and will, having taken thus the Hebrew bent, might not abide inactive so, and but the empty forms fulfill, needs utilize the mystic glow, for nervous energies find vent. The Hebrew seers announce in time the return of Judah to her prime. Some Christians deemed it then at hand. Here was an object, up and do. With seed and tillage help renew, help reinstate the Holy Land. Some zealous Jews on alien soil, who still from Gentile ways recoil, and loyally maintain the dream, salute upon the Paschal day with "Next year in Jerusalem." Now Nathan turning unto her, greeting his wife at morning ray, these words breathed on the Passover. But she, who mutely startled lay, in the old phrase found import new, in the blithe tone a bitter cheer that did the very speech subdue. She kenned her husband's mind austere, had watched his reveries grave. He meant no flourish mere of sentiment. Then what to do, or how to stay? Decry it? That would faith unsay. Withstand him? But she gently loved. And so with Agar here it proved, as oft it may, the hardy will overpowered the deep monition still. Enough, fair fields and household charms they quit, sell all, and cross the main with Ruth and a young child in arms. A tract secured on Sharon's plain, some sheds he built, and ground walled in defensive, toil severe but vain. The wandering Arabs wanted long, nor crime they deemed it, crime nor sin, to scale the desert convents strong. In sly foray leaped Nathan's fence and robbed him, and no recompense attainable where law was none, or perjured. Resolute hereon, Agar, with Ruth and the young child, he lodged within the stronghold town of Zion, and his heart exiled to abide the worst on Sharon's lee. Himself and honest servants 3 armed husbandmen became, as erst his sires in Pequod wilds immersed. Hittites, foes pestilent to God, his fathers old those Indians deemed. Nathan the Arabs here esteemed the same, slaves meriting the rod, and out he spake it, which bred hate the more imperiling his state. With muskets now his servants slept, alternate watch and ward they kept in grounds beleaguered. Not the less visits at stated times he made to them in Zion's walled recess. Agar with sobs of suppliance prayed that he would fix there. Ah, for good, Tarry, abide with us, thine own, put not these blanks between us. Should such space be for a shadow thrown? Quit Sharon, husband, leave to brood, serve God by cleaving to thy wife, thy children, if come fatal strife, which I forebode, nay, and she flung her arms about him there, and clung. She pled, but though his heart could feel, 'twas mastered by inveterate zeal. Even the nursling's death ere long balked not his purpose, though it wrung. But Time the cruel, whose smooth way is feline, patient for the prey that to this twig of being clings, and Fate, which from her ambush springs and drags the loiterer soon or late unto a sequel unforeseen, these doomed him, and cut short his date. But first was modified the lien the husband had on Agar's heart, and next a prudence slid athwart, after distrust. But be unsaid that steep toward which the current led. Events shall speak. And now the guide, who did in sketch this tale begin, parted with Clarel at the inn, and ere long came the eventide. End of section 17. Section 18 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night. Like sails convened when calms delay off the twin forelands on fair day, so on Damascus's plain behold, mid groves and gardens, girdling ones, white fleets of sprinkled villas, rolled in the green ocean of her environs. There when no minaret receives the sun that gilds yet Saint Sophia, which loth and later it bereaves, the peace fulfills the heart's desire. In orchards mellowed by eve's ray, the prophet's son in turban green, mild, with a patriarchal mien, gathers his fruity spoil. In play of hide and seek where alleys be, the branching Eden brooks ye see peeping, and fresh as on the day when haply Abram's steward went, mild Eliezer musing, say, by those same banks, to join the tent in Canaan pitched, from Hermon stray cool airs that in a dream of snows temper the ardor of the rose, while yet to moderate and reach a tone beyond our human speech, how steals from cloisters of the groves the Ave of the vesper doves. Such notes, translated into hues, thy wall, Angelico, suffuse, whose tender pigments melt from view, die down, die out, as sunsets do. But rustling trees aloft entice to many a housetop, old and young. Aerial people, see them throng, and the moon comes up from paradise. But in Jerusalem, not there loungers at eve to roof repair, so frequent, haply 2 or 3 small quiet groups far off you see, or some all unaccompanied one, like shipboy at masthead alone, watching the star rise. Silently, so Clarel stands, his vaulted room opening upon a terrace free, lifted above each minor dome, on grade beneath, glides away the twilight of the wailing day. The apostate's story fresh in mind, fain Clarel here had mused thereon, but more upon Ruth's lot, so twined with clinging ill, but every thought of Ruth was strangely underrun by Celio's image. Celio, sought vainly in body, now appeared as in the spiritual part, haunting the air and in the heart. Back to his chamber Clarel veered, seeking that alms which unrest craves of slumber, alms withheld from him, for midnight, rending all her graves, showed in a vision far and dim still Celio, and in pallid stress, fainting amid contenting press of shadowy fiends and cherubim. Later, anew he sought the roof, and started, for not far aloof he caught some dubious object dark, huddled and hooded, bowed and set under the breast-high parapet, and glimmering with a dusky spark. It moved, it murmured, in deep prayer 'twas Abdon under Talith, rare that scarf of supplication, old, of India stuff, with braid of gold in cipher. Did the black Jew keep the saying, prayer is more than sleep? Islam says that. The Hebrew rose, and, kindled by the starry sky, in broidered text that mystic flows, the Talith gleams. Divested then he turned, not knowing Clarel nigh, and would have passed him all unseen. But Clarel spake. It roused annoy. An Eastern Jew in rapt employ, spied by the Gentile, but a word dispelled distrust, goodwill restored. Stay with me, Clarel said, go not. A shadow, but I scarce know what. It haunts me. Is it presage? Hark! That piercing cry from out the dark. 'Tis for some parted spirit. Gone, just gone. The custom of the town, that cry is. Yea, the watcher's breath instant upon the stroke of death. Anew, 'tis like a tongue of flame shot from the fissure, and stood still. Can fate the boding thus fulfill? First ever I, first to disclaim such premonitions, thrillest yet, 'tis over, but we might have met? Hark, hark! Again the cry is sped. For him it is, found now, nay, fled. End of section 18. Section 19 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fulfilment. Such passion! But have hearts forgot that ties may form where words be not? The spiritual sympathy transcends the social, which appears in that presentiment, may be, of Clarel's inquietude of fears proved just. Yes, some retreat to win even more secluded than the court the Terra Santa locks within. Celio had found withdrawn resort and lodging in the deeper town. There, by a gasping ill distressed, such as attacks the hump-bowed one, after 3 days the malady pressed. He knew it, knew his course was run, and, turning toward the wall, found rest. 'Twas Syrians watched the parting hour, and Syrian women shrilled the cry that wailed it. This, with added store, learned Clarel, putting all else by to get at items of the dead. Nor, in the throb that casts out fear, aught recked he of a scruple here, but, finding leaves that might bestead the jotted journaled thoughts, he read. A second self therein he found, but stronger, with the heart to brave all questions on that primal ground laid bare by faith's receding wave, but lo, arrested in event, hurried down Hades' steep descent, cut off while in progressive stage, perchance, ere years might more unfold. Who young dies, leaves life's tale half told. How then, is death the book's fly-page? Is no hereafter? If there be, death foots what record? How forestalls a quittance in eternity? Advance, too, and through age on age? Here the tree lies not as it falls. For howsoe'er in words of man the word and will of God be feigned, no incompletions heaven ordained. Clarel, through him these reveries ran. End of section 19. Section 20 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vale of Ashes. Beyond the city's thin resort, and northward from the Ephraim port, the Vale of Ashes keepeth place. If stream it have which showeth face, thence Kedron issues when it flood. A pathless dell men seldom trace, the same which after many a rood down deepens by the city wall into a glen, where, if we deem Joel's wild text no runic dream, an archangelic trump shall call the nations of the dead from wreck, convene them in one judgment hall, the hollow of Melchizedek. That upper glade by quarries old reserves for weary ones a seat, porches of caves, stone benches cold, grateful in sultry clime to meet. To this secluded spot austere priests bore Talmudic records treat. The ashes from the altar, here they laid them, hollowed in release, shielded from winds in glade of peace. From following the bier to end, hitherward now see Clarel tend, a dell remote from Celio's mound, as he for time would shun the ground so freshly opened for the dead, nor linger there while aliens stray and ceremonious gloom is shed. Withdrawing to this quiet bay, he felt a natural influence glide in lenitive through every vein, and reach the heart, lull heart and brain. The comrade old was by his side, and solace shared, but this would pass, or dim eclipse would steal thereon, as over autumn's hillside grass the cloud. Howbeit in freak anon his Bible he would muttering con, then turn, and brighten with a start. I hear them in my heart. Yea, friend in Christ, I hear them swell, the trumpets of Emmanuel. Illusion, but in another hour, when oft he would foretell the flower and sweets that time should yet bring in, a happy world with peace for dower, this more of interest could win. For he, the solitary man, who such a social dream could fan, what had he known himself of bliss? And, nearing now his earthly end, even that he pledged he needs must miss. To Clarel now such musings lend a vague disturbance, as they wend returning through the noiseless glade. But in the gate Nehemiah said, My room and court is pleasant, see, not yet you've been there, come with me. End of section 20. Section 21 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By-places. On Salem's surface undermined, lo, present alley, lane or wind obscure, which pilgrims seldom gain or tread, who wanted guides retain. Humble the pilot's native there, following humbly need ye fare, afoot, for never camels pass, camels which elsewhere in the town stalk through the street and brush the gown, nor steed, nor mule, nor smaller ass. Some bypaths, flanked by wall and wall, affect like glens, dismantled, torn, disastrous houses ripe for fall. Haggard as Horeb, or the rock named Hermit, antler of Cape Horn, shelter, in chamber grimed, or hall, the bearded goatherd's bearded flock, or quite abandoned, sold to fear, yawn, and like plundered tombs appear. Here, if alone, strive all ye can, needs must ye start at meeting man. Yet man here harbours, even he, harbours like lizard in dry well, or stowaway in hull at sea down by the kelson, criminal, or penitent, or wretch undone, or anchorite, or kinless one, or wight cast off by kin, or soul which anguished from the hunter stole, like Imam Bey the Mameluke. He, armed and, happily, mounted well, leaped the inhuman citadel in Cairo, fled, yea, bleeding, broke through shouting lanes his breathless way into the desert, nor at bay even there might stand, but, fox-like, on, and ran to earth in Zion's town. Here maimed, disfigured, crouched in den, and crouching died, securest then. With these be hearts in each degree of craze, whereto some creed is key, which, mastered by the awful myth, find here on native soil the pith, and leaving a shrewd world behind, the trances open-eyed resigned, as visionaries of the word walk like somnambulists abroad. End of section 21. Section 22 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hermitage. Through such retreats of dubious end, behold the saint and student wend, stirring the dust that here may keep, like that on mummies long asleep in Theban tomb. These alleys past, a little square they win, a waste shut in by towers so hushed, so blind, so tenantless and left forlorn, as seemed an ill surmise was born of something prowling there behind. An arch, with keystone slipped half down like a dropped jaw. They enter that, repulse nor welcome in the gate, climbed, and an upper chamber won. It looked out through low window small on other courts of bale shut in, whose languishment of crumbling wall breathed that despair alleged of sin. prediction and fulfilment met in faint appealings from the rod. Wherefore for ever dost forget, for so long time forsake, O God? But Clarel turned him, heedful more to note the place within. The floor rudely was tiled, and little there a human harbour might express, save a poor chest, a couch, a chair. A hermitage, how comfortless! The beams of the low ceiling bare were wreck stuff from the Joppa strand, scant the live timber in that land. Upon the cot the host sat down, short-breathing, with late travel spent, and wiping beads from brow and crown, essayed a smile, in kindness meant. But now a little foot was heard, light coming. On the hush it fell, like tinkle of the camel bell in Uz. Hark! Yea, she comes, my bird, cried Nehemiah, who hailed the hap. Yea, friend in Christ, quick now ye'll see God's messenger which feedeth me. And rising to the expected tap, he oped the door. Alone was seen Ruth, with a napkin coarse yet clean, folding a loaf. Therewith she bore a water pitcher, nothing more. These alms, the snowy robe and free, the veil which hid each tress from sight, might indicate a vestal white of priestess of sweet charity. The voice was on the lip, but eyes arrested in their frank accost checked speech, and looked in opening skies upon the stranger. Said the host, easing her hands, "Bird, bird, come in. Well-doing never was a sin. God bless thee." In suffusion dim his eyes filled. She, eluding him, retreated. "What, and flown?" breathed he. "Daily this raven comes to me. But what should make it now so shy?" The hermit motioned here to share the loaf with Clarel, who put by the proffer. So with Crusoe air of castaway on isle in sea withdrawn, he broke the unshared bread, but not before a blessing said. Loaf in left hand, the right hand raised higher, and eyes which heavenward gazed. Ere long, reflection done, the youth lured him to talk of things, in range linking themselves at last with Ruth. Her sire he spake of. Here 'twas strange how o'er the enthusiast stole a change, a meek superior look in sooth. Poor Nathan, did man ever stray as thou, to Judaize today, to deem the crook of Christ shall yield to Aaron's staff, to till thy field in hope that harvest time shall see Solomon's hook in golden glee reaping the ears? Well, well, meseems, heaven help him, dreams, but dreams, dreams, dreams. But thou too, with faith sincere, surely believ'st in Jew restored. Yea, as forerunner of our Lord. Poor man, he's weak. 'Tis even here, touching his forehead, he's amiss. Clarel scarce found reply to this, conjecturing that Nathan too must needs hold Nehemiah in view the same, the which an after day confirmed by proof. But now from sway of thoughts he would not have recur, he slid, and into dream of her who late within that cell shed light, like the angel succourer by night of Peter dungeoned. But apace he turned him, for he heard the breath, the old man's breath, in sleep. The face, though tranced, struck not like trance of death, all rigid, not a mask like that, iced o'er, which none may penetrate, conjecturing of aught below. Death freezes, but sleep thaws, and so the inmate lay, some lines revealed, effaced, when life from sleep comes back. And what their import? Be it sealed. But Clarel felt as in a fright did Eliphaz the Temanite, when past the vision ere it spake. He stole forth, striving with his thought, leaving Nehemiah in slumber caught, alone, and in an unlocked room, safe as a stone in vacant tomb, stone none molest, for it is not. End of section 22. Section 23 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Close. Next day the wanderer drawing near, saluting with his humble cheer, made Clarel start. Where now the look that face but late in slumber took? Had he but dreamed it? It was gone. But other thoughts were stirring soon, to such good purpose that the saint, through prompting scarce by him divined, anew led Clarel through constraint of inner byways, yet inclined away from his peculiar haunt, and came upon a little close, one wall whereof a creeper won. In casement sills small pots in rows showed herb and flower, the shade and sun. Surprise how blessed in town, but seer. Low breathed the guide, they harbour here Agar and my young raven, Ruth. And, see, there's Nathan, nothing loath, just in from Sharon, 'tis his day, and, yes, the rabbi in delay. The group showed just within the door, swung open where the creeper led. In lap the petting mother bore the half-reclining maiden's head. The stool drawn neighbouring, the chair, in front erect, the father there. Hollow in cheek, but rugged, brown, Sharon's red soil upon his shoon, with zealot gesture urged some plea which brought small joy to Agar's eyes, whereto turned Ruth's. In scrutiny impassive, wrinkled, and how wise, if wisdom be but craft profound, sat the hoar rabbi, this his guise, in plaits a headdress agate bound, a sable robe with mystic hem, clasps silver, locked in monogram. An unextinguished lamp they view, whose flame scarce visibly did sway, which having burned till morning dew might not be quenched on Saturday, the unaltered Sabbath of the Jew. Struck by the attitudes, the scene, and loath, a stranger, to advance obtrusive, coming so between, while in emotion new and strange, Ruth thrilled him with life's first romance. Clarel abashed and faltering stood, with cheek that knew a novel change. But Nehemiah with air subdued made known their presence, and Ruth turned, and Agar also, and discerned the stranger, and a settle placed. Matron and maid with welcome graced both visitors, and seemed to find in travel talk which there ensued relief to burdens of the mind. But by the sage was Clarel viewed with stony and unfriendly look, fixed inquisition, hard to brook. And that embarrassment he raised the rabbi marked, and colder gazed, but in redemption from his glance, for a benign deliverance, on Clarel fell the virgin's eyes, pure home of all we seek and prize, and crossing with their humid ray the Levite's arid eyes of grey. But skill is none to word the rest. To Clarel's heart there came a swell like the first tide that ever pressed inland, and of a deep did tell. Thereafter little speech was had, save syllables which do but skim. Even in these the zealot, made a slave to one tyrannic whim, was scant, while still the sage unkind sat a torpedo fish, with mind intent to paralyze, and so, perchance, make Clarel straight forego acquaintance with his flock, at least with two, whose yearnings, he the priest more than conjectured, oft did flow averse from Salem. None the less a talismanic gentleness maternal welled from Agar faint. Through the sad circle's ill constraint her woman's way could yet instil her prepossession, her goodwill. And when at last they bade good-bye, the visitors, another eye spake at the least of amity. End of section 23. Section 24 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gibe. In the south wall, where low it creeps, crossing the hollow down between Moriah and Zion, by dust heaps of rubbish and a lonely scene, a little door there is, and mean, such as a stable may befit. 'Tis locked, nor do they open it, except when days of drought begin, to let the water donkeys in from Rogel. 'Tis in sight the gate of Scripture named the Dung Gate, That, also, the legends this instil, through which from over Kedron's rill, in fear of rescue should they try the way less roundabout and shy, by torch the tipstaves Jesus led, and so through back street hustling sped to Pilate. Odor bad it has, this gate and story, and, alas, in fact as well, and is in fine like ancient Rome's Port Esquiline, wherefrom the scum was cast. Next day, ascending Zion's rear, without the wall, the saint and Clarel stay their feet, being hailed, and by a shout from one who nigh the small gate stood. Ho, ho there, worthy pilgrims, ho! Acquainted in this neighborhood? What city's this? Town beautiful of David? I'm a stranger, no. 'Tis heavy prices here must rule. Choice house lot now, what were it worth? How goes the market? And more mirth. Down there into the place unclean they peer. They see the man therein, an iron gray, short, rugged one, round-shouldered, and of knotty bone, a hammer swinging in his hand, and pouch at side by the ill door. Him had they chanced upon before, or rather at a distance seen, upon the hills, with curious mien, and eyes that, scarce in pious dream or sad humility, 'twould seem, still earthward bent, would pry and pore. Perceiving that he shocked the twain, his head he wagged, and called again. What city's this? Town beautiful? No more they heard, but to annul the cry, here Clarel quick as thought turned with the saint and refuge sought, passing an angle of the wall. When now at slower pace they went, Clarel observed the sinless one turning his Bible leaves content, and presently paused. Dear son, the scripture is fulfilled this day. Note what these lamentations say. The doom the prophet doth rehearse in chapter 2nd, 14th verse. All that pass by clap their hands at thee, they hiss and wag the head, saying, Is this the city? Read, thyself here read it, where it stands. Inquisitive he quick obeyed, then dull relapsed, and nothing said, though more he mused, still labouring there, upward, by arid gullies bare. What object sensible to touch, or quoted fact may faith rely on? If faith confideth overmuch, that here's a monument in Zion. Its substance ebbs, see, day and night, the sands subsiding from the height. In time, absorbed, these grains may help to form a new sea-bed, slug and kelp. The gate, cried Nehemiah, the gate of David! Wending through the strait, and marking that, in common drought, 'twas yellow waste within as out. The student mused. The desert, see, it parts not here, but silently, even like a leopard by our side. It seems to enter in with us, at home amid men's homes would glide. But hark, that wail how dolorous, so grieve the souls in endless dearth, yet sounds it human, of the earth. End of section 24. Section 25 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Huts. The stone huts face the stony wall inside, the city's towering screen, leaving a reptile lane between, and streetward not a window small, cranny nor loophole least is seen. Through excess of biting sympathies, so hateful to the people's eyes, those lepers and their evil nook, no outlook from it will they brook, none enter, condolence is none. That lava glen in Luna's sphere, more lone than any earthly one, whereto they Tycho's name have given, not more from visitant is riven than this stone lane. But who crouch here? Have these been men? These did men greet as fellows once? It is a scene, illusion of time's mirage fleet, on dry shard heaps, and things which rot, scarce into weeds, for weeds are green. Backs turned upon their den, they squat, some gossips of that tribe unclean. Time was when Holy Church did take, over lands then held by Baldwin's crown, true care for such, for Jesu's sake, who, so they read in ages gone, even as a leper was foreshown, and, though apart their lot she set, it was with solemn service yet, and forms judicial lent their tone. The sick mass offered, next was shed upon the afflicted human one the holy water. He was led unto the house aloof, his home thenceforth, and here, for type of doom, some cemetery dust was thrown over his head. Die to the world, her wings of hope and fear be furled, brother, live now to God alone. And from the people came the chant, my soul is troubled, joy is curbed, all my bones they are disturbed, God, thy strength and mercy grant. And next, in order due, the priest each habit and utensil blessed, hair cloth and barrel, clapper, glove, and one by one as these were given, with law's dread charge pronounced in love, so, link by link, life's chain was riven, the leper faded in remove. The dell of isolation here to match, console, and, could man prove more than a man, in part endear. How well had come that smothered text, which Julian's pagan mind hath vexed, and for soul that finds it clear, he lives forbid, from him our faces have we hid. No heart desires him, none redress, he hath nor form nor comeliness, for a transgressor he's suspected. Behold, he is a thing infected, smitten of God, by men rejected. But otherwise the ordinance flows, for, moving toward the allotted cell, beside the priest the leper goes. I've chosen it, here will I dwell. He's left. At gate the priest puts up a cross, a can, therein doth drop the first small alms, which laymen swell. To aisles returned, the people kneel, heart-piercing suppliants appeal. But not the austere maternal care, when closed the ritual, ended there with benediction. Yet to heal, Rome did not falter, could not faint. She prompted many a tender saint, widow or virgin ministrant. But chiefly may Cybele here in chance citation fitly show, countess who under Zion's brow, in house of St. John Almoner, tended the cripples many a year. Though long from Europe's clime be gone that pest which in the perished age could tendons such in love engage, still in the East the rot eats on. Natheless the Syrian leper goes unfriended, save that man bestows, his eye averting, chanceful pence, then turns, and shares disgust of sense. Bonds sympathetic bind these three, faith, reverence, and charity. If faith once fail, the faltering mood affects, need must, the sisterhood. End of section 25. Section 26 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gate of Zion. As Clarel entered with the guide, beset they were by that sad crew, with inarticulate clamour plied, and faces, yet defacements too, appealed to them, but could not give expression. There, still sensitive, our human nature, deep inurned in voiceless visagelessness, yearned. Behold, proud worm, if such can be, what yet may come, yea, even to thee. Who knoweth? Canst forecast the fate of infinite ages? Probe thy state. Sinless art thou? Then these sinned not. These are men, and thou art what? For Clarel, turning in affright, fain would his eyes renounce the light. But Nehemiah held on his path mild and unmoved, scarce seemed to heed the suitors or deplore the scath, his soul preoccupied and freed from actual objects through the sway of visionary scenes intense. the wonders of a mystic day, and Zion's old magnificence. Nor hither had he come to show the leper huts, but only so to visit once again the hill and gate Davidic. In ascent they win the port's high battlement, and thence in sweep they view at will that theatre of heights which hold, as in a Colosseum's fold, the guarded Zion. They command the Mount of Solomon's offence, the crag of evil counsel, and Iscariot's gallows eminence. Pit too they mark where long ago dull fires of refuse shot below, the city's litter smouldering burned, clouding the glen with smoke impure, and griming the foul shapes obscure of dismal chain gangs in their shame, raking the garbage thither spurned. Tophet the place, transferred in name to penal hell. But shows there naught to win here a redeeming thought? Yes. Welcome in its nearer seat, the white conaculum they greet, where still an upper room is shown, in dream avouched the very one wherein the supper first was made, and Christ those words of parting said, those words of love by loved St. John so tenderly recorded. Ah, they be above us like a star, those paschal words, but they descend, and as within the wall they wend, a horror hobbling on low crutch draws near, but still refrains from touch. Before the saint in low estate he fawns, who with considerate mild glance regards him. Clarel shrank. And he, is he of human rank? Knowest thou him? He asked. Yea, yea, and beamed on that disfeatured clay. Tulib, to me, to him are due these thanks, the God of me and you and all, to whom his own shall go in paradise and be reclad, transfigured like the morning glad. Yea, friend in Christ, this man I know, this fellow man. And afterward the student from true sources heard how Nehemiah had proved his friend, sole friend even of that trunk of woe, when sisters failed him in the end. End of section 26. Section 27 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Matron and Maid. Days fleet. No vain enticements lure Clarel to Agar's roof. Her tact prevailed. The rabbi might not act his will austere, and more, a prey to one devouring whim, Nathan yet more absented him. Welcome the matron never had for Clarel. Was the youth not one, new from the clime she doted on? And if indeed an exile sad, by daisy in a letter laid, reminded be of home delight, though there first greeted by the sight of that transmitted flower, how then not feel a kin emotion bred, at glimpse of face of countryman, though stranger? Yes, a Jewess, born in Gentile land, where nature's wreath exhales the first creation's breath, the waste of Judah made her lorn. The student, sharing not her blood, nearer in tie of spirit stood than he she called Rabboni. So in Agar's liking did he grow, deeper in heart of Ruth, and learned the more how both for freedom yearned, and much surmised too, left unsaid by the tried mother and the maid. Howe'er dull natures read the signs where untold grief a hermit pines, the anxious, strained, weak, nervous air of trouble, which like shame may wear her gabardine, though soul in faint may look pathetic self-restraint, for ends pernicious, real care, sorrow made dumb where duties move, never eluded love, true love, a deep diviner. Here for space the past of wife and daughter trace, of Agar's kin for many an age not one had seen the heritage of Judah, Gentile lands detained. So, while they clung to Moses' lore, far from the land his guidance gained. 'Twas Eld's romance, a treasured store, like plate inherited. In fine it graced, in seemly way benign, that family feeling of the Jew, which, hallowed by each priestly rite, makes home a temple, sheds delight Naomi ere her trial knew. Happy was Agar ere the seas she crossed for Zion. Pride she took, pride, if in small felicities, pride in her little court, a nook where morning glories starred the door, so sweet without, so snug within. At sunny matin meal serene, her damask cloth she'd note. It bore in Hebrew text about the hem, mid-broidered cipher and device, "If I forget thee, O Jerusalem," and swam before her humid eyes, in rainbowed distance, paradise. Faith, ravished, followed fancy's path in more of bliss than nature hath. But ah, the dream to test by deed, to seek to handle the ideal, and make a sentiment serve need, to try to realize the unreal. 'Twas not that Agar reasoned, nay, she did but feel, true woman's way. What solace from the desert win, far from known friends, familiar kin? How nearer God? The chanted Zion showed graves, but graves to gasp and die on. Nathan, her convert, for his sake grief had she stifled long, but now the nursling one lay pale and low. Oft of that waxen face she'd think beneath the stones. Her heart would sink, and in hard bitterness repine. Slim grass, poor babe, to grave of thine. Ruth, too, when here a child she came, would blurt in reckless childhood's way, "'Tis a bad place." But the sad dame would check, and, as the maiden grew, counsel she kept. Too much she knew, but how to give her feelings play. With cherished pots of herbs and flowers she strove to appease the hungry hours, each leaf bedewed with many a tear for Gentile land, how green and dear. What though the dame and daughter both, in synagogue, behind the great dividing sexes, ofttimes sate? It was with hearts but chill and loath. Never was heaven served by that cold form. With Clarel seemed to come a waftage from the fields at home, crossing the wind from Judah's sand, reviving Agar, and of power to make the bud in Ruth expand with promise of unfolding hour. End of section 27. Section 28 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tomb and Fountain. Clarel and Ruth, might it but be that ranged they could green uplands free by gala orchards, when they fling their bridal favors, buds of spring, and, dreamy in her morning swoon, the lady of the night, the moon, looks pearly as the blossoming. And youth and nature's fond accord wins Eden back, that tales abstruse of Christ the crucified, pain's Lord, seem foreign, forged, incongruous. Restrictions of that Eastern code immured the maiden, from abode frequent nor distant she withdrew, except with Jewess, scarce with Jew. So none the less in former mode, Nehemiah still with Clarel went, who grew in liking and content, in company of one whose word babbled of Ruth, my bird, God's bird. The twain were one mild morning led out to a waste where beauty clings, vining a grot how doubly dead, the rifled sepulchre of kings. Hewn from the rock, a sunken space conducts to garlands, fit for vase, in sculptured frieze above a tomb. Palm leaves, pineapples, grapes, these bloom, involved in dearth, to puzzle us, as 'twere thy line, Theocritus, dark Joel's text of terror threading. Yes, strange that Pocahontas wedding of contraries in old belief, Hellenic cheer, Hebraic grief. The homicide Herods, men aver, inurned behind that wreathage were. But who is he uncovered seen, profound in shadow of the tomb reclined, with meditative mien intent upon the tracery? A low wind waves his Lydian hair, a funeral man, yet richly fair, fair as the sabled violets be. The frieze and this secluded one, retaining each a separate tone, beauty yet harmonized in grace and contrast to the barren place. But noting that he was discerned, salute the stranger made, then turned and shy passed forth in obvious state of one who would keep separate. Those cells explored, through dale they paced onward, and won Moriah's walls and seated them. Clarel recalls the colonnades that Herod traced. Herod, magnific Idumean, in marble along the mountain flank, column on column, rank on rank, above the valley Tyropion. Eastward in altitude they view, across Jehoshaphat, a crag of sepulchres and huts. There too they journey, but a while they lag beneath, to mark the tombs in row pierced square along the gloomy steep in beetling broadside, and with show of portholes in black battleship. They climb, and Clarel turning saw their late resort, the hill of law, Moriah, above the Kedron's bed, and, turreting his aged head, the angle of King David's wall. Acute scene here too best scanned, as 'twere that cliff, though not so tall, nor tempest sculptured therewithal, envisaged in Franconian land, the marvel of the pass. Anon a call he hears behind, in note familiar, being man's, remote no less, and strange in hollowed tone, as 'twere a voice from out the tomb. A tomb it is, and he in gloom of porch there biddeth them begone. Clings to his knee a toddling one, bewildered, poising in wee hand a pictured page. Nehemiah's boon, he passive in the sun at stand. Morosely then the Arab turns, snatches the gift, and drops and spurns. As down now from the crag they wend, reverted glance see Clarel lend. Thou guest of death, which in his house sleep'st nightly, mayst thou not espouse his daughter Peace? Aslant they come, where, hid in shadow of the rocks, stone steps descend unto Siloam. Proof to the fervid noonday tide, reflected from the glen's steep side, moist ledge with ledge here interlocks, vaulting a sunken grotto deep. Down there, as quiet as in sleep, anew the stranger they descried, sitting upon a step full low, watching the fountain's troubled tide, which after ebb began to flow, gurgling from viewless caves. The lull broke by the flood is wonderful. Science explains it, bides no less the true, innate mysteriousness. Through him there might the vision flit of angel in Bethesda's pool with porches 5, so troubling it that whoso bathed then was made whole? Or, by an equal dream beguiled, did he but list the fountain moan like Ammon's in the Libyan wild, for muse and oracle both gone? By chance a jostled pebble there slipped from the surface down the stair. It jarred. It broke the brittle spell. Siloam was but a rural well. Clarel, who could again but shun to obtrude on this secluded one, turned to depart. Ere yet we go, said Nehemiah, I will below. Dim be mine eyes, more dim they grow. I'll wash them in these waters cool, as did the blind the Master sent, and who came seeing from this pool. And down the grotto stairs he went. The stranger, just ascending, stood, and, as the votary laved his eyes, he marked, looked up, and Clarel viewed, and they exchanged quick sympathies, though but in glance, moved by that act of one whose faith transfigured fact. A bond seemed made between them there, and presently the trio fare over Kedron, and in one accord of quietude and chastened tone approached the spot, tradition's own, for ages held the garden of our Lord. End of section 28. Section 29 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recluse. Ere yet they win that verge and line, reveal the stranger, name him Vine. His home to tell, kin, tribe, estate, would not avail. Alighting grow, as on the tree the mistletoe, all gifts unique. In seeds of fate, borne on the winds, these emigrate and graft the stock. Vine's manner shy, a clog, a hindrance might imply, a lack of parlour want. But grace, which is in substance deep and grain, may, peradventure, well pass by the polish of veneer. No trace of passion's soil or lucre's stain, though life was now half ferried o'er, if use he served not, but forbore. Such indolence might still but pine in dearth of rich incentive high. Apollo's slave in Mammon's mine? Better Admetus's shepherd lie. A charm of subtle virtue shed, a personal influence coveted, whose source was difficult to tell, as ever was that perfumed spell of paradise flowers invisible, which angels round Sicilia bred. A saint then do we here unfold? Nay, the ripe flush, Venetian mould evinced no nature saintly fine, but blood like swart Vesuvian wine. What cooled the current? Under cheer of opulent softness reigned austere control of self. Flesh, but scarce pride, was curbed. Desire was mortified, but less indeed by mortal sway than doubt if happiness through clay be reachable. No sackclothed man, howbeit in sort Carthusian, though born a Sybarite, and yet not beauty might he all forget, the beauty of the world, and charm. He prized it though it scarce might warm. Like to the nunnery's denizen, his virgin soul communed with men but through the wicket. Was it clear this coyness bordered not on fear, fear or an apprehensive sense? Not wholly seemed it diffidence, recluse, nor less did strangely wind ambiguous elfishness behind. All that, an Ariel unknown. It seemed his very speech and tone betrayed disuse. Thronged streets astir to Vine but ampler cloisters were. Cloisters? No monk he was, allow, but gleamed the richer for the shade about him, as in sombre glade of Virgil's wood the Sibyl's golden bough. End of section 29. Section 30 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Site of the Passion. And wherefore by the convents be gardens, ascetic roses twine? Nay, but there is a memory. Within a garden walking see the angered god, and where the vine and olive in the darkling hours inweave green sepulchres of bowers, who, to defend us from despair, pale undergoes the passion there in solitude? Yes, memory links Eden and Gethsemane, so that not meaningless in sway gardens adjoin the convents grey. On Salem's hill in Solomon's years of gala, oh the happy town! In groups the people sauntered down, and, Kedron crossing, lightly wound where now the tragic grove appears, the palmy and a pleasure ground. The student and companions win the wicket, pause, and enter in. By roots strapped down and fold on fold, gnarled into wens and knobs and knees, in olives, monumental trees, the pangs survivors they behold. A wizened blue fruit drops from them, nipped harvest of Jerusalem. Wistful here Clarel turned toward Vine, and would have spoken, but as well hailed Dathan swallowed in the mine. Tradition, legend, lent such spell and wrapped him in remoteness so. Meanwhile, in shade the olives throw, Nehemiah pensive sat him down, and turned the chapter in St. John. What frame of mind may Clarel woo? He the night scene in picture drew, the band which came for sinless blood, with swords and staves, a multitude. They brush the twigs, small birds take wing, the dead boughs crackle, lanterns swing, till lo, they spy him through the wood. Master, 'tis Judas, then the kiss, and he falters not at this, speechless, unspeakably submiss. The fulsome serpent on the cheek sliming, endurance more than meek, endurance of the fraud foreknown, and fiend heart in the human one. Ah, now the pard on Clarel springs, the passion's narrative plants stings. To break away, he turns and views the white-haired under olive bowed, immersed in scripture. And he woos. Whate'er the chapter, read aloud. The saint looked up, but with a stare absent and wildered, vacant there. As part to kill time, part for task, some shepherd old pores over book, shelved farm book of his life forepast, when he bestirred him and amassed. If chance one interrupt, and ask, "What read you?" he will turn a look which shows he knows not what he reads, or knowing, he but weary heeds, or scarce remembers. Here much so with Nehemiah dazed out and low, and presently, to intercept, over Clarel, too, strange numbness crept. A monk, custodian of the ground, drew nigh, and showed him by the steep the rock or legendary mound where James and Peter fell asleep. Dully the pilgrim scanned the spot, nor spake. "Signor, and think'st thou not 'twas sorrow brought their slumber on?" St. Luke avers no sluggard rest, nay, but excess of feeling pressed till ache to apathy was won. To Clarel 'twas no hollow word, experience did proof afford, for Vine aloof he loitered, shrunk in privity, and shunned the monk. Clarel awaited him, he came. The shadow of his previous air merged in a settled neutral frame, assumed, maybe. Would Vine disclaim all sympathy the youth might share? About to leave, they turned to look for him, but late estranged in book. Asleep he lay, the face bent down, viewless between the crossing arms, one slack hand on the good book thrown in peace that every care becharms. Then died the shadow off from Vine, a spirit seemed he not unblessed, as here he made a quiet sign unto the monk. Spare to molest, let this poor dreamer take his rest, his fill of rest. But now at stand, who there alertly glances up by grotto of the bitter cup, spruce, and with volume light in hand, bound smartly, late in reference scanned? Inquisitive Philistine, lo, tourists replace the pilgrims so. At peep of that brisk dapper man, over Vine's face a ripple ran, of freakish mockery, elfin light, whereby what thing may Clarel see? O angels, rescue from the sight! Paul Pry, and in Gethsemane? He shrunk the thought of it to fan, nor liked the freak in Vine that threw such a suggestion into view, nor less it hit that fearful man. End of section 30. Section 31 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe. The hill above the garden here they rove, and chance ere long to meet a second stranger, keeping cheer apart. Trapper or pioneer he looked, astray in Judah's seat, or one who might his business ply on waters under tropic sky. Perceiving them as they drew near, he rose, removed his hat to greet, disclosing so in shapely sphere a marble brow over face embrowned. So Sunium by her fane is crowned. One read his superscription clear, a genial heart, a brain austere, and further deemed that such a man, though given to study, as might seem, was no scholastic partisan or euphonist of academe, but supplemented Plato's theme with daedal life in boats and tents, a messmate of the elements, and yet more bronzed in face than mind, sensitive still and frankly kind, too frank, too unreserved, may be, and indiscreet in honesty. But what implies the tinge of soil, like tarnish on Pizarro's spoil? Precious in substance rudely wrought, Peruvian plate, which here is caught. What means this touch of the untoward, in aspect hinting nothing froward? From Baalbec, for a new sojourn, to Jewry Rolfe had made return, to Jewry's inexhausted shore of barrenness, where evermore some lurking thing he hoped to gain, slip quite behind the parrot lore conventional, and what attain? Struck by each clear or latent sign expressive in the stranger's air, the student glanced from him to vine. Peers, yes, needs that these must pair. Clarel was young, in promise fine. To him here first were brought together exceptional natures, of a weather strange as the tropics, with strange trees, strange birds, strange fishes, skies and seas. To one who in some meager land his bread wins by the horny hand, what now mayhap, what outcome new, elicited by contact true, frank, cordial contact of the twain? Crude wonderment, and proved but vain. If average mortals social be, and yet but seldom truly meet, closing like halves of apples sweet, how with the rarer in degree? The informal salutation done, Vine into his dumb castle went, not as all parley he would shun, but looking down from battlement, ready, if need were, to accord reception to the other's word. Nay, far from wishing to decline, and neutral not without design. Maybe. Look, by Christ's belfry set appears the Moslem minaret. So, to fill trying pause alone, cried Rolfe, and o'er the deep defile of Kedron pointed toward the town, where, thronged about by many a pile monastic, but no vernal bower, the Saracen shaft and Norman tower in truce stand guard beside that dome which canopies the Holy's home. The tower looks lopped, it shows forlorn, a stunted oak whose crown is shorn, but see, palm-like the minaret stands, superior, and the tower commands. Yon shaft, said Clarel, seems ill-placed. Aye, seems, but 'tis for memory based. The story's known, how Omar there, after the town's surrender meek, hallowed to him, as dear to Greek, clad in his clouts of camel's hair, and with the patriarch robed and fine, walking beneath the dome divine. When came the Islam hour for prayer, declined to use the carpet good, spread for him in the church, but stood without, even yonder where is set the monumental minaret, and, earnest in true suppliance cried, smiting his chest, Me overrule, Allah, to me be merciful. 'Twas little shared he victor pride, though victor. So the church he saved, of purpose from that law engraved, which prompt transferred to Allah sole each fane whereon his right might roll. Long afterward, the town being stormed by Christian knights, how ill conformed the butchery then to Omar's prayer and heart magnanimous, but spare. Response they looked, and thence he warmed. Yon grey cathedral of the tomb, who reared it first? A woman weak, a second Mary, first to seek in pagan darkness which had come, the place where they had laid the Lord. Queen Helena, she traced the site, and cleared the ground, and made it bright with all that zeal could then afford. But Constantine, there falls the blight. The mother's warm emotional heart subserved it still the son's cold part? Even he who, timing well the tide, laced not the cross upon Rome's flag supreme, till Jove began to lag behind the new religion's stride, and Helena, may it be the saint herself not quite was free from that which in the years bygone made certain stately dames of France, such as the fair de Maintenon, to string their rosaries of pearl, and found brave chapels, sweet romance, coquetry of the borrowed curl? You let me prate. Nay, nay, go on, cried Clarel, yet in such a tone it showed disturbance. Laud the dame, her church, admit, no doom it fears, unquelled by force of battering years and sieges, sword and flame, fallen, rebuilt, to fall anew, by armies shaken, earthquake too. Lo, it abides, if not the same, in selfsame spot. Last time 'twas burnt, the rationalist a lesson learnt. But you know all. Nay, not the end, said Vine, and Clarel, we attend. Well, on the morrow never shrunk from wonted rite the steadfast monk, though hurt and even maimed were some by crash of the ignited dome. Staunch stood the walls, as friars profess, and not in fraud, the central cell, Christ's tomb and faith's last citadel. The flames did tenderly caress, nor harm, while smoking, smouldering beams, fallen across, lent livid gleams to Golgotha. But none the less, in robed procession of his God, the mitred one the cinders trod. Before the calcined altar there the host he raised, and hymn and prayer went up from ashes. These, ere chill, away were brushed, the trowel shrill, and hod and hammer came in place. 'Tis now some 80 years ago, in Lima's first convulsion so, when shock on shock had left slim trace of 100 temples, and, in a mood of malice dwelling on the face itself has tortured and subdued to uncomplaint, the cloud pitch black lowered o'er the rubbish, and the land, not less than sea, did countermand her buried courses, heave them back, and flocks and men fled on the track which wins the Andes. Then went forth the prelate with intrepid train, rolling the anthem mid the rain of ashes white. In rocking plain new boundaries staked they, south and north, for ampler piles. These stand. In cheer the priest reclaimed the quaking sphere. Hold it he shall, so long as spins this star of tragedies, this orb of sins. That, Clarel said, is not my mind. Rome's priest forever rule the world? The priest, I said, though some be hurled from anchor, nor a haven find, not less religion's ancient port, till the crack of doom shall be resort in stress of weather for mankind. Yea, long as children feel affright in darkness, men shall fear a god, and long as daisies yield delight, shall see his footprint in the sod. Is't ignorance? This ignorant state science doth but elucidate, deepen, enlarge. But though 'twere made demonstrable that God is not, what then? It would not change this lot. The ghost would haunt, nor could be laid. Intense he spake, his eyes of blue altering, and to eerie hue, like Tyrrhene seas when overcast, the which Vine noted, nor in joy, inferring thence an ocean waste of earnestness without a buoy, an influence which afterward acquaintance led him to discard or modify, or not employ. Clarel ill relished. Rolfe, in tone half elegiac, thus went on. Philae, upon thy sacred ground, Osiris' broken tomb is found. A god how good, whose good proved vain, in strife with bullying Python slain. For long the ritual chant or moan of pilgrims by that mystic stone went up, even much as now ascend the liturgies of yearning prayer to one who met a kindred end, Christ, tombed in turn and worshipped there. And pointed, "Hint you," here asked Vine, "in Christ Osiris must decline anew? Nay, nay, and yet, past doubt, strange is that text St. Matthew won from grey Hosea in sentence, 'Out of Egypt have I called my son.'" Here Clarel spake, and with a stir not all assured an eager plight. "But does not Matthew there refer only to the return from flight into Egypt?" "May be so," said Rolfe, "but then Hosea? Nay, we'll let it pass." And fell delay of talk. They mused. "To Cicero," Rolfe sudden said, "is a long way from Matthew, yet somehow he comes to mind here, he and his fine tomes, which, change the gods, would serve to read for modern essays. And indeed his age was much like ours. Doubt ran, faith flagged, negations which sufficed lawyer, priest, statesman, gentleman, not yet being popularly prized, the augurs hence retained some state, which served for the illiterate. Still the decline so swiftly ran from stage to stage that to believe, except for slave or artisan, seemed heresy. Even doubts which met horror at first grew obsolete, and in a decade, to bereave of founded trust in Sire Supreme was a vocation. Sophists throve, each weaving his thin thread of dream into the shroud for Numa's Jove. Caesar his atheism avowed before the Senate. But why crowd examples here? The gods were gone. Tully scarce dreamed they could be won back into credence, less that earth ever could know yet mightier birth of deity. He died, Christ came, and in due hour that impious Rome, emerging from vast wreck and shame, held the forefront of Christendom. The inference, the lesson? Come. Let fools count on faith's closing knell. Time, God, are inexhaustible. But what, so earnest? Aye, again. Hard for a fountain to refrain, breathed Vine. Was that but irony? At least no envy in the strain. Rolfe scarce remarked, or let go by. For Clarel, when ye, meeting, scan in waste the Baghdad caravan, and solitude puts on the stir, clamour, dust, din of Nineveh, as horsemen, camels, footmen all, soldier and merchant, free and thrall, pour by in tide processional. So to the novice streamed along Rolfe's filing thoughts, a wildering throng. Their sway he owned, and yet how Vine, who breathed few words or gave dumb sign, him more allured, suggestive more of choicer treasure, rarer store reserved, like kids doubloons long sought without the wand. The ball of thought and chain yet dragging, on they strained, oblique along the upland, slow and mute, until a point they gained where devotees will pause, and know a tenderness may be. Here then, while tarry now these pilgrim men, the interval let be assigned a niche for image of a novel mind. End of section 31. Section 32 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Rama. That Rama whom the Indians sung, a god he was, but knew it not, hence vainly puzzled at the wrong, misplacing him in human lot. Curtailment of his right he bare, rather than wrangle, but no less was taunted for his tameness there. A fugitive without redress, he never the Holy Spirit grieved, nor the divine in him bereaved, though what that was he might not guess. Live they who, like to Rama, led unspotted from the world aside, like Rama are discredited, like him in outlawry abide? May life and fable so agree? The innocent, if lawless elf, ethereal in virginity, retains the consciousness of self. Though black frost nip, though white frost chill, nor white frost nor the black may kill the patient root, the vernal sense, surviving hard experience as grass the winter. Even that curse which is the wormwood mixed with gall, better dependent on the worse. Divine upon the animal, that cannot make such natures fall, though yielding easy rein, indeed, to impulse which the fibres breed, nor quarrelling with indolence, shall these the cup of grief dispense, deliberate to any heart? Not craft they know, nor envy's smart. Theirs be the thoughts that dive and skim, theirs the spiced tears that overbrim, and theirs the dimple and the lightsome whim. Such natures, and but such, have got familiar with strange things that dwell repressed in mortals, and they tell of riddles in the prosiest lot. Mince ye some matter for faith's sake, and heaven's good name? 'Tis these shall make revolt there, and the gloss disclaim. They con the page kept down with those which Adam's secret frame disclose, and Eve's, nor dare dissent from truth, although disreputable, sooth. The riches in them be a store unmerchantable in the ore. No matter, 'tis an open mine. Dig, find ye gold, why, make it thine. The shrewder knack hast thou, the gift. Smelt then, and mould, and good go with thy thrift. Was ever earth-born wight like this? Aye, in the verse, maybe, he is. End of section 32. Section 33 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Stone. Over against the temple here, a monastery unrestored, named from prediction of our Lord, crumbled long since. Outlying near, some stones remain, which seats afford, and one, the fond traditions state, is that whereon the Saviour sate and prophesied, and sad became to think what, under sword and flame, the proud Jerusalem should be, then spread before him sunnily, pillars and palms, the white, the green, marble enfoliaged, a fair scene. But now, a vision here conferred, pale as Pompeii disinterred. Long Rolfe, on knees his elbows resting, and head enlocked in hands upright, sat facing it in steadfast plight, and brooded on that town slow wasting. And here, he said, here did he sit, and leafly covert, say, beheld the city and wept over it. Luke's words, and hard to be excelled, so just the brief expression there, truth's rendering, with earnest air more he threw out, in kind the same. The which did Clarel ponder still, for though the words might frankness claim, with reverence for sight and name, no further went they, nor could fill faith's measure, scarce her dwindled gill now standard. On the plain of Troy, mused Clarel, as one might look down from Gargarus with quiet joy in verifying Homer's sights, yet scarce believe in Venus's crown, and rescues in those Trojan fights whereby she saved her supple son. So Rolfe regards from these wan heights yon walls and slopes to Christians dear. Much it annoyed him and perplexed, then free concession so sincere, concession due both sight and text, dissent itself would less appear to imply negation. But anon they mark in groups, hard by the gate which overlooks Jehoshaphat, some Hebrew people of the town. Who marvels that outside they come, since few within have seemly home? Said Rolfe. They chat there on the seats, but seldom gossip in their streets. Who here may see a busy one? Where's naught to do, not much is done. How live they then? what bread can be. In almost every country known, rich Israelites these kinsmen own. The hat goes round the world. But see! Moved by his words, their eyes more reach toward that dull group. Dwarfed in the dream of distance sad, penguins they seem, drawn up on Patagonian beach. "O city," Rolfe cried, "house on moor, with shutters burst and blackened door, like that thou showest, and the gales still round thee blow the banshee wails. Well might the priest in temple start, hearing the voice, 'Woe, we depart!'" Clarel gave ear, albeit his glance diffident skimmed Vine's countenance, and mainly here he interest took in all the fervid speaker said, reflected in the mute one's look, a face indeed quite overlaid with tremulous meanings, which evade or shun regard, nay, hardly brook fraternal scanning. Rolfe went on. "The very natives of the town, methinks, would turn from it and flee but for that curse which is its crown, that curse which clogs so, poverty. See them, but see yon cowering men, the brood without the hen. City, that dost the prophets stone, how oft against the judgment dread, how often would I fain have spread my wings to cover thee, mine own. And ye would not, hadst thou but known the things which to thy peace belong." Nehemiah it was, rejoining them, grey as the old Jerusalem, over which how earnestly he hung. But him the seated audience scan, as he were sole surviving man of tribe extinct or world. The ray which lit his features died away, he flagged, and, as some trouble moved, apart and aimlessly he roved. End of section 33. Section 34 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They tarry. How solitary on the hill sitteth the city, and how still, how still! From Vine the murmur came, a cadence, as it were, compelled even by the picture's silent claim. That said, again his peace he held, biding, as in a misty rain, some motionless lone fisherman by mountain brook. But Rolfe, thy word is Jeremiah's, and here well heard. Ay, seer of Anathoth, behold, yon object tallies with thy text. How then, stays reason quite unvexed? Fulfilment here but falleth cold. That stable proof which man would fold, how may it be derived from things subject to change and vanishings? But let that pass. All now's revised. Zion, like Rome, is Neberized. Yes, doubt attends. Doubt's heavy hand is set against us, and his brand still warreth for his natural lord, King Commonplace, whose rule abhorred yearly extends in vulgar sway, absorbs Atlantis and Cathay, aye, reaches toward Diana's moon, affirming it a clinkered blot, deriding pale Endymion. Since thus he aims to level all, the Milky Way he'll yet allot for Appian to his capital. Then tell then, what charm may save thy marvel, Palestine? From grave whereto winds many a bier and pall of old illusion, what for earth? Ah, change irreverent, at odds with goodly customs, gracious gods, new things elate so thrust their birth up through dejection of the old, as through dead sheaths, is here foretold the consummation of the past, and garish dawning of a day whose noon-not saints desire to stay. And hardly I, who break love's fast with Christ, with what strange lords may sup? The reserves of time seem marching up. But nay, what novel thing may be, no germ being new? By fate's decree have not earth's vitals heaved in change repeated? some wild element or action been evolved, the range of surface split, the deeps unpent, continents in God's cauldrons cast, and this without effecting so the neutralizing of the past, whose rudiments persistent flow, from age to age transmitting, own, the evil with the good, that taint, deplored in Solomon's complaint. Fate's pot of ointment, wilt have done, Lord of the fly, God of the grub, needst foul all sweets, thou Beelzebub? He ended. To evade or lay deductions hard for tender clay, Clarel recalled each prior word of Rolfe, which scarcely kept accord, as seemed, with much dropped latterly. For vine he twitched from ground a weed, apart then picked it, seed by seed. Ere long they rise, and climbing greet a thing preeminent in seat, whose legend still can touch the heart. It prompted one there to impart a chapter of the Middle Age, which next to give, but let the page the narrator's rambling way forget, and make to run in even flow his interrupted tale, and let description brief the sight foreshow. End of section 34. Section 35 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Arculf and Adamnan. In spot revered by myriad men, whence, as alleged, Emmanuel rose into the heaven, receptive then, a little plastered tower is set, pale in the light that Syria knows, upon the peak of Olivet. 'Tis modern, a replacement, note, for ample pile of years remote, nor yet ill suits in dwindled bound man's faith retrenched. 'Twas Hakim's deed, mad Caliph, founder still of creed long held by tribes not unrenowned, who erst the pastoral height discrowned of Helena's church. Woe for the dome, and many a goodly temple more, which hither lured from Christendom the childlike pilgrim throngs of yore. 'Twas of that church, so brave erewhile, blessed landmark on the olive height, which Arculf told of in the isle Iona, shipwrecked there in sight, the palmer dragged they from the foam, the Culdees of the abbey fair, him shelter yielding and a home. In guerdon for which love and care received in St. Columba's pile, with travel talk he did beguile their eve of Yule. The tempest beat, it shook the abbey's founded seat, rattling the crucifix on wall, and thrice was heard the clattering fall of gable tiles. But host and guest, abbot and palmer, took their rest inside monastic ingle tall. What unto them were those lashed seas, or Patmos, or the Hebrides? The isles were God's. It was the time the church in Jewry dwelt at ease, though under Arabs. Omar's prime, penultimate of pristine zeal, while yet throughout faith's commonweal the tidings had not died away, not yet had died into dismay of dead echoes that recede. Glad tidings of great joy indeed thrilled to the shepherds on the sward. Behold, to you is born this day a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. While yet in chapel, altar, shrine, the mica in the marble new glistened like spangles of the dew. One minster then was Palestine, all monumental. Arculf first the wonders of the tomb rehearsed, and Golgotha, then told of trees, olives, which in the twilight breeze sighed plaintive by the convent's lee. The convent in Gethsemane, perished long since. Then, on the hill, in sight revealed through Jesu's grace, hereat both crossed themselves apace. A great round church with goodly skill is nobly built, and fragrant blows morning through triple porticoes. But over that blessed place where meet the last prints of the wounded feet, the roof is open to the sky. 'Tis there the sparrows love to fly. Upon Ascension Day, at end of Mass, vocal winds descend among the worshippers. Amain the abbot signs the cross again, and Arculf on, and all that night the mountain temple's western flank, the same which fronts Moriah's height, in memory of the apostles' light, shows 12 dyed fires in Oriel's 12. Thither, from towers on Kedron's bank, and where the slope and terrace shelve, the gathered townsfolk gaze afar, and those 12 flowers of flame suffuse their faces with reflected hues of violet, gold, and cinnabar. Much so from Naples. In our sail we touched there, shipping jar and bale. I saw Vesuvius' plume of fire redden the bay, tinge mast and spire. But on Ascension Eve, 'tis then a light shows, kindled not by men. Look, pointing to the hearth, dost see how these dun embers here by me lambent are licked by flaky flame? All of it gleams then much the same, caressed, curled over, yea, encurled by fleecy fires which typic be. O Lamb of God, O Light o' the world! In fear, and yet a fear divine, once more the Culdee made the sign, then fervid snatched the palmer's hand, clung to it like a very child, thrilled by some wondrous story wild of elf or fay, nor could command his eyes to quit their gaze at him who had seen it. But how grim the Pictish storm-king sang refrain, scoffing about those gables high over Arculf and good Adamnan. The abbot and the palmer rest, the legends follow them and die, those legends which, be it confessed, did nearer bring them to the sky, did nearer woo it to their hope of all that seers and saints avow, than Galileo's telescope can bid it unto prosing science now. End of section 35. Section 36 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tower. The tower they win. Some Greeks at hand, pilgrims, in silence view the land. One family group in listless tone are just in act of faring down. All leave at last, and these remain as by a hearthstone on the plain when roof is gone. But can they shame to tell the evasive thought within? Does intellect assert a claim against the heart, her yielding kin? But he, the wanderer, the while, see him, and what may so beguile? Images he the ascending Lord, pale as the moon which day may meet, convoyed by a serene accord and swoon of faces young and sweet, mid chaplets, stars, and halcyon wings, and many ministering things. As him they mark enkindled so, what inklings, negatives, they know. But leaving him in silence due, they enter there, the print to view. Affirmed of Christ, the parting foot, they mark it, nor a question moot. Next climb the stair and win the roof, thence on Jerusalem look down, and Kedron cringing by the town, whose stony lanes map-like were shown. Is yon the city aloof? Said Rolfe. Nay, liker 'tis some print, old blurred, bewrinkled mezzotint, and distant, look, what lifeless hills! Dead long for them the hymn of rills and birds, nor trees nor ferns they know, nor lichens there hath leave to grow in the baleful glens which blacked the blood of the son of Kish. Far peep they gain of waters which in cauldron brood, sunk mid the mounts of leaden bane, the Sodom wave, or putrid sea, or sea of salt, or cities 5, or lots, or deaths, Asphaltiti, or Asafoetida, all these being names indeed which they jive, that sight of foul iniquities abhorred, with a wordless look intent, as if the scene confirmed some thought which in heart's lonelier hour was lent. Vine stood at gaze, the rest were wrought according unto kind, the mount of olives, and, in distance there, the charnel wave, who may recount? Hope's hill descries the pit despair, flitted the thought, they nothing said, and down they drew, as ground they tread. Nehemiah met them, pleaseth ye? Fair stroll awaits, if all agree, over the hill let us go on. Bethany is a pleasant town, I'll lead, for well the way I know. He gazed expectant, would they go? Before that simpleness so true, Vine showed embarrassed, Clarel too, yet thanked him with a grateful look benign, and Rolfe the import took, and whispered him in softened key, some other day. And might it be such influence their spirits knew from all the tower had given to view, untuned they felt for Bethany? End of section 36. Section 37 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A sketch. Not knowing them in very heart, nor why to join him they were loth, he, disappointed, moved apart, with sad pace creeping, dull, as doth along the bough the nerveless sloth. For ease upon the ground they sit, and Rolfe, with eyes still following where Nehemiah slow-footed it, asked Clarel, "Know you anything of this man's prior life at all?" "Nothing," said Clarel. "I recall," said Rolfe, "a mariner like him." "A mariner?" "Yes, one whom grim disaster made as meek as he, there plodding." Vine here showed the zest of a deep human interest. "We crave you of his history." And Rolfe began, "Scarce would I tell of what this mariner befell, so much as it with cloud o'ercast, were he not now gone home at last into the green land of the dead, where he encamps and peace is shed. Hardy he was, sanguine and bold, the master of a ship, his mind in night watch frequent he unrolled, as seamen sometimes are inclined. On serious topics, to his mate, a man to creed austere resigned. The master ever spurned at fate, Calvin's or Zeno's. Always still, manlike he stood by man's free will, and power to effect each thing he would, did reason but pronounce it good. The subaltern held in humble way that still heaven's overruling sway, will and event. On waters far, where mapman never made survey, gliding along in easy plight, the strong one brake the lull of night, emphatic in his wilful war. But staggered, for there came a jar with fell arrest to keel and speech, a hidden rock, the pound, the grind, collapsing sails o'er deck declined, sleek billows curling in the breach, and nature with her neutral mind, a wreck. 'Twas in the former days, those waters then obscure, a maze, the isles were dreaded, every chain. Better to brave the immense of sea, and venture for the Spanish main, beating and rowing against the trades, than float to valleys 'neath the lee, nor far removed, and palmy shades. So deemed he, strongly erring there. To boats they take, the weather fair, never the sky a cloudlet knew. A temperate wind unvarying blew, week after week, yet came despair. The bread, though doled, and water stored, ran low and lower, ceased. They burn, they agonize, till crime abhorred lawful might be. O trade wind, turn! Well may some items sleep unrolled, never by the one survivor told. Him they picked up, where, cuddled down, they saw the jacketed skeleton, lone in the only boat that lived, his signal frittered to a shred. Strong needst thou be, the rescuers said, who hast such trial sole survived. I willed it, gasped he, and the man, renewed ashore, pushed off again. How bravely sailed the pennoned ship, bound outward on her sealing trip, Antarctic. Yes, but who returns too soon, regaining port by land, who left it by the bay? What spurns were his that so could countermand? Nor mutineer, nor rock, nor gale, nor leak had foiled him. No, a whale of purpose aiming stove the bow. They foundered. To the master now owners and neighbors all impute an inauspiciousness. His wife, gentle, but unheroic, she, poor thing, at heart knew bitter strife between her love and her simplicity. A Jonah is he? And men bruit the story. None will give him place in a third venture. Came the day, dire need constrained the man to pace a night patrolman on the quay, watching the bales till morning hour through fair and foul. Never he smiled. Call him, and he would come, not sour in spirit, but meek and reconciled. Patient he was, he none withstood, oft on some secret thing would brood. He ate what came, though but a crust. In Calvin's creed he put his trust, praised heaven, and said that God was good, and his calamity but just. So Silvio Pellico from cell door forth tottering, after dungeoned years, crippled and bleached, and dead his peers, grateful, I thank the Emperor. There ceasing, after pause Rolfe drew regard to Nehemiah in view. Look, the changed master, roams he there? I mean, is such the guise, the air? The speaker sat between mute vine and Clarel. From the mystic sea, Glaucon's serpent, sleek and fine, in loop on loop seemed here to twine his clammy coils about the three. Then unto them the wannish man draws nigh, but absently they scan. A phantom seems he, and from zone where naught is real, though the wind's eye moan. End of section 37. Section 38 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sparrow. After the hint by Rolfe bestowed, redoubled import, one may ween, had Nehemiah's submissive mien for Clarel, nay, his poor abode, and thither now the twain repair, a new significance might bear. Thin grasses, such as sprout in sand, Clarel observes in crannies old along the cornice. Not his hand the mower fills with such, nor arms of him that binds the sheaf enfold. Now mid the quiet which becharms that mural wilderness remote, querulous came the little note of bird familiar, one of them so numerous in Jerusalem. Still snared for market, it is told, and two were for a farthing sold, the sparrow. But this single one, plaining upon a terrace nigh, was like the psalmist's making moan for loss of mate, forsaken quite, which on the housetop doth alight and watches, and her lonely cry no answer gets. In sunny height, like dotting bees against the sky, what twitterers over the temple fly. But now the arch and stair they gain, and in the chamber sit the twain. Clarel, in previous time secure, from Nehemiah had sought to lure some mention of his life, but failed. Rolfe's hintful story so prevailed, anew he thought to venture it. But while in so much else aside, subject to senile lapse of tide, in this hid matter of his past, the saint evinced a guardful wit. His waning energies seemed massed here, and but here to keep the door. At present his reserve of brow reproach in such sort did avow, that Clarel never pressed him more. Nay, fearing lest he trespass might, even in tarrying longer now, he parted. As he slow withdrew, well pleased he noted in review the Hermitage improved in plight. Some one had done a friendly thing. Who? Small was Clarel's wondering. End of section 38. Section 39 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel and Ruth. In northern clime how tender show the meads beneath heaven's humid bow, when showers draw off and dewdrops cling to sunset's skirt, and robins sing though night be near. So did the light of love redeem in Ruth the trace of grief, though scarce it might efface. From wider rambles which excite the thought, or study's lone repose, daily did Clarel win the close. With interest feminine and true the matron watched that love which grew. She hailed it, since a hope was there, made brighter for the grief's degree. How shines the gull ye watch in air, white, white against the cloud at sea. Clarel, bereft while still but young, mother or sister had not known. To him now first in life was shown, in Agar's frank demeanour kind, what charm to woman may belong, when by a natural bent inclined to goodness in domestic play. On earth no better thing than this, it canonizes very clay. Madonna, hence thy worship is. But Ruth, since love had signed with fate the bond, and the first kiss had sealed, both for her own and Agar's state, much of her exile grief seemed healed. New vistas opened, and if still forebodings might not be forgot as to her sire's eventual lot, yet hope, which is of youth, could thrill. What frame to foster and defend, Clarel, when in her presence, strove the unrest to hide which still could blend with all the endearings of their love. Ruth part divined the lurking care, but more the curb, and motive too. It made him but love's richer heir, so much the more attachment grew. She could not think but all would prove subject in end to mighty love. That cloud which in the present reigned, by flushful hope's aurora stained, at times redeemed itself in hues of shell and humming-bird and flower. Could heaven two loyal hearts abuse? The death-moth let him keep his bower. End of section 39. Section 40 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mounds. Ere twilight and the shadow fall on Zion hill without the wall, in place where Latins set the bier borne from the gate, who lingers here, where, typing faith exempt from loss, by sodless mound is seen a cross? Clarel it is, at Celio's grave. For him, the pale one, ere yet cold, assiduous to win and save, the friars had claimed as of their fold, lit by the light of ritual wicks, had held to unprotesting lips in mistimed zeal the crucifix. And last, among the fellowships of Rome's legitimate dead, laid one not saved through faith, nor papal Rome's true son. Life's flickering hour they made command faith's candle in doubt's dying hand. So some, who other forms did hold, rumored or criticized or told the tale. Not this did Clarel win to visit the hermit of the mound. Nay, but he felt the appeal begin, the poor petition from the ground. Remember me, for all life's din let not my memory be drowned. And thought was Clarel's even for one of tribe not his, To him unknown, through vocal word or vital cheer, a stranger, but less strange made here, less distant, whom life held apart, life whose cross-purposes make shy, death yields without reserve of heart to meditation. With a sigh turning, he slow pursued the steep until he won that levelled spot, terraced and elevated plot over Gihon, where yet others keep death's tryst. Afar from kindred lie Protestants which in Salem die. There, fixed before a founded stone, with Bible mottos part bestrown, stood one communing with the bier. 'Twas Rolfe. Him I knew, said he, down pointing, but 'twas far from here. How far from here? A pause. But see, Job's text in wreath, what trust it giveth. I know that my Redeemer liveth. Poor Ethelwerd, thou didst but grope. I knew thee, and thou hadst small hope. But if at this spent man's deathbed some kind soul kneeled and chapter read, ah, own, to moderns death is drear, so drear. We die, we make no sign, we acquiesce in any cheer, no right we seek, no right decline. Is't nonchalance of languid sense, or the last indifference? With some, no doubt, 'tis peace within, in others, may be, care for kin. Exemplary through life, as well dying they'd be so, nor repel. He let his eyes half absent move about the mound. One's thoughts will rove. This minds me that in like content other forms were kept without dissent by one who hardly owned their spell. He, in fulfilment of pledged work, among Turks having passed for Turk, sickened among them. On death-bed silent he heard the Koran read. They shrilled the Islam wail for him. They shawled him in his burial trim. And now, on brinks of Egypt's waste, where the buried sultan's chapels rise, consistently toward Mecca faced, the blameless simulator lies, the turbaned Swiss, Sheik Ibrahim, Brookheart, but home the Sparrow flees. Come, move we ere the gate they quit, and we be shut out here with these, who never shall re-enter it. End of section 40. Section 41 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the wall. They parted in the port. Nearby, long stone stairs win the battlement of wall, aerial gallery, and thither now the student bent to muse abroad. The sun's last rays shed round a nearing train the haze of mote and speck. Advanced in view and claiming chief regard came two dismounted, barefoot, one in dress expressive of deep humbleness of spirit, scarce of social state. His lineaments rebutted that, though all was overcast with pain, the visage of a doom-struck man not idly seeking holy ground. Behind, his furnished horse did bound, checked by a groom in livery fair. The master paced in act of prayer absorbed, went praying through the gate. The attentive student, struck thereat, the wall crossed, from the inner arch, viewing him emerging, while in starch of prelate robes, some waiting Greeks received him, kissed him on both cheeks, showing that specializing love and deference grave, how far above what Lazarus in grief may get, nor less sincere those priests were yet. Second in the dismounted list was one, a laic votarist, the cross and chaplet by his side, sharing the peace of eventide in frame devout. A Latin he, but not, as seemed, of high degree. Such public reverence profound in crossing Salem's sacred bound is not so common in late day, but that the people by the way in silent viewing eyes confessed the spectacle had interest. Nazarene Hebrews twain rode next, by one of the escort slyly vexed. In litter borne by steady mules a Russian lady parts the screen. A rider, as the gate is seen, dismounts, and her alighting rules. Her husband, checkered following there, like envoys from all Adam's race, mixed men of various nations pace, such as in crowded steamer come and disembark at Jaffa's stair. Mute mid the buzz of chat and prayer, plain-clad where others sport the plume, what countrymen are yonder three? The critic coolness in their eyes disclaims emotion's shallow sea. Or misapply they precept-wise, nil admirari? Or, may be, rationalists these riders are, men self-sufficing, insular. Nor less they show in grave degree tolerance for each poor votary. Now when the last rays slanting fall, the last newcomer enters in, the gate shuts after with a din, tarries the student on the wall. Dubieties of recent date, scenes, words, events, he thinks of all, as, when the autumn sweeps the down, and grey skies tell of summer gone, the swallow hovers by the strait, impending on the passage long, upon a brink and poise he hung. The bird in end must needs migrate over the sea. Shall Clarel too launch o'er his gulf Eden doubt, and woo remote conclusions? Unresigned, he sought the inn, and tried to read the fathers with a filial mind. In vain, heart wandered or repined. The evangelists may serve his need. Deep as he felt the beauty sway, estrangement there he could but heed, both time and tone so far away from him the modern, not to dwell. Rising he walked the floor, then stood irresolute. His eyes here fell upon the blank wall of the cell, the wall before him, and he viewed a place where the last coat of lime, white flakes whereof lay dropped below, thin scaling off, laid open so, upon the prior coat a rhyme pale penciled. In one's nervous trance, things near will distant things recall, and common ones suggest romance. He thought of her built up in wall, Christina of Colato, yes, the verse here breaking from recess, though immaterial, but a thought in some sojourning traveller wrought, scribbled, overlaid, again revealed, seemed like a tragic fact unsealed. So much can mood possess a man. He read, obscurely thus it ran: For me who never loved the stride, triumph and taunt that shame the winning side, toward him over whom in expectation's glow elate the advance of rabble banners gleam, turned from a world that dare renounce him so, my unweaned thoughts in steadfast trade-wind stream. If atheists and vitriolists of doom faith's gathering night with rockets red illume, so much the more in pathos I adore the low lamps flickering in Syria's tomb. What strain is this? But here in blur, after return from Sepulchre, B.L. On the ensuing day he plied the host with question free, who answered him, a pilgrim, nay, how to remember, English though, a fair young Englishman, but stay. And after absence brief he slow with volumes came in hand. These, look, he left behind by chance. One book, with portrait of a mitred man, treated of High Church Anglican. Confession, fast, saint day, deplored that rubric old was not restored. But under finis there was writ a comment that made grief of it. The second work hath other cheer, started from Strauss, disdained Renan, by striding paces up to Pan, nor rested, but the goat god here capped with the red cap in the twist of Proudhon and the Communist. But random jottings in the marge disclosed some reader of the text whose fervid comments did discharge more dole than e'en dissent. Annexed in either book was penciled small, B.L., Oxford, St. Mary's Hall. Such proved these volumes, such as scanned by Clarel, wishful to command some hint that might supply a clue better enabling to construe the lines their owner left on wall. End of section 41. Section 42 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tidings. Some of the strangers late arrived tarried with Abdon at the inn, and, ere long, having viewed the town, would travel further, and pass on to Siddim, and the Dead Sea Win, and Saba. And would Clarel go? 'Twas but for days. They would return by Bethlehem, and there sojourn a while, regaining Zion so. But Clarel undetermined stood, and kept his vacillating mood, though learning, as it happed, that Vine and Rolfe would join the journeying band. Loath was he here to disentwine himself from Ruth, nor less Lot's land and sea, and Judah's utmost drought fain would he view, and mark their tone, and prove if, unredeemed by John's wilderness augmented doubt. As chanced, while wavering in mind, and threading a hushed lane or wind, quick warning shout he heard behind, and clattering hoofs. He hugged the wall, then turned. In that brief interval the dust came on him, powdery light, from one who like a javelin flew, spectral with dust, and all his plight charged with the desert and its hue. A courier, and he bent his flight, as Clarel afterward recalled, whither lay Agar's close inwalled. The clank of arms, the clink of shoe, the cry admonitory too, smote him, and yet he scarce knew why. But when, some hours having flitted by, nearing the precincts of the Jew his host, he did Nehemiah see, waiting in arch, and with a look with some announcement's shadow took, his heart stood still. Fate's herald, he? What is it? What? The saint delayed. Ruth? Nathan. And the news conveyed. The threat oft hurled, as oft reviled by one too proud to give it heed, the menace of stern foemen wild, no menace now was, but a deed. Burned was the roof on Sharon's plain, and timbers charred showed clotted stain, but, spirited away, each corse unsepulchred remained, or worse. Ah, Ruth, woe Agar, ill breeds ill, the widow with no future free, without resource perhaps, or skill to steer upon grief's misty sea. To grieve with them and lend his aid, straight to the house see Clarel fare, the house of mourning, sadder made for that the mourned one lay not there, but found it barred. He, waiting so, doubtful to knock or call them, lo, the rabbi issues, while behind the door shuts to. The meeting eyes reciprocate a quick surprise, then alter, and the secret mind the rabbi bears to Clarel shows, in dark superior look he throws, censorious consciousness of power, death, and it is the Levite's hour. No word he speaks, but turns and goes. The student lingered. He was told by one without, a neighbor old, that never Jewish modes relent, sealed long would be the tenement to all but Hebrews, of which race kneeled comforters by sorrow's side. So both were cared for. Clogged in pace he turned away. How passed the tide of Ruth's seclusion? Might he gain relief from dull inaction's pain? Yes, join he would those pilgrims now, which on the morrow would depart for Siddim by way of Jericho. But first of all he letters sent, brief, yet dictated by the heart, announced his plan's constrained intent, reluctant, and consigned a ring for pledge of love and Ruth's remembering. End of section 42. Section 43 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A procession. But what? Nay, nay, without adieu of vital word, dear presence true, part shall I? Break away from love? But think, the circumstances move, and warrant it. Shouldst thou abide, cut off yet wert thou from her side for time, though she be sore distressed, herself would whisper, Go, 'tis best. Unstable. It was in a street, half vault, where few or none do greet, he paced. Anon, encaved in wall, a fount arrests him, sculpture wrought after a Saracen design. Ruinous now and arid all, save dusty weeds which trail or twine. While lingering in a way that brought the memory of the golden bowl and pitcher broken, music rose, young voices, a procession shows, a litter rich with flowery wreath, singers and censers, and a veil. She comes, the bride, but ah, how pale! Her groom, that Bluebeard, cruel death, wedding his millionth maid today. She, stretched on that Armenian bier, leaves home and each familiar way, quits all for him, nearer, more near, till now the ineffectual flame of burning tapers born he saw, the westering sun puts these to shame. But hark, responsive marching choirs, robed men and boys, in rhythmic law a contest undetermined keep, aye, as the bass in dolings deep the serious, solemn thought inspires. In unconcern of rallying sort, the urchin treble shrills retort. But, true to part imposed, again the beards dirge out, and so they wind till through the city gate the train files forth to Sepulchre. Behind, left in his hermitage of mind, what troubles Clarel? See him there, as if astonishment in air he heard. Can love be fearful so? Jealous of fate, the future? All reverse? Mischance? Nay, even the pall and pit? No, I'll not leave her. No, 'tis fixed. I waver now no more. But yet again he thought it o'er, and self-rebukeful, and with mock, the superstitious doubter, own, biers need be borne. Why such a shock when passes this Armenian one? The words dispatched, and wouldst recall? 'Tis but for fleeting interval. End of section 43. Section 44 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Start. The twilight and the starlight pass, and breaks the morn of Candlemas. The pilgrims muster, and they win a common terrace of the inn, which, lifted on Mount Acra's cope, looks off upon the town aslope in grey of dawn. They hear the din of mongrel Arabs, the loud coil and uproar of high words they wage, harnessing for the pilgrimage. 'Tis special, marks the Orient life, which, roused from indolence to toil, indignant starts, enkindling strife. Though, spite the fray, no harm they share, how fired they seem by burning wrong, and small the need for strenuous care, and languor yet shall laze it long. Wonted to man and used to fate, a pearl-grey ass there stands sedate, while being saddled by a clown and buffeted. Of her anon. Clarel regards, then turns his eye away from all, beyond the town, where pale against the tremulous sky all of it shows in morning shy. Then on the court again looks down. The mountain mild, the wrangling crew, in contrast, why should these endue with vague unrest, and swell the sigh, add to the burden, tease the sense with unconfirmed significance, to horse, and, passing one by one their host, the black Jew by the gate, his grave salute they take, nor shun his formal Godspeed. One, elate in air auroral, June of life, with quick and gay response is rife. But he, the Israelite alone, 'tis he reflects Jehovah's town. Experienced he, the vain elation gone, while flit athwart his furrowed face glimpses of that ambiguous thought which in some aged men ye trace when venture, youth, and bloom go by, scarce cynicism, though 'tis wrought not all of pity, since it scants the sigh. They part. Farewell to Zion's seat, ere yet anew her place they greet. In heart what hap may Clarel prove? Brief term of days, but a profound remove. End of Part 1. End of Section 44. Section 45 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. The Wilderness. The Cavalcade. Adown the Dolorosa lane the mounted pilgrims file in train, whose clatter jars each open space, then, muffled in, shares change apace as, striking sparks in vaulted street, clink, as in cave, the horses' feet. Not from brave Chaucer's Tabard Inn they pictured wend, scarce shall they win fair Kent and Canterbury ken, nor Franklin, Squire, nor Morris dance of wit and story good as then. Another age, and other men, and life an unfulfilled romance. First went the turban, guide and guard in escort armed and desert trim, the pilgrims next, whom now to limn. One there the light rein slackly drew, and skimming glanced, dejected never, while yet the pilgrimage was new, on sights ungladsome howsoever. Cordial he turned his aspect clear on all that passed, man, yea, and brute, enheartening by a blithe salute, chirrup or pat in random cheer. This pleasantness which might endear suffused was with a prosperous look that bordered vanity, but took fair colour as from ruddy heart. A priest he was, though but in part, for as the Templar old combined the cavalier and monk in one, in Derwent likewise might you find the secular and cleric tone. Imported or domestic mode, thought's last adopted style he showed, a breast kept with the age, the year, and each bright optimistic mind, nor lagged with Solomon in rear, and Job the furthermost behind. Brisk marching in time's drum corps van, abreast with whistling Jonathan. Though English, with an English home, his spirits through Creole cross derived the light and effervescent foam, and youth in years mature survived. At saddle-bow a book was laid, convenient, tinted in the page which did urbanely disengage sadness and doubt from all things sad and dubious deemed. Confirmed he read, a priest o' the club, a taking man, and rather more than Lutheran. A cloth cape, light in air afloat, and easy set of cleric coat, seemed emblems of that facile wit which suits the age, a happy fit. Behind this good man's stirrups rode a solid, stolid elder, shod with formidable boots. He went like Talus in a foundry cast, furrowed his face with wrinkles massed. He claimed no indirect descent from Grampian Kirk and Covenant, but recent sallying from home, late he assigned 3 days to Rome. He saw the host go by, the crowd, made up from many a tribe and place of Christendom, kept seemly face, took off the hat, or kneeled, or bowed, but he the helm rammed down apace, discourteous to the host, agree, though to a parting soul it went, nor deemed that, were it mummery, 'twas pathos too, this hard descent, transferred to Salem and remove, led him to carp, and try disprove legend and sight by square and line. Aside time's violet mist he'd shove, quite disenchant the land divine. So fierce he hurled zeal's javelin home, it drove beyond the mark, pierced Rome, and plunged beyond, through enemy to friend. Scarce natural piety might live abiding such a doom. Traditions beautiful and old, which with maternal arms enfold millions, else orphaned and made poor, no plea could lure him to endure. Concerned, meek Christian ill might bear to mark this worthy brother rash, deeming he served religion there, work up the fag end of Voltaire, and help along faith's final crash, if that impend. His fingers pressed a ferrule of blackthorn, he bore a pruning knife and belt, in vest a measuring tape wound round a core, and field glass slung athwart the chest, while peeped from holsters old and brown horse pistols, and they were his own. A hale one followed, good to see, English and Greek in pedigree, of middle age, a ripe gallant, a banker of the rich Levant, in florid opulence preserved like peach in syrup, ne'er he swerved from morning bath and dinner boon, and velvet nap in afternoon, and lounge in garden with cigar. His home was Thessalonica, which views Olympus, but, may be, little he weened of Jove and gods in synod mid those brave abodes, nor, haply, read or weighed Paul's plea addressed from Athens o'er the sea unto the Thessalonians old. His bonds he scanned, and weighed his gold. Parisian was his garb, and gay. Upon his saddle pommel lay a rich Angora rug, for shawl or pillow, just as need might fall. Not the Brazilian leopard's hair or toucan's plume may show more fair, yet, serving light convenience mere, proved but his heedless affluent cheer. Chief exercise this sleek one took was toying with a tissue book at intervals, and leaf by leaf gently reducing it. In brief, with tempered yet Capuan zest, of cigarettes he smoked the best. This white did Lady Fortune love. Day followed day in treasure trove. Nor only so, but he did run in unmistrustful reveries bright beyond his own career to one who should continue it in light of lineal good times. High-walled, an Eden owned he nigh his town, which locked in leafy emerald a fresco lodge, there Nubians armed, tall eunuchs virtuous in zeal, in shining robes with glittering steel, patrolled about his daughter charmed, inmost enclosed in nest of bowers, by Gorgons served, the dread she-powers, duennas, maidens more than fair, how fairer in his rich conceit, an Argive face, and English hair, sunny as May in morning sweet, a damsel for Apollo meet, and yet a mortal's destined bride, bespoken, yes, affianced late to one who by the senior's side rode rakishly deliberate. A sprig of Smyrna, Glaucon he, his father, such ere long to be, well loved him, nor that soul he felt that fortune here had kindly dealt another court card into hand, the youth with gold at free command. No, but he also liked his clan, his kinsmen, and his happy way, and over wine would pleased repay his parasites. Well may ye say, the boy's the bravest gentleman. From Beirut late had come the pair, to further schemes of finance hid, and for a pasha's favour bid, and grave connivance. That affair yet lingered, so, dull time to kill, they wandered, anywhere, at will. Scarce through self-knowledge or self-love they ventured Judah's wilds to rove, as time ere long and place may prove. Came next in file 3 sumpter mules, with all things needful for the tent, and panniers which the Greek o'errules. For there, with store of nourishment, Rosoglio pink and wine of gold slumbered as in the smuggler's hold. Viewing those Levantines in way of the snared lion, which from great marks the light throngs on holiday, nor e'er relaxes in his state austerely sad, rode one whose air revealed, but for the nonce forbear. Mortmain his name, or so in whim some mortal wit had christened him. Upon that creature men traduce for patience under their abuse, for whose requital there's assigned no heaven, that thing of dreamful kind, the ass, elected for the ease, good Nehemiah followed these. His Bible under arm, and leaves of tracts still fluttering in sheaves. In pure good will he bent his view to right and left. The ass, pearl grey, matched well the rider's garb in hue, and sorted with the ashy way. Upon her shoulders jointed play the white cross gleamed, which the untrue yet innocent fair legends say memorializes Christ our Lord, when him with palms the throngs adored upon the foal. Many a year the wanderer's heart had longed to view green banks of Jordan dipped in dew. Oft had he watched with starting tear pack mule and camel, horse and spear, monks, soldiers, pilgrims, helm and hood, the variegated annual train in vernal Easter caravan, bound unto Gilgal's neighborhood. Nor less belief his heart confessed, not die he should till knees had pressed the palmer's beach, which trust proved true. 'Twas charity gave faith her due, without publicity or din, it was the student moved herein. He, Clarel, with the earnest face which fitful took a hectic dye, kept near the saint. With equal pace came Rolfe in saddle pommelled high, yet e'en behind that peaked redoubt sat Indian-like, in pliant way, as if he were an Osage scout, or gaucho of the Paraguay. Lagging in rear of all the train, as hardly he pertained thereto, or his right place therein scarce knew, rode one who frequent turned again to pour behind. He seemed to be in reminiscence folded ever, or some deep moral fantasy, at whiles in face a dusk and shiver, as if in heart he heard amazed the sighing of Ravenna's wood of pines, and saw the phantom knight Boccaccio's, with the dagger raised, still hunt the lady in her flight from solitude to solitude. 'Twas vain, nor less for daydream, still the rein he held with lurking will. So filed the muster whose array threaded the Dolorosa's way. End of section 45. Section 46 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Skullcap. See him in his uncheerful headpiece. Libertads on the Mexic coin would better suit me for a shade-piece. Ah, had I known he was to join. So chid the Greek, the banker one, perceiving Mortmain there at hand, and in allusion to a dun skull-cap he wore. Derwent light reined the steed, and thus, beg pardon, now, it looks a little queer, concede, nor less the cap fits well-shaped brow, it yet may prove the wishing-cap of Fortunatus. No, indeed, no, for that had velvet nap of violet with silver tassel, much like my smoking-cap, you see. Light laughed the Smyrniote, that vassal of health and young vivacity. Glaucon, be still, the senior said, and yet he liked to hear him too. I say it doth but ill bestead to have a black cap in our crew. Pink, pink, cried Glaucon, pink's the hue. Pink cap and ribbons of the pearl, a paradise of bodice, the Queen of Sheba's laundry girl. Hallo, what now? They come to halt, down here in Glen. Well, we'll vault. His song arrested, so he spake, and light dismounted, wide awake. "A sprightly comrade have you here," said Derwent in the senior's ear. The banker turned him. "Folly, folly, but good against the melancholy." End of section 46. Section 47 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the garden. Sheep tracks they'd look, at distance seen, did any herbage border them. Those slender footpaths, slanting lean down o'er along waste slopes which hem the high-lodged, walled Jerusalem. Slipped from Bethesda's pool leads one which by an arch across is thrown, Kedron the brook. The Virgin's tomb, whence the near gate the Latins name, St. Stephen's, as the Lutherans claim, hard by the place of martyrdom. Time-worn and sculpture dim is set, humbly inearthed by Olivet. 'Tis hereabout now halt the band, and by Gethsemane at hand. For few omitted trifles wait, and guardsmen whom adieus belate. Some light dismount, but hardly hear, where on the verge they might foretaste, or guess the flavour of the waste. Greek sire and son took festive cheer. Glaucon not less a topic found at venture. One old tree becharmed leaned its decrepit trunk deformed over the garden's wayside bound. See now, this yellow olive wood they carve in trinkets, rosary, rude. Of these we must provide some few for travel gifts, ere we for good set out for home. And why not, too, some of those gems the nuns revere? In hands of veteran vendors here, wrought from the Kedron's saffron block, in the monk's Glen, Mar Saba's rock, and cameos of the Dead Sea stone. But what ye will, be it Esau's flock, the other said, but for that stone, avoid, nor name. That stone? What one? And cast a look of grieved surprise, marking the senior's ruffled guise. Those cameos of death's sea. Have done, I beg, unless all joy you'd cripple, both noun omit and participle. Dear sir, what noun? Strange grammar's this. Have I expressed myself amiss? Oh, don't you think it is but spleen? A well-bred man counts it unclean, this name of— Boy, and can't you guess? Last bankruptcy without redress. For heaven's sake! With that ill word, whose first is D and last is H, no matter what be in regard, let none of mine ear crape his speech, but shun it, aye, and shun the knell of each derivative. Oh, well, I see, with all my heart, each conjugation I will curb, all moods and tenses of the verb, and for the noun, to save from errors, I'll use instead, the King of Terrors. Sir, change the topic. Would 'twere done, this scheme of ours, and we clean gone from out this same dull land so holy, which breeds but blues and melancholy. To while our waiting I thought good to join these travellers on their road, but there's a bird in saucy glee trills, "Fool, retreat, 'tis not for thee." Had I fair pretext now, I'd turn, but yonder, he don't show concern. Glancing toward Derwent, lounging there, holding his horse with easy air, slack by the rein, with morning zest, in sound digestion unoppressed, the clergyman's good spirits made a Tivoli of that grim glade. And turning now his cheery eyes toward Salem's towers and solemn guise, stretched dumb along the Mount of God, he cried to Clarel waiting near, in saddle seat and gazing drear, "A canter, lad, on steel clean shod, didst ever take on English sod? The downs, yet even here, for a fair matin ride withal, I like the run round yonder wall. Height have you, outlook, and the view varies as you the turn pursue." So he, through inobservance, blind to that preoccupied young mind, in frame how different, in sooth, pained and reverting still to Ruth, immured and parted from him there, behind those ramparts of despair. Mortmain, whose wannish eyes declared how ill through night hours he had fared, by chance overheard, and muttered, "Brass, a sounding brass and tinkling cymbal, who he that with a tongue so nimble affects light heart in such a pass?" And full his cloud on Derwent bent, "Yea, and but thou seem'st well content, but turn, another things to see, thy back's upon Gethsemane." The priest wheeled short. What kind of man was this? The other re-began, "'Tis Terra Santa, holy land, Terra Damnata those at hand within." "You mean where Judas stood?" "Yes, monks locate and named that ground. They've railed it off. Good, very good. It minds one of a vacant pound. We tarry long. Why lags our man?" And rose. Anew glanced toward the height. Here Mortmain from the words and plight conjecture drew, and thus he ran: "Be some who with the god will sup, happy to share his paschal wine. 'Tis well, but the ensuing cup, the bitter cup, art a divine?" asked Derwent, turning that aside. "Methinks, good friend, too much you chide. I know these precincts. Still, believe, and let's discard each idle trope. Rightly considered, they can give a hope to man, a cheerful hope. Not for this world, the Christian plea, what basis has it, but that here man is not happy, nor can be? There it confirms philosophy. The compensation of its cheer is reason why the grass survives of verdurous Christianity. Aye, trampled lives, though hardly thrives in these mad days. Surprised at it, Derwent intently viewed the man, marked the unsolaced aspect wan, and fidgeted, yet matter fit had offered. But the other changed in quick caprice, and wilful ranged in wild invective. "O abyss! Here, upon what was erst the sod, a man betrayed the yearning god, a man, yet with a woman's kiss. 'Twas human, that unanimous cry, 'We're fixed to hate him, crucify!' The which they did, and hands nailed down might not avail to screen the face from each head-wagging, mocking one. This day, with some of earthly race, may passion similar go on? Inferring, rightly or amiss, some personal, peculiar cause for such a poignant strain as this, the priest disturbed not here the pause which sudden fell. The other turned, and, with a strange transition, burned invokingly, "Ye trunks of moan, Gethsemane olives, do ye hear the trump of that vainglorious land where human nature they enthrone, displacing the divine?" His hand he raised there, let it fall, and fell himself, with the last syllable, to moody hush, then fierce: "Hired band of laureates of man's fallen tribe, slaves are ye, slaves beyond the scribe of Nero. He, if flatterer blind, toadied not total humankind, which ye kerns do, but Bel shall bow and Nebo stoop. Ah, come, friend, come," pleaded the charitable priest, still bearing with him, anyhow, by fate unbidden to joy's feast. "Thou'rt strong, yield then the weak some room. Too earnest art thou, and with eye of one who fain would mollify all frowardness, he looked a smile. But not that heart might he beguile. Man's vicious, snaffle him with kings, or, if kings cease to curb, devise severer bit. This garden brings such lesson, heed it, and be wise in thoughts not new. Thou'rt ill to-day, here peering, but in cautious way, nor solace find in valley wild." The other wheeled, no more would say, and soon the cavalcade defiled. End of section 47. Section 48 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Mortmain. "Our friend there, he is a little queer," to Rolfe said Derwent, riding on. beshrew me, there is in his tone naught of your new world's chanticleer. Who's the eccentric, can you say? Partly, but 'tis at second hand. At the Black Jew's I met with one who, in response to my demand, did in a strange disclosure run respecting him. Repeat it, pray. And Rolfe complied, but here receive less the details of narrative than what the drift and import may convey. A Swede he was, illicit son of noble lady, afterwed, who, for a cause over which be thrown charity of oblivion dead, bore little love, but rather hate, even practised to ensnare his state. His father, while not owning, yet in part discharged the natural debt of duty, gave him liberal lore and timely income, but no more. Thus isolated, what to bind but the vague bond of humankind? The north he left, to Paris came, Paris, the nurse of many a flame evil and good. This son of earth, the psalmanazer, made a hearth in warm desires and schemes for man. Even he was an Arcadian. Peace and goodwill was his acclaim, if not in words, yet in the aim. Peace, peace on earth, that note he thrilled. But scarce in way the cherubs trilled to Bethlehem and the shepherd band. Yet much his theory could tell, and he expanded it so well, disciples came, he took his stand. Europe was in a decade dim, upon the future's trembling rim the comet hovered, his a league of frank debate and close intrigue, plot, proselyte, appeal, denounce, conspirator, pamphleteer, at once, and prophet. Wear and tear and jar he met with coffee and cigar. These kept awake the man and mood and dream. That uncreated good he sought, whose absence is the cause of creeds and atheists, mobs and laws. Precocities of heart outran the immaturities of the brain. Along with each superior mind, the vain, foolhardy, worthless, blind, with Judases are nothing loath to clasp pledged hands and take the oath of aim, the which, if just, demands strong hearts, brows deep, and priestly hands. Experience with her sharper touch stung Mortmain. Why, if men prove such, dote I, love theory, overmuch? Yea, also, whither will advance this revolution sprung in France so many years ago? Where end? That current takes me, whither tend? Come, thou who makest such hot haste to forge the future, weigh the past. Such frame he knew, and timed event cogent a further question lent. Wouldst meddle with the state? Well, mount thy guns, how many men dost count? Besides, there's more that here belongs, be many questionable wrongs, by yet more questionable war. Prophet of peace, these wouldst thou bar? The world's not new, nor new thy plea, though even shouldst thou triumph, see, prose overtakes the victor's songs, victorious right may need redress, no failure like a harsh success. Yea, ponder well the historic page, of all who, fired with noble rage, have warred for right without reprieve, how many spanned the wings immense of Satan's muster, or could cheat his cunning tactics of retreat and ambuscade. Oh, now dispense. The world is portioned out, believe. The good have but a patch at best, the wise their corner. For the rest, malice divides with ignorance. And what is stable? Find one boon that is not lackey to the moon of fate. The flood ebbs out, the ebb floods back. The incessant shuttle shifts and flies, and wears and tears the web. Turn, turn thee to the proof that sifts. What if the kings in 48 fled like the gods? Even as the gods shall do, return they made, and sate and fortified their strong abodes, and, to confirm them there in state, contrived new slogans, apt to please Pan and the tribal unities. Behind all this still works some power unknowable thou'lt yet adore. That steers the world, not man. States drive, the crazy rafts with billows strive. Go, go, absolve thee. Join that band that washed them with the desert sand for lack of water. In the dust of wisdom sit thee down, and rust. So mused he, solitary pined, though his apostolate had thrown new prospects ope to Adam's kind, and fame had trumped him far and free. Now drop he did, a clod unknown. Nay, rather, he would not disown oblivion's volunteer to be. Like those new world discoveries bold, ending in stony convent cold, or dying hermits, as if they, chastised to Micah's mind austere, remorseful felt that ampler sway their lead had given for old career of human nature. But this man no cloister sought. He, under ban of strange repentance and last dearth, roved the grey places of the earth, and what seemed most his heart to wring was some unrenderable thing. 'Twas not his bastardy, nor bale Median in his mother pale, nor thwarted aims of high design, but deeper, deep as nature's mine. Though frequent among kind he sate, tranquil enough to hold a debate, his moods he had, mad fitful ones, prolonged or brief, outbursts or moans, and at such times would hiss or cry, "Fair Circe, goddess of the sty!" More frequent this, mock worse than wrong, the siren's kiss, the fury's thong. Such he, though scarce as such portrayed in full by Rolfe, yet Derwent said, at close, "There's none so far astray, detached, abandoned, as might seem, as to exclude the hope, the dream of fair redemption. One fine day I saw at sea, by bit of deck, weedy, adrift from far away, the dolphin in his gambol light, through showery spray arch into sight. He flung a rainbow o'er that wreck." End of section 48. Section 49 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarel and Glaucon. Now slanting toward the mountain's head, they round its southern shoulder so. The immemorial path they tread, whereby to Bethany you go, from Salem over Kedron's bed and Olivet. Free change was made among the riders, lightly strayed with overtures of friendly note. To Clarel's side the Smyrniote, wishful from every one to learn, as well his giddy talk to turn. Clarel, in simpleness that comes to students versed more in their tomes than life, of Homer spake, a man with Smyrna linked, born there, 'twas said. But no, the light Ionian scarce knew that singing beggar dead, though white he'd heard of with the name. Homer? Yes, I remember me, saw note of hand once with his name. A fig for him, fig dealer he, the veriest old nobody. Then lightly skimming on, "Did you by Joppa come?" "I did, and rue 3 dumpish days, like Sundays dull, such as in London late I knew. The gardens, though, are bountiful, but Bethlehem, beyond compare, such roguish ladies tarried there. You know it is a Christian town, decreed so under Ibrahim's rule." The Turk, e'en thus he rippled on, way giving to his spirits free, relieved from that disparity of years he with the banker felt, nor noted Clarel's puzzled look, who, novice-like, at first mistook, doubting lest satire might be dealt. Adjusting now the sporting gun, slung to his back with pouch and all, oh, but to sight a bird, just one, an eagle say, and see him fall. And, chatting still with giddy breath, of hunting feats over hill and dale, fine shot was mine by Nazareth, but birding's best in Tempe's vale. From Thessalonica, you know, 'tis thither that we fowlers stray. But you don't talk, my friend. Hi-ho, next month I wed, yes, so they say. Meantime do sing a song or so, to cheer one. Won't? Must I? Let's see. Song of Poor Devil Dandy, he. She's handsome as a jeweled priest, an ephod on the festa, and each poor blade like me must needs idolize and detest her. With rain beads on her odorous hair, from gardens after showers, all bloom and dew, she trips along, intent on selling flowers. She beams, the rainbow of the bridge, but ah, my blank abhorrence, she buttonholes me with a rose, this flower girl of Florence. My friends stand by, and there, she says, an angel arch, a sinner. I grudge to pay, but pay I must, then dine on half a dinner. Hi-ho, next month I marry, well. With that he turned aside, and went, humming another air content. And Derwent heard him as befell. This lad is like a land of springs, he said. He gushes so with song, nor heeds if Olivet it wrong, said Rolfe. But no, he sings, he rings, he is the guinea, fiddle strings of youth too, which may heaven make strong. Meanwhile, in tetchy tone austere, that reprobated song and all, lowering rode the presbyter, a cloud whose rain ere long must fall. End of section 49. Section 50 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hamlet. In silence now they pensive win a slope of upland over hill eastward, where heaven and earth be twin in quiet, and earth seems heaven's sill. About a hamlet there full low, nor cedar, palm, nor olive show, the trees by ancient legend claimed as those whereof the cross was framed. Nor dairy white, nor well-curb green, nor cheerful husbandry was seen, though flinty tillage might be named, nor less if all showed strange and lone, the peace of God seemed settled down, Mary and Martha's mountain town. To Rolfe the priest said, breathing low, how placid, Carmel's beauty here, if added, could not more endear. Rolfe spake not, but he bent his brow, aside glanced Clarel on the face of meekness, and he mused, in thee, methinks, similitude I trace to nature's look and Bethany. But, ah, and can one dream the dream that hither through the shepherd's gate, even by the road we travelled late, came Jesus from Jerusalem? Who pleased him so in fields and bowers, yes, crowned with thorns, still loved the flowers. Poor gardeners here that turned the sod, friends were they to the Son of God? And shared he e'en their humble lot? The sisters here in pastoral plot, green to the door, did they yield rest, and bathe the feet, and spread the board for him, their own and brother's guest, the kindly Christ, even man's fraternal Lord? But see, how with a wandering hand, in absent-mindedness afloat, and dreaming of his fairyland, Nehemiah smooths the ass's coat. End of section 50. Section 51 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Guide and Guard. Descending by the mountain side, when crags give way to pastures wide, and lower opening, ever new, glades, meadows, hamlets meet the view, which from above did coyly hide, and with rekindled breasts of spring the robins through the orchard wing, excellent then, as there bestowed, and true in charm the downward road. Quite other spells and influence throw down going, down, to Jericho. Here first on path so evil starred, their guide they scan, and prize the guard. The guide, a Druze of Lebanon, was rumoured for an emir's son, or offspring of a lord undone in Ibrahim's time. Abrupt reverse the princes in the east may know. Lawgivers are outlaws at blow, and Croesus dwindles in the purse. Exiled, cut off, in friendless state, the Druze maintained an air sedate, without the sacrifice of pride, Sagacious still he earned his bread, e'en managed to maintain the head, yes, lead men still, but if as guide to pilgrims. Here his dress to mark, a simple woolen cloak, with dark vertical stripes, a vest to suit, white turban like snow wreath, a boot exempt from spur, a sash of fair white linen, long fringed at the ends, the garb of Lebanon. His mare in keeping showed, the saddle plain, headstall untasselled, slender rein. But nature made her rich amends for art's default, full eye of flame tempered in softness, which became womanly sometimes, in desire to be caressed, ears fine to know least imitation, catch a hint as tinder takes the spark from flint and steel. Veil-like her clear attire of silvery hair, with speckled show of greyish spots, and ample flow of milky mane, much like a child the drews she'd follow, more than mild. Not less, at need, what power she'd don, clothed with the thunderbolt would run, as conscious of the emir's son she bore, nor knew the hireling's lash, red rowel, or rebuke as rash. Courteous her treatment, but deem not this tokened a luxurious lot, her diet spare, sole staple earth. Beneath the burning sun she'd lie with mane dishevelled, whence her eye would flash across the fiery dearth, as watching for that other queen, her mate, a beauteous palmyrene, the pride of Tadmore's tented scene. Athwart the pommel cloth coarse spun a long pipe lay, and longer gun, with serviceable yataghan. But prized above these arms of yore, a new revolver bright he bore, tucked in the belt, and oft would scan. Accoutred thus, through desert blight, whose lord is the Amalekite, and proffering or peace or war, the swart Druze rode his silvery czar. Behind him, jogging two and two, came troopers 6 of tawny hue, bewrinkled veterans, and grave as Carmel's prophets of the cave, old Arab Bethlehemites, with guns and spears of grandsires old, weird ones. Their robes like palls funereal hung down from the shoulder, one fold flung in mufflement about the head, and kept there by a fillet's braid. Over this venerable troop went Belex, doughty in command, erst of the Sultan's saucy troop, which into death he did disband, politic Mahmud, when that clan, by fair pretence, in festive way, he trapped within the Artmedan, of old Byzantium's circus gay. But Belex a sultana saved, his senior, though by love enslaved, who fed upon the stripling's may, long since, for now his beard was grey, though goodly yet the features fine, firm chin, true lip, nose aquiline, type of the pure Osmanli breed. But equipment's gone to seed, shabby fate, his vesture's cloth hinted the Jew bezzar and moth. The saddle, too, a cast-off one, an aga's erst, and late was sewn with seed pearl in the seat. But now all that, with tag-work, all was gone, the tag-work of wee bells in row that made a small, snug, dulcet din about the housing's Damascene. But mark the bay. His 20 years still showed him pawing with his peers, pure desert air, doled diet pure, sleek tendons, brave result ensure. Ample his chest, small head, large eye, how interrogative with soul, responsive too, his master by, trim hoof and pace in strong control. Thy birthday well they keep, thou Don, and well thy birthday ode they sing, nor ill they named thee Solomon, prolific sire, long live the king. End of section 51. Section 52 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe and Derwent. They journey. And, as heretofore, Derwent invoked his spirits bright against the wild's expanding moor. Do but regard yon Islamite and horse, equipments be but lean, nor less the nature still is rife. Metal, you see, metal and mean. Methinks fair lesson here we glean, the inherent vigor of man's life, transmitted from strong Adam down, takes no infirmity that's won by institutions, which, indeed, be as equipments of the breed. God bless the marrow in the bone. What's Islam now? Does Turkey thrive? Yet Islamite and Turk they wive and flourish, and the world goes on. Aye, but all qualities of race which make renown, these yet may die, while leaving unimpaired in grace the virile power, was Rolfe's reply. For witness here I cite a Greek, God bless him, who tricked me of late in Argos. What a perfect beak in contour! Ho, 'twas delicate, and hero symmetry of limb. Clownish I looked by side of him. Oh, but it does one's ardor damp, that splendid instrument, a scamp. These Greeks indeed they wear the kilt bravely, they skim their lucid seas, but, prithee, where is Pericles? Plato is where? Simonides? No, friend, much good wine has been spilt. The rank world prospers, but, alack, Eden nor Athens shall come back. And what's become of Arcady? He paused, then in another key, prone our era, man and nation, to slide into a degradation. With some, to age is that, but that. Pathetic grow'st thou, Derwent said, and lightly, as in leafy glade, lightly he in the saddle sat. End of section 52. Section 53 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Through Adomin. In order meet they take their way through Bahurim, where David fled, and Shimei, like a beast of prey, prowled on the side cliff overhead, and flung the stone and curse, and called it just, the king's reverse, still grieving grief, as demons may. In flanking parched ravine they won. The student wondered at the bale, so arid, as of Acheron run dry. Alert showed Belec's hail, uprising in the stirrup, clear of saddle, outlook so to gain, rattling his piece and scimitar. Dear me, I say, appealing ran from the sleek Thessalonian. Say on, the Turk with bearded grin, this is the Glen named Adomin. Uneasy glance the banker threw, though first now of such name he knew, or place, nor was his flutter stayed when Belec's, heading his brigade, drew sword, and with a summons cried, Ho, rout them! And his cohort veered, scouring the dens on either side, then all together disappeared amid wild turns of ugly ground, which well the sleuth dog might confound. The Druze, as if 'twere nothing new, the Turk doing but as bid to do, a higher standpoint would command. But here across his shortened rein and loosened, shrewd, keen yataghan, good Nehemiah laid a hand. Jalea, stay, not long I'll be, a word, one Christian word with ye. I've just been reading in the place, how, on a time, Carl's far from grace left here half dead the faring man, those wicked thieves, but heaven befriends, still heaven at need a rescue lends. Mind ye the good Samaritan? In patient self-control high bred, half of one's sense and ear the Druze inclined, the while his grave eye fed afar, his arms at hand for use. He, said the meek one, going on, not heeding but the tale he spun, he, when he saw him in the snare, he had compassion, and with care him gently wakened from the swound, and oil and wine poured in the wound, then set him on his own good beast, and bare him to the nighest inn, a man not of his town or kin, and tended whom he thus released. Up with him sat he all that night, put off he did his journey quite, and on the morrow, ere he went, for the mistrustful host he sent, and taking out his careful purse, he gave him pence, and thus did sue, Beseech ye now that well ye nurse this poor man whom I leave with you, and whatsoe'er thou spendest more, when I again come, I'll restore. Ye mind the chapter? Well, this day were some forlorn one here to bleed, aid would be meted to his need in good soul travelling this way. Speak I amiss? An answer, pray? In deference the armed man o'er pistols, gun, and yataghan, the turban bowed, but nothing said, then turned, resumed his purpose, led by old traditionary sense, a liberal, fair reverence, the Orientals homage pay, and license yield in tacit way to men demented, or so deemed. Derwent meanwhile in saddle there heard all, but scarce at ease he seemed. So ill the tale and time did pair. Vine whispered to the saint aside, there was a Levite and a priest. Whom God forgive, he mild replied, as I forget, and there he ceased. Touching that trouble in advance, some hear, much like to landsmen wise at sea in hour which tackle tries, the adventure's issue left to chance. In spent return the escort wind, reporting they had put to flight some prowlers. Look, one cried, behind a lesser ridge just glide from sight, though neither man nor horse appears, steel points and hair tufts of 5 spears. Like dorsal fins of sharks they show, when upright these divide the wave and peer above, while down in grave of waters slide the body lean and charnel mouth. With thoughtful mien the student fared, nor might withstand something dubious in the Holy Land. End of section 53. Section 54 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A halt. In divers ways which vary it, stones mention find in hallowed writ. Stones rolled from well mouths, altar stones, idols of stone, memorial ones, sling stones, stone tables. Bethel high saw Jacob under starry sky. On stones his head lay, desert bones. Stones sealed the sepulchres, huge cones heaved there in bulk. Death too by stones the law decreed for crime, in spite as well for taunt or type of ban. The same at place were cast, or man, or piled upon the pits of fight, reproached or even denounced the slain. So in the wood of Ephraim some laid the great heap over Absalom. Convenient too at wilful need, stones prompted many a ruffian deed, and ending oft in parting groans. By stones died Naboth, stoned to death was Stephen meek, and Scripture saith, against even Christ they took up stones. Moreover, as a thing profuse, suggestive still in every use, on stones, still stones, the Gospels dwell in lesson meet or happier parable. Attesting here the Holy Writ, in brook, in glen, by tomb and town, in natural way avouching it, behold the stones, and never one a lichen greens, and, turn them o'er, no worm, no life, but, all the more, good witnesses. The way now led where shoals of flints and stones lay dead. The obstructed horses tripped and stumbled, the Thessalonian groaned and grumbled, but Glaucon cried, Alack the stones! Or be they pilgrims' broken bones, wherewith they pave the turnpikes here? Is this your sort of world, mynheer? Not on your knee, no, 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 but sit you so, verily and verily. Paris, are you true or no? I'll look down your eyes and see. Helen, look, and look, and look. Look me, Helen, through and through. Make me out the only rake. set down one and carry two. Have done, sir, roared the elder out, have done with this lewd balladry. Amazed, the singer turned about, but when he saw that, past all doubt, the Scot was in dead earnest, he, "Oh now, monsieur, monsieur, monsieur," appealing there so winningly, conceding, as it were, his age, station, and moral gravity, and right to be morose indeed, nor less endeavouring to assuage the least. But scarce did he succeed. Rolfe likewise, if in other style, here sought that hard road to beguile. The stone was man's first missile, yes, Cain hurled it, or his sullen hand therewith made heavy. Cain, confess, a savage was, although he planned his altar. Altars such as Cain's still find we on far island chains, deep mid the woods and hollows dark, and set off like the Shittim ark. Refrain from trespass, with black frown each votary straight takes up his stone, as once against even me indeed. I see them now start from their rocks in malediction. Yet concede they were but touchy in their creed, said Derwent. But did you succumb? These irritable orthodox. Thereat the elder waxed more glum. A halt being called now with design, biscuit to bite and sip the wine, the student saw the turbaned Druze a courtesy peculiar use in act of his accosting vine, though but in trifle, as to how the saddle suited, and before in little things he'd marked the show of like observance. How explore the cause of this, and understand? The pilgrims were an equal band, why this preferring way toward one? But Rolfe explained in undertone, but few, believe, have nicer eye for the cast of aristocracy than Orientals. Well now, own, despite at times a manner shy, shows not our countryman in mould of a romanced nobility? His chary speech, his rich still air, confirm them in conjecture there. I make slim doubt these people hold vine for some lord who fain would go, for delicate cause, incognito. What means Sir Crab? In smouldering ire, the elder, not dismounting, views the nearer prospect. Ill content, the distance next his glance pursues. A land of Eblis burned with fire, recoils, then, with big eyebrows bent, lowers on the comrades, Derwent most, with luncheon now and flask engrossed. His bridle turns, adjusts his seat, and holsters where the pistols be, nor taking leave like Christians sweet, quite mindless of Paul's courtesy. With dumb indomitable chin, straight back he aims through Adomene. Alone, nor blandly self-sustained, robber and robber Glen disdained. As stiff he went, his humour dark from vine provoked a vivid spark, derisive comment, part restrained. He passes, well, peace with him go. If truth have painted heart but grim, none here hard measure meant for him. Nay, Haitian airs around him blow, and woo and win to cast behind the harsher and inclement mind. But needs narrate what followed now. Part from us, Derwent cried, that way? I fear we have offended. Nay, what other cause? The desert, see. He and the desert don't agree, said Rolfe. Or rather, let me say, he can't provoke a quarrel here with blank indifference so drear. Ever the desert waves dispute, cares not to argue, bides but mute. Besides, no topographic cheer, surveyor's tape don't come in play, the same with which upon a day he upon all fours soused did roam, measuring the subducts of Siloam. Late asking him in casual way something about the tomb's old fane, these words I got, "Sir, I don't know, but once I dropped in, not again. 'Tis monkish, 'tis a raree show. A raree show, saints' sights and stuff. Had I my will, I'd strip it, strip." I knew 'twere vain to try rebuff, but asked, Did Paul, embarked in ship with Castor and Pollux for a sign, deem it incumbent there to rip from stern and prow the name and shrine? St. Paul, sir, had not zeal enough, I always thought so, and went on. Where stands this fane, this Calvary one, alleged? Why, sir, within the sight of Herod's wall, can that be right? But why detail? Suffice, in few, even Zion's hill, he doubts that too. Nay, Sinai in his dry purview, he's dubious if, as placed, it meet requirements. Why then do his feet tread Judah? No good end is won, said Derwent. Curs need have a bone to mumble, though but dry nor sweet. Nay, that's too harsh and overdone. 'Tis still a vice these carpers brew. They try us set carping too. Ah, well, quick then in thought we'll shun him, and so foreclose all strictures on him. Howbeit, this confess offhand, amiss is robed in gown and band a disenchanter. Friend, the wine. The banker passed it without word. Sad looked he. Why, these fools are stirred about a nothing. Plain to see, such comradeship did ill agree. Pedants and poor, not used to dine and ease of table talk benign. Steeds, pictures, ladies, gold, tokay, gardens and baths, the English news. Stamboul, the market, gain or lose? He turned to where young Glaucon lay, who now to startled speech was won. Look, is he crazy? See him there. The saint it was, with busy care, flinging aside stone after stone. Yet feebly, nathless, as he wrought, in charge imposed, though not unloved. While every stone that he removed laid bare but more. The student sighed, so well he kenned his ways distraught at influx of his eldritch tide. But Derwent, hastening to the spot, exclaimed, How now? Surely 'tis not to mend the way. With patient look, poising a stone as 'twere a clod, all things are possible with God. The humblest helper will he brook. Derwent stood dumb, but quick in heart, conjecturing how it was, addressed some friendly words, and slid apart. And, yet while by that scene impressed, came, as it chanced, where unbecalmed Mortmain aloof sat all disarmed, legs lengthwise crossed, head hanging low, the skull-cap pulled upon the brow, hands groping toward the knees. Then where, a thug, the swordfish roams the sea, the falcon's pirate in the air? Betwixt the twain, where shalt thou flee, poor flying fish? Whither repair? What other element for thee? Whales, mighty whales have felt the wound, plunged bleeding through the blue profound. But where their fangs the sand sharks keep, be shallows worse than any deep. Hardly that chimed with Derwent's bell. Him too he left, when it befell that new they started on their way. To turn their current or allay, he talked with Clarel, and first knew Nehemiah's conceit about the Jew, the ways prepared, the tilth restored for the second coming of our Lord. Rolfe overheard, and shall we say that this is craze, or but, in brief, simplicity of plain belief? The early Christians, how did they for his return looked any day? From dwelling on Rolfe's thought, ere long on Rolfe himself the student broods. Surely I would not think a wrong, nor less I've shrunk from him in moods. A bluntness is about him set. Truth's is it? But he winneth yet through taking qualities which join. Make these the character, the rest but rim? On Syracusan coin the barbarous letters shall invest the Relivio's infinite of charm. I know not, does he help or harm? End of section 54. Section 55 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of deserts. Though frequent in the Arabian waste, the pilgrim, up ere dawn of day, inhale thy wafted musk, Cathay, and Adam's primal joy may taste, beholding all the pomp of night bead thick with stars and swarms how bright, and so rides on alert and braced. Though brisk at morn the pilgrim start, ere long he'll know in weary hour small love of deserts, if their power make to retreat upon the heart their own forsakenness. Darwin quotes from Shelley that forever floats over all desert places known mysterious doubt, an awful one. He quotes, adopts it. Is it true? Let instinct vouch. Let poetry, science, and instinct here agree, for truth requires strong retinue. Waste places are where yet is given a charm, a beauty from the heaven above them, and clear air divine, translucent ether opaline, and some in evening's early dew put on illusion of a guise which Tantalus might tantalize afresh. Ironical unrolled, like western countries all in grain, ripe for the sickleman and wain, or, tawnier than the Guinea gold, more like a lion's skin unfold, attest the desert opening out direct from Cairo by the gate of victors, whence the annual rout to Mecca bound, precipitate their turbaned frenzy. Sands immense impart the oceanic sense. The flying grit like scud is made, pillars of sand which whirl about or arc along in colonnade, true kin be to the water-spout. Yonder on the horizon, red with storm, see there the caravan, straggling long-drawn, dispirited, mark how it labours like a fleet dismasted, which the cross-winds fan in crippled disaster of retreat from battle. Sinai had renown ere thence was rolled the thundered law, ever a terror wrapped its crown. Never did shepherd dare to draw too nigh, Josephus saith, for awe of one, some ghost or god austere, hermit unknown, dread mountaineer. When comes the sun up over Nile in cloudlessness? What cloud is cast o'er Libya, thou shadow vast of Cheops' indissoluble pile? Typ'st thou the imperishable past in empire posthumous and reaching sway, projected far across to time's remotest day? But curb, such deserts in air zone or object lend suggestive tone, redeeming them. For Judah here let Erebus her rival own. 'Tis horror absolute, severe, dead, livid, honeycombed, dumb, fell, a caked depopulated hell, yet so created, judged by sense, and visaged in significance of settled anger terrible. Profoundly cloven through the scene winds Kedron, word, the scholar saith, importing anguish hard on death. And aptly may such named ravine conduct unto Lot's mortal sea in cleavage from Gethsemane, where it begins. But why does man regard religiously this tract cadaverous and under ban of blasphement? Nay, recall the fact that in the pagan era old, when bolts, deemed Jove's, tore up the mound, great stones the simple peasant rolled, and built a wall about the gap, deemed hallowed by the thunderclap. So here, men here adore this ground which doom hath smitten. 'Tis a land direful yet holy, blessed though banned. But to pure hearts it yields no fear, and John, he found wild honey here. End of section 55. Section 56 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Banker. Infer the wilds which next pertain, though travel here be still a walk. Small heart was theirs for easy talk. Oblivious of the bridal rein, Rolfe fell to Lethe altogether, bewitched by that uncanny weather of sultry cloud, and homesick grew the banker. In his reverie blew the cigarette a summer friend went out between his teeth, could lend no solace, soothe him, nor engage. And now disrelished he each word of sprightly, harmless persiflage, wherewith young Glaucon here would fain evince a jaunty disregard. But hush betimes o'ertook the twain, the more impressive, it may be, for that the senior, somewhat spent, florid overmuch and corpulent, laboured in lungs and audibly. Rolfe, noting that the sufferer's steed was far less easy than his own, relieved him in his hour of need by changing with him, then in tone aside, half musing, as alone, "Unwise he is to venture here, poor fellow. 'Tis but sorry cheer for Mammon. Ill would it accord if Nabob with asthmatic breath lighted on Holbein's dance of death sly slipped among his prince from clod. Cosmetic users scarce are bold to face a skull. That sachem old, whose wigwam is man's heart within, how taciturn, and yet can speak, imparting more than volumes win. Not pleasure's darling cares to seek such counsellor, though worse he fares, since, heedless, taken unawares, a rest he finds. Look, at yon ground, how starts he now, so Abel's hound, snuffling his prostrate master wan, shrank back from earth's first murdered man. But, friend, how thrivest? Turning there to Derwent, he, with altered air, made vague rejoinder, nor serene. His soul, if not cast down, was vexed by nature in this dubious scene. His theory she harsh perplexed, the more so for wild Mortmain's mien, and Nehemiah an eldritch cheer. Lord, now thou goest forth from Seir, Lord, now from Edom marchest thou. Shunning the Swede, disturbed to know the saint in strange clairvoyance so, Clarel yet turned to meet the grace of one who not infected dwelt. Yes, Vine, who shared his horse's pace in level sameness, as both felt at home in dearth, but unconcern that never knew Vine's thoughtful turn of venerable escort showed. True natives of the waste abode, they moved like insects of the leaf, tint, tone adapted to the fief. End of section 56. Section 57 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Flight of the Greeks. King, who betwixt the cross and sword on ashes died in cowl and cord, in desert died, and, if thy heart betrayed thee not, from life didst part a martyr for thy martyred lord. Anointed one and undefiled, a warrior manful, though a child in simple faith, Saint Louis, rise, and teach us out of holy eyes whence came thy trust. So Rolfe, and shrank, awed by that region dread and great, thence led to take to heart the fate of one who tried in such a blank, believed, and died. Lurching was seen an Arab tall, on camel lean, up labouring from a Glen's remove, his long lance upright fixed above, the gun across the knee in guard. So rocks in hollow trough of sea a wreck with one gaunt mast, and yard displaced and slanting toward the lee. Closer he drew, with visage mute, austere in passing made salute. Such courtesy may Vikings lend, who through the dreary Hella wend. Under gun, lance, and scabbard hacked, pressed Nehemiah. With ado high he reached up an Arab tract from the low ass. Christ's gift to you! With clatter of the steel he bore, the lofty nomad bent him o'er in grave regard. The camel, too, her crane-like neck swerved round to view. No more to camel than to man, inscrutable, the ciphers ran. but wonted unto arid cheer, the beast, misjudging, snapped it up, and would have munched, but let it drop. Her master, pulling down his spear, transfixed the page and brought it near, nor stayed his travel. On they went through solitudes, till made intent by small sharp shots which stirred rebound in echo. Over upland drear, on tract of less obstructed ground, came fairly into open sight a mounted train in tulip plight. 10 Turks, whereof advanced rode 4, with levelled pistols left and right, graceful diverging, as in plume, feather from feather. So brave room they made for turning toward each shore, ambiguous in nooks of blight, discharging shots, then reunite, and, with obeisance bland, adore their prince, a fair youth, who, behind, 'tween favourites of equal age, brilliant in paynim equipage, with eastern dignity how sweet, nods to their homage, pleased to mind their gallant curvets. Still they meet, salute and wheel, and him precede, as in a pleasure park or mead. The escorts join, and some would take to parley, as is wont. The Druze, howbeit, hardly seems to choose the first advances here to make, nor does he shun. Alert is seen one in voluminous turban green, beneath which in that barren place sheltered he looks as by the grace of shady palm tuft. Vernal he in sacerdotal chivalry. That turban by its hue declares that the great prophet's blood he shares. Kept as the desert stallions be, 'tis an attested pedigree. But ah, the bigot, he could lower in mosque on the intrusive Giaour. To make him truculent for creed, family pride joined personal greed. Though foremost here his word he vents, officious in the conference, in rank and sway he ranged, in sooth, behind that fine sultanic youth which held his place apart, and, cool, in lapse or latency of rule, seemed mindless of the halting train and pilgrims there of Frankistan, or land of Franks. Remiss he wore an indolent look superior. His grade might justify the air, the viceroy of Damascus air. His father's jurisdiction sweeps from Lebanon to Ammon's steeps. Return he makes from mission far to independent tribes of war beyond the Horan. In advance of the main escort, gun and lance, he aims for Salem back. This learned, in anxiousness the banker yearned to join, nor Glaucon seemed averse. 'Twas quick resolved, and soon arranged through fair diplomacy of purse and eastern compliments exchanged. Their wine, in pannier of the mule, upon the pilgrims they bestow, and pledge us, friends, in valley cool. If such this doleful road may know, farewell. And so the Moslem train received these Christians, happy twain. They fled, and thou? The way is done. Why further follow the emir's son? Scarce yet the thought may well engage to lure thee through these leafless bowers, that little avails a pilgrimage whose road but winds among the flowers. Part here, then, would ye win release from ampler dearth, part, and in peace. Nay, part like Glaucon, part with song, the note receding dies along. Tarry never there where the air lends a lone Hadean spell, where the ruin and the wreck vine and ivy never deck, and wizard wan and sibyl dwell. There, oh, beware! Rather seek the grove, thither rove, where the leaf that falls to ground in a violet upsprings, and the oracle that sings is the bird above the mound. There, tarry there. End of section 57. Section 58 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Acor. Jerusalem, the mountain town, is based how far above the sea, but down a lead line's long reach down, a deep sea led. Beneath the zone of ocean's level, heaven's decree has sunk the pool whose deeps submerged the doom Pentapolis fire-scourged. Long then the slope, though varied oft, from Zion to the seats abject, for rods and roods ye wind aloft by verges where the pulse is checked, and chief both height and steepness show ere Acor's gorge the barrier rends, and like a thunder cloud impends, ominous, over Jericho. Hard by the brink the Druze leads on, but halts at a projecting crown of cliff, and beckons them. Nor goat nor fowler ranging far and high scales such a steep, nor vulture's eye scans one more lone. Deep down in throat it shows a sooty black. A forge abandoned, Rolfe said, thus may look. Yea, quoth the saint, and read the book. Flames, flames have forked in Acor's gorge. His wizard vehemence surprised. Some new illusion they surmised. Not less authentic text he took. Yea, after slaughter made at Ai, when Joshua's 3,000 fled, Achan the thief they made to die. They stoned him in this hollow here. They burned him with his children dear. Among them flung his ingot red and scarlet robe of Babylon. Meet end for Carmi's wicked son, because of whom they failed at Ai. 'Twas meet the trespasser should die. Yea, verily, his visage took the tone of that uncanny nook. To Rolfe hear Derwent, study him, then weigh that most ungenial rule of Moses and the austere school, which e'en our saint can make so grim, at least while Acor feeds his eyes. But here speaks nature otherwise? Asked Rolfe. In region round about, she's Calvinistic, if devout, in all her aspect. Vine, o'ercast, estranged rode in thought's hid repast. Clarel, receptive, saw and heard, learning, unlearning, word by word. Ere long the wilds condense the ill. They hump it into that black hill, named for the 40 days and nights, the Quarantania's sum of blights. Up from the gorge it grows, height sheer, sheer depth, and death's repose. Sunk in the gulf the wave disowns, stranded lay ancient torrent stones. These Mortmain marks, ah, from your deep turn ye, appeal ye to the steep? But that looks off, and everywhere descries but worlds more waste, more bare. Flanked by the crag and glen they go. Ahead, ere long in greeting show the mounts of Moab, or the vale of Jordan opening into view, with cloud-born shadows sweeping through. The Swede, intent, lo, how they trail the mort-cloths in the funeral of gods! Although he not confessed, in Derwent, marking there the scene, what interference was expressed, as of harsh grit in oiled machine, disrelish grating interest. Howbeit, this he tried to screen. Pisgah, cried Rolfe, and pointed him. Peor, too, aye, long Abarim, the ridge. Well, well, for thee I sigh, poor Moses, saving Jericho and her famed palms in Memphian row. No cheerful landscape met thine eye, unless indeed yon Pisgah's high was caught, beyond each mount and plain, the blue, blue Mediterranean. And might he then for Egypt sigh? He prompted Rolfe, but no reply, and Rolfe went on. Balboa's ken roved in fine sweep from Darien, the woods and waves in tropic meeting, bright capes advancing, bays retreating, green land, blue sea in charm competing. Meantime, with slant reverted eyes, Vine marked the crag of Agonies, exceeding high, as Matthew saith. It shows from skirt of that wild path, bare as an iceberg seemed by rain, toppling awash in foggy main off Labrador. Grottos Vine viewed upon the flank, or cells or tombs, void as the iceberg's catacombs of frost. he starts. A form endued with living guise from ledges dim leans as if looking down toward him. Not pointing out the thing he saw, Vine watched it, but it showed no claw of hostile purpose, though indeed robbers and outlaws armed have dwelt vigilant by those caves where knelt of old the hermits of the creed. Beyond, they win a storied fount, which underneath the higher mount gurgles clay-white and downward sets toward Jericho in rivulets, which, much like children whose small mirth not funerals can stay, through dearth run babbling. One old hump-backed tree, sad grandam whom no season charms, droops o'er the spring her withered arms, and stones as in a ruin laid, like penitential benches be, where silent thickets fling a shade and gather dust. Here halting, here awhile they rest and try the cheer. End of section 58. Section 59 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fountain. It brake how long ago, that morn which saw thy marvel done. Elisha, healing of the spring, a good deed lives, the doer lo. See how the waters eager run, with bounty which they chiming bring. So out of Eden's bounds afar hymned Pison through green Havilah. But ill those words in tone impart the simple feelings in the heart of Nehemiah, full of the theme, standing beside the marge, with cup and pearls of water beads adroop down thinnish beard of silvery gleam. Truly, said Derwent, glad to note that Achor found her antidote, truly the fount wells grateful here. Then to the student, for the rest, the sight is pleasant, nor unblessed these thickets by their shade endear. A scent half vacant Clarel gave, watching that miracle, the wave. Said Rolfe, reclining by the rill, needs life must end, or soon or late. Perchance set down it is in fate, that fail I must ere we fulfill our travel. Should it happen true, attention pray, I mend my will, and name executors in you. Bury me by the road, somewhere near spring or brook, palms plant me there, and seats with backs to them, all stone, in peace then go. The years shall run, and green my grave shall be, and play the part of host to all that stray in desert, water, shade, and rest their entertainment. So I'll win balm to my soul by each poor guest that solaced leaves the dead man's inn. But charges, mind, yourselves defray, seeing I've not. Where thrown he lay, Vine, sensitive, suffused did show, yet looked not up, but seemed to weigh the nature of the heart whose trim of quaint good fellowship could so strike on a chord long slack in him. But how may spirit quick and deep a constancy unfreakish keep? A reed there shaken fitfully he marks. Was't this we came to see in wilderness? And rueful smiled. The meek one, otherwise beguiled, here chancing now the ass to note, languidly munching straw and bran, drew nigh, and smoothed the roughened coat, and gave her bread, the wheatened grain. Vine watches, and his aspect knows a flush of diffident humor. Nay, me too let wait, I pray, on our snubbed kin here. And he rose. Erelong, alert the escort show. 'Tis stirrups, but the Swede moved not, aloof abiding in dark plot made by the deeper shadow. Go, my horse lead, but for me I stay. Some bread, there, that small loaf will do. It is my whim, I say. Mount, heed not me. And how long, pray? Asked Derwent, startled. Eve draws on. Ye would not tarry here alone. Thou man of God, nor desert here, nor Zin, nor Obi, yieldeth fear, if God but be. This waste, soon shall night fold the hemisphere, but safer then to lay me down, here, by yon evil summit faced. Safer than in the cut-throat town, though on the church steps. Go from me, begone. Tomorrow or next day Jordan ye greet, then round ye sway, and win Lot's marge. In sight ye'll be, I'll intercept. Ride on, go. Nay, bewitched, why gape ye so at me? Shall man not take the natural way with nature? Tut, fling me the cloak. Away precipitate he broke, the skull-cap glooming through the glade. They paused, nor ventured to invade. While so, not unconcerned, they stood, the Druze said, Well, let be, why chafe? Nights here are mild, one's pretty safe when fearless. Bellex, come, the road. End of section 59. Section 60 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night in Jericho. Look how a pine in luckless land, by fires autumnal overrun, abides a black extinguished brand, gigantic, killed, not overthrown, and high upon the horny bough perches the bandit Captain Crow, and caws unto his troop afar of foragers. Much so, in scar of blastment, looms the Crusaders' tower on the waste verge of Jericho. So the dun sheik in lawless power kings it aloft in sombre robe, lord of the tawny Arab mob, to which, upon the plains in view, he shouts down his wild hullabaloo. There on the tower, through eve's delay, the pilgrims tarry, till for boon, launched up from Nebo far away, balloon-like rose the nibbled moon, nibbled being after full one day. Intent they watched the planets rise, familiar, though in strangest skies, the ascending orb of furrowed gold, contracting, changed, and silvery rolled in violet heaven. The desert brown, dipped in the dream of argent light, like iron plated, took a tone transmuting it, and Ammon shone in peaks of paradise, so bright. They gazed. Rolfe brake upon the calm. O haunted place, O powerful charm, where now Elijah's chariot seen, and yonder, read we writ aright, he went up, over against this sight, soaring in that deep heaven serene. To me 'twould but in beauty rise, nor hair-clad John would now surprise, but Volney. Volney? Derwent cried. Ah, yes, he came to Jordan's side, a pilgrim deist from the Seine. Aye, and Chateaubriand he too, the Catholic pilgrim, hither drew. Here formed his purpose to assert religion in her just desert against the red caps of his time. The book he wrote, it dies away, but those Septemberists of crime enlarge in vitriolists today. Nor while we dwell upon this scene can one forget poor Lamartine, a latter Palmer. Oh, believe, when, his fine social dream to grieve, strode fate, that realist, how grim, displacing, deriding, hushing him. Apt comment then might memory weave in lesson from this waste. That cry! And would the jackal testify from Moab? Derwent could but sway. Omit ye incitation, pray. The healthy pilgrims of times old? Robust they were, and cheery saw shrines, chapels, castles without flaw now gone. That river convent's fold, by willows nigh the pilgrim's strand of Jordan, was a famous hold. Prince Sigurd from the Norseman land, quitting his keel at Joppa, crossed hither, with Baldwin for his host, and Templars for a guard. Perchance under these walls the train might prance by Norman warder eyed. Maybe, responded Vine, But why disown the Knight of the Leopard, even he, since hereabout that fount made moan, named Diamond of the Desert? Yes, beamed Rolfe, divining him in clue, such shadows we, one need confess that Scott's dreamed knight seems all but true, as men which history vouches. She, Tasso's Armida, by Lot's sea, where that enchantress, with sweet look of kindliest human sympathy, such webs about Rinaldo wove that all the hero he forsook. Lost in the perfidies of love, Armida starts at fancy's bid not less than Rahab, lass which hid the spies here in this Jericho. A lull. Their thoughts, mute plunging, strayed like Arethusa underground, while Clarel marked where slumber-bound lay Nehemiah in screening shade. Ere long, in reappearing tide, Rolfe, gazing forth on either side, how lifeless! But the annual rout at Easter here shall throng and shout, far populate the lonely plain, next day a solitude again, all pressing unto Jordan's dew, while in the saddle of disdain skirr the Turk guards with fierce halloo, armed herdsmen of the drove. He ceased, and fell the silence unreleased, till yet again did Rolfe round peer upon that moonlit land of fear. Man sprang from deserts, at the touch of grief or trial overmuch, on deserts he falls back at need. Yes, 'tis the bare abandoned home recalleth then. See how the Swede, like any rustic crazy Tom, bursting through every code and ward of civilization, mask and fraud, takes the wild plunge. Who so secure, except his clay-besodden loam, as never to dream the day may come when he may take it, foul or pure? What in these turns of mortal tides, what any fellow creature bides, may hap to any. Pardon, pray, cried Derwent, but 'twill quick away. Yon moon in pearl cloud, look, her face peers like a bride's from webs of lace. They gazed until it faded there, when Rolfe with a discouraged air sat as rebuked, in winning strain, as 'twere in penitence urbane. Here Derwent, come, we wait thee now. No matter, Rolfe said, let it go. My earnestness myself decry, but as heaven made me, so am I. You spake of Mortmain, breathed Vine low, as embers not yet cold will catch quick at the touch of smallest match. Here Rolfe, in gusts of lonely pain beating upon the naked brain, God help him, aye, poor realist! So Derwent, and that theme dismissed. When Ashtaroth her zenith won, sleep drugged them, and the winds made moan. End of section 60. Section 61 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In mid-watch. Disturbed by topics canvassed late, Clarel, from dreams of like debate, started, and heard strange muffled sounds, outgivings of wild mountain bounds. He rose, stood gazing toward the height, bethinking him that thereaway, behind it o'er the desert lay the walls that sheltered Ruth that night. When Rolfe drew near, with motion slight, scarce conscious of the thing he did, partly aside the student slid, then, quick as thought, would fain atone. Whence came that shrinking start on bid? But from desire to be alone? Or skim or sound him, was Rolfe one whom honest heart would care to shun? By spirit immature or dim, was nothing to be learned from him? How frank seemed Rolfe, yet Vine could lure despite reserve which overture withstood, e'en Clarel's, late repealed, finding that heart a fountain sealed. But Rolfe, however it might be, whether in friendly fair advance, checked by that start of dissonance, or whether wrapped in reverie, beyond, apart he moved, and leant down peering from the battlement upon its shadow, Then and there Clarel first noted in his air a gleam of oneness more than vines, an irrelation of a weed detached from vast Sargasso's mead, and drifting where the clear sea shines. But Clarel turned him, and anew his thoughts regained their prior clue, when lo, a fog, and all was changed. Crept vapours from the sea of salt, overspread the plain, nor there made halt, and blurred the heaven, as one estranged who watches from the shore, till the white speck is seen no more, that ship that bears his plighted maid, then turns and sighs as fears invade. See here the student, repossessed by thoughts of Ruth, with eyes late pressed, whither lay Salem, close and wind, the mist before him, mist behind, while intercepting memories ran of chant and beer Armenian. End of section 61. Section 62 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Syrian Monk. At early hour with Rolfe and vine, Clarel ascends a minor height. They overtake and lone recline a strange wayfarer of the night, who, twixt the small hour and the grey, with cruse and scrip replenished late in Jericho at the wattled gate, had started on the upland way, a young strange man of aspect thin from vigils which in fast begin. Though, pinned together with the thorn, his robe was ragged all and worn. Pure did he show as mountain leaf by brook or coral washed in reef. Contrasting with the bleached head-dress, his skin revealed such swarthiness, and in the contour clear and grace, so all unworldly was the face, he looked a later Baptist John. They start. Surprise perforce they own, much like Da Gama's men may be, when sudden on their prow at sea lit the strange bird from shores unknown. Although at first from words he shrunk, he was, they knew, a Syrian monk. They so prevailed with him and pressed, he longer lingered at request. They won him over in the end to tell his story and unbend. He told how that for 40 days, not yet elapsed, he dwelt in ways of yonder Quarantanian height, a true recluse, an anchorite, and only came at whiles below, and ever in the calm of night, to beg for scraps in Jericho. 'Twas sin, he said, that drove him out into the desert, sin of doubt. Even he it was upon the mount by chance perceived, untold, by vine, from Acor's brink. He gave account of much besides, his lonely mine of deep illusion, how the night, the first, was spent upon the height, and way he climbed. Up cliff, up crag, cleft crag and cliff which still retard, goat-like I scrambled where stones lag, poised on the brinks by thunder marred. A ledge I reached which midway hung where a hut oratory clung. Rude stones massed up, with cave-like door, eremite work of days of yore. White bones here lay, remains of feast dragged in by bird of prey or beast. Hence gazed I on the wilds beneath, Dengada and the coasts of death. But not a tremor felt I here, it was upon the summit fear first fell. There first I saw this world, and scarce man's place it seemed to be. The mazed Gehennas were so curled as worm tracks under bark of tree. I ween not if to ye 'tis known, since few do know the crag aright, years left unvisited and lone, that erect chapel marks the site where tempter and the tempted stood of old. I sat me down to brood within that ruin, and my heart unwaveringly to set apart in meditation upon him who here endured the evil whim of Satan. Steadfast, steadfast down, mine eyes fixed on a flinty stone which lay there at my feet, but thought would wander. Then the stone I caught, convulsed it in my hand till blood oozed from the nails, Then came and stood the Saviour there, the imp and he. Fair showed the fiend, foul enemy, but, the other, pale and dim, I saw but as the shade of him. That passed. Again I was alone, no, not long alone, as glides into dead grass the snake, lean rustling from the bedded brake. A spirit entered me. 'Twas he, the tempter, in return. But me he tempted now. He mocked, "Why strife? Dost hunger for the bread of life? Thou lackest faith. Faith would be fed. True faith could turn that stone to bread, that stone thou hold'st." Mute then my face I lifted to the starry space, but the great heaven it burned so bright, it cowed me, and back fell my sight. Then he, "Is yon the Father's home, and thou his child cast out to night? 'Tis bravely lighted, yonder dome. Part speak'st thou true. Yea, he is there, yea, and he is everywhere. Now and for aye, evil and he. Is there no good? Ill to fulfill, needful is good. Good salts the ill. He's just. Goodness is justice. See, through all the pirate spider's snare of silken arcs of gossamer, 'tis delicate geometry. Adorest the artificer? Nor answer knew I, save this way: Faith bideth. Noon, and wait for day? The sands half run. Eternal he, but I with a futurity which not exceeds his past. Agree, full time has lapsed. What ages hoar, what period fix, when faith no more, if unfulfilled, shall fool? I sat, sore quivered I to answer that, yet answered not, but lowly said, "And death? Why beat the bush in thee? It is the cunningest mystery. Alive thou know'st not death, and, dead, death thou'lt not know. The grave will test, but he is, though doubt attend. Peace will he give ere come the end. Ha, thou at peace? Nay, peace were best, could the unselfish yearner rest. At peace to be, here on earth, where peace, heart peace, how few may claim, and each pure nature pines in dearth. Fie, thy soul might well take shame. There sunk my heart. He spake so true in that. O God, I prayed, come through the cloud. Hard task thou settest man to know thee. Take me back again to nothing, or make clear my view. Then stole the whisper intermitting, like tenon into mortis fitting, it slipped into the frame of me. Content thee, in conclusion caught, thou'lt find how thoughts' extremes agree. The forethought clinched by afterthought, the firstling by finality. There close fell, and therewith the stone dropped from my hand. His will be done. And skyward patient he appealed, raising his eyes, and so revealed first to the pilgrim's waiting view their virginal violet of hue. Rolfe spake, "Surely not all we've heard, peace, solace, was an end conferred?" His head but fell. He rose in haste, the rough hair girdle tighter drew about the hollow of the waist, departing with a mild adieu. They sat in silence. Rolfe at last, "And this but ecstasy of fast? Construe then Jonah in despair." The student turned, awaiting Vine, who answered nothing. Plaiting there a weed from neighboring ground uptorn, plant common enough in Palestine, and by the peasants named Christ's thorn. End of section 62. Section 63 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An apostate. Bark, Easter bark, with happier freight than Spanish spoil of Inca plate, which vernal glidest from the strand of statues poised like angels fair, on March morn sailest, starting, fanned, auspicious by Sardinian air, and carriest boughs through Calpe's gate to Norman ports and Belgian land, that the green Sunday, even there, no substituted leaf may wear, holly or willow's lither wand, but sprays of Christ's canonic tree, Rome's Palma Christi by decree, the date palm. Ah, in bounty launch, thou blessed Easter bark, to me, hither one consecrated branch. So Rolfe in burst, and turned toward vine, but he the thorn wreath still did twine. Rolfe watched him busy there and dumb, then cried, Did gardens favour it, how would I match thee here, and sit wreathing Christ's flower, chrysanthemum? Erelong the Syrian they view in slow ascent, and also two between him and the peak, one white, an Arab with a pouch, nor light. A desert Friday to the one who went before him, coming down, shagged Crusoe by the mountain spur. This last, when he the Votary meets, sad climbing slow, him loudly greets, stopping with questions which refer in some way to the crag amort, the crag, since thitherward his hand frequent he waves, as with demand for some exact and clear report touching the place of his retreat aloft. As seemed, in neutral plight submiss responds the anchorite. The wallet dropped beside his feet. These part. Master and man now ply yet down the slope, and he in van, round-shouldered, and though grey yet spry. A hammer swung. I've met that man elsewhere, thought Clarel. He whose cry and gibe came up from the dung gate in hollow, when we scarce did wait his nearer speech and wagging head, the saint and I. But naught he said hereof. The stranger closer drew, and Rolfe breathed, This now is a Jew, German, I deem, but re-advised, an Israelite say, Hegelized, convert to science, for but see the hammer, yes, geology. As now the other's random sight on Clarel mute and vine is thrown, he misinterprets their grave plight, and, with a banter in the tone, amused he cries, Now, yon height! Come, let it not alarm, a mount whereof I've taken strict account, its first geologist, believe, and, if my eyes do not deceive, 'tis Jura limestone, every spur, yes, and those signs the rocks imprint, which of plutonic action hint, no track is found, I plump aver, of Pluto's footings, Lucifer. The punning mock and manner stirred repugnance in fastidious vine, but Rolfe, who tolerantly heard, parleyed, and won him to define at large his rovings on the height. The yester afternoon and night he'd spent there, sleeping in a cave, part for adventure, part to spite the superstition, and outbrave. 'Twas a severe ascent, he said, in bits a ladder of steep stone with toe-holes cut and worn, each one by eremites long centuries dead. And of his cullings too he told. His henchman here, the Arab white, bare solid texts from Bible old, true Rock of Ages, he averred, to read before a learned board, when home regained should meet his sight. A monograph he would indite, the theme that crag. He went his way to win the tower. Little they say, but Clarel started at the view which showed opposed the anchorite, ascetical, and such a Jew. End of section 63. Section 64 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Under the Mountain. From Ur of the Chaldees roved the man, priest, shepherd, prince, and pioneer, swart Bedouin in time's dusky van, even he which first, with mind austere, arrived in solitary tone to think of God as one, alone, the first which brake with hearth and home for conscience' sake, whom piety ruled, prosperity blessed, longevity schooled, and time in fullness brought to Mamre's tomb, arch-founder of the solid base of Christendom. Even this, for why disown the debt when vouchers be? Yet, and yet, our saving salt of grace is due all to the East, nor least the Jew. Perverse, if stigma then survive, elsewhere let such in satire thrive, not here. Quite other end is won in picturing Margoth, fallen son of Judah. Him may Gabriel mend. Little for love, or to unbend, but swayed by tidings, hard to sift, of robbers by the river drift, in force recruited, they suspend their going hence to Jordan's trees. Released from travel, in good hour Nehemiah dozed within the tower. Uplands they range, and woo the breeze, where crumbled aqueducts and mounds override long slopes and terraces, and shattered pottery abounds, or such would seem, yet may but be the shards of tile-like brick dispersed, binding the wall or bulwark erst. Such as in Kent still serve that end, and Richborough Castle by the sea, a Roman hold. What breadth of doom as of the worlds in strata penned, so cosmic seems the wreck of Rome. Not wholly proof to natural sway of serious hearts and manners mild, uncouthly Margoth shared the way. He controverted all the wild, and in especial Sodom's strand of marl and clinker. Sirs, heed me, this total tract, and Esau's hand he waved, the plain, the vale, Lot's sea. It needs we scientists remand back from old theologic myth to geologic hammers. Pray, let me but give ye here the pith. As the Phlegraean fields no more befool men as the spookish shore where Jove felled giants, but are known, the Solfatara and each cone volcanic, to be but on par with all things natural, even so Siddim shall likewise be set far from fable. Part overhearing this, Derwent in rear with Rolfe, old Clo. We've heard all that, and long ago. Conceit of vacant emphasis. Well, well, hear archly Rolfe, but own how graceful your concession, one a score or two of years gone by, nor less therefrom at need ye'll fly. Allow, scarce easy 'tis to hit each slippery turn of cleric wit. Derwent but laughed, then said, but he, intelligence veneers his mien, though rude, unprofitably keen, sterile, and with sterility self-satisfied. But this is odd, not often do we hear you rail. The gown, it seems, does yet avail, since from the sleeve you draw the rod. But look, they lounge. Yes, all recline, and on the site where havoc clove the last late palm of royal line, sad Montezuma of the grove, the mountain of the imp they see, scowl at the freedom which they take, relaxed beneath his very lee. The bread of wisdom here to break, Margoth holds forth, the gossip tells of things the prophets left unsaid, with master key unlocks the spells and mysteries of the world unmade. Then mentions Salem. Stale is she. Lay flat the walls, let in the air, that folk no more may sicken there. Wake up the dead, and let there be rails, wires, from Olivet to the sea, with station in Gethsemane. The priest here flushed. Rolfe rose, and, how? You go too far. A long Dutch mile behind the genius of our time. Explain that, pray. And don't you know? Malbrino's helmet is sublime, the barber's basin may be vile. Whether this basin is that helm, to vast debate has given rise. Question profound for blinking eyes, but common sense throughout her realm has settled it. There, like vain wight, his fine thing said, bidding friends good night, he, to explore a rift they see, parted, bequeathing, as may be, a glance which said, again ye'll pine, left to yourselves here in decline, missing my brave vitality. End of section 64. Section 65 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Priest and Rolfe. Derwent fetched breath. A healthy man, his lungs are of the soundest leather. Health's insolence in a saurian, said Rolfe. With that they fell together, probing the purport of the Jew in last ambiguous words he threw. But Derwent, and in lenient way, explained it. Let him have his say, cried Rolfe. For one, I spare defiance with such a kangaroo of science. Yes, qualify though, Derwent said, for science has her eagles too. Here musefully Rolfe hung the head, then lifted. Eagles? Aye, but few. And search we in their eyries lone, what find we, pray? Perchance a bone. A very cheerful point of view. 'Tis as one takes it. Not unknown that even in physics much late lore but drudges after Plato's theme, or supplements but little more some Hindu's speculative dream of 1,000 years ago, and, own, Darwin is but his grandsire's son. But Newton and his gravitation! Think you that system's strong persuasion is founded beyond shock? Or much 'twould seem for man, a clod, to clutch God's secret so, and on a slate cipher all out, and formulate the universe. You Pyrrhonist! Why, now, perhaps you do not see, your mind has taken such a twist, the claims of stellar chemistry. What's that? No matter, time runs on, and much that's useful, grant, is won. Yes, but more's claimed. Now first they tell, the human mind is free to range. Enlargement, aye, but where's the change? We're yet within the citadel, may rove in bounds, and study out the insuperable towers about. Come, but there's many a merry man. How long since these sad times began? That steadied Rolfe. Where's no annoy, I too perchance can take a joy, yet scarce in solitude of thought. Together symbols need be brought ere mirth is made. The wight alone who laughs is deemed a witless one. And why? But that we'll leave unsought. By all means, O ye frolic shapes, thou dancing faun, thou fawn with grapes, what think ye of them? Tell us, pray. Fine mellow marbles, but their hint? A mine as deep as rich the mint of cordial joy in nature's sway, shared by somewhere anterior clay when life was innocent and free. Methinks 'tis this they hint to me. He paused, as one who makes review of gala days, then, warmly too, whither hast fled, thou deity, so genial, in thy last and best avatar, so ripe in form, pure as the sleet, as roses warm, our earth's unmerited fair guest? A god with peasants went abreast. Man clasped a deity's offered hand, and woman ministrant was then, how true, even in a Magdalen. Him following through the wilding flowers by lake and hill, or glad detained in Cana, ever out of doors, ere yet the disenchantment gained what dream they knew, that primal band of gypsy Christians, but it died. Back rolled the world's effacing tide, the world by him denounced, defined, him first, set off and countersigned, once and for all, as opposite to honest children of the light. But worse came, creeds, wars, stakes. Oh, men made earth inhuman, yes, a den worse for Christ's coming, since his love, perverted, did but venom prove. In part that's past, but what remains after fierce seethings? Golden grains? Nay, dubious dregs. Be frank and own. Opinion eats, all crumbles down. Where stretched an isthmus rolls a strait. Cut off, cut off! Canst feel elate while all the depths of being moan, though luminous on every hand, the breadths of shallow knowledge more expand? Much as lightship keeper pines mid shoals immense, where dreary shines his lamp, we toss beneath the ray of science beacon, This to trim is now man's barren office. Nay, starting abrupt, this earnest way I hate. Let doubt alone, best skim, not dive. No, no, cried Derwent gay, who late, upon acquaintance more, took no mislike to Rolfe at core, and fain would make his knell a chime, being pledged to hold the palmy time of hope, at least not to admit that serious check might come to it. No, sun doubt's root, 'twill fade, and for thy picture of the prime, green Christianity and glade, why, let it pass, 'tis good, in sooth, who summons poets to the truth. How Vine sidelong regarded him, as 'twere in envy of his gift for light disposings, so to skim, Clarel surmised the expression's drift, thereby anew was led to sift good Derwent's mind. For Rolfe's discourse, prior recoil from Margoth's jeer, was less than startled shying here at earnest comment's random force. He shrunk, but owned 'twas weakness mere. Himself he chid, no more for me the petty half-antipathy. This pressure it need be endured. Weakness to strength must get inured, and Rolfe is sterling, though not less at variance with that parlour strain which counts each thought that borders pain a social treason. Sterling, yes, despite illogical wild range of brain and heart's impulsive counterchange. End of section 65. Section 66 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concerning Hebrews. As by the wood drifts thistledown, and settles on soft mosses fair, stillness was wafted, dropped and sown, which stillness Vine, with timorous air of virgin tact, thus break upon, nor with chance hint, one can't forbear thinking that Margoth is a Jew. Hereat, as for response, they view the priest, and, well, why me? He cried. With one consent, why turn to me? Am I professional? Nay, free. I grant that here by Judah's side queerly it jars with frame implied to list this geologic Jew. His way Jehovah's world construe. In Gentile 'twould not seem so odd. But here may preconceptions thrall? Be many Hebrews we recall, whose contrast with the breastplate bright of Aaron flushed in altar light, and Horeb's Moses, rock and rod, or closeted alone with God, quite equals Margoth's in its way. At home we meet them every day. The Houndsditch clothesman scarce would seem akin to seers. For one, I deem Jew banker, merchant, statesman, these, with artist, actress known to fame, all strenuous in each Gentile aim, are nature's offhand witnesses, there's nothing mystic in her reign. Your Jews like wheat from Pharaoh's tomb, sow it in England, what will come? The weird old seed yields market grain. Pleased by his wit, while some recline, a smile uncertain lighted Vine, but died away. Jews share the change, Derwent proceeded. Range, they range. In liberal sciences they roam. They're leavened, and it works, believe. Signs are, and such as scarce deceive. From Holland, that historic home of erudite Israel, many a tome Talmudic shipped is over sea for antiquarian rubbish. Rest, cried Rolfe, e'en that indeed may be, nor lest the Jew keep fealty to ancient rites. Aaron's gemmed vest will long outlive Genevan cloth. Nothing in time's old camphor chest so little subject to the moth. But rabbis have their troublers too. Nay, if through dusty stalls we look, haply we disinter to view more than one bold free-thinking Jew that in his day with vigour shook faith's leaning tower, which stood the throw. Here Derwent in appendix. Look, faith's leaning tower was founded so. Faith leaned from the beginning. Yes, if slant she holds her steadfastness. May be, and paused, but wherefore clog? Uriel Acosta, he was one who troubled much the synagogue, recanted then, and dropped undone, a suicide. There's Heine, too, in lineage crossed by blood of Jew, pale jester, to whom life was yet a tragic farce, whose wild death rattle, in which all voids and hollows met, desperately maintained the battle betwixt the dirge and castanet. But him leave to his Paris stone and rail and friendly wreath thereon. Recall those Hebrews, which of old, sharing some doubts we moderns rue, would fain eclectic comfort fold by grafting slips from Plato's palm on Moses' melancholy yew. But did they sprout? So we seek balm by kindred graftings. Is that true? Why ask? But see, there lived a Jew, no Alexandrine Greekish one, you know him, Moses Mendelssohn. Is't him you cite? True spirit stayed. He, though his honest heart was scourged by doubt Judaic, never laid his burden at Christ's door. He urged, "Admit the mounting flames enfold my basement. Wisely shall my feet the attic win for safe retreat." And he said that? Poor man, he's cold. But was not this that Mendelssohn, who Hebrew kinswoman's Hebrew son, baptized to Christian, worthily won the good names of Neander so? If that link were, well might one urge from such example thy strange flow, conviction, breaking habit's tether, sincerest minds will yet diverge, like chance clouds scattered by mere weather, nor less at one point still they meet, the selfhood keep they pure and sweet. But Margoth, in reminder here, breathed Vine, as if while yet the ray lit Rolfe, to try his further cheer. But Margoth! He, poor sheep astray, the Levitic cipher quite erased. On what vile pigweed hath he grazed? Not his Spinoza's starry brow, a nonconformer, ye'll allow, a lion in brain, in life a lamb, sinless recluse of Amsterdam, who, in the obscure and humble lane, such strangers seemed to entertain as sat by tent beneath the tree of Mamre's plain. Mysterious three, the informing guests of Abraham. But no, it had but ill beseemed, if God's own angels so could list to visit one, Pan's atheist. That high intelligence but dreamed, above delusion's vulgar plane deluded still, the erring twain, Spinoza and poor Margoth here. Both Jews, which in descent do vary. In these what parted poles appear, the blind man and the visionary. And who's the eye that sees aright, if any? Clarel eager asked. Aside Rolfe turned as overtasked, and none responded. 'Twas like night descending from the seats of light, or seeming thence to fall. But here sedate a kindly tempered look, private and confidential spoke from Derwent's eyes, Clarel to cheer. Take heart, something to fit thy youth instil I may, some saving truth. Not best just now to volunteer, thought Clarel. Pray, and what wouldst prove? Thy faith an over-easy glove. Meanwhile Vine had relapsed. They saw in silence the heart's shadow draw. Rich shadow, such as gardens keep in bower aside, where glowworms peep in evening over the virgin bed, where dark green periwinkles sleep. There bud the violet of the dead. End of section 66. Section 67 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Jordan. On the third morn, a misty one, equipped they sally for the wave of Jordan. With his escort brown the Israelite attendance gave for that one day and night alone. Slung by a cord from saddle-bow, is it the mace of Ivanhoe? Rolfe views and comments. Note, I pray, he said to Derwent on the way, yon knightly hammer. 'Tis with that he stuns, and would exterminate your creeds as dragons. With light fire of wit the priest rejoinder threw, but turned to look at Nehemiah. The labouring ass with much ado of swerving neck would, at the sight of bramble tops, snatch for a bite. And though it bred him joltings ill, in patience that did never tire, her rider let her have her will. The apostate, ready with his sneer, "Yes, you had better, 'tis a she." To Rolfe said Derwent, "There you see, it is these infidels that jeer at everything." The Jew withheld his mare and let Nehemiah pass. "Who is this Balaam on the ass?" But none his wonderment dispelled. Now skies distil a vaporous rain, so looked the sunken slimy plain, such semblance of the vacuum shared as 'twere the quaking seabed bared by the Caracas. All was still, so much the more their bosoms thrill with dream of some withdrawn vast surge, his timed return about to urge and whelm them. But a cry they hear. The steed of Mortmain, led in rear, broke loose and ran. "Horse too run mad?" cried Derwent. "Shares his rider's mind, his rider late, shun both their kind?" Poor Swede! But where was it he said we should rejoin? "'Tis by Lot's sea, remember, and pray heaven it be." Look, the steed's caught. Suspicious ground they skirt, with ugly bushes crowned, and thereinto, against surprise, the vigilant Spahi throws his eyes, to take of distant chance a bond. Jalea looks forward and beyond. At this some riders feel that awe which comes of sense of absent law, and irreligious humankind, relapsed, remanded, reassigned to chaos and brute passions blind. But is it Jordan, Jordan dear, that doth the evil bound define, which borders on the barbarous sphere? Jordan, even Jordan, stream divine. In Clarel ran such reverie here. Belex his flint adjusts and writes, sharp speaks unto his Bethlehemites, then, signalled by Jalea, through air surveys the further ridges bare, foreshortened against a long-sloped height, beyond the wave whose wash of foam beats to the base of Moab home. 7 furious horsemen fling their flight, like eagles when they launching rush to snatch the prey that hies to bush. Dwarfed so these look, while yet afar descried, but trusting in their star, onward a space the party push, but halt is called. The Druze rides on, bids Belex stand, and goes alone. Now, for the nonce, those speeders sink viewless behind the arborous brink. Thereto the staid one rides, peers in, then waves a hand. They gain his side, meeting the river's rapid tide, here sluicing through embowered ravine, such as of yore was Midian's screen for rites impure. Facing, and near, across the waves which intervene, in shade the robbers reappear, swart, sinuous men on silvery steeds, abreast, save where the copse impedes. At halt, and mute, and in the van confronting them, with lengthy gun athwart the knee and hand thereon, Jalea waits. The mare and man show like a stone equestrian set up for homage. Over there 'twas hard for mounted men to move among the thickets interwove, which dipped the stream and made a snare. But undeterred the riders press this way and that among the branches, picking them lanes through each recess, till backward on their settling haunches the steeds withstand the slippery slope, while yet their outflung forefeet grope. Then, like sword push that ends in lunge, the slide becomes a weltering plunge, the willows drip, the banks resound, they halloo, and with spray are crowned. The torrent, swelled by Lebanon rains, the spirited horses bravely stem, snorting, half blinded by their manes, nor let the current master them, as the rope dancer on the hare poises the long slim pole in air, twirling their slender spears in pride. Each horseman in imperilled seat blends skill and grace with courage meet. Soon as they win the hither side, like quicksilver to beach they glide, dismounting, and essay the steep. The horses led by slackened rein, slippery foothold ill they keep. To help a grim one of the band, good Nehemiah with mickle strain down reaches a decrepit hand. The sheik ignores it, bandit done, foremost in stride as first in rank, rejects it, and the knoll is won. Challengingly he stares around, then stakes his spear upon the bank as one reclaiming rightful ground. Like otters when they land to go, rider and steeds how sleekly show. The first inquiring look they trace is gun by gun, as face by face. Salute they yield, for arms they view inspire respect sincere and true. Meantime, while in their bearing shows the thought which still their life attends, and habit of encountering foes, the thought that strangers scarce are friends, what think the horses? Czar must needs be sociable, the robber steeds she whinnies to, even fain would sway neck across neck in lovesome way. Great Solomon of rakish strain trumpets would be Don John again. The sheik, without a moment's doubt, Jallia for captain singles out, and, after parley brief, would fain handle that pistol of the guide, the new revolver at his side. The Druze assents, nor shows surprise. Barrel, cap, screw, the Arab tries, and the contrast needs he own, alack, for his poor lance and gun, though heirlooms both, the piece and stock half honeycombed, with cumbrous lock. The spear like some Crusaders' pole, dropped long ago when death damps stole over the night in Richard's host, then left to warp by Acre lost. Dry rib of lance, but turning now upon his sweetheart, he was cheered. Her eye he met, the violet glow, peaked ear, the mane's redundant flow. It heartened him, and round he veered. Elate he shot a brigand glare. I, Ishmael, have my desert mare. Elicited by contact's touch, tyrannous spleen vexed Belex much, misliking in poor tribe to mark freedom unawed and nature's spark. With tutoring glance, a tempered fire, the Druze repressed the illiberal ire. The silvered saint came gently near, meekly intrepid, tract in hand, and reached it with a heart sincere unto the sheik, whose fingers spanned the shrewd revolver, loath to let that coveted bauble go as yet. Nay, breathed the Druze, and gently here, the print he likes not, let him be. Pray now, he deems it sorcery. They drew him back. In rufflement the sheik threw round a questioning eye. Jallia explained, and drew more nigh, recalling him to old content, regained the weapon, and, from stores kept for such need, wary he pours a dole of powder. So they part, recrossing Jordan, horse and gun, with warrior cry and brandished dart, where, in the years whose goal is won, the halcyon teacher waded in with John. End of section 67. Section 68 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The River-Rite. And do the clear sands pure and cold at last each virgin elf enfold? Under what drift of silvery spar sleeps now thy servant, holy Rude, which in the age of brotherhood, approaching here Bethabara, by wilds the verse depicted late, of Jordan caught a fortunate, fair twinkle starry under trees, and, with his crossed palms heartward pressed, bowed him, or dropped on reverent knees, warbling that hymn of beauty blessed, the Ave Maris Stella. Lo, the mound of him do field mice know? Nor less the rite, a rule serene, appropriate in tender grace, became the custom of the place with each devouter frank. A truce here following the din profuse of Moab's swimming robbers keen. Rolfe, late enamoured of the spell of rituals olden, thought it well to observe the Latin usage. Look, showing a small convenient book in vellum bound, embossed thereon, 'tween angels with a rosy crown, viols, Cecilia on a throne. Thanks, Friar Benignus Muscatel. Thy gift I prize, given me in cell of St. John's convent. Comrades, come. If heaven delight in spirits glad, and men were all for brothers made, grudge not, beseech, to joy with Rome. And launched the hymn. Quick to rejoice, the liberal priest lent tenor voice. And marking them in cheery bloom, on turf inviting, even vine, ravished from his reserve supine, drew near and overlooked the page. All self-surprised he overlooked, joining his note impulsively, yet, flushing, seemed as scarce he brooked this joy. Was joy a novelty? Fraternal thus the group engage, while now the sun, obscured before, illumed for time the wooded shore. In tribute to the beach and tide, the triple voices blending glide, assimilating more and more, till in the last ascriptive line which thrones the Father, lauds the Son, came concord full, completion fine, rapport of souls in harmony of tone. Meantime Nehemiah, eager bent, instinctive caught the sentiment, but checked himself, and in mixed mood, uncertain or relapsing stood, till ere the singers ceased to thrill. His joy is stayed. How cometh this? True feeling, steadfast faith are his, while they at best do but fulfill a transient and aesthetic glow. Knew he at last, could he but know, the rite was alien, that no form approved was his, which here might warm, meet channel for emotions tide? Apart he went, scarce satisfied, but presently slipped down to where the river ran, and tasting spare, not quaffing, sighed, as sugar sweet, though unsweet was it from the flow of turbid, troubled waters fleet. Now Margoth, who had paced the strand, gauging the level of the land, computing part the Jordan's fall from Meром's spring, and therewithal had ended with a river sip, which straight he spewed, here curled the lip at hearing Nehemiah, the fool! Fool meek and fulsome like to this, too old again to go to school, was never. Wonder who he is, I'll ask himself. Who art thou, say? The chief of sinners. Lack a day, I think so too, and moved away, low muttering in his ill contempt at that so Christian bafflement, and hunted up his sumpter mule, intent on lunch. A pair hard by he found, the third some person sly in deeper shade had hitched, more cool. This was that mule whose rarer wine, in pannier slung and blushing shy, the Thessalonian did decline away with him in flight to take, and friendly gave them when farewell he spake. End of section 68. Section 69 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dominican. Ah, Rome, your tie, may child clean part? Nay, tugs the mother at the heart. Strange voice that was, which three there heard, reclined upon the bank. They turned, and he, the speaker of the word, stood in the grass, with eyes that burned, how eloquent upon the group. Here urging on before our troop, he said, I caught your choral strains, spurred quicker, lighted, tied my mule behind yon clump, and, for my pains, meet three, I ween, who slight the rule of Rome, yet thence do here indeed, through strong compulsion of the need, derive fair right. Or may I err? Surprised they knew, yet made a stir of welcome, gazing on the man in white robe of Dominican, of aspect strong, though cheek was spare, yellowed with tinge athlete may wear, whom rigorous masters overtrain, when they with scourge of more and more would macerate him into power. Inwrought herewith was yet the air and open frontage frankly fair of one who'd moved in active scene and swayed men where they most convene. His party came from Saba last, camping by Lot's wave overnight, French pilgrims. So did he recite, being questioned. Thereupon they passed to matters more of pith. Debate they held, built on that hymning late, till in reply to Derwent's strain, thus warmed he, that Dominican. Crafty is Rome, you deem? Her art is simple, quarried from the heart. Rough marbles, rudiments of worth, ye win from ledges under earth. Ye trim them, fit them, make them shine in structures of a fair design. Well, fervours as obscure in birth, precious though fleeting in their dates, Rome culls, adapts, perpetuates in ordered rites. 'Tis these supply means to the masses to beautify the rude emotion, lend meet voice to organs which would fain rejoice but lack the song, and oft present to sorrow bound an instrument which liberates. Each hope, each fear between the christening and the bier still Rome provides for, and with grace and tact which hardly find a place in uninspired designs. Let be, thou Paul, shall Festus yield to thee? Cried Rolfe, and yet, in altered tone, even these fair things, change goes on. Change? Yes, but not with us. In rout sword hilts rap at the Vatican, and lo, an old man comes out. What would ye? Change! I never change. Things changing not when all things change need perish then, one might retort, nor err. Aye, things of human sort. Rome superhuman? As ye will. Brave schemes these boyish times instil, but Rome has lived 1,000 years. Shall not 1,000 years know more than nonage may? Then all the cheers which hail the good time deemed at door are but the brayings which attest the foolish, many-headed beast. Hardly that inference I own. The people once elected me to be their spokesman. In this gown I sat in legislative hall, a champion of true liberty, God's liberty for one and all, not Satan's license. Mine's the state of a staunch Catholic Democrat. Indulgent here was Derwent's smile, incredulous was Rolfe's, but he, hardly those terms ye reconcile. And yet what is it that we see? Before the church our human race stand equal. None attain to place therein through claim of birth or fee. No monk so mean but he may dare aspire to sit in Peter's chair. Why, true, said Derwent, but what then? That sums not all. And what think men? And briefly more about the rot of Rome in Luther's time, the canker spot. Well, said the monk, I'll not gainsay some things you put. I own the shame. Reform was needed, yes, and came, reform within. But let that go. That era's gone. How fares it now? Melanchthon was forecast by thee, who fain had tempered Luther's mind. This riot of reason quite set free. Sects, sects bisected, sects disbanded, into plain deists underhanded? Against all this stands Rome's array. Rome is the Protestant today. The Red Republic slinging flame in Europe, she is your scarlet dame. Rome stands, but who may tell the end? Relapse barbaric may impend. Dismission into ages blind, moral dispersion of mankind. Ah, God, and dropped upon the knee, these flocks which range so far from thee, leave them not to be undone. Let them not cower as twixt the sea and storm, in panic crowd and drown. He rose, resumed his previous cheer, with something of a bearing sweet. Brother, said Derwent friendly here, I'm glad to know ye, glad to meet, even though, in part, your Rome seeks ends, not mine. But see, there pass your friends. Call they your name? Yes, yes, he said, and rose to loose his mule. You're right. We go to win the further bed of Jordan by the convent's site. A parting word. Methinks ye hold reserved objections. I'll unfold but one. Rome being fixed in form, unyielding there, how may she keep adjustment with new times? But deep below rigidities of form, the invisible nerves and tissues change adaptively, as men that range from clime to clime, from zone to zone, say Russian hosts that menace Ind, through all vicissitudes still find the body acclimate itself while form and function hold their own. Again they call, Well, you are wise. Enough. You can analogize and take my meaning. I have done. No, one more point. Science but deals with nature. Nature is not God. Never she answers our appeals, or, if she do, but mocks the clod. Call to the echo, it returns the word you send. How thrive the ferns about the ruined house of prayer in woods. One shadow falleth yet from Christian spire, Turk minaret. Consider the indifference there. So 'tis throughout. Shall science, then, which solely dealeth with this thing named nature, shall she ever bring one solitary hope to men? 'Tis Abba Father that we seek, not the artificer. I speak, but scarce may utter. Let it be. Adieu. Remember, oh, not me, but if with years should fail delight, as things unmask abroad and home, then, should ye yearn in reason's spite, remember hospitable Rome. He turned, and would have gone, but no, new matter struck him. Ere I go, yet one word more, and bear with me, whatever your belief may be. If well ye wish to humankind, be not so mad, unblessed, and blind as, in such days as thee, to try to pull down Rome. If Rome could fall, 'twould not be Rome alone, but all religion. All with Rome have tie, even the railers which deny, all but the downright anarchist, Christ-hater, read, the vitriolist. Could libertine dreams true hope disable, Rome's tomb would prove Abdon's cradle. Weigh well the Pope, though he should be despoiled of Charlemagne's great fee, cast forth, and make a begging friar, that would not quell him. No, the higher Rome's in excelsis would extol her God, her de profundis roll the deeper, let destructives mind the reserves upon reserves behind. Offence I meant not, more's to tell, but frigates meet, hail, part, farewell. And, going, he a verse did weave, or hummed in low recitative. Yearly for 1,000 years on Christmas Day the wreath appears, and the people joy together. Prithee, prince or parliament, an equal holiday invent, outlasting centuries of weather. Arrested by a trembling shell, wee tinkle of the small mass bell, a giant drops upon the knee. Thou art wise, effect as much. Let thy wisdom by a touch reverence like this decree. End of section 69. Section 70 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Rome. Patcher of the rotten cloth, pickler of the wing of the moth, toaster of bread stale in date, tinker of the rusty plate, botcher of a crumbling tomb, pounder with the holy hammer, gaffer gammer, Rome, the broker take your trumpery picks, paten and chalice, turn ye, lo, here's bread, here's wine, in Mexico earthquakes lay flat your crucifix. All's geology, I trow. Away to your Pope Joan, go. As he the robed one decorous went, from copse that doggerel was sent, and after cry, half screened from view 'twas Margoth, who, reclined at lunch, had overheard, nor spared to munch, and thence his contumely threw. Rolfe, rising, had replied thereto, and with some heat, but Derwent's hand caught at his skirt. Nay, of what use? But wind, foul wind. Here fell a truce, which Margoth could but understand. Wiping his mouth he hied away. The student who apart though near had heard the Frank with tingling cheer, awaited now the afterplay of comment, and it followed. Own, said Rolfe, he took no shallow tone, that new Saint Dominic. Who'll repay? Wilt thou? To Derwent turning. No, not I, but had our Scot been near to meet your papal nuncio, fight fire with fire. But for me here you must have marked I did abstain. Odd, this man who'd make our age to Hildebrands an appanage, so able too, lit by our light, curious he should so requite, and, yes, lurked somewhat in his strain, and in his falling on the knee. Those supple hinges I let be. Is the man false? No, hardly that. 'Tis difficult to tell. But see, Doubt late was an aristocrat, but now the barber's clerks do swell in cast clothes of the infidel. The more, then, one can now believe, the more one's differenced, perceive from ribald commonplace. Here Rome comes in, this intellectual man, half monk, half tribune, partisan, who, as he hints, 'tis troublesome to analyze, and thankless too. Much better be a dove, and coo softly. Come then, I'll e'en agree his manner has a certain lure, disinterested, earnest, pure, and liberal. 'Tis such as he win over men. There's Rome, her camp of tried instruction. She can stamp on the recruit that's framed aright the bearing of a Bayard knight ecclesiastic. I applaud her swordsmen of the priestly sword wielded in spiritual fight. Indeed, take care, Rome lacks not charm for fervid souls. Arm ye, forearm, for sirens has she too, her race of sainted virgin ones, with grace beyond the grace of Grecian calm. For this is chill, but that how warm. A frank concession. To be sure, since Rome may never me allure by her enticing arts, since all the bias of the days that be away leans from authority, and most when hierarchical, so that the future of the Pope is cast in no fair horoscope. In brief, since Rome must still decay, less care I to disown or hide aught that she has of merit rare. Her legends, some are sweet as May, ungarnered wealth no doubt is there, too long ignored by Luther's pride, but which perchance in days divine, era whereof I read the sign, when much that sours the sects is gone, like Dorian myths the bard shall own, yes, prove the poet's second mine. All that, said Rolfe, is very fine, but Rome subsists, she lives today, she reaffirms herself, her sway seductive draws rich minds away. Some pastures, too, yield many a rover, sheep and shepherd running over. Such sheep and shepherds, let them go, they are not legion, and you know what draws. Little imports it all, overbalanced by that tidal fall of Rome and southern Europe. Come, if the tide fall here or there, be sure 'tis rolling in elsewhere. So oceanic, then, is Rome? Nay, but there's ample sea verge left, a hemisphere invites. When reft from Afric and the East its home, the Church shot out through wild and wood, Germany, Gaul and Britain, Spain, colonized, Latinized, and made good her loss, and more, resolved to reign. Centuries, centuries long ago. What's that to us? I am surprised. Rome's guns are spiked, and they'll stay so. The world is now too civilized for Rome. Your noble western soil, what, that be given up for spoil? There is an unforeseen. Fate never gives a guarantee that she'll abstain from aught, and men get tired at last of being free, whether in states, or creeds, for what's the sequel? Verily, laws scribbled by lawbreakers, creeds scrawled by free-thinkers, and deeds shameful and shameless, men get sick under that curse of Frederick the Cynical. For punishment this rebel province I present to the philosophers. But how? Whole nations now philosophize, and do their own undoing now. Who's gained by all the sacrifice of Europe's revolutions? Who? The Protestant? The Liberal? I do not think it, not at all. Rome and the atheist have gained. These two shall fight it out, these two. Protestantism being retained for base of operations sly by atheism. Without reply, Derwent low whistled, twitched a spray that overhung. What tree is this? The tree of knowledge, I dare say, but you don't eat. That's not amiss, the good man laughed, but changing, oh, that a new worlder should talk so. 'Tis the new world that mannered me, yes, gave me this vile liberty to reverence not even herself. How say you? You're the queerest elf. But here's a thought I still pursue, a thought I dreamed each thinker knew. No more can men be what they've been. All's altered, earth's another scene. Man's heart is what it used to be. I don't know that. But Rome does, though, and hence her stout persistency. What mean her readopted modes, even in the enemy's abodes? Their place old emblems reassume. She bides, content to let but blow among the sects that peak and pine, incursions of her taking bloom. The censer's musk? 'Tis not the vine, vine evangelic, branching out in fruitful latitude benign, with all her bounty round about, each cluster, shaded or in sun, still varying from each other one, but all true members, all with wine derived from Christ their stem and stock. 'Tis scarce that vine which doth unlock the fragrance that you hint of. No, the Latin plant don't flourish so. Of sad distemper 'tis the seat. Pry close, and startled you shall meet parasite bugs, black swarming ones. The monks? You jest, thinned out those drones. Considerate uncommitted eyes, charged with things manifold and wise, Rolfe turned upon good Derwent here, then changed. Fall back we must. Yon mule with pannier, come, in stream we'll cool the wine ear quaffing. Muleteer! End of section 70. Section 71 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vine and Clarel. While now, to serve the pilgrim train, the Arabs willow branches hew, for palms they serve in dearth of true, or, kneeling by the margin, stoop to brim memorial bottles up, and the Greek's wine entices too. Apart see Clarel here incline, perplexed by that Dominican, nor less by Rolfe, capricious man. I cannot penetrate him. Vine? As were Venetian slats between, he espied him through a leafy screen, luxurious there in umbrage thrown, light sprays above his temples blown, the river through the green retreat hurrying, revelling by his feet. Vine looked an overture, but said nothing, till Clarel leaned, half laid, beside him. Then, we dream, or be in Sylvan John's baptistery. May Pisa's equal beauty keep? But how bad habits persevere! I have been moralizing here like any imbecile, as thus, look how these willows overweep the waves, and plain, fleet so from us, and wherefore, whitherward away? Your best is here where wildings sway, and the light shadows blown about. Ah, tarry, for at hand's a sea whence ye shall never issue out, once in. They sing back, so let be. We madcaps hymn it as we flow, short life and merry, be it so. Surprised at such a fluent turn, the student did but listen, learn. Putting aside the twigs which screened, again Vine spake, and lightly leaned. Look, in yon vault so leafy dark, at deep end lit by gemmy spark of mellowed sunbeam in a snare, over the stream, aye, just through there, the sheik on that celestial mare shot, fading. Clan of outcast Hagar, well do ye come by spear and dagger. Yet in your bearing ye outvie our western redmen, chiefs that stalk in mud paint, whirl the tomahawk. But in these Nimrods noted you the natural language of the eye, burning or liquid, flame or dew, as still the changeable, quick mood made transit in the wayward blood. Methought therein one might espy, for all the wildness, thoughts refined by the old Asia's dreamful mind. But hark, a bird? Pure as the rain, which diamondeth with lucid grain the white swan in the April hours, floating between two sunny showers upon the lake, while buds unroll. So pure, so virginal in shrine of true unworldliness looked Vine. Ah, clear sweet ether of the soul, mused Clarel, holding him in view. Prior advances unreturned not here he recked of, while he yearned. Oh, now but for communion true and close, let go each alien theme, give me thyself. But Vine, at will dwelling upon his wayward dream, nor as suspecting Clarel's thrill of personal longing, rambled still. Methinks they show a lingering trace of some quite unrecorded race, such as the book of Job implies. What ages of refinings wise must have forerun what there is writ, more ages than have followed it. At Lydda late, as chance would have, some tribesmen from the south I saw, their tents pitched in the Gothic nave, the ruined one. Disowning law, not lawless lived they, no indeed. Their chief, why, one of Sidney's clan, a slayer, but chivalric man. And chivalry, with all that breed, was Arabic or Saracen in source, they tell. But as men stray further from Ararat away, pity it were they did recede in carriage, manners, and the rest. But no, for ours the palm indeed in bland amenities far west. Come now, for pastime let's complain, grudged thanks, Columbus, for thy main. Put back, as 'twere, assigned by fate to fight crude nature o'er again. By slow degrees we recreate. But then, alas, in Arab camps no lack, they say, no lack of scamps. Divided mind knew Clarel here, the heart's desire did interfere. Thought he, how pleasant in another such sallies, or in thee, if said, after confidings that should wed our souls in one. Ah, call me brother. So feminine his passionate mood, which, long as hungering unfed, all else rejected or withstood. Some inklings he let fall, but no, here over Vine there slid a change, a shadow such as thin may show, gliding along the mountain range, and deepening in the gorge below. Does Vine's rebukeful dusking say, why, on this vernal bank today, why bring oblations of thy pain to one who hath his share? Here fain would lap him in a chance reprieve? Lives none can help ye, that believe. Art thou the first soul tried by doubt? Shalt prove the last? Go, live it out. But for thy fonder dream of love in man toward man, the soul's caress, the negatives of flesh should prove analogies of non-cordialness in spirit. E'en such conceits could cling to Clarel's dream of vain surmise and imputation full of sting. But, glancing up, unwarned he saw what serious softness in those eyes bent on him. Shyly they withdraw. Enslaver, wouldst thou but fool me with bitter-sweet, sly sorcery, pride's pastime? Or wouldst thou indeed, since things unspoken may impede, let flow thy nature, but forbar? Nay, dizzard, sick these feelings are. How findest place within thy heart for such solicitudes apart from ruth, self-taxings? But a sign came here indicative from Vine, who with a reverent, hushed air his view directed toward the glade beyond, wherein a niche was made of leafage, and a kneeler there, the meek one, on whom, as he prayed, a golden shaft of mellow light, oblique through vernal cleft above, and making his pale forehead bright, scintillant fell. By such a beam from heaven descended erst the dove on Christ emerging from the stream. It faded. 'Twas a transient ray, and, quite unconscious of its sheen, the suppliant rose and moved away, not dreaming that he had been seen. When next they saw that innocent, from prayer such cordial had he won, that all his aspect of content as with the oil of gladness shone. Less aged looked he, and his cheer took language in an action here. The train now mustering in line, each pilgrim with a river palm in hand, except indeed the Jew, the saint the headstall need entwine with wreathage of the same. When new they issued from the wood, no charm the ass found in such idle gear superfluous. With her long ear she flapped it off, and the next thrust of hoof imprinted it in dust. Mecans, mused Vine, vainly ye twist fair garland for the realist. The Hebrew, noting whither bent Vine's glance, a word in passing lent. Ho, tell us how it comes to be that thou who rank'st not with beginners regard have for yon chief of sinners. Yon chief of sinners? So names he himself. For one I'll not express how I do loathe such lowliness. End of section 71. Section 72 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Fog. Southward they file. 'Tis Pluto's park, beslimed as after baleful flood, a nitrous, filmed, and pallid mud, with shrubs to match. Salt specks they mark, or mildewed stunted twigs unclean, brushed by the stirrup, Stygian green, with shrivelled nut or apple small. The Jew plucked one, like a fuzz-ball it brake, discharging fetid dust. Pippins of Sodom? They've declined, cried Derwent. Where's the ruddy rind? Said Rolfe, if Circe tempt one thus, a fig for vice, I'm virtuous. Who but poor Margoth now would lust after such fruitage? See, but see, what makes our Nehemiah to be so strange, that look returns to him which late he wore by Acor's rim. Over pale hollows foully smeared, the saint hung with an aspect weird. Yea, here it was the kings were tripped, these slime pits where they slipped, Gomorrah's lord and Sodom's, lo. What's that? asked Derwent. You should know, said Rolfe, your scripture lore revive. The 4 kings strove against the 5, in Siddim here. Ah, Genesis, but turn. Upon this other hand, sees here another not remiss. 'Twas Margoth raking there the land, some minerals of noisome kind he found and straight to pouch consigned. The chiffonnier, cried Rolfe, e'en grim Milcom and Chemosh scowl at him, here nosing underneath their lee of pagod heights. In deeper dale what canker may their palms assail? Spotted they show, all limp they be. It is thy bitter mist, bad sea, that, sudden driving, northward comes involving them, that each man roams, half seen or lost. But in the dark, thick scud, the chanting saint they hark. Though through the valley of the shade I pass, no evil do I fear. His candle shineth on my head, lo, he is with me, even here. The rack drove by, and Derwent said, how apt he is. Then pause he made. This palm has grown a sorry sight. A palm 'tis not, if named aright. I'll drop it. Look, the lake ahead. End of section 72. Section 73 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the Marge. The legend round a Grecian urn, the sylvan legend, though decay have wormed the garland all away, and fire have left its vandal burn, yet beauty inextinct may charm in outline of the vessel's form. Much so with Sodom, shore and sea. Fair Como would like Sodom be, should horror overrun the scene, and calcine all that makes it green, yet happily sparing to impeach the contour in its larger reach. In graceful lines the hills advance, the valley's sweep repays the glance, and wavy curves of winding beach, but all is charred or crunched or riven, scarce seams of earth whereon we dwell. Though framed within the lines of heaven, the picture imitates a hell. That marge they win. Bides Mortmain there? No trace of man, not anywhere. It was the salt wave's northern brink. No gravel bright nor shell was seen, nor kelpy growth nor coralline, but dead boughs stranded, which the rout of Jordan, in old freshets born in Libanus, had madly torn green from her arbor and thrust out into the liquid waste. No sound nor motion but of sea. The land was null, nor bramble, weed, nor trees, nor anything that grows on ground, flexile to indicate the breeze. Though hitherward by south winds fanned from Ustum's brink and Bosra's site of bale flew gritty Adam's light, toward Carrick's castle lost in blur, and thence beyond toward Aroer by Arnon where the robbers keep. Jackal and vulture eastward sweep the waters, while their western rim stretches by Judah's headlands grim, which make in turns a sea-wall steep. There, by the cliffs or distance hid, the fount or cascade of the Kid and Eden makes of one high glen, one vernal and contrasted scene in jaws of gloomy crags uncouth, rosemary in the black boar's mouth. Alike withheld from present view, and, until late, but hawk and kite visited the forgotten site, the Maccabees' Masada true, stronghold which Flavian arms did rend, the peak of Eleazar's end, where patriot warriors made with brides a martyrdom of suicides. There too did Mariamnes hate the death of John accelerate, a crag of fairest, foulest weather, famous and infamous together. Hereof they spake, but never Vine, who little knew or seemed to know derived from books, but did incline in docile way to each one's flow of knowledge bearing anyhow and points less noted. Southernmost, the sea indefinite was lost under a catafalque of cloud. Unwelcome impress to disown or light evade, the priest, aloud taking an interested tone and brisk, "Why, yonder lies Mount Hor, e'en thereaway, that southward shore." "Ay," added Rolfe, "and Aaron's cell thereon, a mountain sentinel, he holds in solitude austere the outpost of prohibited Seir in cut-off Edom." "God can sever," brake in the saint, who nigh them stood. The satyr to the dragon's brood crieth, "God's word abideth ever, none there pass through, no, never, never." "My friend Max Levi, he passed through." They turned. It was the hardy Jew. Absorbed in vision here, the saint heard not. The priest in flushed constraint showed mixed emotion. Part he winced, and part a humour pleased evinced, relish that would from qualms be free, aversion involved with sympathy. But changing, and in formal way, admitted, nay, 'tis tritely true, men pass through Edom, through and through, but surely few so dull to-day as not to make allowance meet for Orientalism's play in Scripture, where the chapters treat of mystic themes. With eye askance, the apostate fixed no genial glance. Ay, Keith's grown obsolete, and, pray, how long will these last glosses stay? The agitating influence of knowledge never will dispense with teasing faith, do what ye may. Adjust and readjust, ye deal with compass in a ship of steel. Such perturbations do but give proof that faith's vital, sensitive is faith, my friend. Go to, your black bat! How she hangs askew, torpid, from wall by claws of wings. Let drop the left, sticks fast the right, then this unhook, the other swings, leave, she regains her double plight. "Ah, look!" cried Derwent, "ah, behold!" From the blue battlements of air, over saline vapours hovering there, a flag was flung out, curved in fold, fiery, rosy, violet, green, and, lovelier growing, brighter, fairer, transfigured all that evil scene, and Iris was the standard-bearer. None spake. As in a world made new, with upturned faces they review that oriflamme, the which no man would look for in such clime of ban. 'Twas northern, and its home-like look touched Nehemiah. He, late with book, gliding from Margoth's dubious sway, was standing by the ass apart, and when he caught that scarf of May, how many a year ran back his heart. Scythes hang in orchard, haycocks loom after eve showers, the mossed roofs gloom greenly beneath the homestead trees. He tingles with these memories, for vine over him suffusive stole an efflorescence, all the soul flowering in flush upon the brow, but 'twas ambiguously replaced in words addressed to Clarel now. Yonder the arch dips in the waste, thither, and win the pouch of gold. Derwent reproached him. Ah, withhold! See, even death's pool reflects the dyes. The rose upon the coffin lies. Brave words, said Margoth, plodding near. Brave words, but yonder boughs forsworn, the covenant made on Noah's morn, was that well kept? Why, hardly here, where whelmed by fire and flood, they say, the townsfolk sank in after day, yon sign in heaven should reappear. They heard, but in such torpid gloom scarcely they recked, for now the bloom vanished from sight, and half the sea died down to glazed monotony. Craved solace here would Clarel prove, recalling Ruth, her glance of love. But nay, those eyes so frequent known to meet and mellow on his own, now in his vision of them swerved, while in perverse recurrence ran dreams of the bier Armenian. Against their sway his soul he nerved. Go, goblins, go, each funeral thought, bewitchment from this Dead Sea caught. Westward they move, and turn the shore southward, till, where wild rocks are set, dismounting, they would fain restore ease to the limb, but haunts them yet a dumb dejection lately met. End of section 73. Section 74 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Petra. The city red in cloudland lies yonder, said Derwent, quick to inter the ill, or light regard transfer. But Petra must we leave unseen. Tell us, to Rolfe, there hast thou been. With dragons guarded round about, 'twas a new Jason found her out. Brookheart, you know, but tell, the flume or mountain corridor profound, whereby ye win the inner ground, Petraean, this from purple gloom of cliffs, whose tops the suns illume, where oleanders wave the flag, winds out upon the rosy stain, warm colour of the natural vein, of porch and pediment in crag. One starts, and Esau's waste are blent, Ionian form, Venetian tint. Statues salute ye from that fane, the warders of the Horite lane. They welcome, seem to point ye on, where sequels which transcend them dwell. But tarry, for just here is one happy suspension of the spell. But expectations raised? No more. 'Tis then when bluely blurred in shore, it looms through azure haze at sea. Then most 'tis Colchis charmeth ye. So ever, and withal, but come, imagine us now quite at home, taking the prospect from Mount Hor. Good, eastward turn thee, skipping o'er the intervening craggy blight. Mark'st thou the face of yon slabbed height, shouldered about by heights? What door is that, sculptured in elfin freak? The portal of the Prince o' the Air? Thence will the god emerge and speak? El Dier it is, and Petra's there, down in her cleft, mid such a scene of nature's terror. How serene that ordered form, nor less 'tis cut out of that terror, does abut thereon. There's art. Dare say, no doubt, but, prithee, turn we now about, and closer get thereto in mind. That portal lures me. Nay, forbear, a bootless journey we should wind along ravine by mountain stair, down which in season torrents sweep, up slant by sepulchres in steep, grotto and porch, and get so near Puck's platform and thereby Eldir. We'd knock, and echo, knock again, aye, knock forever, none requite. The live spring filters through cell, fane, and tomb, a dream the Edomite. And dreamers all who dream of him, though Sinbad's pleasant in the skim. Paestum and Petra, good to use for sedative when one would muse. But look, our emir, aye, Jellia, we guess why thou comest mutely here, and hintful stand'st before us so. Aye, aye, said Rolfe, stirrups, and go. But first the priest said, let me creep and rouse our poor friend slumbering low under yon rock. Queer place to sleep. Queer, muttered Rolfe as Derwent went. Queer is the furthest he will go in phrase of a disparagement. But ominous, with haggard rent, to me yon crag's browbeating brow looks horrible, and I say so. End of section 74. Section 75 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inscription. While yet Rolfe's foot in stirrup stood, ere the light vault that wins the seat, Derwent was heard. What's this we meet? A cross? And, if one could but spell, inscription Sinaitic? Well, Mortmain is nigh, his crazy freak. Whose else? A closer view I'll seek, I'll climb. In moving there aside, the rock's turned brow he had espied. In rear this rock hung o'er the waste, and Nehemiah in sleep embraced below. The forepart gloomed Lot's wave, so nigh the tide the base did lave. Above, the sea face smooth was worn through long attrition of that grit which on the waste of winds is born. And on the tablet high of it, traced in dull chalk, such as is found accessible in upper ground, big there between two scrawls, below and over, a cross, 3 stars in row, upright, 2 more for thwarting limb which drooped oblique. At Derwent's cry the rest drew near, and every eye marked the device, thy passion's whim. Wild Swede, mused Vine in silent heart, looks like the Southern Cross to me, said Clarel. So 'tis down in chart. And so, said Rolfe, 'tis set in sky, though error slight of place prevail in midmost star here chalked. At sea, bound for Peru, when south ye sail, starting that novel cluster strange peers up from low, then as ye range capeward still further, brightly higher and higher the stranger doth aspire, till off the Horn, when at full height ye slack your gaze as chilly grows the night. But Derwent, see, the priest having gained convenient lodge the text below, they called, what's that in curve contained above the stars? Read, we would know. Runs thus, by one who wails the loss, this altar to the slanting cross. Ha! Under that, some crow's foot scrawl. Decipher quick, we're waiting all. Patience, for ere one try rehearse, 'twere well to make it out. 'Tis verse. Verse, say you? Read. 'Tis mystical. Emblazoned bleak in austral skies, a heaven remote whose starry swarm like science lights but cannot warm, translated cross hast thou withdrawn. Dim paling too at every dawn, with symbols vain once counted wise, and gods declined to heraldries? Estranged, estranged, can friend prove so? Aloft, aloof, a frigid sign. How far removed, thou tree divine, whose tender fruit did reach so low, love apples of new paradise. About the wide Australian sea, the planted nations yet to be, When, ages hence, they lift their eyes, tell, what shall they retain of thee? But class thee with Orion's sword? In constellations unadored, Christ and the giant equal prize? The atheist cycles, must they be? Fomenters as forefathers we? Mad, mad enough, the priest here cried, down slipping by the shelving brinks. But 'tis not Mortmain, and he sighed. Not Mortmain, Rolfe exclaimed, methinks, the priest, 'tis hardly in his vein. How, fraught with feeling is the strain? His heart's not ballasted with stone, he's crank. Well, well, e'en let us own that Mortmain is the man. We've then a pledge here at a glance our comrade's met with no mischance. Soon he'll rejoin us. There, amen. But now to wake Nehemiah in den behind here, but kind Clarel goes. Strange how he naps nor trouble knows under the crag's impending block, nor fears its fall, nor recks of shock. Anon they mount, and much advance upon that chalked significance. The student harks, and weighs each word, intent, he being newly stirred. But Tarry's Margoth? Yes, behind he lingers. He placards his mind. Scaling the crag he rudely scores with the same chalk, how here abused, left by the other, after used. A sledge or hammer huge as Thor's, a legend lending, this to wit, I, Science, I whose gains thy loss, I slanted thee, thou slanting cross. But sun and rain and wind with grit driving, these haste to cancel it. End of section 75. Section 76 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The encampment. Southward they find a strip at need between the mount and marge, and make, in expectation of the Swede, encampment there, nor shun the lake. 'Twas afternoon. With Arab zest the Bethlehemites their spears present, whereon they lift and spread the tent, and care for all. As Rolfe from rest came out, toward early eventide, his comrades sat the shore beside, in shadow deep, which from the west the main Judean mountains flung. That ridge they faced, and anxious hung awaiting Mortmain, some having grown the more concerned, because from stone inscribed they had indulged a hope, but now in ill surmise they grope. Anew they question grave Jalea, but what knows he? Their hearts to cheer, trust, Derwent said, hope's silver bell, nor dream he'd do his life a wrong. No, never. Demons here which dwell, cried Rolfe, riff-raff of Satan's throng, may fetch him steel, rope, poison, well, he'd spurn them, hoot their scurvy hell. There's nobler, but what other knell of hap? He turned toward the sea, like leagues of ice which slumberous roll about the pivot of the pole. Vitreous, glass it seemed to be. Beyond, removed in air sublime, as 'twere some more than human clime, in flanking towers of Etna hue, the Ammonitish mounts they view, enkindled by the sunset cast over Judah's ridgy headlands massed, which blacken baseward, ranging higher where vague glens pierced the steeps of fire. Imagination time repealed, restored there, and in fear revealed Lot and his daughters twain in flight, 3 shadows flung on reflex light of Sodom in her funeral pyre. Some fed upon the natural scene, deriving many a wandering hint, such as will oft times intervene when on the slab ye view the print of perished species. Judge Rolfe's start and quick revulsion when, apart, Derwent he saw at ease reclined, with page before him, page refined and appetizing, which through ope new parks, fresh walks for Signor Hope to saunter in. And read you here? Scarce suits the ground with bookish cheer. Escaped from forms, enlarged at last, Pupils we be of wave and waste, not books, nay, nay. Book comment, though, smiled Derwent, were it ill to know. But how if nature vetoes all her commentators? Disenthrall thy heart, look round. Are not here met books, and that truth no type shall set? Then to himself in refluent flow, earnest again, well, let it go. Derwent quick glanced from face to face, lighting upon the student's hue of pale perplexity, with trace almost of twinge at Rolfe. Believe, though here I random page review, not books I let exclusive cleave and sway. Much too there is, I grant, which well might Solomon's wisdom daunt, much that we mark. Nevertheless, were it a paradox to confess a book's a man? If this be so, books be but part of nature. Oh, 'tis studying nature, reading books, and 'tis through nature each heart looks up to a god, or whatsoe'er one images beyond our sphere. Moreover, Siddham's not the world, there's Naples. Why, yourself well know what breadths of beauty lie unfurled all round the bays where sailors go. So prithee, do not be severe, but let me read. Rolfe looked esteem. You suave St. Francis. Him I mean of Sallust, not that soul whose dream founded the barefoot order lean. Though wise as serpents, Sallust proves the throbbing sweet of social doves. I like you. Derwent laughed, then, ah, from each St. Francis I am far, and grave he grew. It was a scene which Clarel in his memory scored. How reconcile Rolfe's wizard chord and forks of esoteric fire with commonplace of laxer mien? May truth be such a spendthrift lord? Then Derwent, he reviewed in heart his tone with Margoth, his attire of tolerance, the easy part he played. Could Derwent, having gained a certain slant in liberal thought, think there to bide, like one detained halfway adown the slippery glacier caught? Was honesty his, with lore and art, not to be fooled? But if in vain one tries to comprehend a man, how think to sound God's deeper heart? End of section 76. Section 77 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lots C. Roving along the winding verge, trying these problems as a lock, Clarel upon the further marge caught sight of Vine. Upon a rock low couchant there, and dumb as that, bent on the wave Vine moveless sat. The student after pause drew near. Then, as in presence which though mute did not repel, without salute he joined him. Unto these, by chance, in ruminating slow advance, came Rolfe, and lingered. At Vine's feet a branchless tree lay lodged ashore, one end immersed, of form complete, half fossilized. Could this have been, in ages back, a palm shaft green? Yes, long detained in depths which store a bitter virtue, there it lay, washed up to sight, free from decay, but dead. And now in slouched return from random prowlings, brief sojourn as chance might prompt, the Jew they espy coasting inquisitive the shore, and frequent stooping. Ranging nigh, in hirsute hand a flint he bore, a flint or stone of smooth dull gloom. A jewel? Not asphaltum, no. Observe it, pray. Methinks in show 'tis like the flagging round that tomb ye celebrate. Rolfe, glancing, said, I err, or 'twas from Siddim's bed or quarry here these floor stones came. The stone of Moses called, they vouch. The Arabs knew it by that name. Moses? Who's Moses? Into pouch the lump he slipped, while wistful here Clarel in silence challenged Vine. But not responsive was Vine's cheer, discharged of every meaning sign. With motive Rolfe the talk renewed. Yes, here it was the city stood that sank in reprobation. See, the scene and record well agree. Tut, 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 of aqueous force, vent igneous, a shake or so, one here perceives the sign, of course. All's mere geology, you know. Nay, how should one know that? By sight, touch, taste, all senses in assent of common sense their parliament. Judge now, this lake with outlet none, and into which 5 streams discharge from south, which east and west is shown, walled in by Alps along the marge, north, in this lake, the water's end of Jordan, and here, or dilate, rather, and so evaporate from surface. But do you attend? Most teachably. Well now, assume this lake was formed, even as they tell, then first when the 5 cities fell. Where, I demand, ere yet that doom, where emptied Jordan? Who can say? Not I. No, none. A point I make. Coeval are the stream and lake. I say no more. As came that close, a hideous hee-haw horrible rose, rebounded in unearthly sort from shore to shore, as if retort from all the damned in Sodom's sea outbrayed at him. Just God, what's that? The ass, breathed Vine, with tropic eye, freakishly impish, nor less shy. Then, distant as before, he sat. Anew Rolfe turned toward Margoth then. May not these levels high and low have undergone derangement when these cities met their overthrow? Or say there was a lake at first, a supposition not reversed by writ, a lake enlarged through doom which overtook the cities. Come. The Jew, recovering from decline, arising from late asinine applause, replied hereto in way eliciting from Rolfe, Delay, what knowest thou, or what know I? Suspect you may ere yet you die, or afterward perchance may learn, that Moses' God is no mere Pam with painted clubs, but true I am. Hog Latin, was the quick return. Plague on that ass! For here again break in the pestilent refrain. Meanwhile, as if in a descent not bordering their element, Vine kept his place, aloof in air. They could but part and leave him there, the Hebrew railing as they went. Of all the dolorous, dull men, he's like a poor nun's pining hen, and me too. Should I let it pass? Ass? Did he say it was the ass? Hereat, timed like the clerk's amen, yet once more did the hee-haw free come in with new alacrity. Vine tarried, and with fitful hand took bits of dead drift from the sand and flung them to the wave, as one whose race of thought long since was run, for whom the spots enlarge that blot the golden sun. End of section 77. Section 78 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mortmain Reappears. While now at poise the wings of shade outstretched overhang each ridge and glade, Mortmain descends from Judah's height through sallyport of minor glens. Against the background of black dens blacker the figure glooms enhanced. Relieved from anxious fears, the group in friendliness would have advanced to greet, but shrank or fell adroop. Like Hecla ice inveined with marl and frozen cinders showed his face, rigid and darkened. Shunning parle, he seated him aloof in place, hands clasped about the knees drawn up, as round the cask the binding hoop. Condensed in self, or like a seer, unconscious of each object near, while yet, informed, the nerve may reach, like wire under wave, to furthest beach, by what the brook Cherith had been, watching it shrivel from the scene, or voice Ariel had heard, that now he murmured the wild word. But, hectored by the impious years, what god invoke, for leave to unveil that gulf whither tend these modern fears, and deeps over which men crowd the sail? Up as possessed he rose anon, and crying to the beach went down, Repent! Repent in every land, or hell's hot kingdom is at hand. Yea, yea, in pause of the artillery's boom, While now the armed world holds its own, the comet peers, the star dips down, flicker the lamps in Syria's tomb, while the Antichrist and atheists set on Anarch the red coronet. Mad John, sighed Rolfe, dost there betray the dire vox clamans of our day? Why heed him? Derwent breathed. Alas, let him alone, and it will pass. What would he now? Before the bay low bowed he there, with hand addressed to scoop. Unhappy, hadst thou best? Jalea it was, then calling low unto a Bethlehemite whose brow was wrinkled like the bat's shrunk hide. Your salt song, Beltha, worn and chide. Would ye know what bitter drink they gave to Christ upon the tree? Sip the wave that laps the brink of Siddim, taste, and God keep ye. It drains the hills where Elam's hid, drains the rock-salt's ancient bed. Hither unto basin fall the torrents from the steeps of Gaul. Here is Hades' watershed. Sinner, would ye that your soul bitter were and like the pool? Sip the Sodom waters dead, but never from thy heart shall haste the Mara, yea, the aftertaste. He closed. Arrested as he stooped, did Mortmain his pale hand recall? No. Undeterred the wave he scooped, and tried it, madly tried the gall. End of section 78. Section 79 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prelusive. In Piranesi's rarer prints, interiors measurelessly strange, where the distrustful thought may range, misgiving still. What mean the hints? Stairs upon stairs which dim ascend, in series from plunged Bastiles drear, pit under pit, long tier on tier of shadowed galleries which impend over cloisters, cloisters without end, the height, the depth, the far, the near, ring bolts to pillars in vaulted lanes, and dragging radamanthine chains. These less of wizard influence lend than some elusive chambers closed. Those wards of hush are not disposed in gibe of goblin fantasy, grimace, unclean diablerie. Thy wings, imagination, span ideal truth in fable's seat. The thing implied is one with man, his penetralia of retreat. The heart, with labyrinths replete, in freaks of intimation see Paul's mystery of iniquity, involved indeed a blur of dream, as, awed by scruple and restricted in first design, or interdicted by fate and warnings as might seem, the inventor miraged all the maze, obscured it with prudential haze, nor less, if subject unto question, the egg left, egg of the suggestion. Dwell on those etchings in the night, those touches bitten in the steel by aqua fortis, till ye feel the Pauline text in grey of light. Turn hither then, and read aright. For ye who green or grey retain childhood's illusion, or but feign, as bride and sweet let pass a bier, so passed the coming canto here. End of section 79. Section 80 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sodom. Full night. The moon has yet to rise. The air oppresses, and the skies reveal beyond the lake afar one solitary tawny star, complexioned so by vapors dim, whereof some hang above the brim and nearer waters of the lake, whose bubbling air beads mount and break as charged with breath of things alive. In talk about the cities 5 engulfed, on beach they linger late, and he, the quaffer of the brine, puckered with that heart-wizening wine of bitterness, among them sate upon a camel's skull, late dragged from forth the wave, the eye-pits slagged with crusted salt. What star is yon? and pointed to that single one befogged above the sea afar. "It might be Mars, so red it shines," one answered. "Duskily it pines in this strange mist. It is the star called Wormwood. Some hearts die in thrall of waters which yon star makes gall." And, lapsing, turned, and made review of what that wickedness might be which down on these ill precincts drew the flood, the fire, put forth new plea, which not with writ might disagree. Urged that those malefactors stood guilty of sins scarce scored as crimes in any statute known, or code, nor now, nor in the former times. Things hard to prove, decorum's wile, malice discreet, judicious guile, good done with ill intent, reversed, best deeds designed to serve the worst, and hate which under life's fair hue prowls like the shark in sunned Pacific blue. He paused, and under stress did bow, lank hands enlocked across the brow. "Nay, nay, thou see, 'twas not all carnal harlotry, but sins refined, crimes of the spirit, helped earn that doom ye here inherit, doom well imposed, though sharp and dread, in some god's reign, some god long fled. Thou gaseous puff of mineral breath, mephitical, thou swooning flaw that fan'st me from this pond of death, wert thou that venomous small thing which tickled with the poison straw? Thou, stronger, but who yet couldst start, shrinking with sympathetic sting, while willing the uncompunctious dart? Ah, ghosts of Sodom, how ye thrill about me in this peccant air, conjuring yet to spare, but spare! Fie, fie, that didst in formal will plot piously the posthumous snare. And thou, the mudflow, evil mass of surest-footed sluggishness, swamping the nobler breed, art there? Moan, Burker of kind heart, all's known to him. With thy connivers, moan. Sinners, expelled, transmuted souls, blown in these airs, or whirled in shoals of gurgles which your gasps send up, or on this crater marge and cup, slavered in slime, or puffed in stench, not ever on the tavern bench ye lolled. Few dicers here, few sots, few sluggards, and no idiots. 'Tis thou who servidst Mammon's hate of greed through forms which holy are, black slaver steering by a star. 'Tis thou, and all like thee in state, who knew the world yet varnished it, who traded on the coast of crime though landing not, who did outwit justice, his brother, and the time. These, chiefly these, to doom submit. But who the manifold may tell, and sins there be inscrutable, unutterable. Ending there, he shrank, and like an osprey gray appeared on the wave. His hollow stare marked then some smaller bubbles play in cluster silvery like spray. Be these the beads on the wives' wine, Tophana brew? O fair Medea, O soft man-eater, furry fine. O, be thou Jael, be thou Leah, unfathomably shallow, no, nearer the core than man can go or science get, nearer the slime of nature's rudiments and lime in chyle before the bone. Thee, in thee the filmy cell is spun, the mould thou art of what men be. Events are all in thee begun, by thee, through thee. Undo, prithee, undo, and still renew the fall forever. On his throne he lapsed, and muffled came the moan, how multitudinous in sound, from Sodom's wave. He glanced around. They all had left him, one by one. Was it because he opened through the inmost to the outward view, or did but pain at frenzied thought prompt to avoid him, since but naught in such case might remonstrance do? But none there ventured idle plea, weak sneer, or fraudful levity. Two spirits, hovering in remove, sad with inefficacious love, here sighed debate. Ah, Zoema, say, be it far from me to impute a sin, but may a sinless nature win these deeps he knows? Sin shuns that way. Sin acts the sin, but flees the thought that sweeps the abyss that sin has wrought. Innocent be the heart, and true, howe'er it feed on bitter bread, that, venturous through the evil led, moves as along the ocean's bed, amid the dragon's staring crew. End of section 80. Section 81 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of Traditions. Credit the Arab wizard lean, and still at favouring hour are seen, but not by Franks, whom doubts debar. Through waves the cities overthrown, Seboyum and Segor, Aldima, with two whereof the foul renown and syllables more widely reign. Astarte, worshipped on the plain ere Terra's day, her vigil keeps, devoted where her temple sleeps, like moss within the agate's vein, a ruin in the lucid sea. The columns lie overlappingly, slant, as in order smooth they slid down the live slope. Her ray can bid their beauty thrill along the lane of tremulous silver. By the marge, if yet the Arab credence gain, at slack wave, when midsummer's glow widens the shallows, statues show. He vouches, and will more enlarge on sculptured basins broad in span, with Elam scurfed and Alcatran. Nay, further, let who will believe, as monks aver, on Holy Eve, Easter or John's, along the strand shadows Corinthian wiles inweave, voluptuous palaces expand, from whose moon-lighted colonnade beckons Armida, deadly maid. Traditions, and their fountains run beyond King Nine and Babylon. But disenchanters grave maintain that in the time ere Sodom's fall, 'twas shepherds here endured life's pain. Shepherds, and all was pastoral in Siddim. Abraham and Lot, blanketed Bedouins of the plain. Sodom and her 4 daughters small, for Sodom held maternal reign. Poor little hamlets, such as dot the mountainside and valley way of Syria as she shows today. The East, where constancies indwell, such hint may give, 'tis plausible. Hereof the group, from Mortmain's blight withdrawn, where sands the beach embade, and Nehemiah apart was laid, held curious discourse that night. They chatted, but 'twas underrun by heavier current, and anon, after the meek one had retired under the tent, the thought transpired, and Mortmain was the theme. If mad, 'tis indignation at the bad, said Rolfe. Most men somehow get used to seeing evil, though not all they see. 'Tis sympathetical, but never some are disabused of first impressions which appall. There, there, cried Derwent, let it fall. Assume that some are but so, they'll be transfigured. Let's suffice. Dismas he dwells in paradise. Who? Dismas, the good thief, you know. Aye, and the blessed one shared the cup with Judas, even let Judas sup with him, at the Last Supper too. But see, it was the busy Jew, with chemic lamp aflame, by tent trying some shrewd experiment with minerals secured that day, dead unctuous stones. Look how his ray, said Rolfe, too small for stars to heed, strange lights him, reason's sorcerer. Poor Simon Magus run to seed. And, yes, 'twas here, or else I err, the legends claim, that into sea the old magician flung his book, when life and lore he both forsook. The evil spell yet lurks, may be. But yon strange orb can be the moon? These vapors, and the waters swoon. Ere long the tent received them all. They slumber, wait the morning's call. End of section 81. Section 82 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sleepwalker. Now Nehemiah with wistful heart much heed had given to myths which bore upon that Pentateuchal shore. Him could the wilder legend thrill with credulous impulse, whose appeal oblique touched on his Christian vein. Wakeful he bode, with throbbing brain o'erwrought by travel, long he lay in febrile musings, life's decay, begetting soon an ecstasy, wherein he saw arcade and fane, and people moving in the deep. Strange hum he heard, and minstrel sweep. Then, by that sleight each dreamer knows, dream merged in dream. The city rose, shrouded, it went up from the wave. Transfigured came down out of heaven, clad like a bride in splendor brave. There, through the streets, with purling sound, clear waters the clear agates lave, opal and pearl in pebbles strown. The palaces with palms were crowned, the water palaces each one, and from the fount of rivers shone soft rays as of Saint Martin's sun. Last, dearer than ere Jason found, a fleece, the fleece upon a throne. And a great voice he hears, which saith, Pain is no more is death. I wipe away all tears. Come, ye, enter, it is eternity. And happy souls, the saved and blessed, welcomed by angels and caressed, hand linked in hand like lovers sweet, festoons of tenderness complete, roamed up and on, by orchards fair to bright ascents and mellower air. Thence, highest, toward the throne were led, and kissed, amid the sobbings shed of faith fulfilled. In magic play, so to the meek one in the dream appeared the new Jerusalem, haven for which how many a day, in bed, afoot, or on the knee, he yearned. Would God I were in thee! The visions changed and counterchanged, blended and parted, distant ranged, and beckoned him away. In sleep he rose, and none did wist when vanished this somnambulist. End of section 82. Section 83 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Obsequies. The camel's skull upon the beach no more the sluggish waters reach, no more the languid waters lave. Not now they wander in and out of those void chambers walled about. So dull the calm, so dead the wave. Above thick mist how pallid looms, while the slurred day doth wanly break Ammon's long ridge beyond the lake. Down to the shrouded margin comes lone vine, and starts, not at the skull, the camel's, for that bides the same as when overnight 'twas Mortmain's stool, but nigh it, how that object name? Slant on the shore ground curls of mist enfolded, as in amethyst subdued. Small flames in dead of night lick the dumb backlog ashy white. What is it? Paler than the pale pervading vapors, which so veil, that some peak tops are islanded baseless above the dull, dull bed of waters, which not e'en transmit one ripple 'gainst the cheek of it. The start which the discoverer gave was physical, scarce shocked the soul, since many a prior reverie grave forearmed against alarm's control. To him, indeed, each lapse and end meet, in harmonious method blend. Lowly he murmured, Here is balm, repose is snowed upon repose, sleep upon sleep, it is the calm and incantation of the close. The others, summoned to the spot, were staggered. Nehemiah? No. The innocent and sinless? What? Pale lying like the Assyrian low? The Swede stood by, nor aftertaste extinct was of the liquid waste, nor influence of that wormwood star whereof he spake. All overcast, his genial spirits meeting jar, Derwent on no unfeeling plea held back. Mortmain relentless, see, to view death on the bed, at ease, a dream, and draped, to minister to inheriting kin, to comfort these in chamber comfortable. Here the elements all that unsay. The first man dies, thus Abel lay. The sad priest, rightly to be read, scarce hoping, pained, dispirited, was dumb. And Mortmain went aside, in thrill by only Vine espied. Alas, thought Vine, thou bitter Swede, into thine armour dost thou bleed? Intent but poised, the Druze looked on. The sheath, the sword? Ah, whither gone? Clarel, and bowed him there and kneeled. Whither art gone, thou friendliest mind, unfriended? What friend now shalt find? Robin or raven, hath God a bird to come and strew thee, lone interred, with leaves, when here left far behind? He's gone, the Jew. Czars, stars must go, or change. All's chemistry, aye so. Resurget, faintly Derwent there, in pace, Vine, nor more would dare. Rolfe in his reaching heart did win prelude remote, yet gathering in, moist with sobs and balsam shed, warm tears, cold odors from the urn. They hearsed in heathen Rome their dead, all hopeless of the soul's return. Embracing them, in marble set, the mimic gates of Orcus met, the Pluto bolt, the fatal one, wreathed over by the hung festoon. How fare we now? But were it clear, in nature or in lore devout, that parted souls live on in cheer, gladness would be, shut pathos out. His poor thin life, the end, no more? The end here by the Dead Sea shore? He turned him, as awaiting nod or answer from the earth, air, or skies. But be it ether or the clod, the elements yield no replies. Cross-legged on a cindery height, Belex, the fatalist, smoked on. Slow whiffs, and then, it needs be done. Come, beach the loins there, Bethlehemite. Inside a hollow free from stone, with camel ribs they scooped a trench, and Derwent, rallying from blench of Mortmain's brow, and nothing loath, tacit to vindicate the cloth, craved they would bring to him the book, now ownerless. The same he took, and thence had culled brief service meet, but closed, reminded of the psalm heard when the salt fog shrunk the palm. They wending toward these waters' seat, raised by the saint, as e'en it lent a voice to low presentiment. Not it better might one here repeat. Though through the valley of the shade I pass, no evil do I fear. His candle shineth on my head, lo, he is with me, even here. That o'er, they kneeled, with foreheads bare, bowed as he made the burial prayer. Even Margoth bent him, but 'twas so as some hard salt at sea will do, holding the narrow plank that bears the shotted hammock, while brief prayers are by the master read mid-war, relentless of wild elements, the sleet congealing on the spar. It was a sulking reverence. The body now the Arabs placed within the grave, and then with haste had covered, but for Rolfe's restraint, the book, the Bible of the saint. With that the relics there he graced. Yea, put it in the hand, since now the last long journey thou dost go, why part thee from thy friend and guide? And better guide who knoweth. Bide. They closed, and came a rush, a roar, aloof, but growing more and more, nearer and nearer. They invoke the long Judaic range, the height of nearer mountains hid from sight by the blind mist, nor spark nor smoke of that plunged wake their eyes might see. But, hoarse in hubbub, horribly, with all its retinue around, flints, dust, and showers of splintered stone, an avalanche of rock down tore, in Somerset from each rebound. Thud upon thump, down, down, and down, and landed. Lull. Then shore to shore rolled the deep echo, fold on fold, which so reverberated bold and bold far down the long ill gore. They turn, and, in that silence sealed, what works there from behind the veil? A counter-object is revealed, a thing of heaven, and yet how frail! Up in thin mist above the sea, humid is formed, and noiselessly, the fog-bow, segment of an oval, set in a colourless removal against a vertical shaft, or slight, slim pencil of an aqueous light. Suspended there, the segment hung like to the May-wreath that is swung against the pole. It showed half spent, hovered and trembled, paled away, and went. End of Part 2. End of Section 83. Section 84 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. Marsaba. In the Mountain. What reveries be in yonder heaven, whither, if yet faith rule it so, the tried and ransomed natures flow? If there peace after strife be given, shall hearts remember yet and know? Thy vista, Lord, of havens dear, may that in such entrancement bind, that never starts a wandering tear for whale and willow left behind. Then wherefore, chaplet, quivering throw, a dusk e'en on the martyr's brow, your crown? Do seraphim shed balm at last on all of earnest mind, unworthy yearners, nor the palm awarded Saint Teresa, banned to Leopardi, Olbermann? Translated where the anthems sung beyond the thunder, in a strain whose harmony unwinds and solves each mystery that life involves, there shall the tree whereon he hung, the olive wood, leaf out again. Again leaf out, and endless rain, type of the peace that buds from sinless pain, exhalings, tending toward the skies by natural law, from heart they rise, of one thereby the moundless bed, where stones they roll to feet and head. Then mount, and fall behind the guard, and so away. But whitherward? 'Tis the high desert, sultry Alp, which suns decay, which lightnings scalp. For now, to round the waste enlarge, Christ's tomb rewin by Saba's marge of grots and ossuary cells, and Bethlehem where remembrance dwells. From Sodom in her pit dismayed, westward they wheel, and there invade Judah's main ridge, which horrors deaden, where chaos holds the wilds in pawn, as here had happed an Armageddon, betwixt the good and ill a fray, but ending in a battle drawn, victory undetermined, nay, for how an indecisive day, when one side camps upon the ground contested? Ere enlocked in bound, they enter where the ridge is riven. A look, one natural look, is given toward Margoth and his henchmen twain, dwindling to ants far off upon the plain. So fade men from each other. Jew, we do forgive thee now thy scoff, now that thou deemst recedest off forever. Fair hap to thee, Jew. Consolator whom thou disownest, attend thee in last hour lonest. Rolfe, gazing, could not all repress that utterance, and more or less, albeit they left it undeclared, the others in the feeling shared. They turn, and enter now the pass wherein, all unredeemed by weeds, trees, moss, the winding cornice leads for road along the calcined mass of aged mountain. Slow they urge sidelong their way betwixt the wall and flanked abyss. They hark the fall of stones hoof-loosened down the crags, the crumblings note they of the verge. In rear one strange steed timid lags. On foot an Arab goes before, and coaxes him to steepy shore of scooped-out gulfs, would halt him there, back shrinks the foal with snort and glare. Then downward from the giddy brim they peep, but hardly may they tell if the black gulf affrighted him, or lingering scent he caught in air from relics in mid-lodgment placed. Now first perceived within the dell 2 human skeletons enlaced in grapple as alive they fell, or so disposed in overthrow as to suggest encounter so. A ticklish rim, an imminent pass for quarrel, and blood feud, alas, the Arab keeps, and where or when, Cain meeting Abel, closes then. That desert's age the gorge may prove, piercing profound the mountains bare, yet hardly churned out in the groove by a perennial wear and tear of floods. Nay, dry it shows within, but twice a year the waters flow, nor then in tide, but dribbling thin. Avers Marsaba's abbot so. Nor less perchance before the day when Joshua met the tribes in fray. What wave here ran through leafy scene, like uplands in Vermont the green? What sylvan folk by mountain base, descrying showers about the crown of woods, foreknew the freshet's race, quick to descend in torrent down, and watched for it, and hailed in glee, then rode the comb of freshet wild, as peaked upon the roller free with gulls for mates, the Maldives' merry child. Or, earlier yet, could be a day in time's first youth and pristine May, when here the hunter stood alone, moccasined Nimrod, belted Boone, and down the tube of fringed ravine Siddim descried, a lilied scene. But crime and earthquake, throes and war, and heaven remands the flower and star. Aside they turn, and leave that gorge, and slant upon the mountain long, and toward a ledge they toilsome urge, high over Siddim, and overhung by loftier crags. In spirals curled, and pearly nothing's buoyant whirled, eddies of exhalation's light, as over lime kilns, swim in sight. The fog dispersed, those vapors show, diurnal from the waters won by the athirst demanding sun, recalling text of Scripture so. For on the morn which followed rain of fire, when Abraham looked again, and smoke went up from all the plain, their mount of vision, voiceless, bare, it is that ridge, the desert's own, which by its dead Medusa stare, petrific o'er the valley thrown, congeals Arabia into stone. With dull metallic glint the sea slumbers beneath the silent lee of sulphurous hills. These stretch away toward wilds of Kadesh Barnea and Zin the waste. In pale regard intent the Swede turned thitherward. God came from Teman, in his hour the Holy One from Paran came. They knew him not. He hid his power within the forking of the flame, within the thunder and the roll. Imperious in its swift control, the lion's instantaneous lick not more effaces to the quick than his fierce indignation then. Look, for his wake is here. O men, since science can so much explode, evaporated is this God? Recall the red year 48, he storms in Paris, thence divides. The menace scarce outspeeds the fate. He's over the Rhine, he's at Berlin, at Munich, Dresden, fires Vienne. He's over the Alps, the whirlwind rides in Rome, London's alert, the Tsar, the portent and the fact of war, and terror that into hate subsides. There, through his instruments made known, including atheist and his tribes, behold the prophets marching one, he at whose coming Midian shook, the God, the striding God of Habakkuk. Distempered, nor might passion tire, nor pale reaction from it quell the craze of grief's intolerant fire, unwearied and unweariable. End of section 84. Section 85 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Carpenter. From vehemence too mad to stem, fain would they turn and solace them. Turn where they may, they find a dart. For while recumbent here they view, beneath them spread the seats malign, Nehemiah recurs, in last recline a hermit there, and some renew their wonderment at such a heart, single in life, in death how far apart. That life they question, seek a clue. Those virtues which his meekness knew, marked these indeed but wreckful wane of strength, or the organic man? The hardy hemlock, if subdued, decays to violets in the wood, which put forth from the sodden stem. His virtues, might they breed like them? Nor less that tale by Rolfe narrated, thrown out some theory to achieve, erewhile upon Mount Olivet, that sea-tale of the master fated, not wholly might it here receive an application such as met the case. It needed something more, or else to penetrate the core. But Clarel, made remindful so of bygone things which death can show enkindled meaning, here revealed that once Nehemiah his lips unsealed, how prompted he could not recall, in story which seemed rambling all, and yet in him not quite amiss. In pointed version it was this: a gentle wight of Jesu's trade, a carpenter, for years had made his living in a quiet dell, and toiled and ate and slept alone, esteemed a harmless witless one. Had I a friend, thought he, 'twere well. A friend he made, and threw device of jobbing for him without price. But on a day there came a word unblessed, a blow abhorred. Thereafter, in the mid of night, when from the rafter and the joist the insect ticked, and he, lone sprite, how wakeful lay, what word was voiced? Me love, fear only man. And he willed what seemed too strange to be. The hamlet marvelled, and the glade, interring him within his house, he there his monastery made, and grew familiar with the mouse. Down to the beggar who might sing, alms, silent alms, unseen he'd fling, and cakes to children. But no more abroad he went, till spent and grey, feet foremost he was borne away. And when upon a misty shore the watchful seaman marks a light, blurred by the fog, uncertain quite, and thereto instant turns the glass, and studies it, and thinks it o'er by compass, is't the Cape we pass? So Rolfe from Clarel's mention caught food for an eagerness of thought. It bears, such things may be, shut from the busy world's pell-mell and man's aggressive energy, in cloistral Palestine to dwell and pace the stone. And Mortmain heard, attesting, more his looks did tell than comment of a bitter word. Meantime the ass, high o'er the bed, late scooped by Sidim's borders there, and stupefied by brute despair, motionless hung the earthward head. End of section 85. Section 86 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of the many mansions. The Elysium of the Greek was given by haughty bards, a hero heaven. No victim looked for solace there. The marble gate disowned the plea, ye heavy laden, come to me. Nor Fortune's isles, nor Tempe's dale, nor Araby the blessed did bear a saving balm, might not avail to lull one pang, one lot repair. Dreams, narrow dreams, nor of a kind showing inventiveness of mind beyond our earth. But oh, 'twas rare, in world like this, the world we know, soul know, and reason from, to dare to pledge indemnifying good in worlds not known, boldly avow against experience the brood of Christian hopes. So Rolfe, and sat clouded, but changing up he gat. Whence sprang the vision? They who freeze on earth here, under want or wrong, the Sermon on the Mount shall these find verified? Is love so strong? Or bounds are hers, that Python mars your gentler influence, ye stars? If so, how seem they given o'er to worse than Circe's fooling spell? Enslaved, degraded, tractable to each mean atheist's crafty power. So winning in enthusiast plea, here may the gospel but the more operate like a perfidy? So worldlings deem, the Swede and glow. Much so they deem, or, if not so, hereon they act. But what said he, the Jew whose feet and blisters know, to Christ as sore he trailed the tree toward Golgotha? Ha! 'Tis thou, the king, the god? Well then, be strong. No royal steed with galls is rung. That's for the hack. There he but hurled the scoff of nature and the world, those monstrous twins. It jarred the nerve of Derwent, but he masked the thrill. For vine he kindled, sitting still. Respected he the Swede's wild will, as did the Swede vine's ruled reserve. Mortmain went on. We've touched a theme from which the club and lyceum swerve, nor e'er von Goethe would esteem. And yet of such compulsive worth, it dragged a god here down to earth, as some account. And, truth to say, religion oft-times, one may deem, is man's appeal from fellow clay. Tibetan faith implies the extreme, that death emancipates the good, absorbs them into deity, dropping the wicked into bestialhood. With that for text to reverie due, in lifted waist, on ashy ground, like Job's pale group, without a sound they sat. But hark! What strains ensue, voiced from the crags above their view. End of section 86. Section 87 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cypriote. Noble gods at the board, where lord unto lord light pushes the care-killing wine. Urbane in their pleasure, superb in their leisure, lacks ease after labor divine. Golden ages eternal, autumnal, supernal, deep mellow their temper serene. They rose by their gate, shall it yield unto fate? They are gods, and their garlands keep green. Ever blandly adore them, but spare to implore them. They rest, they discharge them from time. Yet believe, light believe, they would succor, reprieve, nay retrieve, might but revellers pause in the prime. Who sings, cried Rolfe, dare say no Quaker, fine song or funeral siddim here. So, mindless of the undertaker, in cage above her mistress's bier the gold canary chirps. What cheer? Who comes? Aye, welcome as the drums of marching allies unto men beleaguered, comes, who hymning comes, what rescuer, what Delian? So Derwent, and with quick remove, scaling the rock which hemmed their cove, he thence descried where higher yet a traveller came, by cliffs beset, descending, and where terrors met. Nor Orpheus of heavenly seed adown thrilled Hades' gorges singing, about him personally flinging the bloom transmitted from the mead. In listening ghost such thoughts could breed as did the vocal stranger here in Mortmain, where relaxed he lay under that voice from other sphere and carol laughing at the clay. Nearer the minstrel drew. How fair and light he leaned with easeful air backward in saddle, so to frame a counterpoise as down he came. Against the dolorous mountainside his Phrygian cap in scarlet pride burned like a cardinal flower in Glen, and after him in trappings paced his escort armed, 3 goodly men. Observing now the other train, he halted. Young he was, and graced with fortunate aspect, such as draws hearts to good will by natural laws. No furtive scrutiny he made, but frankly flung salute, and said, "Well met in desert, hear my song?" "Indeed we did," cried Derwent boon. "And wondered where you got that tune," Rolfe added there, "or brought along from Cyprus. I'm a Cypriote, you see. One catches many a note, wafted from only heaven knows where. And pray, how name you it? The air? Why, hymn of Aristippus. Ah, and whither wends your train? Not far. And sidelong in the saddle free a thigh he lolled. 'Tis thus, you see, my dame beneath Our Lady's star vowed in her need to Saba's shrine 3 flagons good for holy wine. Vowed, and through me performed. Even now I come from Saba, having done her will, accomplishing the vow. But late I made a private one, meant to surprise her with a present she'll value more than juicy pheasant. Good mother mine, yes, here I go to Jordan, in desert there below, to dip this shroud for her. Shroud? Shroud? Cried Derwent, following the hand in startled wonderment unfeigned, which here a little tap bestowed in designation on a roll strapped to the pommel. Azrael's scroll! You do not mean you carry there the same. 'Tis woven fair. My shroud is saintly linen, in lavender 'tis laid. I have chosen a bed by the marigold, and supplied me a silver spade. The priest gazed at the singer, then turned his perplexed entreating ken upon Jellia, but Rolfe explained. I chanced to know. Last year I gained the Jordan at the Eastertide, and saw the Greeks in numbers there, men, women, blithe on every side, dipping their winding sheets. With care they bleach and fold and put away, and take home to await the day. A custom of old precedent, and curious too in mode 'tis kept, showing how under Christian sway Greeks still retain their primal bent. Nor let grave doctrine intercept that gay Hellene light-heartedness, which in the pagan years did twine the funeral urn with fair caress of vintage holiday divine. He turned him toward the Cypriote. Your courier, the forerunning note which ere we sighted you, we heard. You're bold to trill it so, my bird. And why? It is a fluent song. Though who they be I cannot say, I trust their lordships think no wrong. I do but trill it for the air, 'tis anything as down we fare. Enough, Rolfe let him have his way. Yes, there he let the matter stay. And so, with mutual goodwill shown, they parted. For l'envoy anon, they heard his lilting voice impel among the crags this versicle. With a rose in thy mouth through the world lightly veer, rose in the mouth makes a rose of the year. Then, after interval again, but fainter, further in the strain, with the Prince of the South, o'er the Styx bravely steer, rose in the mouth and a wreath on the bier. Chord deeper now that touched within, listening they at each other look. Some charitable hope they brook, yes, vague belief they fondly win, that heaven would brim his happy years, nor time mature him into tears. And divine in heart of reverie saith, like any flute inspired with breath pervasive, and which duly renders unconscious in melodious play whate'er the light musician tenders, so warblest thou lay after lay, scarce self-derived, and, shroud before, down goest singing toward death's sea, where lies aloof our pilgrim whore, in pit thou'lt pass. Ha, young to be. End of section 87. Section 88 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The High Desert. Where silence and the legend dwell, a cleft in Horeb is, they tell, through which upon one happy day the sun on his heraldic track, due sign having gained in zodiac, a sunbeam darts, which slants away through ancient carven oriel or window in the convent there, illuming so with annual flush the sombre vaulted chamber spare of Catherine's chapel of the bush, the burning bush. Brief visitant, it makes no lasting covenant, it brings, but cannot leave, the ray. To hearts which here the desert smote, so came, so went the Cypriote. Derwent deep felt it, and, as fain his prior spirits to regain, impatient too of scenes which led to converse such as late was bred, moved to go on. But some declined. So, for relief to heart which pined, Belex he sought, by him sat down in cordial ease upon a stone apart, and heard his stories free of Ibrahim's wild infantry. The rest abide. To these there comes, as down on Siddim's scene they peer, the contrast of their vernal homes, field, orchard, and the harvest cheer. At variance in their reverie move the spleen of nature and her love, at variance, yet entangled too, like wrestlers. Here in apt review they call to mind Abel and Cain, Ormuzd involved with Ahriman in deadly lock. Were those gods gone, or under other names lived on? The theme they started, 'twas averred that, in old Gnostic pages blurred, Jehovah was construed to be author of evil, yea, its God, and Christ divine his contrary. A god was held against a god, but Christ revered alone. Herefrom, if inference availeth aught, for still the topic pressed they home, two infold testaments become transmitters of Chaldaic thought by implication. If no more those Gnostic heretics prevail which shook the East from shore to shore, their strife forgotten now and pale, yet with sects that old revolt now reappears, if in assault less frank. None say Jehovah's evil, none gainsay that he bears the rod, scarce that, but there's dismission civil, and Jesus is the indulgent God. This change, this dusking change that slips, like the penumbra o'er the sun, over the faith transmitted down, foreshadows it complete eclipse? Science and faith, can these unite? Or is that priestly instinct right, right as regards conserving still the Church's reign, whose strenuous will made Galileo pale recite the penitential psalms in vest of sackcloth, which today would blight those potent solvents late expressed in laboratories of the West? But in her Protestant repose snores faith toward her mortal close? Nay, like a sachem petrified, encaved found in the mountain side, perfect in feature, true in limb, life's full similitude in him, yet all mere stone. Is faith dead now, a petrifaction? Grant it so, then what's in store? What shapeless birth? Reveal the doom reserved for earth? How far may seas retiring go? But, to redeem us, shall we say that faith undying does but range, casting the skin, the creed? In change dead always does some creed delay. Dead, not interred, though hard upon interment's brink, at Saint Denis, where slept the Capets, sire and son, 8 centuries of lineal clay, on steps that led down into vault, the prince inurned last made a halt. The coffin left they there, 'tis said, till the inheritor was dead. Then, not till then, 'twas laid away. But if no more the creeds be linked, if the long lines at last extinct, if time both creed and faith betray, vesture and vested, yet again what interregnum or what reign ensues? Or does a period come? The Sibyl's books lodged in the tomb? Shall endless time no more unfold of truth at core, some things discerned by the far Noahs of India old, earth's first spectators, the clear-eyed, unvitiated, unfalsified seers at first hand? Shall these be learned, though late, even by the New World, say, which now contemns? But what shall stay the fever of advance? London immense still wax for eye? A check, but whence? How of the teeming prairie land? There shall the plenitude expand, unthinned, unawed? Or does it need only that men should breed and breed to enrich those forces into play which in past times could oversway pride at his proudest? Do they come, the locusts, only to the bloom? Prosperity sire them? Thus they swept, nor sequence held, consistent tone. Imagination wildering on through vacant halls which faith once kept with ushers good. Themselves thus lost, at settled hearts they wonder most. For those, they asked, who still adhere in homely habits' dull delay to dreams dreamed out or passed away, do these, our pagans, all appear much like each poor and busy one, who when the Tartar took Pekin, if credence hearsay old may win, know not the fact, so vast the town, the multitude, the maze, the din. Still laggeth in deferred adieu the A.D. Anno Domini, overlapping into era new, even as the Roman A.U.C. yet ran for time, regardless all that Christ was born, and after fall of Rome itself. But now our age, so infidel an equipage, while carrying still the Christian name, for all its self-asserted claim, how fares it? Tell. Can the age stem its own conclusions? Is't a king awed by his conquests, which enring with menaces his diadem? Bright visions of the times to be, must these recoil, ere long be cowed, before the march and league avowed of Mammon and democracy? In one result whereto we tend, shall science disappoint the hope, yea, to confound us in the end, new doors to superstition ope? As years and annals grow, and action and reaction vie, and never men attain, but know how waves on waves forever die, does all more enigmatic show? So they, and in the vain appeal persisted yet, as ever still blown back in sleet that blinds the eyes, not less the fervid geysers rise. Clarel meantime ungladdened bent, regardful, and the more intent for silence held. At whiles his eye lit on the Druze, reclined half prone, the long pipe resting on the stone, and wreaths of vapor floating by, the man and pipe in peace as one. How clear the profile, clear and true, and he so tawny, bust ye view, antique in alabaster brown, might show like that. There, all aside, how passionless he took for bride the calm, but not the dearth or waste, nor would he fall in waste of words, that waste of all. For vine, from that unchristened earth, bits he picked up of porous stone, and crushed in fist, or one by one, through the dull void of desert air, he tossed them into valley down, or pelted his own shadow there, nor sided he with anything. By fits, indeed, he wakeful looked, but, in the main, how ill he brooked that weary length of arguing, like tale interminable told in Hades by some gossip old to while the never-ending night. Apart he went, meantime, like kite on Sidon perched, which doth enfold, slowly exact, the noiseless wing, each wrinkled Arab Bethlehemite, or trooper of the Arab ring, with look of Endor's withered sprite, slant peered on them from lateral height, while unperturbed over deserts riven, stretched the clear vault of hollow heaven. End of section 88. Section 89 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent. At night upon the darkling main, to ship return with muffled sound, the rowers without comment vain, the messmate overboard not found, so, baffled in deep quest but late, these on the mountain. But from chat, with Bellex in campaigning mood, Derwent drew nigh. The sight of him ruffled the Swede, evoked a whim which took these words, "Oh, well bestowed! Hither and help us, man of God! Doctor of consolation, here! Be warned, though, truth won't docile be to codes of good society." Allowing for pain's bitter jeer, or hearing but in part, perchance, the comely cleric pilgrim came with what he might of suiting frame, and air approaching nonchalance, and "How to serve you, friends?" he asked. "Ah, that," cried Rolfe, "for we, misled, we peer from brinks of all we know. Our eyes are blurred against the haze. Canst help us track in snow on snow the footprint of the Ancient of Days?" "Scarce without snowshoes," Derwent mild in gravity, "but come, we've whiled the time. Up then, and let us go." Delay, said Mortmain, stay, Rosace. What word is thine for sinking heart? What is thy want in such a case? Who sends for thee to act thy part, consoling, not in life's last hour, indeed, but when some deprivation sore unnerves, and every hope lies flat? That troubled Derwent, for the tone brake into tremble unbeknown e'en to the speaker. Down he sat beside them. Well, if such one, nay, but never yet such sent for me, I mean, none in that last degree. Assume it, though, to him I'd say, the less in hand, the more in store, dear friend. No formula I'd trace, but honest comfort face to face. And, yes, with tonic strong I'd brace, closing with cheerful Paul in lore of text, rejoice ye evermore. The Swede here of a sudden drooped. A hump dropped on him, one would say. He reached and some burnt gravel scooped, then stared down on the plain away. The priest in fidget moved to part. Abide, said Mortmain with a start. Abide, for more I yet would know. Is God an omnipresent God? Is he in Siddim yonder? No? If anywhere he's disavowed, how think to shun the final schism? Blind elements, flat atheism. Whereto the priest, far let it be that ground where Durham's prelate stood, who saw no proof that God was good, but only righteous. Woe is me! These controversies. Oft I've said that never, never would I be led into their maze of vanity. Behead me, rid me of pride's part, and let me live but by the heart. Hast thou proved thy heart? First prove it. Stay, the Bible, tell me, is it true, and thence derivest thy flattering view? But Derwent glanced aside as vexed, inly assured, nor less perplexed how to impart, and grieved too late at being drawn within the strait of vexed discussion, nor quite free from ill conjecture, that the Swede, though no dissembler, yet indeed part played on him. Why question me? Why pound the text? Ah, modern be, and share the truth's munificence. Look now, one reasons thus, immense is tropic India, hence she breeds Brahma tremendous, gods like seeds. The genial clime of Hellas gay begat Apollo. Take that way, nor query, Ramayana true? The Iliad? Mortmain nothing said, but lumped his limbs and sunk his head. Then Rolfe to Derwent, but the Jew? Since clime and country, as you own, so much effect, how with the Jew herein? There Derwent sat him down afresh, well pleased and leisurely, as one in favourite theory invoked, that bondman from his doom by Nile and subsequent distress, with punishment and wilderness, methinks he brought an added gloom to nature here. Here church and state he founded, would perpetuate exclusive and withdrawn. But no, advancing years prohibit rest, all turns or alters for the best. Time ran, and that expansive light of Greeks without the bordering sea, their happy genial spirits bright, wit, grace urbane, amenity contagious, and so hard to ban by bigot law or any plan. These influences stole their way, affecting here and there a Jew. Likewise the Magi tincture too derived from the captivity. Hence Hillel's fair reforming school, liberal gloss and leavening rule. How then? Could other issue be at last but ferment and a change? True, none recanted or dared range. To Moses' law they yet did cling, but some would fain have tempering in the bare place a bit of green. And lo, an advent, the Essene, gentle and holy, meek, retired, with virgin charity inspired, precursor, nay, a pledge, agree, of light to break from Galilee. And aye, he comes, the lilies blow, in hamlet, field, and on the road, to every man, in every mode, how did the crowning teacher show his broad and blessed comity. I do avow he still doth seem pontiff of optimists supreme. The Swede sat stone-like. Suddenly, leave thy carmine, from thorns the streak ruddies enough that tortured cheek. 'Twas Shaftesbury first assumed your tone, trying to cheerfulize Christ's moan. "Nay now," pled Derwent, earnest here, and in his eyes the forming tear, "but hear me, hear! No more of it!" and rose. It was his passion fit. The other changed. His pleasant cheer, confronted by that aspect wild, dropped like the flower from Ceres' child in Enna, seeing the pale brow of Pluto dank from scud below. Though by Gethsemane, where first Derwent encountered Mortmain's mien, Christ's forbearance well he nursed, allowing for distempered spleen, now all was altered, quite reversed. 'Twas now as at the burial scene by Sidim's marge, and yet, was here a proof the priest had met his confutation? Hardly so, mused Clarel, but he longed to know how could it be, that while the rest contented scarce the splenetic Swede, they hardly so provoked the man to biting outburst unrepressed, as did the cleric's gentle fan. But had the student paid more heed to Derwent's look, he might have caught hints of reserves within the thought, nor failed the priest ere all too late his patience here to vindicate. End of section 89. Section 90 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bell and cairn, Eloi lama sabachthani, and swooning strove no more, nor gone for every heart, whate'er they say. The eclipse that cry of cries brought down, and clamors through the darkness blown. More wide for some it spreads in sway, involves the lily of the Easter day. A chance word of the Swede in place, allusion to the anguished face, recalled to Clarel now the cry, the ghost's reproachful litany. Disturbed then, he apart would go, and passed among the crags, and there, like David and Adullam's lair, could it be vine, and quivering so? 'Twas vine. He wore that nameless look about the mouth, so hard to brook, in which the Cenci portrait shows, lost in each copy, oil or print, lost or else slurred, as 'twere a hint which if received few might sustain. A trembling over of small throes and weak swollen lips, which to restrain desire is none, nor any rain. Clarel recalled the garden's shade, and vine therein, with all that made the estrangement in Gethsemane. Reserves laid bare, and can it be? The dockyard forge's silent mound, played over by a small nimble flame, raked open, lo, the anchors found in Whiteheat's alb. With shrinking frame, grateful that he was unespied, Clarel quite noiseless slipped aside. Ill hour, thought he, an evil sign. No more need dream of winning vine, or coming at his mystery. O lives which languish in the shade, puzzle and tease us, or upbraid. What noteless confidant, may be, withholds the talisman, the key? Or if indeed it run not so, and he's above me where I cling, then how these higher natures know, except in shadow from the wing? Hark! As in benison to all, borne on waste air in wasteful clime, what swell on swell of mellowing chime, which every drooping pilgrim rallies, how much unlike that ominous call, pealed in the blast from Roncesvalles! Was more than silver in this shell by distance toned. What festival, what feast, of Adam's kind, or fay? Hark! No, not yet it dies away. Where the sexton of the vaulted seas buries the drowned in weedy grave, while tolls the buoy bell down the breeze, there, off the shoals of rainy wave, outside the channel which they crave, the sailors lost in shrouding mist, unto that muffled knelling list. The more because for fogged remove the floating belfry none may prove, so yet with difference do these attend. Chimes, chimes, but whence, thou breeze? Here Derwent, convent none is near. Ay, said the Druze, but quicks the ear in deep hush of the desert wide. 'Tis Saba calling, yea, Rolfe cried, Saba, Mar Saba summons us. "O hither, pilgrims, turn to me, escape the desert perilous, here's refuge, hither unto me." A lateral lodgment won, they wheeled, and toward the abandoned ledge they glanced. Near, in the high void waste advanced, they saw, in turn abrupt revealed, an object reared aloof by vine in whim of silence, when debate was held upon the cliff but late, and ended where all worlds decline, a heap of stones in arid state. The cairn, thought Clarel, meant he, yes, a monument to barrenness. End of section 90. Section 91 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tents of Kedar. They climb. In Indian file they gain a sheeted blank white lifted plain, a moor of chalk or slimy clay, with gluey track and streaky trail of some small slug or torpid snail. With hooded brows against the sun, man after man they labor on. Corrupt and mortally intense, what fumes ere long pollute the sense? But, hark the flap and lumbering rise of launching wing, see the gaunt size of the ground shadow thereby thrown. Behind a great and sheltering stone, a camel, worn out, down had laid, never to rise. 'Tis thence the kite ascends, sails off in tireward flight. As 'twere Apollyon, angel bad, they watch him as he speeds away. But Vine, in mere caprice of clay, or else because a pride had birth, slighting high claims which vaunted be, and favouring things of low degree, from heaven he turned him down to earth, eagle to ass. She now, ahead, went riderless, with even tread and in official manner, sooth, for bell and cord she'd known in youth. Through mart and wild, bazaar and waste, preceding camels strung in train, full often had the dwarf thing paced, conductress of the caravan of creatures tall. What meant Vine's glance, ironic here, which impish ran in thievish way? O world's advance, we wise limp after. The cavalcade anon file by a pit-like glade, clean scooped of last lean dregs of soil, attesting in rude terraced stones the ancient husbandman's hard toil. All now a valley of dry bones, in shade a hopper. 'Twas a sight so marked with dead undelight, that Derwent, half unconscious here, stole a quick glance at Mortmain's face to note how it received the cheer. Whereat the moody man, with sting, returned the imprudent glance apace. Wayward retort, all withering, though wordless. Clarel, looking on, saw there repeated the wild tone of that discountenancing late in sequel to prolonged debate upon the mountain. And again puzzled and earnest, less to know what rasped the Swede in such a man than how indeed the priest could show such strange forbearance, ventured now to put a question to him fair. Oh, he answered, all his air recovered from the disarray. The shadow flung by Ebal's hill on Gerizim, it cannot stay, but passes, aye, and ever still. But don't you see that man is mad? His fits he has, sad, how sad! Besides, but let me tell you now, do you read Greek? Well, long ago, in stage when goslings try the wing, and peacock chicks would softly sing, and roosters small essay to crow, reading Theocritus divine, envious I grew of all that charm where sweet and simple so entwine. But I plucked up and won a balm, thought I'll beat him in this place, if, in my verses and what not, if I can't have this pagan grace, still, nor alone in page I blot, but all encounters that may be, I'll make it up with Christian charity. Another brink they win, and view, adown in faintly greenish hollow, an oval clamp of sable hue, pitched full across the track they follow. 12 tents of shaggy goat's wool done. Ah, tents of Kedar may these be, cried Derwent, named by Solomon in song? black but scarce comely, see. Whom have we here? The brood of Lot? The oval seems his burial plot, said Rolfe, and, for his brood, these men, they rove perchance from Moab's den or Ammon's. Belox here seems well to know them, and no doubt will tell. The Spahi, not at all remiss in airing his Turk prejudice, exclaimed, Aye, sirs, and ill betide these Moabites and Ammonites ferrying Jordan either side, robbers and starvelings, mangy wights. Sirs, I will vouch one thing they do. Each year they harry Jericho in harvest, yet thereby they gain but meagre, rusty spears of grain. What right have such black thieves to live? Much more to think here to receive our toll? Just Allah, say the word, and here he signified with sword. The rest, impatient of delay, while yet on height at brink they stay, so bidden by Jalea, who slow descends into the hopper low, riding. To parley with the knaves, cried Belox, spur them down, that saves all trouble, sirs. 'Twas Ibrahim's way. When in the Lebanon one day we came upon a— Pardon me, the priest, but look how leisurely he enters. Yes, and straight he goes to meet our friend with scowling brows, the warder in yon outlet, see, holding his desert spear transverse, bar-like, from sable hearse to hearse of toll-gate tents. Foreboding ill, the woman calls there to her brood. But what's to fear? Ah, with good will they bustle in the warlike mood. Save us from those long fish-pole lances! Look, menacingly one advances, but he, our Druze, he mindeth none, but paces. So, they soften down. 'Tis Czar, it is that dainty steed, high-bred fine equine lady brave, of stock derived from long ago. 'Tis she they now admiring heed, picking her mincing way so grave, none jostling, grazing scarce a toe of all the press. The sulky clan, yes, make way for the mare, and man. There's homage. Aye, Belox said, they'd like to steal her and retire. Her beauty is their heart's desire. Base jackals with their jades. Well sped the Druze. The champion he nears, posted in outlet, keeping ward, who, altering at that aspect, peers, and him needs own for natural lord. Though claiming kinship of the land, he hesitates to make demand. Salute he yields. The Druze returns the salutation, nor he spurns to smoke with Ammon, but in way not derogating. Brief delay. They part. The unmolested train are beckoned, and come down. Amain they camp and enter and pass through. No conflict here, no weak ado of words or blows. This policy, Jalea's, bred now a pleasing thought in Derwent. Wars might ended be, yes, Japhet, Shem, and Ham be brought to confluence of amity, where leaders but discreet and wise, like this our chief. The armed man's eyes turned toward him tolerantly there, as 'twere a prattling child. They fare further, and win a nook of stone, and there a fountain making moan. The shade invites, though not of trees. They tarry in this chapel of ease, then up and journey on and on, nor tent they see, not even a lonely one. End of section 91. Section 92 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Of monasteries. The lake ink-black mid slopes of snow, the dead house for the frozen, barred, and the stone hospice, chill they show, monastic in thy pass, Bernard. Apostle of the Alps storm-riven, how lone didst build so near the heaven, anchored in seas of Nitria's sand, the desert convent of the Copt. No aerolite can more command the sense of dead detachment, dropped all solitary from the sky. The herdsmen of Olympus lie in summer when the eve is won, viewing white Spermos lower down, the mountain convent, and winds bear the chimes that bid the monks to prayer. nor man of war hawk soul in sky, or lonely ship sends lonelier cry. The grand chartreuse with crystal peaks mid pines, the wintry paradise of soul which but a saviour seeks. The mountains round all slabbed with ice may well recall the founder true, Saint Bruno, who to heaven has gone, and proved his motto, that whereto each locked Carthusian yet adheres. Troubled I was, but spake I none, I kept in mind the eternal years. And Vallombrosa, shut in, and Montserrat, enisled aloft, with many more the verse might win, solitudes all, austere or soft. But Saba, of retreats where heart, longing for more than downy rest, fit place would find from world apart, Saba abides the loneliest. Saba, that with an eagle's theft seizeth and dwelleth in the cleft. Aloof the monks their eyrie keep, down from their hanging cells they peep, like samphire gatherers o'er the bay, faint hearing there the hammering deep of surf that smites the ledges grey. But up and down, from grot to shrine, along the gorge, hard by the brink, file the gowned monks in even line, and never shrink. With litany or dirge they wend, where nature as in travail dwells, and the worn grots and pensive dells in wail for wail responses send, echoes and plaintive syllables. With mystic silvery breed divine, Saint Basil's manner of our Lord, in lieu of crucifix adored by Greeks which images decline, stained with 5 small wounds and red, down through the darkling gulf is led, by night oft times, while tapers glow small in the depths, as stars may show reflected far in well profound. Full 1500 years have wound since Cenobite first harboured here. The bones of men, deemed martyrs crowned, to fossils turn in mountain near, nor less while now lone scribe may write, even now in living dead of night, in Saba's lamps the flames aspire, the votaries tend the far transmitted fire. End of section 92. Section 93 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before the gate. 'Tis Kedron, that profound ravine whence Saba soars, and all between Zion and Saba one may stray, sunk from the sun through Kedron's way. By road more menacingly dead than that which wins the convent's base, no ghost to Tartarus is led. Through scuttle small, that keepeth place in floor of cellars which impend, cellars or cloisters, men ascend by ladder which the monks let down and quick withdraw, and thence yet on, higher and higher, flight by flight, they mount from Erebus to light, and off look, world-wide, much in tone of Uriel, warder in the sun, who serious views this earthly scene, since Satan passed his guard and entered in. But not by Kedron those now come who ride from Sidim. No, they roam the roof of mountains, win the tall towers of Saba, and huge wall builded along the steep, and there a postern with a door, full spare yet strong, a clamped and bucklered mass, bolted. In waste whose king is fear, sole port of refuge, it is here. Strange, and it might repel, alas, fair havens won by such a pass. In London Tower the traitor's gate, through which the guilty waters flow, looks not more grim. Yet shalt thou know if once thou enter, good estate. Beneath these walls what frays have been, what clash and outcry, sabres crossed, pilgrim and parasite between, and some have here given up the ghost before the gate in last despair. Nor, for the most part, lacking fair sign manual from a mitred lord, admission shall that arch afford to any. Weary now the train at eve halt by the gate and knock. No answer. Bellex shouts amain. As well invoke the Pico rock. Bide breathes the Druze, and, dropping rein, he points. A wallet's lowered down from under where a hood projects high up the tower, a cowl of stone, wherefrom alert an eye inspects all applicants, and unbeknown. Jellia promptly from his vest a missive draws, which duly placed in budget rises from the ground and vanishes. So, without sound, monks fish up to their dungeon dark the voucher from their patriarch, even him who dwells in damask state on Zion throned. Not long they wait. The postern swings, dismounting nigh the horses through the needle's eye, that small and narrow gate they lead. But while low ducks each lofty steed, behold how through the crucial pass slips unabased the humble ass. And so they all with clattering din the stony fortress courtyard win. There see them served and bidden rest, horse, ass too, treated as guest. Friars tend as grooms, yet others call and lead them to the frater hall, cliff-hung. By monks the board is spread. They break the monastery bread, moistening the same with Saba's wine, product of painful toil mid stones in terraces, whose Bacchic zones that desert gird. Olive and vine to flinty places well incline, once crushed the flint, even so they fared, so well for them the brethren cared. Reflection done, for grateful bed cool mats of dye sedate were spread. The lamps were looked to, freshly trimmed, and last, at hint from mellow man, who seemed to know how all things ran, and who in place shall soon be hymned, a young monk-servant, slender-limbed, and of a comely countenance, set out one flask of stature tall, against men's needs medicinal. Travellers, subject to mischance, devout then, and with aspect bright, invoked Marsaba's blessing, bade good night. He goes, but now in change of tune, shall friar be followed by buffoon? Saba supply a pantaloon? Wise largesse of true license yield, howe'er the river, winding round, may win an unexpected bound, the aim and destiny, unsealed in the first fount, hold unrepealed. End of section 93. Section 94 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beaker. Life is not by square and line, wisdom stupid without folly. Sherbet today, tomorrow wine, feather and cap and the world is jolly. So he, the aforesaid mellow man, thrumming upon the table's span. Scarce audible except in air, mirth's modest overture seemed there. Nor less the pilgrims, folding wing, weary would now in slumber fall, sleep held for a superfluous thing by that free heart at home in hall. And who was he so jovial? Purveyor, he some needful stores supplied from Syrian towns and shores, and on his trips, dismissing care, his stores delivered all and told, would rest a while in Saba's fold. Not broken he with fast and prayer, the leg did well plump out the sock, nor young nor old, but did enlock in reconcilement a bright cheek and fleecy beard. That cheek, in show, arbutus flaked about with snow, running arbutus in spring's freak overtaken so. In Mytilene, Sappho and Phaon's Lesbos green, his home was, his lax paradise, an island yet luxurious scene, fruitful in all that can entice. For chum he had a mountaineer, a giant man, beneath whose lee lightly he bloomed, like pinks that cheer the base of tower where cannon be. That mountaineer the battle tans, an Arnaut of no mean degree, a lion of war, and drew descent through dames heroic from the tent of Pyrrhus and those Epirot clans which routed Rome. And, furthermore, in after line enlinked he stood to Skanderberg's Albanian brood. And Arslan, famous heretofore, the horse-tail pennon dyed in gore. An Islamite he was by creed, in act what fortune's chances breed. Attest the medal, vouch the scar, had bled for sultan, one for czar. His psalter bugle was, and drum, any scorched rag his labarum. For time adherent of the Turk, in Saba's hold he sheathed his dirk, waiting arrival of a troop destined for some dragooning swoop on the wild tribes beyond the wave of Jordan. Unconstrained though grave, stalwart but agile, nobly tall, complexion a burnt red, and all his carriage charged with courage high and devil dare. A hawk's his eye, while, for the garb, snow-white kilt was background to his great sword hilt. The waistcoat blue, with plates and chains tarnished a bit with grapey stains. Oches and silver rose, stout greaves of leather, buskins thonged, light cloak of broidered stuff Damascus weaves, and, scorched one side with powder smoke, a crimson fez, bald as a skull, save for long tassel prodigal. Last, add hereto a blood-red sash, with dagger and pistol silvery charms, and there you have this Arnott rash, in zone of war, a trophy of arms. While yet the monk stood by serene, he, as to kill time, his moustache adjusted in his scimitar's sheen. But when they made their mild adieu, response he nodded, seemly too. And now, the last gowned friar gone, his heart of onslaught he toned down into a solemn sort of grace, each pilgrim looking full in face, as he should say, "Why now, let's be good comrades here tonight." Grave plea for brotherly love and jollity from such an arsenal of man, a little strange seemed, and remote. To bring it nearer, spice, promote. Nor mindless if some aspects wan, Lesbos, with fair engaging tone, threw in some moral cinnamon. Sir Pilgrims, look, 'tis early yet, in evening arbour here forget the heat, the burden of the day. Life has its trials, sorrows, yes, I know, I feel, but blessedness makes up. Ye've grieved the tender clay, solace should now all that requite. 'Tis duty, sirs. And, by the way, not vainly Anselm bade good night, for see, and cheery on the board the flask he set. I and the sword, the Arnott said, and in a tone of natural bass which startled one, profound as the profound trombone. I and the sword stand by the red, but this will pass, this molten ore of yellow gold, is there no more? Trust wit for that, the other said. Purveyor, shall he not purvey? And slid a panel, showing store of cups and bottles in array. Then arms at ease, and ho, the bench! It made the slender student blench to hark the jangling of the steel, vibration of the floor to feel, tremor through beams and bones which ran as that ripe masterpiece of man plumped solid down upon the deal. Derwent a little hung behind, censorious not, nor disinclined, but with self-querying countenance, as if one of the cloth, perchance, due bound should set, observe degree in liberal play of social glee. Through instinct of good fellow bright, his poise, as seemed, the lesbian wight divined, and justly deeming here the stage required a riper cheer than that before, solicitous, with bubbling cup in either hand, toward Derwent drew he, archly bland, then posed, and tunefully, e'en thus: "A shady rock, and trickling too, is good to meet in desert drear. Prithee now, the beading here, beads of Saba, saintly dew. Quaff it, sweetheart, I and you, quaff it, for thereby ye bless beadsmen here in wilderness. Spite of sorrow, maugre sin, bless their larder and laud their bin. Nor deem that here they vainly pine who toil for heaven and till the vine." He sings, and in the act of singing, near and more near one cup he's bringing, till by his genial sleight of hand 'tis lodged in Derwent's, and retained. As lit by vintage sunset's hue, which mellow warms the grapes that bleed, in amber light the good man view, nor text of sanction lacked at need. At Cana who renewed the wine? Sourly did I this cup decline, which, lo, I quaff, and not for food. 'Twould by an implication rude asperse that festival benign. We're brethren, aye, The lamps disclose the Spahi, Arnott, and the priest, with Rolfe and the knot of Sharon rose, ranged at the board for family feast. But where's Jellia? The cleric cried. 'Tis royalty should here preside, and looked around him. Truth to own, the Druze, his office having done, and brought them into haven there, discharged himself of further care till the next start, the interim accounting rightfully his own, and may be, heedful not to dim the escutcheon of an emir's son by any needless letting down. The lesbian who had Derwent served officiated for them all, and, as from man to man he swerved, grotesque a bit of song let fall. The Mufti in Park Suburban lies under a stone, surmounted serene by a turban, magnific, a marble one. So, man by man, with twinkling air, and cup and text of stanza fair, a rabbi in Prague they muster, and mounted evermore, looking up at his monument's cluster, a cluster of grapes and Noah. When all were served with wine and rhyme, "Ho, comrade," cried armed Og sublime, "your singing makes the filling scant. The flask to me, let me decant." With that the host he played, brimmed up, and offhand pushed the frequent cup, flung out his thigh, and quaffed apace, barbaric in his hardy grace, the while his haughty port did say, "Who's here uncivilized, I pray? I know good customs, stint I ye?" Indeed, thought Rolfe, a man of mark, and makes a rare symposiarch. I like him, I'll e'en feel his grip. With that, in vinous fellowship frank he put out his hand. In mood of questionable brotherhood the slayer stared, anon construed the overture aright, and yet not unreservedly he met the palm. Came it in sort too close? Was it embraces were for foes? Rolfe, noting a fine color stir, flushing each happy reveller, now leaned back with this ditty wee. The mountain ash and sumac fine, tipplers of summer, betray the wine in autumn leaf of vermil flame. Bramble and thorn cry, "Fie, for shame!" Mortmain aloof and single sat, in range with Rolfe, as viewed from mat where vine reposed, observing there that these in contour of the head and goodly profile made a pair, though one looked like a statue dead. "Methinks," mused Vine, "'tis Ahab's court, and yon the Tishbite. He'll consort not long, but Kedron seek." It proved even so, the desert heat removed. But he of Bins, whose wakeful eye on him had fixed, and followed sly until the shadow left the door, turned short, and tristful visage wore in quaint appeal, a shrug, and then, "Beseech ye now, ye friendly men, who's he? A cup, pray." "Oh, my faith! That funeral cap of his means death to all good fellowship and feast. Mad, say he's mad." Awhile the priest and Rolfe, reminded here in heart of more than well they might impart, uneasy sat. But this went by. Ill sort some truths with revelry. The giant plied the flask. For Vine relaxed he viewed nor spurned the wine, but humorously moralized on those 5 souls imparadised, for term how brief, well pleased to scan the Mytilene, the juicy man. Earth, of the earth, thought Vine, well, well, sows a fresh turf, but good the smell. Yes, deemed by some medicinal. Most too if damped with wine of Xeres, and snuffed at when the spirit wearies. I have it under strong advising, 'tis good at whiles this sensualizing. Why, would I could joy in it myself, but no. For Derwent, he, light elf, not vainly stifling recent fret, under the table his 2 knees pushed deeper, so as e'en to get closer in comradeship at ease. Arnott and Spahi, in respect of all adventures they had known, these chiefly did the priest affect. Adventures, such as duly shown printed in books, seem passing strange to clerks which read them by the fire, yet be the wonted commonplace of some who in the Orient range, freelances, spendthrifts of their hire, and who in end when they retrace their lives, see little to admire or wonder at, so dull they be, like fish mid marvels of the sea, to everything that is not pent in self or thereto ministrant. End of section 94. Section 95 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Timoneer's Story. But ere those Simbads had begun their Orient Decameron, Rolfe rose, to view the further hall. Here showed, set up against the wall, heroic traditionary arms, protecting tutelary charms, like Godfrey's sword and Baldwin's spur in treasury of the Sepulchre, wherewith they knighthood yet confer, the monks or their superior. Sanctified heirlooms of old time, with trophies of the Paynim clime. These last with tarnish on the gilt, the jewels vanished from the hilt. Upon one serpent-curving blade love motto beamed from Antar's rhyme in Arabic. A second said, a scimitar the Turk had made, and likely it had clove a skull, in name of God the Merciful. A third was given suspended place, and as in salutation waved, and in old Greek was finely graved with this, Hail Mary, full of grace. 'Tis a rare sheaf of arms be here, thought Rolfe. Who's this? And turned to peer at one who had but late come in, a stranger, and, avoiding din made by each distant reveller, anchored beside him. His sea gear announced a pilgrim timoneer. The weird and weather-beaten face, bearded and pitted, and fine vexed with wrinkles of Kabbalah text, did yet reveal a twinge-like trace of some late trial undergone, nor less a beauty grave pertained to him, part such as is ordained to eld, for each age hath its own, and even scars may share the tone. Bald was his head as any bell, quite bald, except a silvery round of small curled bud-like locks which bound his temples as with asphodel. Such he, who in nigh nook disturbed upon his mat by late uncurbed light revel, came with air subdued, and by the clustered arms here stood, regarding them with dullish eye of some old reminiscence sad. On him Rolfe gazed. And do ye sigh? Hardly they seem to cheer ye. Why? He pursed the mouth and shook the head. But speak! 'Tis but an old bewailing. No matter, tell. 'Twere unavailing. Come now, since you entreat of me. 'Tis long ago, I'm aged, see. From Egypt sailing, hurrying too, for spite the sky there, always blue, and blue-daubed seas so bland, the pest was breaking out, the people quailing and houses hushed, from Egypt sailing, in ship, I say, which shunned the pest, cargo half stored, and, alack, one passenger of visage black, but whom a white robe did invest, and linen turban, like the rest. A Moor he was, but with a chest, a fugitive poor Wahhabi. So ran his story, who by me was smuggled aboard, and a crew that did their wrangles still renew, jabbing the poniard in the fray, and mutinous withal. I say, from Egypt bound for Venice sailing, on Friday, well might heart forebode, in this same craft from Cadiz hailing, christened by Friar the Peace of God, she laden now with rusted cannon, which long beneath the crescent's pennon on beach had laid, condemned and dead, beneath a rampart, and from bed were shipped off to be sold and smelted, and into new artillery melted. I say that to the peace of God your iron the salt seas corrode. I say there fell to her unblessed a hap more baleful than the pest. Yea, from the first I knew a fear, so strangely did the needle veer. A gale came up, with frequent din of cracking thunder out and in. Corposants on yard-arms did burn, red lightning forked upon the stern, the needle like an imp did spin. 3 gulls continual plied in wake, which wriggled like a wounded snake, For I, the wretched timoneer, by fitful starts yet tried to steer 'neath shortened sail. The needle flew, the glass thick blurred with damp and dew, and flew the ship we knew not where. Meantime the mutinous bad crew got at the casks and drowned despair, carousing, fighting, what to do? To all the saints I put up prayer, seeing against the gloomy shades breakers in ghastly palisades. Nevertheless she took the rocks, and dinning through the grinds and shocks, attend to solving of the riddle. I heard the clattering of blades shaken within the Moor's strong box and cabin underneath the Needle. How screamed those 3 birds round the mast, slant going o'er! The keel was broken, and heaved aboard us for death token. To quit the wreck I was the last, yet I sole wight that 'scaped the sea. But he, the Moor? Oh, sorcery! For him no heaven is, no atoner. He proved an armorer, the Jonah, and dealt in blades that poisoned were, a black lieutenant of Lucifer. I heard in Algiers, as befell afterward his crimes of hell. I'm far from superstitious, see, but arms in sheaf, somehow they trouble me. Ha! Trouble? What's that, pray? I've heard of it. Bad thing, they say. Bug there, ladybug, plumped in your wine, only rose leaves flutter by mine. The gracioso man 'twas he, flagon in hand, held tiltingly. How peered at him that timoneer, with what a changed, still, merman cheer! As much he could, but would not say. So murmuring naught, he moved away. Old, the lesbian dropped, old, dry, remainder biscuit, and, alas, but recent 'scaped from luckless pass. Indeed? Relate. Oh, by and by. But Rolfe would have it then, and so the incident narrated was forthwith. Recast it thus may flow. The shipmen of the Cyclades, being Greeks, even of St. Saba's creed, are frequent pilgrims. From the seas Greek convents welcome them, and feed. Agath, with hardy messmates 10, to Saba, and on foot had fared from Joppa. Duly in the Glen his prayers he said, but rashly dared afar to range without the wall. Upon him fell a robber brood, some Ammonites. Choking his call, they beat and stripped him, drawing blood, and left him prone. His mates made search with friars, and ere night found him so, and bore him moaning back to porch of Saba's refuge. Cure proved slow. The end his messmates might not wait, therefore they left him unto love and charity, within that gate not lacking. Mended now in main, or convalescent, he would fain back up to Joppa make remove, with the first charitable train. His story told, the teller turned and seemed like one who instant yearned to rid him of intrusive sigh. Yon happier pilgrim, by the by, I like him. His vocation, pray? Purveyor he, like me, purvey? Aye, for the conscience, he's our priest. Priest? He's a grape, judicious one, keeps on the right side of the sun. But here's a song I heard at feast. End of section 95. Section 96 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Song and Recitative. The chalice tall of beaten gold is hung with bells about. The flamen serves in temple old, and weirdly are the tinklings rolled when he pours libation out. O Cybele, dread Cybele, thy turrets nod, thy terrors be. But service done and vestment doffed, with cronies in a row, behind night's violet velvet soft, the chalice drained he rings aloft, to another tune, I trow. O Cybele, fine Cybele, jolly thy bins and belfries be. With action timing well the song, his flagon flourished up in air, the varlet of the isle so flung his madcap intimation, there comic on Rolfe, his eyes retaining in mirth how full of roguish feigning. Ought I protest? Thought Rolfe, the man nor malice has, nor faith. Why ban this heart, though of religion scant? a true child of the lax Levant, that polyglot and loose-laced mother. In such variety he's lived, where creeds dovetail into each other. Such influences he's received, thrown among all, Medes, Elamites, Egyptians, Jews, and proselytes, strangers from Rome, and men of Crete, and parts of Libya round Cyrene, Arabians, and the throngs ye meet on Smyrna's quays, and all between Stamboul and Fez, thrown among these, a caterer to revelries. He's caught the tints of many a scene, and so became a harlequin, gay patchwork of all levities, holding to now, swearing by here, his course conducting by no keen observance of the stellar sphere. He coasteth under sail lateen. Then let him laugh, enjoy his dinner, he's an excusable poor sinner. 'Twas Rolfe, but Clarel, what thought he? For he too heard the lesbian's song, there by the casement where he hung, in heart of Saba's mystery, this mocker light. But now in waltz the pantaloon here Rolfe assaults, then, keeping arm around his waist, sees Rolfe's reciprocally placed. 'Tis side by side, entwined in ease of Chang and Ang, the Siamese, when leaning mutually embraced. And so these improvised twin brothers dance forward and salute the others, the lesbian flourishing for sign his wine cup, though it lacked the wine. They sit. With random scraps of song he whips the tandem hours along, or moments rather, in the end calling on Derwent to unbend in lyric. "I?" said Derwent. "I? Well, if you like, I'll even give a trifle in recitative, a something, nothing, anything, since little does it signify, in festive free contributing. To Hafiz in grape arbor comes Didymus, with book he thumbs. My lord Hafiz, priest of bowers, flowers in such a world as ours? Who is the god of all these flowers? Signor Didymus, who knows? None the less I take repose, believe, and worship here with wine in vaulted chapel of the vine, before the altar of the rose. Ah, who sits here, a sailor meek? It was that sea-apparelled Greek. Grey brother, here, partake our wine. He shook his head, yes, did decline. Or quaff or sing, cried Derwent then, for learn we be hilarious men. Pray now, you seamen know to sing. I'm old, he breathed, so's many a tree, yet green the leaves and dance in glee. The Arnaut made the scabbard ring. Sing, man, and here's the chorus, sing. Sing, sing, the Isleman, bear the bell, sing, and the other songs excel. Aye, sing, cried Rolfe, here's now a sample, 'tis virtue teaches by example. Jars of honey, wineskin, dates, and macaroni, falling back upon the senses, oh, the wrong, need take up with recompenses. Song, a song! They sang about him till he said, Sing, sirs, I cannot. This I'll do, repeat a thing Methodius made, good chaplain of the apostles' crew. Priest in ship with saintly bow, warship named from Paul and Peter, grandly carved on castled prow, gliding by the grouped canaries under liquid light of Mary's mellow star of eventide, lulled by tinklings at the side. I, along the taffrail leaning, yielding to the ship's careening, shared that peace the upland owns, where the palm and pine, meeting on the frontier line, seal a truce between the zones. This be ever, mused I lowly, dear repose is this and holy. Like the gospel it is gracious and prevailing. There, audacious, boom! The signal gun it jarred me. Flash and boom together marred me, and I thought of horrid war. But never moved Grand Paul and Peter, never blenched Our Lady's star. End of section 96. Section 97 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Revel Closed. Bless that good chaplain, Derwent here. All doves and halcyons round the sphere defend him from war's rude alarms. Then, O sweet impudence of wine, then rising at approaching vine, in suppliant way, I crave an alms. since this grey guest, this serious one, our wrinkled old Euroclydon, since even he, with genial breath, his quota here contributeth, helping our gladness to prolong, thou too, nay, as everywhere water is found if one not spare to delve, tale, prithee now, or song. Vine's brow shot up with crimson lights, as may the north on frosty nights over Dilston Hall and his low state, the fair young earl whose bloody end those red rays do commemorate and take his name. Now all did bend in chorus, crying, "Tale or song!" Investing him was no escape beset by such a Bacchic throng. "Ambushed in leaves we spy your grape," cried Derwent, "black but juicy one. A song!" No way for Vine to shun. "Well, if you'll let me here recline at ease the while, I'll hum a word which in his Florence loft I heard an artist trill one morning fine. What is beauty? 'Tis a dream dispensing still with gladness. The dolphin haunteth not the shoal, and deeps there be in sadness. The rose leaves, see, disbanded be, blowing about me blowing, but on the deathbed of the rose my amaranths are growing." His amaranths, a fond conceit, yes, last illusion of retreat. Short measure 'tis, and yet enough, said Derwent. 'Tis a hopeful song, or, if part sad, not less adorning, like purple in a royal morning. We debtors be. Now come along to table, we'll take no rebuff. So Vine sat down among them then, adept, shy prying into men. Derwent here wheeled him, but for sake of conscience, noble Arnott, tell, when now I as from dream awake, it just dawns on me, how is this? Wine-bibbing? No, that kind of bliss your Koran bars, and Bellex, man, thou'st smoked before the sun low fell. And this month's what, your Ramadan? May true believers thus rebel? Good sooth, did neither know to tell, or care to know, what time did fall the Islam fast, yet took it so as Derwent roguish prompted, though it was no Ramadan at all. 'Twas far ahead, a movable fast of lunar month, which to forecast needs reckoning. Ponderous pause the Anak made. Mahon has laws, and Allah's great, of course, forfend. Ho, rouse a stave, and so an end. The Bey, the Emir, and Mameluke lords charged down on the field in a grove of swords. Hurrah, hurrah, and hurrah for the grove of swords in the wind of war. And the Bey and the Emir exclaimed, who knows? In the shade of the scimitars paradise shows. Hurrah, hurrah, and hurrah for the grove of swords in the wind of war. He sang, then settled down, a mate for Mars High Pontiff, solemn sate, and on his long broad Basra blade deep ruminated. Less sedate, the Spahi now and escapade vented some Turkish guard-room joke, but scarce thereby the other woke to laughter, for he never laughed, into whatever mood he broke, nor verbal levity vouchsafed, so leonine the man. But here the Spahi, with another cheer, into a vein of mockery ran, toasting the feast of Ramadan, laughing thereat, removed from fear. It was a deep-mouthed mastiff burst, nor less, for all the jovial tone, the echo's startling import won. At least for Clarel, little versed in men, their levities and tides unequal, and of much besides. There by a lattice open swung, over the Kedron's gulf he hung, and poured and pondered. With what sweep doubt plunges, and from maw to maw, traditions none the nations keep. Old ties dissolve in one wide thaw. The Frank, the Turk, and e'en the Jew share it, perchance the Brahmin too. Returns each thing that may withdraw? The schools of bluefish years desert our sounds and shores, but they revert. The ship returns on her long tack. The bones of Theseus are brought back. A comet shall resume its path, though 3 millenniums go. But faith? Ah, Nehemiah, and Derwent, thou 'twas dust to dust. What is it now, and here? Is life indeed a dream? Are these the pilgrims late that heard the wheeling desert vultures scream above the man and book interred? Scream like the haglet and the gull off Chilo o'er the founded hull? But hark! While here light fell the clink the 5 cups made touched brink to brink in fair bouquet of fellowship, and just as the gay lesbian's lip was parted, jetting came a wail in litany from Kedron's jail profound and belly of the whale. Lord, have mercy. Christ, have mercy. Intercede for me. Angel of the agony, spare me, spare me. Merciful be. Lord, spare me. Spare and deliver me. Arrested, those fine revellers there, fixed in light postures of their glee, seemed problematic shapes ye see in linked caprice of festal air graved round the Greek sarcophagi. End of section 97. Section 98 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In moonlight. The roller upon Borneo's strand halts not, but in recoiling throw drags back the shells involved with sand, shuffled and muffled in the flow and hollow of the wallowing undertow. In night Rolfe waked, and whelming felt that refluence of disquiet dealt in sequel to redundant joy. Around he gazed in vague annoy upon his mates. The lamplight dim obscurely showed them, strangely thrown in sleep, nor heeding eye of him, flung every way with random limb, like corses when the battle's done and stars come up. No sound but slight, calm breathing, or low elfin shriek in dream, but Mortmain, coiled in plight, lay with one arm wedged under cheek, mumbling by starts the other hand, as the wolf-hound the bone. Rolfe rose and shook him, whereat from his throes he started, glaring, then lapsed down. Soft, soft and tender, feels so bland, grind it, 'tis hers, Brinvilliers's hand, my nurse, from which mad dream anon he seemed his frame to recommand, and yet would give an animal moan. God help thee, and may such ice make, except against some solid? Nay, but thou who makest, get thee away, nor in such coals of Tartarus rake. So Rolfe, and wide a casement through. Aroma! And is this Judea? Down the long gorge of Kedron blew a balm beyond the sweet Sabea, an air as from the Elysian grass, such freshening redolence divine as mariners upon the brine inhale, when barren beach they pass by night, a musk of wafted spoil from nature's scent bags in the soil, not in her flowers, nor seems it known even on the shores wherefrom 'tis blown. Clarel he likewise wakeful grew, and rose, joined Rolfe, and both repaired out to a railed-in ledge. In view across the gulf a fox was scared, even by their quiet coming so, and noiseless fled along a line of giddy cornice, till more slow he skulked out of the clear moonshine, for great part of that wall did show, to these beneath the shadowed height, with arras hung of fair moonlight, the limestone mountain cloven asunder, with scars of many a plunge and shock, tremendous of the rifted rock, so hushed now after all the thunder, begat a pain of troubled wonder. The student felt it, for redress he turned him, anywhere, to find some simple thing to ease his mind. Dejected in her littleness, Rolfe read him, and in quiet way would interpose, lead off, allay. Look, whispered he, yon object white, this side here, on the crag at brink, 'tis touched, just touched by paler light. Stood we in Finland, one might think an ermine there lay coiled, but no, a turban 'tis, Jalia's, aloof reclining as he used to do in Lebanon upon proud roof, his sire's. And see, long pipe in state, he inhales the friendly fume sedate. Yon turban with the snowy folds announces that my lord there holds the rank of Druze initiate, not versed in portion mere, but total, advanced in secrets sacerdotal. Though what these be, or high or low, who dreams, might Lady Esther learn? Who? Lady Esther, don't you know? Pitt's Sibyl niece, who made sojourn in Libanus and read the stars. Self-exiled lady, long ago she prophesied of wizard wars, and kept a saddled steed in stall, awaiting some Messiah's call, who came not. But yon Druse's veil of Sias may one lift, nor quail? We'll try. To courteous challenge sent, the Druse responded, not by word, indeed, but act. He came, content he leaned beside them in accord, resting the pipe bowl, his assent enjoining them, nay, all his air mute testimony seemed to bear that now night's siren element, stealing upon his inner frame, pliant had made it, and more tame. With welcome having greeted him, Rolfe led along by easy skim and won the topic. Tell us here, your Druze faith, are there not degrees, orders, a sense of mysteries therein? One would not pry and peer. Of course there's no disclosing these, but what's that working thought you win? The prelate princes of your kin, they, doubtless, they take their ease. No ripple stirred the emir's son. He whiffed the vapor, kept him stayed, then from the lip the amber won. No god there is but God, he said, and tapped the ashes from the bowl, and stood. 'Twas passive self-control of Pallas' statue in sacked Rome, which bode till pushed off from the plinth, then through the rocky labyrinth betook him where cool sleep might come, but not before farewell sedate. Allah preserve ye, Allah great. End of section 98. Section 99 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Easter Fire. There's politesse, we're left behind, and yet I like this prince of pith, too pithy almost. Where'll ye find noblemen to keep silence with, better than Lord Jalea? But you, it cannot be this interview has somehow... No, said Clarel, no, and sighed, then... How irreverent was Belix in the wassail flow. His Ramadan he links with Lent. No marvel, what else to infer? Toll-taker at the Sepulchre. To me he gave his history late, the which I sought. You've marked the state of warders shawled on old divan, sword, pipe, and coffee-cup at knee, cross-legged within that portal's span which wins the holy tomb? Ay me! With what abhorred dead apathy faith's eager pilgrims they let in. Guard of the urn has Belix been? Said Clarel, starting. Why, then, yes. He checked himself. Nay, but confess, cried Rolfe, I know the reverie lurks. Frankly admit that for these Turks there's nothing that can so entice to disbelieve, nay, atheize. Nothing so baneful unto them as shrined El-Quds, Jerusalem. For look now how it operates. To Christ the Turk as much as Frank concedes a supernatural rank. Our holy places too he mates, all but with Mecca's own. But then if chance he mark the cross profaned by violence of Christian men so called, his faith then needs be strained, the more if he himself have done, enforced thereto by harsh command, irreverence unto Mary's son. How mean you? And the speaker scanned. Why, not alone has Belix been an idling guard about the tomb, nay, but he knows another scene in fray beneath the selfsame dome at festivals. What backs he's scored when on the day by Greeks adored, St. Basil's Easter, all the friars schismatic with the pilgrim tribes, Levantine, Russian, have their tides of uproar in among the shrines, waiting the burst of fraudful fires from vent there in the holy tomb, which closeteth the mongers. Room, it jets! To quell the rush, the lines of soldiers sway, crack falls the thong, and mid the press some there, though strong, are trampled, trodden, till they die. In transfer swift, igniting fly the magic flames, which, caught along by countless candles, multiply. Like seas phosphoric on calm nights, blue shows the fane in fog of lights. But here 'tis hurricane and high, zeal, furious zeal, and frenzying faith, and ecstasy of Attis' scathe, when up the Phrygian mount he rushed, bleeding, yet heeding not his shame, while round him frantic timbrels pushed in rites delirious to name. No, Dindymus nor Brahma's crew dream what these Christian fakirs do. Wrecked banners, crosses, ragged palms, red wounds through vestments white ye view, and priests who shout ferocious psalms and hoarse hosannas to their king, even Christ, and naught may work a lull, nor timely truce of reason bring, not cutting lash, nor smiting sword, nor yet, oh, more than wonderful, the tomb, the pleading tomb where lay our Lord. But who ordains the imposture? Speak. The vivid, ever-inventive Greek. The Greek? But that is hard to think. Seemly the port, gentle the cheer of friars which lodge upon this brink of Kedron, and do worship here with rites august, and keep the creed. Ah, rites august, this ancient sect, stately upholstered and bedecked, is but a catafalque, concede. Prolongs in sacerdotal way the lower empire's bastard sway. It does not grow, it does but bide, an orthodoxy petrified. Or, if it grow, it grows but with Russia, and thence derives its pith. The Tsar is its armored bishop. See, the Tsar's purse, so it comes to me, contributes to this convent's pride. But what's that twinkling through the gloom, far down? The lights in chantry? Yes. Whence came the flame that lit? Confess, e'en from Jerusalem, the tomb, last Easter. Horsemen from the porch hither each Easter spurs with torch, to reignite the flames extinct upon Good Friday. Thus, you see, contagious is this cheatery. Nay, that's unhandsome. Guests we are, and hosts are sacred, house and all, and one may think, and scarcely mar the truth, that it may so befall that, as yon docile lamps receive the fraudful flame, yet honest burn, so no collusive guile may cleave unto these simple friars, who turn and take whate'er the forms dispense, nor question wherefore, ask not whence. Clarel, as if in search of aught to mitigate unwelcome thought, appealed to turret, crag, and star, but all was strange, withdrawn, and far. Yet need we grant, Rolfe here resumed, this trick its source had in a dream artless, which few will disesteem, that angels verily illumed those lamps at Easter long ago, though now indeed all come from prayer, as Greeks believe, at least avow, of bishops in the Sepulchre. Be rumour just, which small birds sing, Greek churchmen would let drop this thing of fraud, e'en let it cease, but no, 'tis ancient, 'tis entangled so with vital things of needful sway, scarce dare they deviate that way. The Latin in this spurious rite joined with the Greek, but long ago, long years since, he abjured it quite. Still, few roams pilgrims here, and they less credulous than Greeks today. Now worldlings in their worldliness enjoin upon us, never retract. With ignorant folk, think you, no less of policy priestcraft may exact? But Luther's clergy, though their deeds take not imposture, yet 'tis seen that, in some matters more abstract, these, too, may be impeached herein, while, as each plain observer heeds, some doctrines fall away from creeds, and therewith hopes which scarce again, in those same forms, shall solace men, perchance suspended and inert, may hang with view to controvert, for ages. Does the Lutheran, to such disciples as may sit receptive of his sanctioned wit, in candour own the dubious weather, and lengthen out the cable's tether? You catch my drift? I do, but, nay, some ease the cable. Derwent, pray? Ah, he is a generous wight, and lets it slip, yes, run out quite. Whether now in his priestly state he seek indeed to meditate 'tween faith and science, which still slight each truce deceptive, or discreet would kindly cover faith's retreat, alike he labours vainly. Nay, and since I think it, why not say, things all diverse he would unite, his idols and hermaphrodite? The student shrank. Again he knew return for Rolfe of quick distaste, but mastered it. For still the hue Rolfe kept of candour undefaced, quoting pure nature at his need, as 'twere the venerable Bede, an Adam in his natural ways, but scrupulous lest any phrase through inference might seem unjust unto the friend they have discussed. Rolfe supplements, Derwent but errs, no, buoyantly but overstates, in much his genial heart avers, I cannot dream he simulates. For pulpiteers which make their mart, who, in the truth not for a day, debarred from growth as from decay, truth won for ever, scriptures say, do yet the fine progressive part so jauntily maintain, these find, for sciolists abound, a kind and favouring audience, but none exceed in flushed repute the one who bold can harmonize for all Moses and Comte, Renan and Paul. 'Tis the robustious circus man, with legs astride the dappled span, elate he drives white, black, before. The small apprentices adore. Astute ones be though, staid and grave, who in the wars of faith and science remind one of old tactics brave, imposing front of false defiance. The king a corpse in armour led, on a live horse. You turn your head, you hardly like that. Woe is me! What would you have? For one to hold that he must still trim down, and cold dissemble, this were coxcombry. Indulgence should with frankness mate, fraternal be. Ah, tolerate! The modulated voice here won ingress where scarce the plea alone had entrance gained. But, to forget allusions which no welcome met in him who heard, Rolfe thus went on. Never I've seen it, but they claim that the Greeks' prelate's artifice comes as a tragic afterpiece to farce, or rather prank and game. Racers and tumblers round the tomb, sports such as might the mound confront, the funeral mound, by Hellespont, of slain Patroclus, linger still such games beneath some groves of bloom in the mid-Pacific, where life's thrill is primal, pagan, and fauns deck green theatres for that tattooed Greek, the Polynesian. Who will say these Syrians are more wise than they, or more humane? Not those, believe, who may the narrative receive of Ibrahim the Conqueror, borne dead faint by soldiers red with gore, over slippery courses heaped forlorn out from splashed Calvary through the door into heaven's light, urged to ordain that nevermore the frenzying ray should issue. That would but sustain the cry of persecution. Nay, let Allah, if he will, remand these sects to reason. Let it stand. Cynical Moslem, but didst err, arch-captain of the Sepulchre? He stayed, and Clarel knew decline of all his spirits, as may one who hears some story of his line which shows him half his house undone. Revulsion came. With lifted brows he gazed on Rolfe. Is this the man whom Jordan heard in part espouse the appeal of that Dominican and Rome? And here, all sects, behold, all creeds involving in one fold of doubt? Better a partisan. Earnest he seems. Can union be 'twixt earnestness and levity? or need at last in Rolfe confess thy hollow many-sidedness. But timely here diversion fell. Dawn broke, and from each cliff-hung cell 'twas hailed with hymns, confusion sweet as of some aviary's seat, commemorative matin din. 'Tis Saba's festival they usher in. End of section 99. Section 100 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A chant. That day, though to the convent brood a holiday, was kept in mood of serious sort, yet took the tone and livery of the legend grown poetical, if grave. The fane was garnished, and it heard a strain reserved for festa, and befell that now and then at interval some, gathered on the cliffs around, would sing St. Cosmos' canticle. Some read aloud from book embrowned, while others listened. Some prefer a chant in scripture character, or monkish sort of melodram. Upon one group the pilgrims came, in gallery of slender space, locked in the echoing embrace of crags. A choir of seemly men reposed in cirque, nor wanting grace, whose tones went eddying down the glen. First voice. No more the princes flout the word, Jeremiah's in dungeon cast. The siege is up, the walls give way, this desolation is the last. The Chaldee army, pouring in, fiercer grown for disarray, hunts Zedekiah that fleeth out, Baal and Assyria win. Israel's last king is shamed in rout, taken and blinded, chains put on, and captive dragged to Babylon. Second voice. O daughter of Jerusalem, cast up the ashes on the brow. Nergal and Samgar, Sarshachim, break down thy towers, abase thee now. Third voice. O, now each lover leaveth. Fourth voice. None comfort me, she saith. First voice. Abroad the sword bereaveth. Second voice. At home there is as death. The four. Behold, behold, the days foretold begin, a sword without, the pestilence within. First and second voices. But thou that pull'st the city down, ah, vauntest thou thy glory so? Second and third voices. God is against thee, haughty one, his archers round about thee go. The four. Earth shall be moved, the nations groan at the jar of Bel and Babylon in din of overthrow. First voice. But Zion shall be built again. Third and fourth voices. Nor shepherd from the flock shall sever, for lo, his mercy doth remain, his tender mercy. Second voice. And forever. The four. Forever and forever. Choral. Forever and forever his mercy shall remain, and rivers flow forever, forever fall in rain. End of section 100. Section 101 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Minster. Huge be the buttresses in mass, to which shoulder up, like Titan men, against the precipices vast, the ancient minster of the Glen. One holds the library 4 square, a study, but with students few, books, manuscripts, and cobwebs too. Within, the church were rich and rare, but for the time-stain which ye see, gilded with venerable gold, it shows in magnified degree, much like some tarnished casket old, which in the dusty place ye view, through window of the broker Jew. But Asiatic pomp adheres to ministry and ministers of Basil's church. That night 'twas seen in all that festival confers. Plate of Byzantium, stones and spars, Urim and Thummim, gold and green. Music like cymbals clashed in wars of great Semiramis the queen. And texts sonorous they intone from parchment, not plebeian print. From old and golden parchment brown they voiced the old Septuagint, and Gospels and Epistles, all in the same tongue employed by Paul. Flags, beatific flags they view, ascetics which the haircloth knew, and wooden pillow, here were seen pictured on satin soft, serene in fair translation, but advanced above the others and enhanced about the staff with ring and boss, they mark the standard of the cross. That emblem here in Eastern form, for Derwent seemed to have a charm. I like this Greek cross, it has grace, he whispered Rolfe. The Greeks eschew the long limb, beauty must have place. Attic, I like it, and do you? Better I'd like it, were it true. What mean you there? I do but mean 'tis not the cross of Calvary's seen. The Latin cross, by that name known, holds the true semblance. That's the one was lifted up and knew the nail. 'Tis realistic, can avail. Breathed to Derwent then, these arches quite set off and aggrandize the rite. A goodly fane. The incense, though, somehow it drugs, makes sleepy so. They purpose down there in ravine having an auto, act, or scene, or something. Come, pray, let us go. End of section 101. Section 102 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mask. 'Tis night, with silence, save low moan of winds. By torches red in Glen, a muffled man upon a stone sits desolate, sole denizen. Pilgrims and friars on ledge above repose. A figure in remove this prologue renders. He in view is that Cartaphilus, the Jew, who wanders ever in low state. Behold him in Jehoshaphat, the valley, underneath the hem and towers of grey Jerusalem. This must ye feign. With quick conceit, ingenious, attuned in heart, help out the actor in his part, and gracious be, and made retreat. Then slouching rose the muffled man, gazed toward the turrets, and began. O city yonder, exposed in penalty and wonder, again thou seest me. Hither I, still drawn am by the guilty tie between us. All the load I bear, only thou know'st, for thou dost share. As round my heart the phantoms throng, of tribe and era perished long, so thou art haunted, sister in wrong. While ghosts from mounds of recent date invest and knock at every gate, spectres of 30 sieges old your outer line of trenches hold. Egyptian, Mede, Greek, Arab, Turk, Roman, and Frank beleaguering lurk. Jerusalem. Not solely for that bond of doom between us do I frequent come hither, and make profound resort in Chavez Dale and Joel's court, but hungering also for the day whose dawn these weary feet shall stay, when Michael's trump the call shall spread through all your warrens of the dead. Time, never may I know the calm, till then, my lull the world's alarm. But many mortal fears and feelings in me here stand reversed. The unappeased judicial pealings wrench me, not wither me, accursed. Just let him live, just let him rove, pronounced the voice estranged from love. Live, live and rove the sea and land. Long live, rove far, and understand, and sum all knowledge for his dower. For he forbid is, he is banned. His brain shall tingle, but his hand shall palsied be in power. Ruthless he meriteth no ruth. On him I imprecate the truth. He quailed, then, after little truce, moaned querulous, My fate! Cut off I am, made separate. For man's embrace I strive no more, for, would I be friendly with one, the mystery he guesses of that dreadful lore which eld accumulates in me, he fleeth me. My face begetteth superstition, In dungeons of Spain's Inquisition thrice languished I for sorcery. An Elymas, in Venice, long immured beneath the wave I lay, for a conspirator. Some wrong on me is heaped, go where I may, among mankind. Hence solitude elect I, in waste places brood, more lonely than an only god. For, human still, I yearn, yea, after a millennium, turn back to my wife and boy, yet ever I shun the dear abode, or sight thereof, of homely joy. I fold ye in the watch of night, Esther, then start, and hast thou been? And I for ages in this plight? Caitiff I am, but there's no sin conjecturable, possible, no crime they expiate in hell justly whereto such pangs belong. The wrongdoer he endureth wrong. Yea, now the Jew, inhuman erst, with penal sympathy is cursed, the burden shares of every crime, and throttled miseries undirged, unchronicled, and guilt submerged each moment in the flood of time. Go mad I cannot, I maintain the perilous outpost of the sane. Memory could I mitigate, or would the long years vary any? But no, 'tis fate repeating fate, banquet and war, bridal and hate, and tumults of the people many, and wind and dust soon laid again, vanity, vanity's endless reign. What's there? He paused, and all was hush, save a wild screech, and hurtling rush of wings, an owl, the hermit true of grot the eremite once knew, up in the cleft, alarmed by ray of shifted flambeau, burst from cave on bushy wing, and brushed away down the long Kedron gorge and grave. It flees, but it will be at rest anon. But I, and hung oppressed, years, 80 years, seem much to men, 300, 500, 800 then, and add 1,000, these I know, that 8th dim cycle of my woe, the which, ahead, did so delay, to me now seems but yesterday. To Rome I wandered out of Spain, and saw thy crowning, Charlemagne, on Christmas Eve. Is all but dream, or is this Chave, and on high is that, even that, Jerusalem? How long, compute hereby. The years, the penal years to be, reckoned by years, and years, whose calendar thou here mayst see on grave slabs which the blister sears. Of ancient Jews which sought this clime, inscriptions nigh extinct, or blent or interlinked with dotard scrawl of idiot time. Transported felon on the seas, pacing the deck while spray clouds freeze. Pacing and pacing, night and morn, until he staggers overworn. Through time, so I, Christ's convict grim, deathless and sleepless lurching fare, deathless and sleepless through remorse for him, deathless when sleepless were enough to bear. Rising, he slouched along the glen, halting at base of crag, detached, erect, as from the barrier snatched, and upright lodged below, and then, Absalom's pillar, see the shoal before it, pebble, flint, and stone, with malediction, jeer, or groan cast through long ages. Ah, what soul that was but human, without sin, did hither the first just missile spin? Culprit am I, this hand flings none, rather through yon dark yawning gap, missed by the rabble in mishap of peltings vain, abject I'd go, and, contrite, coil down there within, lie still, and try to ease the throe. But nay, away! Not long the feet unblessed may stay. They come, the vengeful vixens strive, the harpies, lo, hag, gorgon, drive. They're caught along, as swept by sand, in fierce Sahara hurricaned, he fled, and vanished down the glen. The Spahi, who absorbed had been by the true acting, turned amain, and letting go the mental strain, vented a resonant Bismillah, strange answering which pealed from on high, Dies irae, dies illa. They looked, and through the lurid fume profuse of torches that but die, and ghastly there the cliffs illume, the skull-capped man they mark on high, fitful revealed, as when, through rift of clouds which died by sunset drift, the Matterhorn shows its cragged austerity. End of section 102. Section 103 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Afterward. Seedsmen of old Saturn's land, love and peace went hand in hand, and sowed the era golden. Golden time for man and mead, title none, nor title deed, nor any slave, nor soldan. Venus burned both large and bright, honeymoon from night to night, nor bride nor groom waxed olden. Big the tears, but ruddy ones, crushed from grapes in vats and tons of vineyards green and golden. Sweet to sour did never sue, none repented ardor true, those years did so embolden. Glum dawn grave airs slunk in den, frankly roved the gods with men in gracious talk and golden. Thrill it, symbols of my rhyme, power was love, and love in prime, nor revel to toil beholden. Back, come back, good age, and reign, goodly age, and long remain, Saturnian age, the golden. The masker gone, by stairs that climb in seemly sort, the friars withdrew, and, waiting that, the aisleman threw his couplets of the Arcadian time, then tuning on the pilgrims. Who? The bird of paradise don't like owls, a handful of acorns after the cowls. But Clarel, bantered by the song, sad questioned, if in frames of thought and feeling there be right and wrong, whether the lesson Joel taught confute what from the marbles caught in sylvan scripture, bacchant, faun, or shapes more lax by Titian drawn. Such counter natures in mankind, mole, bird, not more unlike we find. Instincts adverse, nor less how true, each to itself. What clue, what clue? End of section 103. Section 104 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In confidence. Towers twain crown Saba's mountain height, and one, with larger outlook bold, monks frequent climb, or day or night, to peer for Arabs. In the breeze, so the ship's lifted topmen hold watch on the blue and silver seas, to guard against the slim melee, that perilous imp whose slender proa great hulls have rued, as in ill hour the whale and swordfish lank assay. Upon that pile, to catch the dawn, alert next day see Derwent stand with Clarel, all the mountain land disclosed through Kedron far withdrawn, cloven and shattered, hushed and banned, seemed poised as in a chaos true, or a throw-lock of transitional earth when old forms are annulled, and new rebel, and pangs suspend the birth. That aspect influenced Clarel. Fair Derwent's regard played otherwhere, expectant. Twilight grey took on suffusion faint of cherry tone. The student marked it, but the priest marked whence it came. Turn, turn, the east. Oh, look, how like an ember red the seed of fire, by early hand raked forth from out the ashy bed, shows yon tinged flake of dawn. See, fanned as 'twere by this spice air that blows, the live coal kindles, the fire grows. and mute he watched till all the east was flame. Ah, who would not here come, and from dull drowsiness released, behold morn's rosy martyrdom? It was an unaffected joy, and showed him free from all annoy within, such, say, as mutiny of non-content in random touch, that he perchance had overmuch favoured the first night's revelry. For Clarel, though at call indeed he might not else than turn and feed on florid dawn, not less, anon, than wonted light of day was won. Sober and common light, with that returned to him his unelate and unalleviated tone. And thoughts, strange thoughts, derived overnight, touching the Swede's dark undelight, recurred, with sequence how profuse, concerning all the company, the Arnott and the man of glee, the Lesbian, and calm grave Druse, and Bellex, yes, and in degree even Rolfe, Vine too, less he who trim beside him stood eludes his doubt. Derwent himself, whose easy skim never had satisfied throughout. He now, if not deemed less devout, through wassail and late hint of him, was keenlier scanned, yet part might be effect of long society, which still detracts. But in review of one who could such doubt renew, Clarel inveighs, Parhelion orb of faith autumnal, may the dew of earth's sad tears thy rays absorb. Truth bitter, Derwent bred distrust, heavier than came from Mortmain's thrust into the cloud, profounder far than Acor's glen with ominous scar. All aliens now being quite aloof, fain would he put that soul to proof. Yet, fearful lest he might displease, his topics broached he by degrees. Needless, for Derwent never shrunk. Lad, lad, this diffidence forget. Believe, you talk here to no monk. Who's old Duns Scotus? We're well met. Glad that at last your mind you set in frank communion here with me. Better had this been earlier, though. There lacked not times of privacy, had such been sought. But yes, I know. You're young, you're off the poise, and so a link have felt with hearts the same, though more advanced. I scarce can blame. And yet perhaps one here might plead these rather stimulate than feed. Nor less let each tongue say its say, therefrom we truth elicit. Nay, and with the worst, 'tis understood we broader clergy think it good no more to use censorious tone. License to all, we are alone. Speak out, that's right. The student first cited the din of clashed belief so loud in Palestine, and chief by Calvary, where are rehearsed within the sepulchre's one fane all rituals which, ere Luther's reign, shared the ascent of Christendom. Besides, how was it even at home? Behind the mellow chancel's rail lurked strife intestine. What avail the parlour chapels liberal? The hearers their own minds elect, the very pews are each a sect. No one opinion's steadfast sway, a wide and elemental fray. As with ships moored in road unsafe, when gales augment and billows chafe, hull drives 'gainst hull, endangering all in crossing cables, while from thrall of anchor others, dragged amain, drift seaward. So the churches strain, much so the fleet sectarian meet doubt's equinox. Yes, all was dim, he saw no one secure retreat, of late so much had shaken him. Derwent in grave concern inclined. Part true, alas, nor less he claimed reserves of solace, and of kind beyond that in the desert named, when the debate was scarce with men who owned with him a common ground, true centre where they might convene. And yet this solace when unbound at best proved vague, so Clarel deemed. He thought, too, that the priest here seemed embarrassed on the sudden, nay, He faltered. What could so betray? In single contact, heart to heart, with young, fresh, fervid earnestness, was he surprised into distress? An honest quandary, a smart more trying e'en than Mortmain's dart, grieving and gravelling, could deal? But Derwent rallied, and with zeal. Shall everything then plain be made? Not that there's any ambuscade in youth's first heat to think to know. For time 'tis well to bear a cross, yet on some waters here below pilots there be, if one's at loss. The pupil coloured, then restrained an apt retort too personal. Content with this, pilots retained? But in debate which I recall, such proved but naught. This side, that side, they crossing hail through fogs that dwell upon a limitless deep tide, while their own cutters toll the bell of groping. Derwent bit the lip, altered again, had fain let slip, throw all this burden upon him, but hesitated, changing trim. Considerate then he turned a look which seemed to weigh, as in a book, just how far youth might well be let into maturity's cabinet. He, as in trial, took this tone: not but there's here and there a heart which shares at whiles strange throbs alone, such at the freakish sting will start. No umpirage, they cry, we dote to dream heaven drops a casting vote, in these perplexities takes part. Clarel, uncertain, stood at gaze, but Derwent, riving that amaze, advanced impulsively. Your hand, no longer will I be restrained. Yours is a sect, but never mind. By function we are intertwined, our common function. Weigh it thus: clerics we are, clerics, my son. Nay, shrink not so incredulous. Paternally my sympathies run. Toward you I yearn. Well now, what joy, what saving calm, what but annoy in all this hunt without one clue? What lack ye, pray? What would ye do? Have faith, which even from the myth draws something to be useful with. In any form some truths will hold. Employ the present sanctioned mould. Nay, hear me out. Clean breast I make, quite unreserved, and for whose sake? Suppose an instituted creed, or truth or fable, should indeed to ashes fall. The spirit exhales, but re-infunds in active forms. Verse, popular verse, it charms or warms, bellies philosophy's flattened sails, tinctures the very book, perchance, which claims a rest of its advance. Why, the true import, deeper use, shows first when reason quite slips noose, and faith's long dead, attest that gold which Bacon counted down and told in one ripe tract, by time unshamed, wherein from riddle he reclaimed the myths of Greece, but go back, well, reach to the years of first decay or totter. Prithee, lad, but tell, how with the flamens of that day, when brake the sun from morning's tents, and walked the hills, and gilded thence the fane in porch, the priest in view, bowed, hailed Apollo, as before, ere change set in, what else to do? Or whither turn, or what adore? What but to temporize for him, stranded upon an interim between the ebb and flood? He knew. You see? Transfer. Apply it, you. Ill know I what you there advise. Ah, heaven! And for a moment stood, then turned. A rite they solemnize, an awful rite, and yet how sweet to humble hearts which sorrows beat. Tell, is that mystic flesh and blood? I shrink to utter it. Of old, for medicine they mummy sold, conjurer's balsam. God, my God, sorely thou triest me, the clod. Upon the impassioned novice here, discreet the kind proficient throws the glance of one who still would peer where best to take the hedge or close. Ere long, you do the world some good? Well then, no good man will gainsay that good is good, done any way, in any name, by any brotherhood. How think you there? From Clarel not, Derwent went on, for lamp you yearn, a lantern to benighted thought. Obtain it, whither will you turn? Still lost you'd be in banks of snow. My fellow creature, do you know that what most satisfies the head least solaces the heart? Less light than warmth needs earthly white. Christ built a hearth, the flame is dead, we'll say, extinct, but lingers yet, and lodged in stone the hoarded heat. Why not nurse that? Would rive the door and let the sleet in? But, once o'er, this tarrying glow, never to man, methinks, shall come the like again. What if some camp on crags austere the Stoic held ere gospel cheer? There may the common herd abide, having dreamed of heaven? Nay, and can you? You shun that. What shall needier do? Think, think. The student, sorely tried, the appeal and implication felt, but comfort none. And Derwent dealt heaped measure still. All your ado in youth was mine, your swarm I knew of buzzing doubts. But is it good such gnats to fight, or well to brood in selfish introverted search, leaving the poor world in the lurch? Not so did Christ, nor less he knew, and shared a troubled era too, and shared besides that problem grey which is for ever and alway. His person our own shadow threw. Then heed him, heed his eldership. In all respects did Christ indeed credit the Jews' crab-apple creed whereto he yet conformed? Or so but use it, graft it with his slip from paradise? No, 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 no. Spare fervid speech, but, for the rest, be not extreme. Midway is best. Herein 'tis never as by Nile, from waste to garden but a stile. Betwixt rejection and belief, shadings there are, degrees in brief. But when you, gentle friend, your way of giving to yourself the goad is obsolete, no more the mode? Our comrades, frankly let me say, that Rolfe, good fellow though he be, and Vine, methinks, would you but see, are much like prints from plates but old. Interpretations so unfold new finding, happy gloss or key, a decade's now a century. Byron's storm cloud away has rolled, joined Werther's, Shelley's drowned, and, why, perverse were now e'en Hamlet's sigh. Perverse? Indecorous indeed. E'en so? E'en sadly it is so, not sad, but veritable, no. But what, how's this? For here with speed of passion Clarel turned. Forbear! Ah, wherefore not at once name Job, in whom these Hamlets all conglobe? Own, own with me, and spare to feign. Doubt bleeds, nor faith is free from pain. Derwent averted here his face. With his own heart he seemed to strive, then said, Alas, too deep you dive. But hear me yet for little space. This shaft you sink shall strike no bloom. The surface, ah, heaven keeps that green, green, sunny, nature's active scene, for man appointed, man's true home. He ended. Saba's desert lay, glare rived by gloom. That comment's sway he felt. Our privacy is gone. Here trips young Anselm to espy Arab or pilgrim drawing nigh. Dost hear him? Come then, we'll go down. Precede. At every step and steep, while higher came the youthful monk, lower and lower in Clarel sunk the freighted heart. It touched this deep. Ah, Nehemiah, alone art true, secure in reason's wane or loss. Thy folly, that folly of the cross, contemned by reason, yet how dear to you. End of section 104. Section 105 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. the medallion. In Saba, as by one consent, frequent the pilgrims single went, so, parting with his young compeer, and breaking fast without delay, for more restorative and cheer, good Derwent lightly strolled away within this monkish capital. Chapels and oratories all, and shrines in coves of gilded gloom, the kitchen too, and pantler's room. Naught came amiss. Anear the church he drew unto a kind of porch, such as next some old minsters be, an inner porch, named Galilee in parlance of the times gone by, a place for discipline and grief. And here his tarry had been brief, but for a shield of marble nigh, set in the living rock, a stone in low relief, where well was shown, before an altar under sky, a man in armour, visor down, enlocked complete in panoply, uplifting reverent a crown in invocation. This armed man in corslet showed the dented plate, and dread streaks down the thigh-piece ran. But the bright helm in violet seemed raised above the battle zone, cherubic with a rare device, perch for the bird of paradise. A victor seemed he, without pride of victory or joy in fame. 'Twas reverence, and naught beside, unless it might that shadow claim which comes of trial. Yes, the art so cunning was, that it in part, by fair expressiveness of grace, atoned even for the visored face. Long time becharmed here Derwent stood, charmed by the marble's quiet mood of beauty, more than by its tone of earnestness, though these were one in that good peace. Yes, long he fed, ere yet the eye was lower led to trace the inscription underrun. O fair and friendly manifested spirit, before thine altar dear, let me recount the marvel of the story, fulfilled in tribute here. In battle waged, where all was fraudful silence, foul battle against the odds, disarmed, I, fall'n and trampled, prayed, Death, succour, come Death, thy hand is God's. A pale hand noiseless from the turf responded, riving the turf and stone. It raised, rearmed me, sword and golden armour, and waved me warring on. O fairest, friendliest, and ever holy, O love, dissuading fate, to thee the rescuer, thee sainted, the crown I dedicate. To thee I dedicate the crown, a guerdon the winner may not wear. His wound reopens, and he goes to haven. Spirit, befriend him there. A hero, and shall he repine? 'Tis not Achilles, and straightway he felt the charm in sort decline, and, turning, saw a votary grey. Good brother, tell, make this thing clear, who set this up? 'Twas long ago, yes, long before I harboured here, long centuries, they say. Why, no, so bright it looks, 'tis recent, sure. Who set it up? A count turned monk. What count? His name he did abjure for Lazarus, and ever shrunk from aught of his life's history. Yon slab tells all or nothing, see. But this I've heard, that when the stone hither was brought from Cyprus fair, some happy sculptors flourished there when Venice ruled. He said to one, they've made the knight too rich appear, too rich in helm. He set it here in Saba as securest place, for a memorial of grace to outlast him, and many a year. End of section 105. Section 106 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent with the Abbot. 'Tis travel teaches much that's strange, mused Derwent in his further range, then fell into uneasy frame. The visored man, relinquished name, and touch of unglad mystery. He rallied. I will go and see the Archimandrate in his court, and thither straight he made resort, and met with much benignity. The abbot's days were near the span, a holy and right reverend man, by name Christodulus, which means servant of Christ. Behind the screens he kept, but issued the decree. Unseen he ruled, and sightlessly. Yes, blind he was, stone blind and old, but in his silken vestment rolled, at midday on his Persian rug, showed cozy as the puss Maltese demure, in rosy firelight snug, upon the velvet hem at ease of seated ladies' luxuries of robe. For all his days and nights, which eld finds wakeful, and the slights of churlish time, life still could please. And chief what made the charm to be, was his retention of that toy, dear to the old, authority. And blent herewith was soothing balm, senior complacency of calm, a settledness without alloy, in tried belief how orthodox and venerable, which the shocks of schism had stood, ere yet the state of Peter claimed earth's pastorate. So far back his Greek church did plant, Rome's pope he deemed but Protestant, a rationalist, a bigger pain, heretic worse than Arian. He lumped him with that compound mass of sectaries of the West, alas. Breathed Derwent, this is a lone life, removed thou art from din and strife, but from all news as well. Even so, my son, but what's news here below? For hearts that do Christ's promise claim, no haps important since he came. Besides, in Saba here remain 10 years, then back the world regain. 5 minutes' talk with anyone would put thee even with him, son. Pretentious are events, but vain. But new books, authors of the time? Books have we ever new, sublime, the scriptures, drama, percept fine, verse and philosophy divine, all best. Believe again, O son, God's revelation, holy writ, quite supersedes and makes unfit all text save comment thereupon. The fathers have we, these discuss, sweet Chrysostom, Basilius, great Athenes, and but all's known to you, no question. In the mien of Derwent, as this dropped in ear, a junior's deference was seen. Nothing he controverted. Here he won the old man's heart, he knew, and readier brought to pass the thing that he designed, which was to view the treasures of this hermit king. At hint urbane the abbot called an acolyth, a blue-robed boy. So used to service, he forestalled his lighter wishes, and took joy in serving. Keys were given. He took from out a coffer's deeper nook small shrines and reliquaries old, beryl and Indian seed pearls set in little folding doors of gold and ivory, of triptych form, which starred Byzantine pictures warm, and opening into cabinet where lay secured in precious zone the honeycombed gray-greenish bone of storied saint. But prized supreme were some he dwelt upon, detained, felt of them lovingly in hand, making of such a text or theme for grave particulars, far back tracing them in monastic dream, while fondling them, in way, alack, of Jews his coins, with just esteem for rich encasings. Here anew Derwent's attention was not slack, yet underneath a reverence due, slyly he kept his pleasant state, the dowager, her family plate. The abbot, with a blind man's way of meek divining, guessed the play of inkept comment. Son, said he, these dry bones cannot live. What then? In times ere Christianity by worldlings was professed, true men and brave, which sealed their faith in blood or flame, the Christian brotherhood revered, attended them in death, caught the last parting of the breath. Happy were they could they but own some true memento, put a bone purchased from executioner, or begged, hence relics. Trust me, son, 'twas love began, and pious care prolongs this homage. Derwent bowed, and, bland, have miracles been wrought from these? No, none by me avowed, from knowledge personal, but then such things may be, for they have been. Have been? 'Tis in the scripture taught that contact with Elisha's bones restored the dead to life. Most true, eyeing the bits of skeletons as in enlightened reverence knew, forgetting that his host was blind, nor might the flattery receive. Erelong, observing the old man, waxed weary, and to doze began, strange settling sidelong, half reclined, his blessing craved he, and took leave. End of section 106. Section 107 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vault and Grotto. But Clarel, bides he still by tower? His was no sprightly frame, nor mate he sought, it was his inner hour. Yes, keeping to himself his state, nor thinking to break fast till late, he moved along the gulf's built flank, within the enclosure's rank o'er rank. Accost was none, for none he saw, until the Druze he chanced to meet, smoking, or did the emir draw the amber from the mouth, to greet, not caring so to break the spell of that Elysian interval, but lay, his pipe at lengthy lean, reclined along the crag serene, as under Spain's San Pedro dome the long sword Cid upon his tomb, and with an unobtrusive eye, yet apprehending, and mild mien, regarded him as he went by, tossed in his trouble. 'Twas a glance Clarel did many a time recall, though its unmeant significance, that was the last thing learned of all. But passing on by ways that wind, a place he gained secluded there in ledge, a cenobite inclined, busy at scuttle-hole and floor of rock, like smith who may repair a bolt of Mammon's vault. The door or stony slab lay pushed aside, deeming that here the monks might store, in times of menace which they bide, their altar plate. Clarel drew near, but faltered at the friar's sad tone ascetical. He looked like one whose life is but a patience mere, or worse, a fretting doubt of cheer beyond. He toiled as in employ imposed, a bondman far from joy. No answer made he to salute, yet deaf might be. And now, while mute the student lingered, lo, down slipped through cleft of crags, the sun did win aloft in Kedron's citadel, a fiery shaft into that crypt, like well-pole slant in farmhouse well, and lighted it, and he looked in. On stony benches, head by head, in court where no recorders be, preserved by nature's chemistry, sat the dim conclave of the dead, encircled where the shadow rules by sloping theatres of skulls. He rose, retreated by the line of cliff, but paused at tones which sent, so pale, the ends nor imminent, nor far, stand thou, the countersign. It came from over Kedron's rent. Thitherward then his glance he bent, and saw, by mouth of grot or mine, rustic with wicket's rude design, a sheeted apparition wait, like Lazarus at the charnel gate in Bethany. The countersign! Reply, say something, yea, say death, prompted the monk, erewhile so mute. Clarel obeyed, and, in a breath, advance, the shroud cried, turning foot, and so retired there into gloom within, and all again was dumb. And who that man, or ghost? He yearned unto the toiler, who returned, Cyril. 'Tis long since that he craved over against to dwell encaved. In youth he was a soldier. Go. But Clarel might not end it so. I pray thee, friend, what grief or zeal could so unhinge him, that reveal? Go, ask your world, and Grim toiled on, fitting his clamp as if alone, dismissing him austerely thus. And Clarel, sooth, felt timorous, conscious of seeds within his frame, transmitted from the early gone. Scarce in his heart might he disclaim that challenge from the shrouded one. He walked in vision, saw in fright where through the limitless of night the spirits innumerable lie, strewn like snared miners in vain flight from the dull black damp. Die, to be, then not to be, to end. And yet time never, never suspend his going. This is cowardice, to brood on this. Ah, Ruth, thine eyes abash these base mortalities. But slid the change, anew it slid, as by the Dead Sea marge forbid. The vision took another guise. From 'neath the closing, lingering lid, Ruth's glance of love is glazing met, reproaching him, "Dost tarry, tarry yet?" End of section 107. Section 108 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Derwent and the Lesbian. If where, in blocks unbeautified, but lath and plaster may divide the cot of dole from bed of bride, here, then, a page's slender shell is thick enough to set between the graver moral, lighter mien, the student and the cap and bell. 'Tis nature, pastime to achieve, after he reverent did leave the dozer in the gallery. Derwent, good man of pleasantry, he sauntered by the stables old, and there the ass spied through a door, lodged in a darksome stall or hold, the head communing with the floor. Taking some barley, near at hand, he entered, but was brought to stand, hearing a voice, "Don't bother her, she cares not, she, for provender. Respect her nunnery, her cell. She's pondering, see, the ass's hell." He turned. It was the lesbian wag, who offered straight to be his guide, even anywhere, be it vault or crag. "Well, thanks, but first to feed your nun, she fasts overmuch. There, it is done. Come show me, do, that famous tide evoked up from the waste, they tell, the canonized abbot's miracle, Saint Saba's fount. Where foams it, pray?" "Near where the damned one's den." "What say?" "Down, plummets down, but come along, and leading, wild the way with song. Saintly lily, credit me, sweet is the thigh of the honey bee, ruddy ever and oleose, ho for the balm of the red, red rose." Stair after stair, and stair again, and ladder after ladder free, lower and steeper, till the strain of cold irked Derwent. Verily, e'en as but now you lightly said, 'tis to Avernus we are bending, and how much further this descending? At last they dropped down on the bed of Kedron, sought a cavern dead, and there the fount. "'Tis cool to sip," I'm told, "my cup here 'tis, will to dip," and proffered it. With me, alas, this natural dilution of water never did agree. Mine is a touchy constitution. 'Tis a respectable fluid, though. Ah, you don't care. Well, come out, do. The thing to mark here's not the well, but Saba in her crescent swell, terrace on terrace piled, and see, up there by yon small balcony, our famous palm stands sentinel. Are you a good believer? Why? Because that blessed tree, not I, but all our monks avouch it so, was set 1,000 years ago by Dibble in Saint Saba's hand. Indeed, heaven crowns him for it. Palm, thou benediction in the land, a new millennium mayst thou stand, so fair, no fate would do thee harm. Much he admired the impressive view, then facing round and gazing up where soared the crags, yon grottos few which make the most ambitious group of all the Laura row on row, can one attain? Forward! And so up by a cloven rift they plied, saffron and black, branded beside, like to some felon's wall of cell smoked with his name. Up they impel, till Derwent, overwearied, cried, "Dear Virgil mine, you are so strong, but I, thy Dante, am nigh dead." "Who daunts ye, friend? Don't catch the thread." "The ascending path was ever long." "Ah, yes, well, cheer it with a song." "My love, but she has little feet, and slippers of the rose, from under, oh, the lavender sweet, just peeping out, demurely neat, but she never knows. No, no, she never knows. A dimpled hand is hers, and e'en as dainty as her toes. In mine confiding it she'll lean, till heaven knows what my tinglings mean, but she never knows. Oh no, she never knows. No, never. Hist! Nay, revellers, stay. Lacrima Christi makes ye glad. Where joys he now shall next go mad? His snare the spider weaves in sun, but ye, your lease has yet to run. Go, go, from ye no countersign. Such incoherence! Where lurks he, the ghoul, the riddler? In what mine? It came from an impending crag, or cleft therein, or cavity. The man of bins a bit did drag, but quick to Derwent, "Never lag, a crazy friar, but prithee, haste. I know him, Cyril, there we've passed." "Well, that is queer, the queerest thing," said Derwent, breathing nervously. "He's ever ready with his sting, though dozing in his grotto dull. Demented, pity, let him be. Ay, if he like that kind of hull, let the poor wasp den in the skull." "What's that?" heard Derwent, "that shrill cry?" and glanced aloft. "For mercy, look!" A great bird crossed high up in sky over the gulf, and, under him, its downward flight a black thing took, and, eddying by the path's sheer rim, still spun below. "'Tis Mortmain's cap, the skull-cap!" "Skull is't? Say ye skull, from heaven flung into Kedron's lap? The gods were ever bountiful. No, there, I see, small as a wren, that death's head of all mortal men. Look where he's perched on topmost crag, bare-headed brooding. Oh, the hag, that from the very brow could pluck the cap of a philosopher, so near the sky, then, with a mock, disdain and drop it. Queer, 'tis queer indeed. One did the same to me, yes, much the same, pecked at my hat, I mountain riding, dozingly, upon a dromedary deer. The devil's in these eagles' gear. She-ones are they, be sure of that be so saucy. Ahoy there, thou! Shooting the voice in sudden freak athwart the chasm, where wended slow the timoneer, that pilgrim Greek, the greybeard in the mariner trim, the same that told the story o'er of crazy Compass and the Moor. But he, indeed, not hearing him, pursued his way. "That salted one, that pickled old sea Solomon, tempests have deafened him, I think. He has a tale can make ye wink, and pat it comes in too. But dwell, here, sit we down here while I tell." End of section 108. Section 109 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vine and the Palm. Along those ledges, up and down, through terse sexed nonce, in ritual flight to vespers and mild evening brown, on errand best to angels known, a shadow creepeth, brushed by light. Behold it stealing now over one reclined aloof upon a stone high up. 'Tis Vine. And is it I, he muses, that leave the others, or do they leave me? One could sigh for Achmed with his 100 brothers. How share the gushing amity with all, divine philanthropy? For my part, I but love the past. The further back the better, yes. In the past is the true blessedness, the future's ever overcast, the present I plebeian. So, Marsaba, thou fine long ago lithographed here, thee do I love, and yet tomorrow I'll remove with right good will. A fickle lover is only constant as a rover. Here I lie, poor solitaire, but see the brave one over there, the palm. Come now, to pass the time, I'll try an invocation free. Invoke it in a style sublime, yet sad as sad sincerity. Witness to a watered land, voucher of a vernal year, St. Saba's palm, why there dost stand? Wouldst thou win the desert here to dreams of Eden? Thy device intimates a paradise. Nay, thy plume would give us proof that thou thyself art prince thereof, fair lord of that domain. But, lonely dwelling in thy reign, kinship claimest with the tree, worshipped on Delos in the sea. Apollo's palm? It ended, nor dear divinities befriended. Thou that pledgest heaven to me, stem of beauty, shaft of light, behold, thou hang'st suspended over Kedron and the night. Shall come the fall? Shall time disarm the grace, the glory of the palm? Tropic seraph, thou once gone, who then shall take thy office on, redeem the waste, and high appear, apostle of Thalassa's year, and climes where rivers of waters run? But braid thy tresses, yet thou'rt fair, every age for itself must care. Braid thy green tresses, let the grim awaiter find thee never dim. Serenely still thy glance be sent, plumb down from horror's battlement. Though the deep fates be concerting a reversion, a subverting, still bear thee like the seraphim. He loitered, lounging on the stair. Howbeit, the sunlight still is fair. Next meetly here behooves narrate how fared they, seated left but late, viewless divine above their dell, viewless and quite inaudible, Derwent and his good gossip cozy, the man of Lesbos, light and rosy, his anecdote about to tell. End of section 109. Section 110 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man and bird. Yes, Pat it comes in here for me, he says, that one fine day at sea. 'Twas when he younger was and spry, being at masthead all alone, while he his business there did ply, strapping a block where halyards run. He felt a fanning overhead, looked up, and so into the eye of a big bird, red-billed and black in plume. It startled him, he said. It seemed a thing demoniac. From poise it went to wheeling round him. Then, when in days it well had bound him, it pounced upon him with a buffet. He, enraged, essayed to cuff it, but only had one hand, the other still holding on the spar. And so, while yet they shouted from below, and yet the wings did whir and smother, the bird tore at his old wool cap, and chanced upon the brain to tap. Up went both hands, he lost his stay, and down he fell, he and the bird, maintaining still the airy fray, and, souse, plumped into sea, and heard, while sinking there, the piercing gird of the grim fowl that bore away the prize at last. And did he drown? Why, there he goes, and pointed him where still the mariner wended on. 'Twas in smooth water, he could swim. They luffed and flung the rope, and fired the harpoon at the shark untired astern, and dragged him, not the shark, but man, they dragged him board the bark. and down he dropped there with a thump, being waterlogged with spongy lump of quilted patches on the shirt of wool and trousers. All inert he lay, he says, and true's the word, that bitterer than the brine he drank was that shrill gird the while he sank. A curious story. Who e'er heard of such a fray twixt man and bird? Bird? But he deemed it was the devil, and that he carried off his soul in the old cap, nor was made whole till some good vicar did unravel the snarled illusion in the skein, and he got back his soul again, but lost his cap. A curious story, a bit of nature's allegory, and, well, what now? You seem perplexed. And so I am. Your friend there, see, up on yon peak, he puzzles me. Wonder where I shall find him next. Last time 'twas where the corn cribs be. Bone cribs, I mean. In church, you know, the blessed martyrs' holy bones, hard by the porch as in you go. Sabaoth's bones, the 1,000 ones of slaughtered monks, so faith avers. Dumb, peering in there through the bars, he stood. Then, in the spider's room, I saw him there, yes, quite at home, in long-abandoned library old, conning a venerable tome, while dust of ages round him rolled. Nor heeded he the big fly's buzz, but mid heaped parchment leaves that mould, sat like the bankrupt man of Uz among the ashes, and read. Much learning, has it made him mad? Kedron well suits him, 'twould appear. Why don't he stay, yes, anchor here, turn anchorite? And do ye pun, and he such an austere one? Thought Derwent then. Well, run your rig. Hard to be comic and revere. And once 'twas tittered in mine ear, St. Paul himself was but a prig. Who's safe from the derision? Here aloud, why, yes, our friend is queer, and yet, as some esteem him, not without some wisdom to his lot. Wisdom? Our Cyril is deemed wise. In the East here, one who's lost his wits, for saint or sage they canonize. That's pretty good for perquisites. I'll tell you, Cyril, some do own, has gained such prescience as to man, though seldom seeing any one, to him's revealed the mortal span of any wight he peers upon. And that's his hobby, as we proved but late. Then not in vain we've roved, winning the oracle whose caprice avers we've yet to run our lease. Length to that lease, but let's return, give over climbing, and adjourn. Just as you will, but first to show a curious caverned place hard by. Another crazed monk, start not so, he's gone, clean vanished from the eye. Another crazed one, deemed inspired, long dwelt in it, he never tired. Ah, here it is, the vestibule. They reach an inner grotto cool, lighted by fissure up in dome. Fixed was each thing, each fixture stone. Stone bed, bench, cross, and altar, stone. How you like it, Habibi's home. You see these writings on the wall? His craze was this. He heard a call ever from heaven, O scribe, write, write. Write this, that write, to these indite, to them, for ever it was, write. Well, write he did, as here you see. What is it all? Dim, dim to me, said Derwent. Aye, obscurely traced, and much is rubbed off or defaced. But here now, this is pretty clear. I, self, am the enemy of all. From me deliver me, O Lord. Poor man, but here, dim here, there is a hell over which mere hell serves for a heaven. Oh, terrible! Profound pit that must be. What's here half faded? 6, the 100 summers run. Except it be in cicatrix, the aloe, flowers, none. Ah, Nostradamus, prophecy is so explicit, but this, see, much blurred again. Testimony, grown fat and grey, the lion down, and full of honey, the bears shall rummage him in May. Yes, bears like honey. Yon gap there well lights the grotto, and this air is dry and sweet, nice citadel for study, or desert room. So, hast seen enough? Then let us go. Right, right, indite! What peer you at? Emerging, Derwent, turning round, small text spied which the doorway crowned. Ha, new to me, and what is that? The Isleman asked. Pray, read it o'er. Ye here who enter Habi's den, beware what hence ye take. Amen. Why didn't he say that before? But what's to take? All's fixture here. Occult, occult, said Derwent. Queer. Returning now, they made descent, the pilot trilling as they went. King Cole sang as he clinked the can, Soul goes round, and the mill horse too, £1,000 for a fireproof man. The devil vows he's the sole true blue. And the pricklouse sings, see the humbug of kings, 'tis I take their measure, 9th part of a man. Lightly he sheds it off, mused then the priest, a man for Daniel's den. In by-place now they join the twain, Bellex and Og in red fez bald, and Derwent, in his easy vein, ear gives to chat, with wine and gladness, pleased to elude the Siddim madness, and, yes, even that in grotto scrawled, nor grieving that each pilgrim friend for time now leave him to unbend. Yet, intervening even there, a touch he knew of gliding care. We loiterers whom life can please, thought he, could we but find our mates ever, but no, before the gates of joy lie some who carp and tease, collisions of men's destinies. But quick, to nullify that tone, he turned to mark the jovial one, telling the twain, the martial pair, of Cairo and his Tarry there, and how, his humorous soul to please, he visited the dervishes, the dancing ones. But what think ye? The Captain Dervish vowed to me that those same cheeses, whirl-round rings he made, were David's, yes, the king's who danced before the ark. But, look, this was the step King David took, and cut fantastic pigeon wings. End of section 110. Section 111 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mortmain and the Palm. See him, how all your threat he braves, Saba, your ominous architraves impending, stir him not a jot. Scarce he would change with me in lot. Wiser am I? Curse on this store of knowledge, nay, 'twas cursed of yore. Knowledge is power. Tell that to knaves, 'tis knavish knowledge. The true lore is impotent for earth. Thyself thou canst not save. Come down from cross. They cast it in his teeth. Trim Pelf stood by and jeered. Is gold then dross? Cling to his tree, and there find hope. Me it but makes a misanthrope. Makes? Nay, but 'twould, did not the hate dissolve in pity of the fate. This legend, dream, and fact of life, the drooping hands, the dancing feet, which in the endless series meet, and rumors of no God, so rife. The Swede, the brotherless, who else? 'Twas he upon the brink opposed, to whom the lesbian was disclosed in antic, hence those syllables. Ere long, at distance from that scene, a voice dropped on him from a screen above. Ho, halt! It chanced to be the challenged here no start incurred, forewarned of near vicinity of Cyril and his freak. He heard, looked up, and answered, Well? The word. Hope, in derision. Stand, delay. That was password for yesterday. Despair. Advance. He, going, scanned the testimony of the hand gnawed in the dream. Yea, but 'tis here. Despair? Nay, death. And what's death's cheer? Death means the sea beat gains the shore. He's home, his watch is called no more. So looks it. Not I tax thee, death, with that which might make strength a trembler, while yet for me it scans no breath, that, quiet under sleepiest mound, thou art a dangerous dissembler. That he whose evil is profound, in multiform of life's disguises, whom none dare check, and not chastises, and in his license thinks no bound, for him thou hoardest strange surprises. But what, the tree? O holy palm, if 'tis a world where hearts wax warm oftener through hate than love, and chief the bland thing be the adder's charm, and the true thing virtue's ancient grief, thee yet it nourishes, even thee. Envoy, whose looks the pang assuage, disclose thy heavenly embassage. That lily rod which Gabriel bore to Mary, kneeling her before, announcing a god, the mother she. That budded stalk from paradise, like that thou shin'st in thy device, and sway'st thou over here toward me. Toward me can such a symbol sway? In rounded turn of craggy way, across the interposed abyss, he had encountered it. Submiss, he dropped upon the under stone, and soon in such a dream was thrown, he felt as floated up in cheer of saint borne heavenward from the bier. Indeed, each wakeful night and fast, that feeds and keeps what clay would clutch, with thrills which he did still outlast, his fibres made so fine in end, that though in trials fate can lend, firm to withstand, strong to contend, sensitive he to a spirit's touch. A wind awakened him, a breath. He lay like light upon the heath, alive though still, and all came back, the years outlived with all their black, while bright he saw the angel tree across the gulf alluring sway. Come over, be, forever be, as in the trance. Wilt no delay? Yet hear me in appeal to thee. When the last light shall fade from me, if, groping round, no hand I meet, thee I'll recall, invoke thee, palm. Comfort me then, thou Paraclete. The lull late mine beneath thy lee, then renew and seal the calm. Upon the ledge of hanging stair, and under vine, invisible there, with eyes still feeding on the tree, relapsed he lingered, as in Lethe's snare. End of section 111. Section 112 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rolfe and the Palm. Pursued, the mounted robber flies, unawed through Kedron's plunged demesne. The clink and clinking echo dies. He vanishes, a long ravine. And stealthy there, in little chinks betwixt or under slab rocks, slinks the dwindled amber current lean. Far down see Rolfe there, hidden low by ledges slant. Small does he show, if eagle's eye, small and far off as Mother Carey's bird in den of Cape Horn's hollowing billow trough. When from the rail where lashed they bide the sweep of over-curling tide, down, down, in bonds the seamen gaze upon that flutterer in glen of waters where it sheltered plays, while over it each briny height is torn with bubbling torrents white, in slant foam tumbling from the snow upon the crest, and far as eye can range through mist and scud which fly, peak behind peak the liquid summits grow. By chance Rolfe won the rocky stair at base, and queried if it were man's work or nature's, or the twain had wrought together in that lane of high ascent, so crooked with turns and flanked by coigns, that one discerns but links thereof in flights encaved, whate'er the point of view. Up, slow he climbed for little space, then craved a respite, turned and sat, and, lo, the tree in salutation waved across the chasm. Remindings swell, sweet troubles of emotion mount, sylvan reveries, and they well from memory's Bandusa fount. Yet scarce the memory alone, but that and question merged in one. Whom weave ye in, ye vines, ye palms? Whom now, Suli, lives yet your Indian Arcady? His sunburnt face what Saxon shows, his limbs all white as lilies be. Where Eden, isled, impurpled glows in old Mendana's sea. Takes who the venture after me? Who now adown the mountain dell, till mine, by human foot untrod, nor easy like the steps to hell, in panic leaps the appalling crag, alighting on the cloistral sod where strange Hesperian orchards drag, walled round by cliff and cascatelle, arcades of iris, and though lorn, a truant shipboy overworn is hailed for a descended god. Who sips the vernal cocoa's cream, the Nereids dimpling in the darkling stream, for whom the gambol of the tricksy dream, even Puck's substantiated scene, yea, much as man might hope, and more than heaven may mean? And whom do priest and people sue, in terms which pathos yet shall tone when memory comes unto her own, to dwell with them and ever find them true? Abide, for peace is here. Behold, nor heat nor cold we fear, nor any dearth. One happy tide, a dance, a garland of the year. Abide. But whoso feels the stars annoy, upbraiding him, how far astray, that he abjures the simple joy, and hurries over the briny world away? Renouncer, is it Adam's flight without compulsion, or the sin? And shall the veil avenge the slight by haunting thee in hours thou yet shall win? He tarried, and each swaying fan sighed to his mood in threnodies of Pan. End of section 112. Section 113 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Celibate. All distant through that afternoon the student kept, nor might attune his heart to any steadfast thought but Ruth. Still Ruth, yet strange involved with every mystery unresolved in time and fate. In cloud thus caught, her image labored like a star, fitful revealed in midnight heaven, when inland from the sea-coast far the storm-rack and dark scud are driven. Words scarce might tell his frame, in sooth. 'Twas Ruth, and oh, much more than Ruth. That flank of Kedron still he held which is built up, and, passing on, while now sweet peal of chiming swelled from belfry old, withdrawn in zone, away through cloisters deep he won, and winding vaults that slope to height, and heard a voice, espied a light in twinkle through far passage dim, and aimed for it, a friendly gleam, and so came out upon the tree mid-poised, and ledge-built balcony enrailed, and one who, leaning o'er, beneath the palm, from shore to shore of Kedron's overwhelming walls, and up and down her gap and grave, a golden cry sent, such as calls to creatures which the summons know. And, launching from crag, tower, and cave, beatified in flight they go, Saint Saba's doves, in Saba bred. For wonted bounty they repair, these convent pensioners of air, fly to their friend, from hand outspread or fluttering at his feet are fed. Some, iridescent round his brow, wheel, and with nimbus him endow. Not fortune's darling here was seen, but heaven's elect, the robe of blue, so sorted with the doves in hue prevailing, and clear skies serene, without a cloud, so pure he showed, of stature tall, in aspect bright, he looked an almoner of God, dispenser of the bread of light. 'Twas not the intellectual air, not solely that, though that be fair, another order, and more rare, as high above the Plato mind as this above the Mammon kind. In beauty of his port unsealed, to Clarel part he stood revealed at first encounter, but the sweet small pecking bills and hopping feet had previous won, the most urbane, in courtesy that could not feign, mute welcome yielding, and a seat. It charmed away half Clarel's care, and charmed the picture that he saw, to think how like that turtle pair which Mary, to fulfill the law, from Bethlehem to temple brought for offering. These Saba doves seemed natives, not of Venus' court, voluptuous with wanton wreath, but colonnades where Enoch roves, or walks with God, as Scripture saith. Nor myrtle here, but sole the palm, whose vernal fans take rich release from crowns of footstalks golden warm. O martyr's sceptre, type of peace, and trouble glorified to calm! What stillness in the almoner's face! Nor Fomalhaut more mild may reign, mellow above the purple mane of autumn hills. It was a grace beyond medallions ye recall. The student murmured, filial, Father, and tremulously gleamed, Here, sure, is peace. The Father beamed. The nature of the peace was such, it shunned to venture any touch of word. And yet, went Clarel on, but faltered there. The saint but glanced. Father, if good, 'tis unenhanced. No life domestic do ye own within these walls. Woman I miss. Like cranes, what years from time's abyss their flight have taken, one by one, since Saba founded this retreat. In cells here many a stifled moan of lonely generations gone, and more shall pine as more shall fleet. With dove on wrist, he, robed, stood hushed, mused on the bird, and softly brushed. Scarce reassured by air so mute, anxiously Clarel urged his suit. The celibate let go the dove. Cooing, it won the shoulder, lit even at his ear, as whispering it. But he one pace made in remove, and from a little alcove took a silver clasped and vellum book, and turned a leaf, and gave that page for answer. Rhyme, old hermit rhyme, composed in Decius's cruel age by Christian of Theban clime. 'Twas David's son, and he of Dan, with him misloved that fled the bride, and Job whose wife but mocked his ban, then rose, or in redemption ran, the rib restored to Adam's side, and man made whole as man began. And lustral hymns and prayers were here, renouncings, yearnings, charges dread against our human nature dear, worship and wail, which, if misled, not less might fervor high instill in hearts which, striving in their fear of clay to bridle, curb, or kill, in the pure desert of the will chastised, live the vowed life austere. The given page the student scanned, started, reviewed, nor might withstand. He turned, the celibate was gone. Over the gulf he hung alone. Alone, but for the comment caught or dreamed in face seen far below, upturned toward the palm in thought, or else on him, he scarce might know. Fixed seemed it in assent indeed, which indexed all. It was the Swede. Over the Swede, upon the stair, long Bethel stair of ledges brown, sloping as from the heaven let down, apart lay vine, lowermost there. Rolfe he discerned, nor less the three, while of each other unaware, in one consent of frame might be. How vaguely, while yet influenced so by late encounter, and his glance rested on Vine, his reveries flow, recalling that repulsed advance he knew by Jordan in the wood, and the enigma unsubdued, possessing Ruth, nor less his heart, aye, hungering still, in deeper part unsatisfied. Can be a bond, thought he, as David sings in strain that dirges beauteous Jonathan, passing the love of woman fond, and may experience but dull the longing for it. Can time teach? Shall all these billows win the lull and shallow on life's hardened beach? He lingered. The last dove had fled, and nothing breathed, waved, or fed. Along the uppermost sublime, blank ridge, he wandered as in sleep. A saffron sun's last rays were shed. More still, more solemn waxed the time, till apathy upon the steep sat one with silence and the dead. End of section 113. Section 114 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Recoil. But who was she, if Luke attest, whom generations hail for blessed, immaculate though human one? What diademed and starry nun, bearing in English old the name and hallowed style of Holy Dame? She, the Mater of the Rood. Sprang she from Ruth's young sisterhood? On cliff in moonlight roaming out, so Clarel, thrilled by deep descent, revulsion from injected doubt, and many a strange presentiment, but came ere long profound relapse. The rhyme recurred, made voids or gaps in dear relations, while anew, from chambers of his mind's review, emerged the saint, who with the palm shared heaven on earth in gracious calm, even as his robe partook the hue. And needs from that high mentor part? Is strength too strong to teach the weak? Though tame the life seem, turn the cheek, does the call elect the hero heart? The thunder smites our tropic bloom. If live the abodes unvexed and balmy, no equinox with annual doom. If Eden's wafted from the plume of shining Raphael, Michael palmy, if these in more than fable be, with natures variously divine, through all their ranks they are masculine, else how the power with purity? Or in yon worlds of light is known the clear intelligence alone? Express the founder's words declare, marrying none is in the heaven. Yet love in heaven itself to spare, love feminine, can Eve be riven from sex and disengaged retain its charm? Think this, then may ye feign the perfumed rose shall keep its bloom, cut off from sustenance of loam. But if Eve's charm be not supernal, enduring not divine transplanting, love kindled thence, is that eternal? Here's the hollow, here the haunting. Ah, love, ah, wherefore thus unsure? Linked art thou, locked, with self impure? Yearnings benign the angels know, Saint Francis and Saint John have felt, goodwill, desires that overflow, and reaching far as life is dealt. That other love, O heavy load, is not then trustworthy, but God? On more hereof, derived in frame from the eremite's Theban flame, mused Clarel, taking self to task, nor might determined thought reclaim, but, the waste invoking, this did ask: Truth, truth cherubic, claim'st thou worth foreign to time and hearts which dwell, helots of habit old as earth, suspended twixt the heaven and hell? But turn thee, rest the burden there, tomorrow new deserts must thou share. End of section 114. Section 115 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Empty stirrups. The grey of dawn. A tremor slight. The trouble of imperfect light anew begins. And floating cloud, midway suspended down the gorge, a long mist trails white shreds of shroud, how languorous towards the Dead Sea's verge. Riders in seat halt by the gate. Why not set forth? For one they wait, whose stirrups empty be, the Swede. Still absent from the frater hall since afternoon and vesper call, he, they imagined, had but sought some cave in keeping with his thought, and reappear would with the light suddenly as the Gileadite in Obadiah's way. But no, he cometh not when they would go. Dismounting, they make search in vain, till Clarel, minding him again of something settled in his air, a quietude beyond mere calm, when seen from ledge beside the palm, reclined in nook of Bethel stair, thitherward led them in a thrill of nervous apprehension, till startled he stops, with eyes avert and indicating hand. 'Tis he, so undisturbed, supine, inert, the filmed orbs fixed upon the tree. Night's dews upon his eyelids be, to test if breath remain, none tries. On those thin lips a feather lies, an eagle's, wafted from the skies. The vow, and had the genius heard, benignant, nor had made delay, but, more than taking him at word, quick wafted where the palm boughs sway in St. John's heaven? Some divined that long had he been undermined in frame, the brain a tocsin bell, overburdensome for citadel whose base was shattered. They refrain from aught but that dumb look that fell identifying, feeling pain that such a heart could beat, and will aspire, yearn, suffer, baffled still, and end. With monks which round them stood, concerned, not discomposed in mood, interment they provided for, heaved a last sigh, nor tarried more. Nay, one a little lingered there, 'twas Rolfe, and as the rising sun, though viewless yet from Bethel's stair, more lit the mountains, he was won to invocation, scarce to prayer. Holy morning, what blessed lore reservest thou, withheld from man, that evermore without surprise, but rather with a hurtless scorning in thy placid eyes, thou viewest all events alike? Oh, tell me, do thy bright beams strike the healing hills of Gilead now? And glance toward the pale one near, in shadow of the crag's dark brow. Did charity follow that poor bier? It did, but bigotry did steer. Friars buried him without the walls, nor in a consecrated bed, where vulture unto vulture calls, and only ill things find a friend. There let the beak and claw contend, there the hyena's cub be fed. Heaven that disclaims, and him beweeps in annual showers, and the tried spirit sleeps. End of Part 3. End of Section 115. Section 116 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. Bethlehem. In saddle. Of old, if legend truth aver, with hearts that did in aim concur, 3 mitred kings, Amarian, Apelius, and Damazon, by miracle in Cassac met, an Indian city, bards infer. Thence, prompted by the vision yet to find the newborn Lord, nor err, westward their pious feet they set, with gold and frankincense and myrrh. nor failed they, though by deserts vast, and voids and menaces they passed. They failed not, for a light was given, the light and pilotage of heaven, a light, a lead, no longer won by any now who seekers are. Or fable is it, but if none, let man lament the foundered star. And Kedron's pilgrims, in review the wilds received those guests anew. Yet ere, the manger now to win, their desert march they re-begin, belated leaving Saba's tower. Reverted glance they grateful throw, nor slight the abbot's parting dower, whose benedictions with them go. Nor did the sinner of the isle from friendly cheer refrain, though lax. Our Lady of the Vines beguile your travel and bedew your tracks. Blithe wishes which slim mirth bestow, for, with chill at heart they mind two now for ever left behind. But as men drop, replacements rule. Though fleeting be each part assigned, the eternal ranks of life keep full. So here, if but in small degree, recruits for fallen ones atone, the Arnaut and pilgrim from the sea, the muster joining, also one in military undress done, a stranger quite. The Arnaut rode for escort mere, his martial stud a brother seemed, as strong as he, as brave in trappings, and with blood as proud, and equal gravity, reserving latent metal. Good to mark the rider in his seat, tall, shapely, powerful, and complete. Elian, too, in an easy way, like Pisa's tower confirmed in place, nor lacking in subordinate grace of lighter beauty. Truth to say, this horseman seemed to waive command, abeyance of the bridle hand. But winning space more wide and clear, he showed in ostentation here how but a pulse conveyed through rein could thrill and fire, or prompt detain. On dappled steed, in kilt snow-white, with burnished arms refracting light, he orbits round the plodding train. Jellia in quiet seat observes, 'tis little from his poise he swerves. Sedate he nods, as he should say, rough road may tame this holiday of thine, but pleasant to look on. Come, that's polite, for on the wing or in suspense of curveting, Chiron salutes the emir's son. Meantime, remiss, with dangling sword, upon a cloistral beast but sad, a Saba friar's befitting pad, his own steed, having sprained a cord, left now behind in convent ward. The plain-clad soldier, heeding none, though marked himself, in neutral tone maintained his place. His shoulders lithe were long sloped and yet ample, too, in keeping with each limb and thew. Waist flexible as a willow withe, withal a slouched reserve of strength, as in the pard's luxurious length. The cheek, high-boned, of copperish show, enhanced by sun on land and seas, long hair, much like a Cherokee's, curving behind the ear in flow, and veiling part a sabre scar, slant on the neck, a livid bar. Nor might the felt hat hide from view one temple pitted with strange blue of powder burn. Of him you'd say, a veteran, no more, but nay, brown eyes, what reveries they keep. Sad woods they be, where wild things sleep. Hereby, and by yet other sign, to Rolfe and Clarel part, and Vine, the stranger stood revealed, confessed a native of the fair southwest, their countryman, though of a zone varied in nature from their own, a countryman, but how estranged, nor any word as yet exchanged with them. But yester evening's hour, then first he came to Saba's tower, and saw the Epirot aside in conference, and word supplied touching detention of the troop destined to join him for the swoop over Jordan. But the pilgrims few knew not hereof, nor yet they knew, but deemed him one who took his way eccentric in an armed survey of Judah. On the pearl-grey ass, from Siddim riderless, alas, rode now the timoneer sedate, jogging beneath the Druses' lee, as well he might, instructed late what perils in lack of convoy be. A frater feeling of the sea influenced Rolfe and made him take solace with him of salt romance, albeit Agath scarce did wake to full requital, chill, perchance, derived from years or diffidence. Howe'er, in friendly way Rolfe plied one-sided chat. As on they ride, and o'er the ridge begin to go, a parting glance they turn, and lo! the convent's twin towers disappear, engulfed like a brig's masts below submerging waters. Thence they steer upward anew in lane of steeps, ravine hewn out as 'twere by sledges, inwalled from ledges unto ledges, and stepwise still each rider creeps, until at top their eyes behold Judea in highlands far unrolled. A horseman so, in easier play, wheeling aloft, so travellers say, up the moor's tower, may outlook gain from saddle over Seville's plain. But here, 'twixt tent-lapped hills, they see, northward, a land immovably haggard and haggish, speckled grey-green, pale tint of those frilled lichens lean, which on a prostrate pine ye view, when fallen from the banks of grace down to the sand-pit's sterile place. Blisters supplant the beads of dew. Canker and palmer worm both must famished have left those fields of rust. The rain is powder, land of dust. There few do tarry, none may live, save mad, possessed, or fugitive. Exalted in a cursed estate, like Naaman in his leprous plight, haughty before Elisha's gate, show the blanched hills. All now alight upon the Promethean ledge. The Druse stands by the imminent edge, peering, and rein in hand. With head over her master's shoulder laid, the mare, too, gazed, nor feared a check, though leaning half her lovesome neck, yet lightly, as a swan might do. An arm Jelea enfolding stretched, while sighs the sensitive creature fetched, as e'en that waist to sorrow moved, instinctive. So, to take the view, see man and mare, lover and loved. Slant palm to brow against the haze, meantime the salt one sent his gaze, as from the masthead o'er the pale expanse. But what may eyes avail? Land lone as seas without a sail. Wreck, ho, the wreck! Not unamazed they hear his sudden outcry. Crazed? Or subject yet by starts dismayed to flight he turns, for friars said much wandered he in mind when lo. But never Agath heeded them. Forth did his levelled finger go, and, fixing, pointed. See ye, see, way over where the grey hills be, yonder, no, there, that upland dim. Wreck, ho, the wreck, Jerusalem! Keen-sighted art thou, said Jelea, confirming him. Aye, it is there. Then Agath, that excitement gone, relapsed into his quiet tone. End of section 116. Section 117 of Clarel by Herman Melville. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The ensign needs well to know the distant sight, like Agath, who late on the way from Joppa here had made delay, ere, if unprompted, thou aright mayst single Zion's mountain out from kindred summits round about. Abandoned quarry mid the hills remote, as well one's dream fulfills of what Jerusalem should be, as that vague heap whose neutral tones blend in with nature's, helplessly. Stony metropolis of stones. But much as distant shows the town, erst glorious under Solomon, appears now, in these latter days, to languid eyes, through dwelling haze, the city St. John saw so bright with sardonyx and ruby? Gleam no more, like Monte Rosa's height, thy towers, O new Jerusalem? To Patmos now may visions steal? lone crag where lone the ospreys wheel. Such thought, or something near akin, touched Clarel, and perchance might win, to judge them by their absent air, others at hand. But none of these the Illyrian bold. Impatient stare he random flung, then, like a breeze which fitful rushes through the glen over clansmen lo, Prince Charlie's men, shot down the ledges, while the clang of sabre 'gainst the stirrup rang, and clinked the steel shoe on the stone. His freak of gallantry in cheer of barbarous escort ending here, back for the stronghold dashed he lone. When died the din, it left them more becalmed upon that hollow shore. Not slack was ocean's wrinkled sun in study of the mountain town, much like himself, indeed, so grey, left in life's waste to slow decay. For index now as he stretched forth his loose-sleeved arm in sailor way, pointing the bearings south and north, Derwent, arrested, cried, "Dost bleed?" touching the naked skin. "Look here, a living fresco." And indeed, upon the forearm did appear a thing of art, vermil and blue, a crucifixion in tattoo, with trickling blood drops strange to see. Above that emblem of the loss, twin curving palm boughs draping met in manner of a canopy over an equilimbed small cross, and 3 tri-spiked and sister crowns, and under these a star was set, and all was tanned and toned in browns. In chapel erst which knew the mass, a mullioned window's umber glass, dyed with some saintly legend old, obscured by cobwebs, this might hold some likeness to the picture rare, on arm here webbed with straggling hair. "Leave out the crucifixion's hint," said Rolfe, "the rest will show in tint the ensign, palms, cross, diadems, and star, the sign, Jerusalem's, coeval with King Baldwin's sway. Skilled monk in sooth ye need have sought in Saba." Quoth the sea-sage, "Nay, sketched out it was one Christmas day off Java Head. Little I thought, a heedless lad, scarce through youth's straits, how hopeful on the wreckful way. What meant this thing which here ye see, the bleeding man upon the tree? Since then I've felt it, and the fates." "Ah, yes," sighed Derwent, "yes indeed, but 'tis the ensign now we heed." The stranger here his dusk eye ran in reading sort from man to man, cleric to sailor, back again. "But, shipmate," Derwent cried, "tell me, how came you by this blazonry? We seamen, when there's naught to do in calms, the straw for hats we plait, or one another we tattoo with marks we copy from a mate, which he has from his elders ta'en, and those from prior ones again. And few, if any, think or reck, but so with pains their skin to deck. This crucifixion, though, by some a charm is held 'gainst watery doom." "Comrades," said Rolfe, "'tis here we note, down-handed in a way blindfold, a pious use of times remote. Ah, but it dim grows, and more dim, the gold of legend, that fine gold, washed in with wine of Bethlehem. This ensign in the ages old was stamped on every pilgrim's arm by grave practitioners elect, whose calling lacked not for respect in Zion. Like the sprig of palm, token it was at home that he which bore had kneeled at Calvary. Nay, those monk soldiers helmet crowned, whose effigies in armed sleep lie, stone, in the stony temple round in London, and, to verify them more, with carved greaves crossed, for sign of duty done in Palestine. Exceeds it, pray, conjecture fair, these may have borne this blazon rare, and not alone on standard fine, but pricked on chest or sinewy arm, pledged to defend against alarm his tomb for whom they ward? But see, from these mailed Templars now the sign, losing the import and true key, descends to boatswains of the brine. Clarel, reposing there aside, by secret thought preoccupied, now, as he inward chafe would shun, a feigned quick interest put on. The import of these marks? Tell me. Come, come, cried Derwent, dull ye bide. By palm leaves here are signified Judea, as on the Roman gem. The cross scarce needs a word, agree. The crowns are for the Magi three. This star, the star of Bethlehem, one might have known, and fell anew in void relapse. Why so blue? Derwent again, and rallying ran. While now for Bethlehem we aim, our stellar friend the post should claim of guide. We'll put him in the van, follow the star on the tattooed man. We wise men hear. What's that? A gun, at distance fired, startles the group. Around they gaze, and down and up, but in the wilds they seem alone. Long time the echo sent its din, hurled round about and out and in, a football tossed from crag to crag, then died away in ether thin, died, as they deemed, yet did but lag, for all abrupt one far rebound gave pause. That o'er, the hush was crowned. We loiter, Derwent said, in tone uneasy. Come, shall we go on? Wherefore? The Saturnine demands. Toward him they look, for his eclipse there gave way for the first, and stands the adage old, that one's own lips proclaim the character. A gun's man's voice, sincerest one. Blench we to have assurance here? Here in the waste that kind is near? Eyes settle on his scars in view, both warp and burn, the which evince experience of the thing he hints. Nay, hark! And all turn round anew. Remoter shot came duller there. The Arnott, and but fires in air, Gilead averred, his last adieu. By chance directed here in thought, Clarel upon that warrior hot low mused. The rowel of thy spur the robe rips of philosopher. Not reckest thou of wisest book, the creeds thou starest down with a look, and how the worse for such wild sense, and where is wisdom's recompense? And as for heaven, oh, heavens enlarge beyond each designated marge. Valhalla's hall would hardly bar welcome to one whose end need be in grace and grief of harnessed war, to sink mid swords and minstrelsy. So wilful, but 'tis loss and smart, Clarel, in thy dissolving heart wilt form anew? Vine's watchful eye, while none perceived where bent his view, had fed on Agath sitting by. He seemed to like him, one whose print the impress bore of nature's mint, authentic, man of nature true, if simple, naught that slid between him and the elemental scene, unless it were that thing indeed uplooming from his ancient creed, yet that but deepen might the sense of awe, and serve dumb reverence and resignation. Anywhere, asked Vine, here now to converse led, in those far regions, strange or rare, where thou hast been, may aught compare with Judah here? Sooth, sir, he said, some chance comparison I've made in mind between this stricken land and one far isle forever banned I camped on in life's early days. I view it now, but through a haze. Our boats I view, reversed, turned down for shelter by the midnight sea. The very slag comes back to me. I raked for shells, but found not one. That harpy sea-hawk, him I view, which, pouncing, from the red coral drew our hissing meat. We lounging nigh, an instant's dash, and with it flew to his sea-rock detached, his cry thence sent to mock the marl we threw. I hear, I see, return those days again, but 'tis through deepening haze. How like a flash that life is gone, so brief the youth by sailors known. But tell us, tell, now others cried, and grouped them by a hearthstone wide. The timoneer, at hazard thrown with men of order not his own, evinced abashment, yes, proved shy. They urged, and he could but comply. But, more of clearness to confer, less dimly to express the thing rude outlined by this mariner, license is claimed in rendering, and tones he felt but scarce might give, the verse essays to interweave. End of section 117.